Chapter 562. Ding ding ding. The wooden planks on the second floor of the castle were already in danger. Duwa changed his previous slow motion of left and right hands, and became very aggressive. Yu Xingchen had been retreating, just when the Wei Chao fans thought the situation was settled. Yu Xingchen braked suddenly, dodged sideways, and used Z-shaped shaking to avoid Duhua's vertical chop, then jumped up and swung his gun to chop the wooden planks under Duhua's feet. Technique: split Huashan Mountain with force. The weak wooden planks collapsed instantly, and Duhua lost his balance and fell directly to the ground. Yu Xingchen stabbed the wall on the second floor with a gun, and the whole person was suspended in the air. Duhua fell to the ground and suffered fall damage. His health suddenly dropped to 3%. Yu Xingchen jumped down and stabbed Duhua with a gun. Subin wanted to turn over and chop at the falling Yu Xingchen, but the holy sword was stuck. Helpless, Subin had to control Duhua to raise his shield and chop at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen's spear successfully pierced Duhua's heart, but Duhua's shield failed to hit Yu Xingchen's shoulder due to the distance. Just like that, Duhua disappeared on the map with regret. Glory. Just a little bit. Deng Fuxing sighed. Sometimes a little bit is a little bit. Li Ju even compared with his hand. Zhou Yichen, it's already a 1-on-2. Bebe sighed on the side, and Samsara was already 2 points ahead of Tiny Herb. Even if Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen only had more than 20% of his health, and almost no mana, Tiny Herb's third player could not guarantee that he could take Yu Xingchen away without injury. Tiny Herb's third player, who do you think Captain Wang will send to play? Li Ju looked at Deng Fuxing on the side. Well, I think it could be Yingjie or Liang Feng. Of course Lu Fei is also possible. Deng Fuxing thought for a while, and said, the third player on the Wei Chao side should be Gao Yingjie. Jiang Butao said, well, Wang Jieshi will most likely send Gao Yingjie to the field. If Gao Yingjie can't take down Shachin in this state, then I can't comment on him. Zhang Jiala held his head with both hands and talked. The mage scholar faced a battle mage with almost no mana, and only more than 20% of his health. If he couldn't take it down, to put it bluntly, is he qualified to play a professional game? Yingjie, it's up to you. Wang Jieshi looked at Gao Yingjie with hope. Well, I will win, Gao Yingjie said with clenched fists. Even if the opponent on the field was already a residual blood, he still couldn't let down his guard. After all, the opponent was a title-level strongman who was as famous as his captain. Can we win? Qiao Yifan of Xingxin suddenly said, who are you talking about? Wei Chen didn't know for a moment whether Qiao Yifan was talking about Zhou Yichen or Gao Yingjie. Gao Yingjie? Qiao Yifan whispered. If we still can't win, then I don't know what to say. Feng Rui spread his hands. But Qiao Yifan didn't pay attention to Feng Rui, but stared at the captain Yishio. Yishio smiled. He didn't know what to say to the kids nowadays. Yifan, as long as your friend doesn't have diarrhea during the game, you won't lose, even if the opponent is Zhou Yichen, the top player in the league. Suma Chung covered her mouth and laughed. Really? Qiao Yifan was actually a little bit insecure in his heart. After all, Zhou Yichen's reputation was outside. A 1-on-3 victory in a professional arena was a result that any professional player could be proud of. For Zhou Yichen, it was like a daily routine too many times. Tiny Herb, Gao Yingjie, ID, Mu In, occupation, mage scholar. Gao Yingjie? Zhou Yichen saw the other player who entered the battle seat. Wang Jieshi is trying to use me to boost his confidence. Zhou Yichen could understand that Gao Yingjie's problem had been going on for a long time. Not to mention outsiders like them. Anyone who is not blind in Tiny Herb should be able to see it. Unconfident. Even though Gao Yingjie's personal skills are actually very solid, he is still a little unconfident because of his personality. Because his starting point is too high, not to mention Tiny Herb, he was given the title of Wang Bulixing's successor before his debut. The first game of his debut was the focus of everyone's attention, but Zhou Yichen was different. Except for the insiders of Samsara who knew about this monster, the media was not aware of it, and Samsara did not do any corresponding publicity. This is the same as when Zhou Zakai debuted. Samsara is not likely to promote newcomers like Blue Rain Tiny Herb, but it happened to be this low-key debut, but the effect was very good. Needless to say, Zhou Zakai's performance in the first game made Samsara determined to build a team with him as the core, and Zhou Yichen was even more exaggerated, giving Zhang Jiala, who was still in Baiwa at the time, a big surprise. Zhang Jiala, I was stunned at the time. In addition to the focus of debut, it also has a lot to do with the player's personality. Although Zhou Zakai is a man of few words, he is actually very careful in normal times. He has a strong leadership temperament. He looks like a good kid off the court, but he is the fastest one on the court. The two Zhous are actually very consistent in their playing style. Very offensive, including the control of the situation and the change of rhythm. Zhou Zikai can get it the latest, but the problem of Samsara in the early stage is that no one can get Zhou Zikai's point. So, except Fang Minghua, all the old members of the Samsara team were judged from the 6th season. Since you can't understand it during the game, go to the sidelines and listen. Zhou Yichen's personality is needless to say. He is flamboyant but restrained. He is good at everything, and doesn't make people feel uncomfortable. He exudes the aura of a strong man. It can be said that the Samsara team can rank first in both official and online self-research rankings, because the two people complement each other, and can be the C position. Like other combinations, Han Wenqing and Zhang Xinjie, Yi Xiao and Wu Xiafeng or Su Maicheng, Wang Jieshi and Fang Shiqian, Huang Xiaoyan and Yi Wenzhou, Li Xian and Wu Yuz, these combinations actually have clear C positions, which can be seen at a glance. Come on! Gao Yingjie, you can do it! Gao Yingjie was still silently cheering himself up when he went on the court. Yingjie, you can do it! The fans of Tiny Herb in the audience were also cheering for Gao Yingjie. Tiny Herb fans were quite supportive of Gao Yingjie, but it would be better if his personality was as flamboyant as their mortal enemy, Blue Rain's Lu Hanwen. 99%, 100%. Mu In, loading completed. Map, Silent Village, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The game started, and the mage scholar started running and accelerated directly into the air, looking down at the entire map. He didn't even need to open the door himself, and flew directly to the center of the map. On the other side, Yu Xingchen had just climbed through the window, and entered the first floor of the castle, and Mu In the distance had already discovered him. This map is really good for the mage scholar, Fang Minghua said. Before the game, he was still wondering why Tiny Herb chose such a small arena map, and now he understood everything. Wang Jieshi, in fact, still believed in himself. Oh my god! Zhou Yichen had never thought that he had just broken into the window, and Mu In on the other side had already rushed in front of him. Swish! A star ray directly hit Yu Xingchen and almost got stuck in the middle of the window. Fortunately, Zhou Yichen's reaction was relatively fast. He dodged the star ray with a side flip and entered the first floor of the castle. What kind of reaction is this? The friends off the court were all stunned. This reaction speed, even if 10 of me came, I couldn't do it. Deng Fuxing smiled and shook his head. Even if he was in the best condition, he couldn't do this reaction at his peak. It's a bit different from ordinary people. Li Ju smiled. Can you do it? Yuan Baiqing elbowed Lu Shubia. Me? Lu Shubia pointed at himself. I can still compete with Zhou Yichen in hand speed, but forget about reaction, he is not a human. Where is the captain? Su Bin asked, and the other members of Wei Chao also looked at Wang Jieshi. I can't do it. Wang Jieshi answered quickly without hesitation. We have the advantage. The other members of Wei Chao wanted to say something else, but Wang Jieshi interrupted their thoughts. It turned out that Mu Gangji's Mu In successfully restricted Yu Xingchen's movement with the acid rain flask, and then a precise dispersal powder was successfully sprinkled on him. Yu Xingchen's attack power, skill release speed, and movement speed were all reduced. Mu In flew into the air, and the broom under him began to chant. Then a lightning flash struck above the castle. Even if Zhou Yichen reacted quickly, Yu Xingchen was already full of negative status. Lightning chain. The lightning chain fell and successfully hit Yu Xingchen. While receiving light attribute magic damage, Yu Xingchen fell into a state of paralysis and dizziness. Yu Xingchen was stunned. Mu In could win the game if he played steadily at this time. Gao Yingjie, he rushed forward. The cup exclaimed. He didn't expect Gao Yingjie to choose to rush forward. At this moment, Wang Jieshi's eyes were completely bright. This was the scene he wanted to see. Don't be afraid, dare to operate. This is Wang Jieshi's expectation for Gao Yingjie. Now Wang Jieshi didn't teach Gao Yingjie how to command the team. He thought Gao Yingjie was not confident in his own operation, let alone commanding all the members. Therefore, Wang Jieshi was actually telling Su Bin tactics in private. Wang Jieshi knew very well that he couldn't play for a few years. With age, his reaction and hand speed would definitely decline. Wang Jieshi was very worried that without him, Wei Chao would become a mess. He even had the idea that he would stay in Wei Chao as a coach even if he retired. He wanted to devote his whole life to Wei Chao. Oh, the kid is very arrogant. Zhou Yichen was still worried that he would be killed by the opponent's long-range output. Now, the opponent came up. Yu Xingchen was knocked to the ground by Mu In's broom, and rolled to the left while turning back to shoot at Mu In. Gao Yingjie's reaction was not slow either, and he controlled Mu In to jump up to avoid Yu Xingchen's sweep. But he could only take one step at a time, while Zhou Yichen took one step and took 3 steps. No, it's a bait. Wang Jieshi, who was very familiar with Zhou Yichen, knew that this was his very signature bait. Sky Strike. This was Yu Xingchen's killer move, and Yu Xingchen's mana was only enough for him to use the most ordinary Sky Strike. Woohoo, that's enough. Zhou Yichen smiled like an evil Belia. Although Yu Xingchen fell at Muin's feet in the end, Yu Xingchen still knocked down 15% of Muin's health with this Sky Strike. Glory. Ha. Gao Yingjie wiped the sweat from his head. Even the low-health Xiongshi put a lot of pressure on him. Congratulations to Gao Yingjie for winning this game and getting the first point for Wei Chao. The score is 2-1, and Samsara is temporarily in the lead. The cup announced the score. 215 health points consumed. This is the perfect answer Zhou Yichen handed in the first ring match of this playoffs. Li Ju said. Exaggerated. Deng Fuxing thought it was too exaggerated. This player has almost no weaknesses in terms of reaction speed, hand speed, or opportunity capture. He is the only one who can still be so efficient in the playoffs. The cup said. Awesome. Zhou Yichen high-fived his teammates one by one as soon as he came back. Routine operation. Zhou Yichen shook his hands, and then took the towel and water bottle handed over by Fang Minghua. We still can't take this ring match lightly. We have seen the effect of the magic scholar in this picture in this game. Jiang Buotao said. Yeah. Everyone nodded. Then let's go with the plan for the second one, Lao Zhang. In the pre-match deployment, Samsara had planned that as long as Zhou Yichen could get 2 kills, Samsara didn't need to be stable, and directly pursued the victory and let Zhang Jiala go first. Leave it to me, no matter what kind of scholar he is. After Zhang Jiala came to Samsara, he was obviously more confident, which was also the effect fed back to him by the team. Samsara, Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liaowan, Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Is the second one on Samsara's side Zhang Jiala? The 2 commentators and guests were a little confused. In their minds, there should be 3 fixed positions in Samsara's ring match deployment, that is, the 1st, 3rd and 5th positions. The Tridents guarded respectively, and they also talked about the 1st position. Samsara is likely to send Zhou Yichen, the leader of the ring match, to play, and Zhang Jiala will play the 3rd position to stabilize, and Zhou Zikai, the 5th position, will defend the ring. But now, the second pick of the Samsara team is Zhang Jiala. It seems that Samsara wants to kill all of Tiny Herb, but this is actually risky. At least in the eyes of the commentators, even if Zhou Zikai is not inferior to Wang Jieshi. Because of this map, Wang Jieshi has a lot of room to play. Yingjie will face 2 great players when he comes up. Su Bin was a little worried. This is what Yingjie is destined to face. Wang Jieshi said, if he doesn't play now, can he avoid it in the future? Do we have to wait until others retire? Zhang Jiala is okay, he may retire after the next season, but if he waits until Zhou Yichen retires, it is estimated that he will be almost there. 99%, 100%. 100 flowers, loading completed. Map, Silent Village, loading completed. Come on, Tiny Herb's future, the revenge of the 5th season finals, I will collect some interest from you first. Chapter 563. 99%, 100%. By Waliawan, loading completed. Map, Silent Village, loading completed. The second player sent by Samsara is Zhang Jiala, and the 3rd player will not be Zhou Zikai, right? Cup guessed on the loading interface. No, the defending general of Samsara must be Zhou Zikai. Li Ju said firmly. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and both sides rushed out of the refresh area together. Zhang Jiala and Zhou Yichen made the same choice, operating by Waliawan to climb through the window and enter the 1st floor of the castle first. On the other side, Muin took off and rushed in at the same speed as the previous game. Unfortunately, he did not attack by Waliawan directly like in the previous game, because the opponent's grenade had been thrown before he arrived. Boom! The powerful impact made Gao Yingjie unable to attack the opponent, and he had to stabilize the character through micro-operation first to avoid a crash. This grenade is too tricky. Bebe praised. At the moment when Bai Waliawan broke the window, the grenade was thrown out. Whether it was the control of timing or the control of the distance of the grenade, Zhang Jiala was undoubtedly an expert in this area. It's really amazing. A small grenade completely disrupted Yingjie's attack. Xiao Yifan said. Wang Jieshi should know best how powerful Zhang Jiala is. Yishio said. Since Sun Zhiping retired due to a hand injury in the 5th season, Zhang Jiala has embarked on the road of leading the team alone. Just when everyone thought that Baiwa was going to die halfway, Zhang Jiala led Baiwa into the finals. What he failed to do in the finals of the 3rd season, Zhang Jiala did in the semifinals of the 5th season. Before the finals, no one was optimistic about Zhang Jiala's Baiwa, because the opponent was the Weichao team with magician Wang Jieshi, who defeated the last champion Tyranny and entered the finals. The facts also proved that it was impossible to win the championship with a single core. Weicao's magic skills were perfected, and the wall formed by Wang Biliuxing and Cordyceps sinensis made it impossible for Zhang Jiala to penetrate Weicao's defense. Other people in Baiwa could not share more pressure with Zhang Jiala. In the end, Baiwa lost, and Zhang Jiala fell on the stage of the finals again. Compared with the second trip to the finals, Zhang Jiala's heart was not too turbulent, because in his opinion, he was grateful to be able to enter the finals. At that time, the league had not set the support rate for both sides. If it had, it was estimated that Baiwa's winning rate would be less than 10%. Fortunately, in the 9th season, Zhang Jiala, who retired and returned, finally realized his dream of winning the championship in the reincarnation. "Kid, hold steady and don't crash," Zhang Jiala thought to himself. The next second, a flaming bomb was fired at Mu En in the air. Mu En moved sideways to avoid the flaming bomb, and at the same time, he lifted the black cloak behind him and covered by Hua Liaoluan, but Bai Hua Liaoluan slid to avoid Mu En's shadow cloak. Not a bad move. Wang Jieshi finally smiled. Mu En used the powerful recoil of the shadow cloak to fly directly to the other side of Bai Hua Liaoluan, and then fired a magic bullet at her. During this time, he used the direction keys to adjust the flight direction of the magic bullet, through the lava flask with his right hand, and then continuously pressed the skill key to increase the frequency of the molten blocks. Gao Yingjia's hand speed frequency has increased. Basie looked at the hand speed data displayed on the electronic big screen. "We can't fight in the castle anymore," Zhang Jiala thought, and after controlling Bai Hua Liaoluan to retreat and avoid the range of the lava flask, Bai Hua Liaoluan fled the castle without looking back. Run away? Gao Yingjia obviously didn't expect the other party to run away, and he was subconsciously stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, the other party had already run out. This time Gao Yingjia panicked, and hurriedly controlled Mu En to chase him out. The successor of Wang Biliuxing has the skills in place, but his mentality is not good. Fang Rui shook his head and said, then he put his hand on Xiao Yifun's shoulder. "Yifun, didn't you share your experience with your good friend?" Fang Rui almost let it slip. "I don't have much experience either. Yingjia encourages me in normal exchanges, haha." Xiao Yifun touched his little head. Looking at Xiao Yifun's appearance, Yi Xiu wondered if he could pry Wang Biliuxing's successor away. It's a problem that Weichao can't cultivate the mentality of their players, but Happy can. Yi Xiu looked around and found that except for a few newcomers, there was no one who didn't have a dirty heart. With Fang Rui and Wei Chun, two generals, and Gao Yingjia's mentality after his arrival, Yi Xiu didn't dare to think. The direction of Bai Hua Liaoluan is the warehouse. This location is a good choice. Li Ju saw Bai Hua Liaoluan enter the warehouse, and he immediately thought of Zhang Jiala's purpose. This is professional commentary. The warehouse is small, and the space is limited. It is difficult for magic scholars to fight in the air. Seeing that the cup on the side was still a little puzzled, Deng Fusheng, as a guest, explained, "Oh! Not only the cup, but also the audience, and the audience understood, so it was like this." As for Pan Lin and Li Ba in the second lane, Pan Lin remained silent. Although Li Ba had guessed Zhang Jiala's intention, he didn't dare to say it, fearing that he would be criticized as a cloud player if he said it wrong. In fact, it's okay to be bold, because there are no people watching the second lane at all. When Basie and Li Ju were in the second lane, they were all guessing and brainless. Mu En followed by Hua Liaoluan's footsteps to the warehouse. The moment he entered the warehouse door, Gao Yingjia regretted it. His high combat awareness made him understand that this place was not suitable for magic scholars to fight. So Gao Yingjia immediately controlled Mu En to turn around and run away, but how could Zhang Jiala, who had achieved his goal, let him leave so easily? After all, Mu En had hit him a lot of blood when chasing him. Want to run now? It's too late. Bai Hua Liaoluan turned his hands outward, and several grenades flew out. Before approaching the opponent, Bai Hua Liaoluan fired a gun and blew up the two grenades on the outermost side. Random thunder. Due to the setting of random thunder, all 8 grenades with different damage effects will explode at the same time, so Bai Hua Liaoluan's shot directly detonated the grenade in advance. Boom! Affected by the impact, Mu En immediately lost his balance and swayed. Gao Yingjia kept pressing the direction keys to stabilize his body, but in the roar of the explosion, Mu En was hit by the bullet. Stiff bullet. The screen was full of Grenad's special effects. Gao Yingjie, who was paying full attention to the balance of the character, did not notice the gap between the explosions. Bai Liaowan fired this stiff bullet. Although the skill effect of the ammunition expert's stiff bullet is significant, the bullet's flying speed is much slower than other bullets. In addition, the stiff bullet has a large movement when it leaves the barrel, and the bullet is also large in size, which is easy to be discovered by the enemy. Therefore, at this time, it is necessary to use external forces to cover up the stiffening bullet. 2 seconds of stiffening. Fortunately, it is not full level. Lu Shubia saw Mu En, who was stiffened. The chaotic thunder is full level. Wang Jieshi looked at Mu En's health bar, which dropped a lot. Although the chaotic thunder is a high damage high level range skill, the blood volume dropped so much, it is undoubtedly full level. Seeing Mu En being hit by the stiffening bullet, Bai Liaowan immediately fired a burning bullet. The bullet hit Mu En, causing continuous fire attribute magic damage to him. What's worse, Mu En fell into a negative state of burns. Bang bang bang. In 2 seconds, several bullets all hit Mu En. With the last bullet fired, Mu En ended the stiff state, but the next second he found himself forced to float in the air. Floating bullet. Perfect defensive rhythm. Yi Xiao, who was watching the game, praised. Although Zhang Jiala's hand speed and reaction speed have declined, his grasp of the offensive rhythm is still perfect. These people from Samsara are really good at attacking. Explosive grenade. After replacing the ice bomb and emptying the bullets in the magazine, an explosive grenade directly knocked Mu En down from the air. Bai Liaowan approached Mu En and kicked Mu En into the depths of the warehouse with a roundhouse kick, while he was guarding the entrance of the warehouse. Catch the turtle in the jar. Gao Yingjie is a bit uncomfortable now. His health bar has dropped to 32%, while Bai Liaowan still has 64% of his health, which is twice that of Mu En. Li Ju said. Not only the health, but also this position is very uncomfortable, because this position has been forced into a dead end, and there is almost no shelter in the warehouse, and there are crossbars above, which makes it difficult for Mu En to fly inside. Deng Fuxing said. Zhang Jiala's position selection was really great. This position almost determined that it was either you or me. Of the two, only one person could leave the warehouse. Gao Yingjie knew this, so he did not choose to control Mu En to take off. Instead, he sprinkled ice powder on the broom, threw dispersing powder at Bai Liaowan, and then rushed up. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Liaowan kept shooting at him, and then fired a smoke bomb behind him. The smoke spread immediately, and Bai Liaowan also disappeared in it. Gao Yingjie was confused again. He didn't understand what this smoke bomb meant. Did the other party want to run away again? But he didn't leave for such a long time just now. It made no sense to leave now. Just when Gao Yingjie was still thinking about what Zhang Jiala's intention was, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the smoke, and the whole scene was suddenly bright. Flash bomb. Oh my god, director, what the hell are you doing? Cut the screen. Some viewers started to curse directly. Anyway, they were used to it. This wave was obviously not expected by the director. Bai Liaowan's perspective was gray. Who wanted to cut him? Gao Yingjie's face turned pale, and he closed his eyes subconsciously. Although he could avoid the flash bomb by closing his eyes. What about the character? Bai Liaowan rushed out of the smoke and slid directly to Mu En, who was in a blinding state. It's over. Seeing the scene, Zhou Yichen knew it was stable. The difference in blood volume was too large, so even if Gao Yingjie adjusted his position later, it would be useless. As Mu En finished chanting acid rain and dry ice, Bai Liaowan's explosive bomb successfully took away Mu En, who was forced into a dead corner, and could only exchange blood by chanting. In the end, Zhang Jiala's 100 Flowers Dazzling Distortion consumed 50% to kill Mu En, who had 85% of his health. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhang Jiala for winning this game, and winning the 3rd point for Samsara. Currently, Samsara is leading for the time being with a score of 3-1. This game is about experience and on-the-spot reaction. Gao Yingjie is far behind Zhang Jiala. Wei Chen said. Zhang Jiala's move of catching the flash bomb in the smoke was almost unexpected by everyone. Did Gao Yingjie make a big mistake in this game? No. Gao Yingjie's more serious problem is that he is being led by Zhang Jiala. He follows Zhang Jiala in everything he does, which makes him always one step behind the opponent. Then the initiative of the attack will definitely be in Zhang Jiala's hands. In this case, Gao Yingjie can still kill 50% of 100 Flowers Dazzling Distortion's health, which is enough to prove that his personal strength is no problem. Yingjie, feel more, think more, and judge more. This is where you need to improve. Technically, you have done very well. Wang Jieshi praised. Yes, Captain. Xiao Jie also knew where his problem was. Lu Fei, go. Wang Jieshi looked at the flower of Tiny Herb. As the only female player who debuted in Tiny Herb in the 6th season, Lu Fei successfully got a place in Tiny Herb's first team. However, due to Tiny Herb's strategic problems, Lu Fei is actually a rotation position in Tiny Herb's lineup. In the regular season, she will basically appear in the 2nd place in the ring game. When encountering specific maps, she will also appear in Tiny Herb's team game lineup as the 6th person. The reason why Wang Jieshi did not choose Liang Fang in the 4th place today was that he was worried that he would be beaten to death by Zhang Jiala. Zhou Yichen scored 2 goals with 1, and Zhang Jiala scored 2 goals with 1. The Tiny Herb tournament was ruined. Even if Wang Jieshi cheated, he could not achieve such a feat of 1 goal against 4 against Samsara. Even if he persisted until Zhou Zikai came on the stage, it would be fine if he won, but if he lost, he would not have to play the team match. Because his state was completely exhausted, if Zhang Jiala scored 2 goals with 1, then Samsara could stabilize and slowly consume Wang Jieshi's physical strength. Leave it to me, Captain. Lu Fei adjusted his glasses, took the account card and walked towards the competition seat. Tiny Herb, Lu Fei, ID, Yi Xiaoheng, Occupation, Sharpshooter. Oh, Tiny Herb's flower is on the stage. Deng Fusheng teased. Since Tiny Herb only has Lu Fei as a female player, they often tease her as Tiny Herb's flower. Unlike Blue Rain, Monk Temple. Didn't Liang Fang or Zhou Yebai play? Wuqi asked in confusion. I feel that Lao Zhan will play these 2 to death. Zhou Yichen laughed. But I feel that Lu Fei may not be as good as them, right? Wuqi said. Lu Fei may not be as good as them in terms of technology, but as a girl, Lu Fei's eyesight and 6th sense are very strong, otherwise how can she stay in the first team of Tiny Herb? Jiang Butao said. Hey, do you think Lao Zhan will panic when he sees a beautiful woman? Zhou Yichen put his hand on Fang Minghua's shoulder. Will you? No. Why? Because I have a girlfriend, I can't look at other girls, okay. Bullshit. Chapter 564. I am a man of principle. I will never sneak a peek at other girls. Zhou Yichen said righteously. Oh. Fang Minghua nodded. Next time, I will tell your Yunqiu that you brush every day. Zhou Yichen quickly covered Fang Minghua's mouth. Fang Ma, I was wrong. Ahem, Zhou Yichen, you don't want to. Fang Minghua suddenly made a dangerous statement. You guys are playing very colorful. LV Boyuan said nervously. Just when several people were talking and laughing, a one-sided situation had already appeared on the field. The scene of Baiwa Liaowan chasing Yi Xiaoheng and beating him did not appear in everyone's eyes. Instead, it was Yi Xiaoheng who was chasing Baiwa Liaowan and beating him. Why? Because in the face of the attack from Baiwa Liaowan, Yi Xiaoheng did not avoid it and forced a blood exchange. Oh my god, a heroine. The audience sighed. Baiwa Liaowan only had 50% of her health, so Zhang Jiala played very carefully. Yi Xiaoheng had enough health, so it was no loss for Lu Fei to force a blood exchange. Shooting, Yi Xiaoheng fired wildly at Baiwa Liaowan, who had climbed up to the 2nd floor of the castle, and the railings on the 2nd floor were broken by her bullets. Lu Fei wanted to get rid of Zhang Jiala as soon as possible and keep more state for the next game, Bebe explained. But the problem was that only the first wave was effective. Because Zhang Jiala had some understanding of Lu Fei's fighting style, which was fast, accurate and ruthless. But he didn't expect Lu Fei to be so crazy. He didn't even avoid his grenades and bullets. He just went head-on and forced a blood exchange, so the rhythm was directly taken away by the opponent for a while. But gradually Zhang Jiala had figured out Lu Fei's routine and slowed down the pace. It's hard to do it if the pace slows down. Su Bin shook his head and said that their advice to Lu Fei before the game was to attack quickly. Baiwa Liaowan's health was insufficient, and Zhang Jiala would definitely retreat. Picking up the pace was the key to Lu Fei's victory over Zhang Jiala. Old Zhang is still too experienced. Fang Minghua said that if an inexperienced player was easily driven by Lu Fei's fast attack, then died in the attack. When the rhythm stabilized, Baiwa Liaowan and Yi Xiaoheng fought a guerrilla war. There were many rooms on the 2nd floor, and Baiwa Liaowan wandered among them, throwing a grenade from time to time to affect Lu Fei's thinking. Lu Fei is a little anxious. Seeing Yi Xiaoheng's position, Wang Jieshi knew that she was anxious. Sure enough, the next second, Yi Xiaoheng forced her way up to the 2nd floor, and came to Baiwa Liaowan with a sliding tackle and a step shot. Hey sister, play melee with me? Zhang Jiala was immediately interested. He had never been afraid of anyone in the melee of gun-related professions. Lu Fei's gun martial arts were obviously still far behind Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen, the top sharpshooters. Her gun physical skills could not be improved to the third step, which also led to Zhang Jiala's 100 Flowers dazzling disturbance being able to pull away when she wanted to, and get close when she wanted to. Why do I feel like Yi Xiaohong is being played? Fan Rui, who was watching the game in front of the big screen, said. Zhang Jiala's melee and long-range fighting style is really worth learning for players who are ammunition experts. Comments from Yi Xiao, the textbook of glory. Can gunners use this style? Chen Gua asked on a whim. No. Before Yi Xiao could answer, the Alliance's chief gunner Su Maicheng rejected her idea. Although the gunner has high output, it is a little too stupid. Wei Chen still knows a little bit. So this time, Samsara will win again? And when he asked, Samsara is only the second person, 2 people directly beat 4 people, then this ring match is still a joke. Difficult. Yi Xiao shook his head, the gap between health and mana is still too big. Baiwa Liaowan only had 50% of health and 40% of mana at the beginning. After going around in circles just now, Baiwa Liaowan's mana dropped to 20%. On the other hand, although Yi Xiaohong is always at a disadvantage, he has a lot of health. For this game, exchanging injuries for injuries is definitely a win, but considering the overall situation, it will be difficult for Wei Chao. But as the saying goes, get this point first, and then talk about the points later. If the ring match only gets 2 small points, how can the team match be played? In the team match, as long as they kill 3 people by force, they can guarantee overtime. If they kill 1 more person, even if they lose the team match, they will win this small match. The health of both sides is decreasing very quickly. The originally stable rhythm was brought up again. This time it was Zhang Jiala who took the initiative. Old Zhang is still very sober. Zhou Yichen laughed. I urge him to exercise every day, but he won't do it. He is so tender and delicate. I can punch him, and he will cry for a long time. Fitness expert Fang Minghua said. Bang! Yi Xiaohong turned over the window, turned his head and squatted, set up the Barrett sniper, and then shot a bullet on Baiwa Liaowan's thigh. It deserves to be the synonym of fast, accurate, and ruthless. Baiwa Liaowan suddenly had only 3% of her health left. At this time, Yi Xiaohong only needed to pull away and end the game steadily, but Lu Fei was not of this character. She controlled Yi Xiaohong to rush forward, and then was hit by the time grenade carefully arranged by Baiwa Liaowan. Boom! Glory! Let us congratulate Lu Fei for winning this game, but she also paid a very high price. Said the cup. Yes, to deal with Baiwa Liaowan with 50% of her health, Lu Fei's Yi Xiaohong consumed 85% of her health. Li Ju nodded. This price was quite high. In fact, Lu Fei didn't need to go forward in the last wave. Although he took away Baiwa Liaowan directly, he was hurt by the time grenade. Said the cup. This is Lu Fei's character. Deng Fusheng smiled. Not bad, Lao Zhang. The efficiency value of 190 is almost higher than mine. Seeing Zhang Jiala coming back, Zhou Yichen handed over the towel and water bottle. Are you praising me or yourself? Zhang Jiala was speechless. For the third match, Wu Qi, go ahead and get rid of Yi Xiaohong as quickly as possible, and then we will give Wang Jieshi a big surprise. Jiang Buitao smiled and looked at Wu Qi. Okay, watch me. Wu Qi took off his coat, picked up his peripherals, and walked towards the competition seat. Reincarnation, Wu Qi, ID, Cruel Silence, Occupation, Assassin. The third place in the reincarnation is actually Wu Qi. Du Ming was a little surprised that his good friend was living so comfortably in his old club. Then Senior Lu Buiyuan will not be able to play. Qiu Fei asked. It is likely that the 4th place should be Jiang Buitao, and Zhou Zikai will defend the championship. Li Hua nodded. Then why not use LD Buiyuan? If the Glory Chief Judoka doesn't use it, Samsara is too extravagant. Xu Kersen said. Because this map is not suitable for Judoka, especially in the current situation, LV Buiyuan may face Wang Jieshi when he goes on the field. Chu Yunxiu explained. It is estimated that when this map comes out, Samsara will not plan to use LV Buiyuan. Buiyuan, I'm sorry for you. Jiang Buitao patted LV Buiyuan's shoulder. It's okay, I don't want to be abused by Wang Jieshi. LV Buiyuan smiled, and this was true. Judoka itself is not easy to fight against the magic scholar flying in the air, because he basically has no long-range attack means. In this map, the castle has windows on the first floor, and the second floor is almost a hole. The magic scholar can come and go as he pleases. The match between Baiwa Liaowan and Mu and has confirmed this point. Zhang Jiala's tactics are perfect enough, but Gao Yingjie still knocked down 50% of Bai Liuwan's health. Of course, this is also related to Gao Yingjie's personal strength. But it is undeniable that this map of the Magic Scholar is really useful. Hey, do you think Wang Jieshi can beat 3 at once? Feng Rui has already admitted that Lu Fei is lost. Beat 3 at once? Beat Samsara? Wei Chen looked at Feng Rui with a strange look, as if saying, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?" No. Yi Xiu shook his head. He knew how strong Wang Jieshi was, but the 3 Samsara players were not easy to deal with. Even if Wang Jieshi broke through Wu Qi and Jiang Butao, who might appear in the 4th place, Zhou Zikai, who is defending the ring, would be enough for Wang Jieshi to suffer a lot. Unless he could kill Wu Qi and Jiang Butao without any injury, he would still have a chance when facing Zhou Zikai. Wu Qi's cruel silence had already fought with Lu Fei's Yi Xiaohong on the field. Lu Fei was still so strong. Even though Yi Xiaohong's health was already red, she did not retreat at all. A flower of tiny herb is a strong flower, not a weak flower grown in a greenhouse. Swish, arc flash. When the curved scimitar chopped Yi Xiaohong, it also announced the end of this game. Glory. Let us congratulate Wu Qi for winning this game. The health gap between the 2 sides is too big. In fact, would it be better if Lu Fei retreated a little? Asked the cup. To kill Yi Xiaohong, who was 15%, Wu Qi consumed 10% of his health. If Lu Fei was not so strong and fought a guerrilla war, although he would not be able to win, he should be able to consume more blood of cruel silence. But this is Lu Fei, a strong flower of tiny herb. Deng Fuxing exclaimed. The current score is 4-2, with Samsara leading temporarily. If Tiny Herb wants to turn defeat into victory in the home ring match, Wang Jieshi, who is defending the ring, must be able to defeat 3 opponents. Li Ju said. Although Wang Jieshi has done it before, whether in the regular season or the playoffs, the opponent is the Big Devil Samsara. Can the magician break through the Big Devil's defense? Let's wait and see. After the cup finished speaking, it entered the advertising stage. Fuck, what's the point of playing an advertisement at this time, I beep? A fierce quarrel broke out on the first floor of Xingxin Internet Cafe. Their enthusiasm was ignited, but at this time, they entered the sage time. Captain, I leave it to you. Even though they knew the road ahead was very difficult, everyone in Vici Gaming still believed that their captain could do it. Yes. Wang Jieshi nodded, took off his coat, drank a sip of water, and after the staff confirmed it, he walked towards the competition seat. Vici Gaming, Wang Jieshi, Magician, ID, Wang Biuyixing Occupation, Magic Scholar. When the name and ID appeared on the electronic big screen, the fans of Vici Gaming in the audience were boiling. Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. Magician. 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 Wang Jieshi is the god of Vici Gaming. Zhou Yichen said when he saw this picture. It can be said that without Wang Jieshi, there would be no Vici Gaming today. After all, Vici Gaming's championship was brought about by Wang Jieshi's change in playing style, and their worst record is the semifinals, which we can't compare with. Jiang Butao said with a smile. The league's powerhouse, Excellent Era, is no longer in the league. Tyranny was defeated by Baiwa in the first round of the playoffs. Blue Rain was also eliminated in the first round of the playoffs in the 4th season. They were reincarnated. Before Zhou Zikai debuted, they couldn't even enter the playoffs. Only Vici Gaming has never fallen out of the top 4 since entering the league. They are extremely stable, and are contenders for the Glory Championship every season. This is terrifying. Vici Gaming's glory only started when Wang Jieshi debuted. It can even be said that if Wang Jieshi hadn't been born, Vici Gaming would have been like a long night. However, Vici Gaming has a fatal problem, which is clear to the outside world and to themselves. The root of the problem lies in Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi's leadership temperament has infected everyone in Vici Gaming, which has led to Vici Gaming's heavy reliance on Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi is in charge of the command and the operation ideas, but Wang Jieshi is a human being, not a god, and he cannot take care of everyone. Wang Jieshi's command is not 100% correct, which means that once Wang Jieshi is restrained, the other members of Vici Gaming will become a mess, which is why Wang Jieshi is now cultivating Su Bin's command ideas. Not only for the future of Vici Gaming, but also for Vici Gaming to move forward when he is restrained, instead of stagnating or even regressing. 99%, 100%. Wang Biuyixing, loading completed. Map, Silent Village, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! At the start of the game, Wang Biuyixing and Mu N accelerated and took off, while Cruel Silence on the other side directly started to rush towards the warehouse at the other end. Is Wu Qi trying to copy Zhang Jiala? But the opponent is Wang Jieshi. said the cup. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Everyone knows how strong Wang Jieshi is. Wu Qi doesn't want to fight Wang Jieshi head-on, does he? Du Ming touched his forehead. After not seeing him for a few days, is his good brother so brave? No. Chu Yunqiu smiled and shook her head. Wu Qi wants to deal with Wang Jieshi, and entering the warehouse is just a cover. They want to kill Wang Jieshi. Deputy Captain Li Hua immediately understood what the captain meant. What do you mean? Du Ming's small head had a big question. Wu Qi knew that he couldn't beat Wang Jieshi, so he wanted to consume not Wang Bulixing's blood volume, but Wang Jieshi's physical strength. Wang Jieshi is no longer the young man he was before. As the game time gets longer, his energy will slowly decrease. Chu Yunqiu explained. The most important thing is that in Samsara, it is very likely that someone else will do the same thing besides Wu Qi. Old Wang, you are suffering. Chapter 565. Old Wang, you're suffering. Yi Xiu thought of this and felt a little happy. Isn't Samsara doing this just for the ring match? Su Muqing said. Well, Samsara is playing in the team match. As long as Wang Jieshi's energy is exhausted, he won't be able to adjust in a halftime break. Yi Xiu said, and when it comes to the team match, Tiny Herb is a little weak against Samsara. If Wang Jieshi's state is not adjusted in time, Tiny Herb will be almost leaderless. Compared to the ring match, Tiny Herb needs Wang Jieshi more in the team match. Chu Yunqiu made the final decision. Magic Bullet. Wang Bulixing launched a fierce attack the moment he saw Cruel Silence. Wang Jieshi also understood that he couldn't drag it out and had to fight quickly. Cruel Silence jumped onto the beam of the warehouse and stabbed Wang Bulixing the moment he flew over. Wrong hand stab. Wang Bulixing turned half a body length, dodged the stab, and knocked Cruel Silence down with a sweep. Top-notch position control. Li Ju exclaimed. At this distance, if it was an ordinary person, he would probably retreat at least 1 or 2 body lengths, but Wang Jieshi accurately grasped the attack distance of the wrong hand stab, not only avoiding the attack, but also grabbing the rhythm with a simple sweep. Disperse powder. Before Cruel Silence landed, Wang Bulixing waved his left hand, and Wu Qi reacted quickly. The dispersing powder showed fluorescent light at night, and it was very obvious that Cruel Silence jumped back and left the warehouse directly. Oh! Wang Jieshi understood at this time that the opponent was playing this trick. Switch fire. Cruel Silence accelerated towards the castle, and Wang Bulixing accelerated without saying a word, and then threw a lava flask. The position of this lava flask is too exquisite, it directly stuck Cruel Silence. Cup said. TSK, I have always been optimistic about Wang Jieshi since he debuted. His magic scholar is much better than Lin Jia's. Wei Chen said when he saw the scene. It sounds like you and Wang Jieshi have fought each other. Yi Xiu mocked. Ah? Didn't Wei Boss fight this guy? Bazi looked at Wei Chen with a simple face, and the others did the same. Of course, I have communicated with him privately. The sky fell, and Wei Chen's mouth was standing up. Private communication is air, Lao Wei, you retired in the 2nd season, and he debuted in the 3rd season. You are a warlock, and he is a magic scholar. The professions are different. Yi Xiu exposed Wei Chen on the spot. Then you are awesome, okay? Wei Chen rolled his eyes. What's wrong with me bragging? On the field, Cruel Silence, the mouse, had been caught by Wang Bulixing, the old cat. Wu Qi's eyes were rolling. He was thinking whether to use the life-threatening attack. In terms of operation and tactics, Wu Qi was completely defeated by Wang Jieshi in all aspects, and was chased from the 1st floor of the castle to the 2nd floor. I feel that Wu Qi is sweating profusely. Oh, pity him. Du Ming slandered Wu Qi crazily without any psychological burden. What is this, Du Ming? He is afraid that his brother will suffer, and he is also afraid that his brother will drive a Land Rover. Li Hua laughed. Oh, let me go up. Du Ming was about to say that he would definitely turn the situation around if he went up, but he turned around and found that the opponent was Wang Jieshi. The other members of Yanyu didn't even watch the game, staring at Du Ming, wanting to see how he would get around it. If I go up, I can at least knock down more of his health. Du Ming said. There will be a chance then. Chu Yunqiu smiled. Will we play against Tiny Herb? Du Ming obviously didn't understand the competition system clearly. After we beat the winner of Baihua in 301, we will face Tiny Herb directly. Chu Yunqiu patiently explained to Du Ming. Then, we will avenge our defeat in the regular season. Li Hua said. On the court, Cruel Silence's health was close to red blood, while Wang Bulixing still had 70%. Wang Jieshi played very anxiously today. Li Ju noticed something was wrong. After Wang Jieshi changed his playing style, he was actually very restrained. Indeed, Wang Bulixing did not choose to dodge many stabbing attacks that could be avoided, but forced a blood exchange. Although this move is very common in the ring match, Wang Jieshi is the defending general of Tiny Herb, and there is no one behind him, Bei said, because Captain Wang has already seen through the intention of Samsara. Deng Fusheng laughed on the side. Intention? Bei and Li Ju looked at Deng Fusheng. The former vice-captain of Tiny Herb must have a way. Samsara actually wants to consume Captain Wang's physical strength. They are almost sure to win the ring match. If they want to win the whole game, then the key point must be the team match. Deng Fusheng turned into a famous detective at this time. Is the victory already in hand? Doesn't Fusheng have confidence in the magician? Li Ju laughed. It's too difficult for Samsara to defeat 3 with Jozakai in charge. Deng Fusheng laughed. Is it difficult? Although Xingxi was watching the pure flow, there was an exception, and that was Baozi. He couldn't stand it without a commentator, so he watched the commentary flow alone with headphones on. What's so difficult? Qinghua blurted out a sentence when she saw Baozi wearing headphones. They said that one can penetrate 3 reincarnations, but I remember that the boss almost did it, didn't he? Bao Rongxing took off his headphones. Analyze the actual situation, Baozi, Yishio said. Oh! Did you understand? No. Wuqi is going to be sent. As Wang Bulixing's magic ray successfully hit Wuqi's cruel silence, this cat-and-mouse game also came to an end. Glory. This HP is good enough. Jiang Guotao looked at Wang Bulixing's HP, 64%. Oh my god, there is no way to escape. This map is too helpful for the magic scholar. Wuqi was still complaining when he came back. There was a big hole above the castle, which allowed the magic scholar to fly freely. I should have fought him directly. Wuqi took the towel and water bottle handed by Jiang Guotao. You may not be able to knock down that much of his health if you fight directly. Wang Jieshi saw this point, and exchanged blood for blood. Zhou Yichen said. Oh! You understand? No! Wuqi shook his head. What a waste of expression. Zhou Yichen was convinced. Then I go. Jiang Guotao took off his coat, put his account card in his pocket, and walked towards the competition seat with the peripherals. Reincarnation, Jiang Guotao, ID, Wulong, Occupation, Magic Swordsman. In this game, Wang Jieshi still played very fiercely, suppressing Jiang Guotao's Wulong everywhere. Jiang Guotao's style itself is not the radical type, steady and ruthless. Wang Jieshi may be a little too anxious, in fact, he can slow down the rhythm. Li Ju said. On the electronic big screen, Wang Jieshi's hand speed has soared to more than 400, which is a bit cruel for a veteran. Jiang Guotao's hand speed has also been brought up, more than 300 close to 400. Oh, Jiang can't slow down. Zhou Yichen said. Why does Wang Jieshi's style of play look so familiar? Looking at Wang Bulixing, Wuqi felt a strong sense of familiarity. Look at the one next to you. Fang Minghua glanced at Wuqi. Wuqi turned around and found that it was Zhou Yichen. Oh! Wuqi slapped his thigh, and now he really understood. If the opponent is the kind of player who plays a slow rhythm, the most effective way is Ah Chen's style of play, using your hand speed to bring the opponent into your own rhythm. Fang Minghua said. It seems that Wang Jieshi really has the idea of killing 3 enemies with one. Can he do it? If he can't, he will try to do it. Facing the frost wave array that Wulong had chanted, Wang Bulixing did not choose to evade. He only saw him attach ice powder to the broom under him and block his movement with a star ray when he landed. The captain's melee combat is really an art. Gao Yingjia's eyes lit up. This is the melee combat of a mage. I can't stop it. Zhou Yichen shook his head. The ice powder has a 50% chance of freezing Wulong directly. After Wang Bulixing knocked him to the ground with a broom, he immediately began to chant the mage's level 60 range continuous skill. Acid Rain Dry Ice. A dark cloud mixed with acid rain appeared above Wulong. Seeing that the dark cloud was about to form, Jiang Guotao frantically pressed the direction key to make the character move. The chanting of acid rain and dry ice is continuous. If the skill fails to be released, it will only cause weak magic damage to the enemy, but if it is released successfully, it will not only reduce the enemy's physical attack and defense as well as spell attack and defense. Moreover, the damage attribute of acid rain will become ice damage, and the dark cloud will cast lightning to attack the enemy, causing light magic damage. The 2 mixed damages successfully hit Wulong, and the freezing effect ended. Wulong quickly drove away from the skill range of acid rain and dry ice. Wang Bulixing finished chanting, and a magic line was shot out, which was refracted by the wall and hit Wulong. Wulong turned back and took advantage of the gap when Wang Bulixing took off to swing an ice wave sword. Although he failed to hit Wang Bulixing, the ice debris on the road successfully slowed down Wang Bulixing. Now! Jiang Buitao saw the opportunity and controlled Wulong to draw out the wave force, and then 5 magic wave sword chi blasted towards the flying Wang Bulixing. The magic swordsman's level 75 ultimate move. Nebula Wave Sword. At this time, the magic wave will be displayed in an irregular way, and the player can control the direction of the wave by holding down the skill key. Although Wang Bulixing dodged the first 2 waves of sword energy, he was still hit by a sword energy on the shoulder due to the slowing effect of Bing Chuang, causing non-attribute magic damage and being knocked back a distance. This made Wang Bulixing, who was already unstable in the air, even worse. Wang Jieshi had to find a way to stabilize the character first, otherwise once he fell to the ground, the advantage he had created before would be gone. Wulong took advantage of the victory, and attacked Wang Bulixing with a flash of sword energy. This was not the skill with the highest single target damage of the magic swordsman, but it was the skill with the fastest attack speed of the magic swordsman. Jiang Buitao's intention was to hit Wang Bulixing's left shoulder, because the sword energy just hit his left shoulder, which also caused Wang Bulixing's overall center of gravity to fall to the left. At this time, he only needed to hit the opponent's left shoulder again, which would likely cause the opponent to crash directly. Jiang Buitao's mind is still so meticulous. All the members of Samsara are treasures. Yishio smiled. It is not easy to get an advantage from Wang Jieshi. Jiang Buitao's operation level is definitely not as strong as Wang Jieshi's, but he has a good brain. The next second, Wang Jieshi moved sideways slightly, allowing the lightning wave sword to hit his right shoulder, and Wang Bulixing stabilized by inertia. You are worthy of being the captain. Seeing this scene, Subin raised his right hand, as if victory was within reach. Wang Jieshi's micro-operation perfectly resolved Jiang Buitao's offensive. Li Ju said. Seeing Wang Bulixing stabilized, Jiang Buitao expressed helplessness. He could only accept it even if he could adjust it. The consequence of accepting it was that Wulong was chased and beaten by Wang Bulixing. The previous wave was the best opportunity for Jiang Buitao to counterattack, and he also seized it. But Wang Jieshi successfully resolved it with his own micro-operation. This is a reaction engraved in his bones. As Wang Bulixing successfully knocked down Wulong with a gravity acceleration shot, the lightning lock linked the acid rain flask, and Wulong was successfully submerged in it. Glory! Let us congratulate Wang Jieshi for his success in a 1-on-2 victory. Wei Chao tied the score at home 4-4, but it is too difficult for Wang Bulixing to defeat Yiqiang Chuanyun with full health and full mana, said the cup. Although Wulong was out, he consumed 48% of Wang Bulixing's health. Now he only has 16% left. In addition to his health, Wang Bulixing's mana is only 15%. In this state, he is still facing Zhou Zikai, the top player in the league and the title of Gun King. Wang Jieshi, you deserve respect. Jiang Buitao said this when he came back. Wang Jieshi has seen through the intention of Samsara, but he did not give up. He fought to the end with all his strength. This is the charm of the magician. I'm on. Come on, Captain! Captain is invincible. Reincarnation, Zhou Zikai, ID, Yiqiang Chuanyun, Gun King Occupation, Sharpshooter. 5-4, this score is completely acceptable to Vici Gaming. Fan Rui said. It's exactly the same as your pre-match prediction. Qingguo elbowed Yishio. Before the game started, Yishio made a prediction about the ring match. Although there was one person who didn't get it right, that was Vici Gaming's Lu Fei. He thought Wang Jieshi would still play Liang Fang. Except for this, almost all the others were right. These are the 2 strongest ring match teams in the league. Yishio smiled. This season, Reincarnation's ring match win rate ranked first, Vici Gaming's ring match win rate ranked second, and of the few ring matches that Vici Gaming lost, 2 were contributed by Reincarnation. The ring match is about to end. At this point, almost everyone understood that the first round of the ring match between Reincarnation and Vici Gaming was about to end. Chapter 566. 99%, 100%. Yiqiang Chuanyun, Gun King, loading completed. Map, Silent Village, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The final match of the ring match was about to start. Wang Bulixing, who had insufficient health and mana, decisively launched an attack. Zhou Zikai's Yiqiang Chuanyun was no exception, and attacking was also his main theme. Captain. Even though he was not in good condition, he still flew forward bravely. This is Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. The home court of Vici Gaming shouted Wang Jieshi's name. However, the ending was already determined. Bang bang bang, glory. Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai for winning the last match of the ring match. Samsara is temporarily leading Vici Gaming by 1 point, with a score of 5-4. The results of the match were announced after the cup match. With a difference of 1 point, Vici Gaming still has a chance. Deng Fusheng said. Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. Even though Wang Jieshi lost the last game, no Wei Chao fan would blame their Wang. Captain. When Wang Jieshi returned to the player seat, the players and fans in the stands gave him warm applause. Well, we still have a chance in the team competition. Wang Jieshi took the water bottle and towel handed by Su Bin. Then should we still choose to play that map? Su Bin asked. Well, this map has a wide area and few obstacles. It is the most suitable map for us. We have been practicing, but not playing much this season just to save it for today. Wang Jieshi said. This map, Samsara is not weak. Lu Shubia suddenly felt a headache. That's why, if we can win, then our momentum will completely overwhelm them in the future. Wang Jieshi clenched his fist and said. Although Samsara has not lost a single game, their hearts are actually very tense. If they lose a game, the string in their hearts will easily break. Then, Tiny Herb can take advantage of the victory and take down Samsara in one fell swoop. What map do you think Tiny Herb will choose? Joey Chen asked. War Grassland, Void Ruins, Sky Arena are all possible. Jiang Buotao thought for a while and said. Anyway, it won't be the ruins of our ancient Roman arena. Zhang Jiala said. Why think so much? Just deal with it when the enemy comes. Fang Minghua said. Oh, Fang's mother is so educated. What diploma? Joey Chen said. If you don't want to die, shut up. Fang Minghua glared at Joey Chen. Seeing this, Joey Chen made a gesture to seal his mouth. After the halftime break, the rosters of the two teams' matches were also announced on the electronic screen above the stage, including the map of the first team match of the playoffs. Samsara, Zhou Zikai, ID, Ichiang Chuanyun, Gun King Occupation, Sharpshooter. Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, War God Occupation, Battle Mage. Jiang Buotao, ID, Wulong Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liaowan Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Fang Minghua, ID, Shioga Ziruo Occupation, Priest. The sixth man, LV Buiyuan, ID, Yunshan Luan Occupation, Judoka. Wei Chao, Wang Jieshi, Magician, ID, Wang Buliexing Occupation, Magic Scholar. Su Bin, ID, Dua Occupation, Knight. Gaoingjie, ID, Mu In Occupation, Mage Scholar. Lu Shubia, ID, Flying Sword Occupation, Swordsman. Yuan Baiqing, ID, Cordyceps Occupation, Priest. The sixth person, Liang Fang, ID, Zhu Li Occupation, Mad Swordsman. Map, War Grassland. Wei Chao actually chose War Grassland. This was a little surprising to Li Ju. There is no doubt that Wei Chao's War Grassland is very strong, but Samsara's War Grassland is not weak. At the beginning, the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum and the War Grassland were called the king maps of Samsara, but Samsara chose the former too many times than the latter. Therefore, in the eyes of the public, the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum is Samsara's own son. After all, Samsara chose it many times as the decisive map. As for the War Grassland, they are not familiar with it. But this does not mean that Samsara has forgotten how to play in the War Grassland. Tactics are engraved in the bones. It is not so easy for Wei Chao to break through them in this regard. It's really the War Grassland. Wu Qi was a little surprised. The sixth player of this game, Samsara, chose Lu Buiyuan because they were worried that Tiny Herb would choose a map with a wide field of view and no obstructions. Then go all out, everyone. Zhou Yichen raised his hands. Come on, 1, 2, 3 Samsara, we must win. Everyone put their hands together and then dispersed. Let's go. Since our goal is to win the championship, Samsara is a difficult hurdle we must overcome. Wang Jieshi gave a passionate speech. Tiny Herb, we must win. I didn't expect Captain Wang to choose this map. It's a bit unexpected. Jiang Buotao said with a smile. The rest of Samsara looked at Jiang Buotao. They didn't expect that the deputy captain with thick eyebrows and big eyes was also a black-bellied man. What a surprise! We are the real king of the grassland, Wang Jieshi said domineeringly. Oh, then I'm afraid the dynasty will change today. Zhou Yichen smiled and shook hands with Wang Jieshi. The two sides have already started to have a gunpowder smell. Since losing to Vici Gaming in the second round of the regular season of the 7th season, Samsara has now defeated Vici Gaming 9 times. It would be a lie to say that Vici Gaming has no complaints. Now Samsara has become the inner demon of Vici Gaming. After all, even their old enemy Blue Rain has won and lost against each other in recent years. Although they lost to Blue Rain in the finals of the 6th season, they avenged Blue Rain in the semi-finals of the 7th season. This season, they also won 1 and lost 2 games in the regular season. And what about Samsara? Since Zhang Jiala joined them in the 9th season, Samsara has not lost. In the 9th season, Zhang Jiala chose Samsara instead of Baiwa. Although it caused an uproar at the time, it was not so exaggerated. The people who scolded were generally Baiwa fans. They didn't understand why their meritorious captain would return to another team. Fans of other teams thought that Zhang Jiala had retired for a year, and did not have the strength he had before, but reality gave them a hard slap in the face. Zhang Jiala's comeback after retirement seemed to be a new year. The young group Samsara completely ignited Zhang Jiala's dormant heart at that moment, and made it hot again. Zhang Jiala was very grateful to Baiwa, because it was Baiwa that gave him the opportunity to step onto the stage of the Glory Professional League, but he did not owe Baiwa anything. Of course, he was also very grateful to the current Samsara. He felt a different atmosphere in Samsara than before Baiwa. When he was in Baiwa, everyone regarded him as a high-ranking captain. There was a clear gap between him and the players. This was normal, but for Zhang Jiala, he did not like it. After Sun Jiping retired due to a hand injury, Zhang Jiala hadn't talked to anyone for a long time. After coming to Samsara, he found that the atmosphere in Samsara was unusually relaxed. It was common for the players to tease each other. They didn't regard Zhang Jiala as a Glory senior. Zhou Yichen even called Zhang Jiala a Glory rookie. This kind of atmosphere is what Zhang Jiala likes. Because of this, Zhang Jiala played better and better, and his playing style was not as tough as before, but more and more oily. What is Zhang thinking about? Zhou Yichen poked Zhang Jiala. The last time I remembered this venue so clearly was in the 5th season. Zhang Jiala said. Hey, when people get old, they like to recall the past, but they all recall the good times. Why do you recall the pain, are you? Zhou Yichen said, as he moved away from Zhang Jiala. What are you usually looking at? No, I have to tell Chiyunqiu and tell on you. Zhang Jiala scolded. TSK, will it work to tell her that I'm the boss at home? Zhou Yichen pointed at himself with his thumb. Well, I've written this down. Fang Minghua said. Interesting. Zhou Zikai watched with great interest. Okay, all the masters, if we don't go in, we'd be mocked for being a big shot. Jiang Buta waved his hand. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen, God of War loaded. Yi Chong Chuan Yun, Gun King loaded. Wang Bu Lu Xing loaded. Bai Hua Liao Luan loaded. Xiao Guzi Ruo loaded. Map, War Grassland loaded. What do you think of this map, Fu Sheng? When the interface was loaded, Li Ju also asked Ding Fu Sheng about his opinion on this map. Well, how should I put it? Tiny Herb's tactics on this map are definitely mature. After all, this is the map that Tiny Herb chooses the most. We used to fight guerrilla warfare, but now with the formation of the double mage scholars, this map has become our strong attack map. Ding Fusheng was very generous, and did not hide anything. Tiny Herb fans in the audience were ashamed. If you are not brothers, don't say it. As for Samsara, this is also the reason why they are so strong in this map. Samsara is too offensive. Their frontal pressure on the opponent is greater than the sky. Ding Fusheng sighed. Thinking of the scene when he faced Zhou Yichen in the 8th season playoffs, he really had the will but not the strength at that time. The young man was too fierce. Okay, both sides are ready. Let's enter the first team game of the 10th season playoffs of the Honor Professional League. The Cup headset received the news from the headquarters. 3, 2, 1, fight! The game officially started, and both sides rushed from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. The speed was definitely faster on the Weichao side. After all, the 2 magic scholars did not need to take detours in the air, and could take shortcuts directly. Weichao did not let the 2 magic scholars harass Samsara. Li Ju was a little surprised. You know, the opening of this map of Weichao was almost fixed. The 2 magic scholars harassed the opponent, and the remaining 3 quickly rushed to the grassland at the bottom to seize the center point. Because there is a gap in the middle, if you fall down, you will be smashed into a pulp. Other teams, Weichao, may still flirt with you, but Samsara, that will really kill you, Bebe said with a smile. Samsara has always avenged grudges on the spot. If you dare to harass me, I will gather the strength of the whole team to kill you. Weichao should reach the grassland before us. Zhou Yichen looked at the speed of all the members of Weichao on the 2nd floor, and they were much faster than them. Then let's give up the center point, and we will push from the outside to the inside. Jiang Buitao immediately changed his mind. Push from the outside to the inside? Zhang Jiala thought about it, and it was a bit difficult. You can grab it. Zhou Zikai spoke at this time. Then grab it. Zhou Yichen also thought he could give it a try. Okay, then grab it. Jiang Buitao thought about it, and decided to follow the Captain Zhou Zikai's opinion. Then kill them! Zhang Jiala accelerated and rushed forward with Baiwa Liaowan, and the same happened with Yiqiang Chuanyun on the other side. Several people were old hands. At the moment, the command was determined. The firepower supporters on both sides rushed to the front of the team. Yu Xingchen was in the middle, Xiaga Ziruo and Wulong hugged together, and the reincarnation became a 2-1-2 formation. Samsara didn't slow down. Is it trying to grab the rhythm with Tiny Herb? But judging from the speed of both sides, Tiny Herb is faster than Samsara. Li Ju said. Can Samsara grab the rhythm by force? Qin Guo, who has watched so many games and participated in a team review every time, has also acquired a certain knowledge of Glory's skills and tactics. This map was also played by Happy. It is a very obvious strong attack map. Yes. Yishio nodded. Although Samsara's marching speed is not as fast as Tiny Herb, they have enough firepower. When the two sides meet, if Su Bin's Duhua doesn't get to the front in the first time, Tiny Herb will be suppressed by Samsara's firepower and squeeze back. When everyone saw this, they realized that the ones rushing to the front of Tiny Herb were Wang Biuxing and Mu In, and Duhua was still shoulder to shoulder with Yuan Baiqing's cordyceps. Quick attack! Wang Jieshi commanded in the team voice. He had already seen Yiqiang Chuanyun and Baiwa Liaowan in his field of vision. They want to squeeze us back. Although Gaoling Jia was a little stupid, his thinking was still very clear. Then give them back what they have given you. Lu Shibya said. Magic bullet. Wang Biuxing and Mu In attacked at the same time. Two magic bullets flew in an arc-shaped trajectory towards Baiwa Liaowan. Wang Jieshi and Gaoling Jia did not choose to attack separately because the two opponents were not fools. It would be better to attack one person at the same time and hold one side of the reincarnation first. Lava flask. Unfortunately, it was blown up by Yiqiang Chuanyun the moment Mu In attacked. Fortunately, Gaoling Jia reacted quickly and evacuated in time, otherwise Mu In would be splashed by his own lava flask. Mu In's evacuation gave Baiwa Liaowan the opportunity to move forward. Impact grenades. Two grenades were thrown at Wang Biuxing, who waved his broom to follow the wind and tried to knock them away, but Zhou Zikai's move was too fast. Boom! In the first round of the fight between Samsara and Tiny Herb, Samsara gained the upper hand. Zhou Zikai and Zhang Jiala's cooperation is too skillful, Li Ju said. Airburst, so cool. The commentary of the cup was full of passion. At this time, Duhua also rushed to the front of the team, and he had to bear the injury. But before Duhua could make a move, a sticky candy had already entangled him. Chapter 567. Hello. Zhou Yichen greeted Su Bin in the public channel, and then immediately entangled with Su Bin's Duhua. Compared to other people who were annoyed with Su Bin, Zhou Yichen seemed to be a maverick, which made Su Bin a little annoyed with Zhou Yichen. His counterattacks were almost useless to Zhou Yichen, but Zhou Yichen could always get the upper hand from him. Every time he fought with Tiny Herb, Zhou Yichen liked to use Su Bin's Duhua Daidu Will. Sometimes Samsara even wanted to try how 3 shooters would face Tiny Herb, but was rejected by Zhou Yichen. He said that as long as Su Bin was there, Yu Xingchen was definitely the best choice. Gun Yin Xingchen, no buddy. Captain Yu Xingchen rushed up again. Su Bin was a little helpless. Since he likes to find you, let's focus on him first. Wang Jieshi commanded, hit the snake at its weakest point, hit Zhou Yichen first when fighting Samsara. This sentence is definitely correct. Taunt. Wang Jieshi saw Yu Xingchen rushing over, and quickly commanded in the teen voice channel. Received. Su Bin dodged Yu Xingchen's continuous attack, and made a contemptuous gesture to him. Provocation. Duhua's single taunt successfully taunted Yu Xingchen in the front. Wei Chao wanted to focus fire, but was instantly suppressed by the firepower on both sides. Wei Cao's decision to focus fire on Yu Xingchen is fine, but they have to break through the firepower line of Yiqiang Chuanyun and Baiwa Liaowan. Li Ju shouted. Yes, but as of now, neither the two magic scholars in the air nor the flying swords on the ground can limit the output of these two people. Bei added. Bang bang bang. Yiqiang Chuanyun directly set up a Gatling machine gun on the side, and no one could limit him at all. Seeing this, Wang Jieshi had no choice but to throw out the lava flask to interrupt Yiqiang Chuanyun's output, and then the magic bullet was launched, and the target was still Yu Xingchen at the front of the team. In Wang Jieshi's view, as long as Yu Xingchen, the attacker and defender in the front of Samsara, was solved, then the two wings of Samsara would basically exist in name only. But this is back to the old problem. Everyone knows that to fight Samsara, you have to fight Yu Xingchen. Every team also targeted this, but in the end they found the truth. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. In addition to the psychological effect of the strong map, Wei Chao chose the war grassland because Wang Jieshi still wanted to fight Samsara in the first round. Yi Xiu explained. How strong Samsara is in a team competition can't be felt by watching the video analysis, only by personal experience. But as a professional player, the goal is definitely the Glory Championship. Since you have chosen to embark on this road, you can't avoid the big boss Samsara. Especially in this season, with the addition of a double elimination system, if you want to win the championship, you must fight Samsara. Wei Chao didn't have much burden, because they were in the winners group. Even if they lost in the BO3 against Samsara, their season would not end, but they would just drop to the losers group. But if we haven't played this map before, then the next time we play Samsara, Wei Chao won't have any advantage, right? Chen Guo asked. Meet Samsara again in the next round? Then we'd be eliminated too. Wei Chen waved his hand. If the winners group wants to play again, unless Samsara loses to the winner of Tyranny and Blue Rain in the second round, the next meeting will be the finals. Just when everyone in Happy was discussing whether Samsara and Tiny Herb could meet again, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Mu In suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Yu Xingchen, spinning his broom continuously as he went straight down. Gao Yingjie frantically pressed the skill key to speed up the skill rotation. The 70-level ultimate move of the Mage Scholar. Broom Whirlwind. What, is Gao Yingjie crazy? He started like this. Li Ju was a little shocked. He had never seen a Mage Scholar start with a Broom Whirlwind. Gao Yingjie's move was obviously beyond Samsara's expectations. The powerful shock wave blew up a whirlwind along with the wind, and Yu Xingchen, who was at the front, was blown away directly. But Mu In himself was also in a state of confusion. No matter how he controlled the direction keys, it was useless. He could only let the Mage Scholar fall freely. Now attack! Wang Jieshi's eyes lit up, and he launched a general attack. This was the most vulnerable time for Samsara, because Yu Xingchen, the main gate of their frontal attack and defense, was gone. Wang Bulixing attacked from top to bottom, the camera locked on Xia Ziruo, and the flying sword came out from the side, and Wei Chao changed the target of the fire. Dua started to charge, trying to use brute force to break through the defenses of Iqian Chuanyun and Xia Ziruo. Retract the formation, Jiang Buitao said slowly in the team voice channel. Although Gao Yingjie was a little surprised, Jiang Buitao did not panic and commanded the whole army to shrink the formation in an orderly manner. Reincarnation's response was very good. Beiping explained. This is the foundation of a strong team. It will not affect its deployment because of a sudden attack. Li Ju said. Yeah. Deng Fuxing responded beside him. Captain can't squeeze in. Lu Shubia said anxiously. Wang Bulixing in the air was already looking for trouble with Xia Ziruo, but there was a Wulong next to him, who used various wave swords to trouble Wang Bulixing's attack. The flying sword and Duhua on the ground were completely blocked by Iqian Chuanyun and by Hua Liaowan. Dongkong Xiakeo in the back didn't dare to move forward. First, Mu In had crashed, and he needed to escort him. Second, he was afraid that the opponent would change homes. The priest exchanged 1-for-1, which would definitely be a loss for Wei Chao. Because Wei Chao's overall continuous output is definitely not as strong as Luanhui. Once the healers of both sides are out, it will be a situation that Luanhui is happy to see, not to mention that their sixth person is good at continuous combat judo. Wei Cao's attack was completely curbed. Iqian Chuanyun was fighting against Fideojin alone, and Lu Shubia's hand speed couldn't keep up. The mouth of the cup moved quickly. Deng Fuxing on the side had shut up. He was thinking about how Wei Chao could break the situation. Lu Shubia can't beat Zhou Zikai in a one-on-one duel. Fang Rui was a little surprised. Although he knew there was a gap between the two sides, he didn't expect it to be so big. Because of Zhou Zikai's three-gun physical technique, Lu Shubia obviously couldn't cope with it. He wanted to speed up his hand speed, but Zhou Zikai didn't give him the chance at all. Yi Xiu explained. Look at the distance control, one shot through the clouds, one retreat and one advance, the distance is far, the gun is used to make up, the distance is close, the fists and feet are used, and the flying knife and sword can't hit, and can't retreat. Wei Chen shook his head and sighed. Too powerful. Xiao Yifen's eyes were already wide open. Dua finally got rid of the 100 flowers dazzling, but he didn't know that Zhang Jiala did it on purpose. Because when Su Bin turned around, he met someone he didn't want to meet in his life. Yu Xingchen, Mu In on the other side recovered and was about to stand up to meet the enemy, but Baiwa Liaowan threw a grenade at him. Boom! Random thunder. Split the formation. Jian Buitao commanded. Baiwa Liaowan's random thunder was not intended to kill Mu In and cordyceps, but to split the formation of Wei Chao. From the holographic projection, Wei Cao's formation was divided into 3 parts. Wang Bulixing was in the deepest place. Xia Zero in front of him was within easy reach, but there was a security guard Wulong next to him. Fideogen and Duhua in the middle were restricted to death by Yiqian Chuanyun and Yu Xingchen. They couldn't kill him even if they wanted to, and couldn't get away even if they wanted to. Mu In and cordyceps at the back were also blocked by Baiwa Liaowan alone. No matter how you look at it, Wei Chao is in a situation of complete defeat. Samsara's command is so beautiful. Seeing this step, even Wei Chen had to admire the exquisiteness of Samsara's command. Take advantage of Tiny Herb's impatience to attack, deliberately poke a hole to let Tiny Herb in, and then seal the hole when Yu Xingchen is ready, so that Tiny Herb will be surrounded by Samsara. Qingque became more and more excited as she spoke. She was finally not a glory rookie. Not bad, Gugue, you have made great progress. Su Mucheng gave her a thumbs up. Right, Mucheng, I am still very strong. Qingque said proudly. Well, but even the boss lady can see Samsara's intention. How can Wang Jieshi not see it? Fang Rui looked at Yishio in confusion. What do you mean? Qingque stared at Fang Rui intently. Because I am anxious. Yishio smiled. Tiny Herb was in a hurry. It was clear from Gao Yingjia's team fight that they were eager to gain an offensive advantage. Because both Wang Jieshi and the rest of Tiny Herb knew that once the rhythm of the attack fell into the hands of Samsara, they would be slowly eaten away step by step. No matter how Wang Jieshi encouraged his players to be confident before the game, they knew in their hearts that their offense could not beat Samsara. Whether in terms of lineup or overall player strength, Tiny Herb was slightly inferior to Samsara. If Tiny Herb wants to turn the tables, Wang Jieshi must step up and solve the problem of Xiaodezirua. Li Ju said. It's difficult, but I believe he can do it. Yes, Ding Fushan clenched his fists and said that he was 100% sure of Wang Jieshi's strength. It's too difficult. You know, the other side has 2 all-star level characters. Bei said. Even though Wang Jieshi was named Magician, he hadn't unblocked it for a long time. Now that the ban is lifted, whether or not we can win is another matter. As for the help to the team, the previous Magician has proved that it is useless. If the team cannot keep up, the Magician's playstyle may even have side effects. It's too difficult. Tiny Herb is in trouble. Chu Yunqiu shook her head. If she were Wang Jieshi at this time, she would choose to turn back and free the back row. At this time, Xiaodezirua can no longer be killed. The best choice is to turn back and free Mu In and Dongkong Xikeo. The 2 of them are now completely suppressed by Baiwa Liaowan's firepower. Yinyu's deputy captain Li Hua analyzed. Happy also thought that Wang Jieshi's best choice now was to turn back, but Yishio smiled and shook his head. Others will, but Wang Jieshi won't. The next second, Wang Jieshi spun around to dodge Wulong's broken wind wave sword, and at the same time, he used his broom to slap Wulong away and scattered the powder toward Xiaodezirua. What? Wang Jieshi wants to force it. Li Ju's voice was a little hoarse. The reason why a magician is because he is unique and has different ideas from ordinary people. Wang Jieshi thought very clearly, what's the point of going back now? Will Samsara not attack after going back? It's better to take advantage of the treatment of Samsara now, and fight to turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Killing Xiaodezirua can create the future of Tiny Herb. The magician wants to kill by force, and Samsara also wants to kill by force. After a shot through the clouds, and a knee strike on the floating flying sword, he immediately turned around and shoveled down Su Bin's Duhua, and Yu Xingchen Tianji hit him and flew away. The 2 people in front of Tiny Herb were suspended in the air, but Samsara did not choose to attack. Their target was cordyceps. Bai Qing, be careful, they are going to focus on you. Lu Shubia shouted. I know. Yuan Bai Qing certainly knew that Samsara was going to focus on him. After all, these 2 people were not acting and rushed straight towards him. Samsara wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing that Wang Bulixing was determined, Samsara did not choose to forcibly save Xiaodezirua. In their view, choosing to support would put them in an absolutely passive state, and Samsara has never been a team that likes to be passive. They like to be proactive. So the moment they saw Wang Jieshi's intention, Zhou Yichen suggested to kill cordyceps. Zhou Yichen did not make this suggestion clear in the team voice, but just a simple sentence: kill the priest. With these 4 words, Samsara knew Zhou Yichen's idea completely. This is a tacit understanding that has existed for many years. They do not need too much communication to achieve consistent behavior. By forcing the priest to change, Samsara threw the problem to Wei Chao, and attacked Wei to save Zhao. Wang Jieshi, will you save him or not? If you save him, Cordyceps sinensis may not survive, but if you don't save him, Cordyceps sinensis will definitely die, and even Muin will have to pay for it. Kill Shiodazirua by force. Wang Jieshi's eyes revealed determination. Fideojin and Duhua had already succeeded in their bodies, and the two of them were thinking about going back to save Cordyceps sinensis at the first time. After hearing Wang Jieshi's order, the two ran toward Shiodazirua without hesitation. Fang Minghua was not stupid either. He controlled Shiodazirua to directly open the angel wings to stay in the air, and it was clear that you can kill me if you have the guts. On the other side, Cordyceps sinensis also wanted to imitate Fang Minghua's Shiodazirua, but before it could take off, it was blown to the ground by the explosive granada by Waliao. It was a miserable word. Both sides are racing to see who can kill the other side's healer first. Wu Lang wants to run away, but he seems to be discovered by the flying knife sword. Wu Lang's direction of escape is the second floor area. Lu Shibia hesitated. The cup noticed it. Don't worry about him, kill the healer, Wang Jieshi commanded. He was not blind. Of course he noticed that Wu Lang escaped, but the most important goal now was to kill Shiodazirua. Yes, Captain. Lu Shibia turned around and operated the flying knife sword to release sword energy to attack Shiodazirua. Is Wu Lang going to change people in this direction? Li Ju was a little confused. There is a replacement area on the second floor of the war grassland, but is it in time? Is it in time? The people of Xingxin, who were concentrating on watching the game, looked at Yishio in unison. If I could calculate these, would I still be sitting here? Yishio was speechless. I can. Chapter 568. I can. Just as everyone in Happy nodded in agreement, Luo Ji in the corner said these two words. Zunda fake do? Of course, according to Wu Lang's basic speed. Luo Ji adjusted his glasses and began to calculate the distance between Wu Lang's speed and the substitution area, including the time it would take for the Wei Chao players to deal with Shiodazirua. In summary, Samsara can successfully make substitutions. Luo Ji nodded to indicate that he had finished speaking. At this time, the only sound of fighting on the big screen could be heard in the Happy training match, and everyone fell into deep thought. What did they hear just now? Are they still playing the same glory? Shiodazirua's health is only 15%, but Wu Lang has entered the substitution area and replaced Lu Buiyuan's Yunshan Luan. The cup explained in real time. Although Shiodazirua was beaten by the three Wei Chao players, he could at least resist. He threw the sacred fire under his feet to prevent Duhua and Fideojin from getting close. On the other side, Yuan Baiqing's Cordyceps was obviously not as experienced as Fang Minghua. He tried to limit Yu Xingchen with Holy Fire, but was swept down by the opponent's Tyrant Crusher. Muin was also beaten with him. The firepower output of one gun through the clouds and 100 flowers dazzling made it impossible for Gao Yingjie to take off. Originally, he planned to use Dark Knight Flying Shadow to control the group while using its recoil to get out of trouble, but before he could make a move, 100 flowers dazzling stun bullet hit him. Cordyceps's health was almost at the bottom, but Shiodazirua on the other side took advantage of the gap when Wang Bulixing turned back and gave himself a holy word healing, and his health was raised in an instant. Li Ju explained. The difference between the priests is fully reflected at this moment. Fang Rui said this very bluntly. Compared to the priest, Yuan Baiqing's guardian angel proficiency will be a little higher. The hearts of the fans of Wei Chao at the scene were broken, because not only was Dongkong Xiaokeo's health at the bottom, but even Mu En was on the verge of red blood. Look at the offensive means and methods of Samsara. They are not attacking blindly, but have a clear target. Yishio suddenly said at this time. Why can Shiodazirua find a chance to heal himself, but Dongkong Xiaokeo can't do it? First, experience. Fang Minghua, as a veteran, has dealt with this kind of scene many times. Samsara often played like this before. Although Yuan Baiqing has encountered it, he has never encountered such a strong one. Samsara's core trident was aimed at him throughout the whole process. What a painful realization. The second is pressure. Although the three players of Tiny Herb were attacking, the attack frequency of Flying Sword and Duhua was obviously not on the same channel as Wang Bulixing, which allowed Fang Minghua to find a gap. However, Yuan Baiqing could not find a chance to release the priest's instant healing, because Yu Xingchen was sticking to him all the time. Each Yang Chuan Yun supplemented the output from the side, and Bai Waliao one would shoot him twice in the gap between bombing Muin. From this point of view, Dongkong Xiaokeo will be the first character to be eliminated in this game. This situation is not good for Tiny Herb. When Li Ju finished speaking, he glanced at Ding Fuxing on the side, and found that he was already in a dilemma. Ding Fuxing felt that Tiny Herb's attack was like a soft fist to Samsara, which could be easily blocked. But Samsara's attack was like a lion fighting a rabbit to Tiny Herb, and it was a one-hit kill, and Tiny Herb could not bear it at all. Goodbye. As Yu Xingqian's continuous thrusts pierced through the heart of Cordyceps sinensis, the first character to be eliminated in this team match appeared. Yu Xingqian killed Cordyceps sinensis. Cordyceps sinensis, out. As Cordyceps sinensis went, Mu In also went with him. Cordyceps sinensis disappeared in the map. Yu Xingqian turned around and stabbed Mu In with his gun. A shot through the clouds, and a step shot stepped on Mu In's shoulder, suppressing his momentum to take off. No matter what fight, Gaoingjie didn't realize that he was sweating profusely at this time. Shadow Cloak, seeing this, the three people of Samsara did not move forward rashly, but turned around and ran towards Xiaodaziruo. Is this letting Mu In go? Ding Fuxing was a little confused. What kind of operation is Samsara doing? Beep beep, boom! It's a time grenade, Li Ju shouted. It turned out that in the gap between the shots, Bai Hua Liao took the opportunity to get close to Mu In and put the time grenade on Mu In's back. Mu In, whose health was at the bottom, could not escape the fate of being annihilated by the explosion. Bai Hua Liao killed Mu In, out. In a moment, Wei Chao lost 2 people in an instant. The most important thing was that Luan Hui got 2 kills, and their points reached 7 points at this time. Hurry up and solve it! Wang Jieshi, who was always calm, was obviously a little anxious at this time. If Xiaodaziruo died, Wei Chao would be uncomfortable. If Xiaodaziruo didn't die, Wei Chao would be even more uncomfortable. Got it! Lu Shibia didn't save his skills. Jian Ding Tianxia followed by Blade Storm, and the fast multi-stage stab directly took away Fang Minghua's Xiaodaziruo. Fado's sword killed Xiaodaziruo, out. What a loss. Ding Fuxing felt that he had lost a lot when he saw Xiaodaziruo being eliminated. Samsara took away Dongkong Xiakeo and Mun, and the loss was only the ultimate skill of Bai Hua Liao, Chaos Thunder. Yu Xingqian didn't even use Halong Pijun, and even killed Dongkong Xiakeo. On the other hand, their Wei Chao, Fai Daojin used Blade Storm, and Du Hui used the middle-level Heroic Leap. From any perspective, Wei Chao was at a loss compared to Samsara. Yun Shanluan came to the front battlefield, and Wei Chao was surrounded by Samsara at this position. Baizi realized that with the arrival of LV Buiyuan and Yun Shanluan, Wang Bulixing, Fai Daojin and Du Hui were directly surrounded by the 4 people of Samsara. Breakout? Wang Jieshi took off and threw a dispersing powder at Yu Xingqian and the other 2. Yu Xingqian accelerated to avoid the dispersing powder and shot at Fai Daojin, who was closest to him. Fai Daojin hurriedly parried, and the lightsaber and the war spear intersected, producing a harsh metallic sound. Clang! No, this attack speed this damage. Lu Shibia felt something was wrong. Everyone was stunned when they saw the combo number popping up on the electronic screen. Damn, is it already the 5th level fighter's will? Didn't he get knocked away by Muin's broom whirlwind just now? Logically, the combo should have been broken, right? Nonsense, it must have been broken. If it hadn't been broken, I'm afraid he would have already opened the 7th level fighter's will. Although everyone had expected how fast Zhou Yichen's combo would be, they still didn't expect it to be so fast. 5th level fighters will increase attack speed by 3%, movement speed by 10%, and 110 points of strength. Boom! Yu Xingqian stabbed the flying knife sword's arm with a gun, and then a powerful magic fighting spirit was poured into it, and the flying knife sword flew backwards instantly. Halong Bajuan, Yu Xingqian accelerated to catch up, and at the moment when the flying knife landed, he turned around and stabbed him in the chest. Angry Dragon pierced the heart. Lao Lu, cover me. Zhou Yichen shouted in the team voice channel. I'm here, I'm always here. Yun Shanluan came to the side of Yu Xingqian. Halong Bajuan, Angry Dragon pierced the heart, and next is Fulong Xiangtian. Taking advantage of the gap when the flying knife flew backwards, Yu Xingqian accumulated power on the spot, and blue magic fighting spirit surged out from the tip of the spear. As Zhou Yichen slid the mouse with his right hand, Yu Xingqian's war spear moved with it, and a blue-white dragon soared into the air and stood on the grassland. The next second, the white dragon opened its claws and grabbed the flying knife in the air. At this time, Wang Bulixing and Du Hui wanted to interrupt Yu Xingqian too late, because there was a judo standing next to him, and it was clear that I would throw anyone who came over. Wang Bulixing was also unable to chant Acid Rain and Dry Eyes, because Yi Qian Chuanyun had already targeted him. Liang Feng, the sixth player of Wei Chao, had his bamboo slurry blocked by Baihua Liaowan, and Wu Lang was also rushing over here. Wei Chao's formation was too scattered. Bei Bei shook his head and said, Wei Chao, it was in chaos. Can Fu Long Xiang Tian hit it? Lu Shubia was still controlling the flying knife sword to adjust his position. Can he dodge the silver light falling blade? In front of Fu Long Xiang Tian, he seemed too small. Fu Long Xiang Tian hit it all. The flying knife sword took all the damage from Fu Long Xiang Tian, and its health suddenly dropped sharply. This health bar, it's a disco. The Wei Chao fans who were watching the game in the audience were already numb. The flying knife sword, which was in a healthy state just now, was now paralyzed. Now it seems that you don't have to fight Wang Jieshi first to fight Wei Chao, Fang Rui said with his hands spread out. I'm not trying to hit you, but how many of these Samsara characters on the holographic projection can you defeat for sure? Yi Xiu looked at Fang Rui. Fang Rui thought about it, and ruled out the trident first. These three were more ruthless than the other, so only Jiang Buotao and Lu Buiyuan were left. Fang Rui could only say that the probability of winning against these two was relatively high. Sure win. He didn't dare to draw a conclusion. Samsara's trident is now fully formed. They are more experienced than in the 9th season. Look at their cooperation, and then look at Vici Gaming. Wei Chen continued. Why is Samsara's attack so fierce? Everyone who watches Samsara's games will have a question, that is, why are the characters of Samsara obviously more damaging than others? This is because Samsara's damage distribution is methodical. The front is mainly based on Yi Xingchen, supplemented by Yi Chang Chuanyuan and by Hua Liaowan. They don't force damage, but calculate every step carefully. I shoot, you shoot, and refine the damage to the extreme. The overall effect presented is that these three people together, the damage is too high. Bang! Ichiang Chuanyun killed Fideogen, out. Ah! The first person to be stunned was Lu Shubia. I'm dead? This Barrett sniper is too accurate. Li Ju wanted to swear, but his brain occupied the commanding heights and found that this was a competition, a formal occasion, and the TV station was still broadcasting. If he swore, he would have to swear for the rest of his life. Fideogen was taken away by Ichiang Chuanyun's ultimate move Barrett sniper before it landed. Samsara's fire transfer came so quickly that the person who restricted Wang Bulixing changed from Ichiang Chuanyun to Wulong who came. The speed of switching targets was too fast. Except for Wang Bulixing, the rest of the players in Tiny Herb could not keep up with the pace of Samsara. Bei Bei commented. With the elimination of Fei Daojian, Tiny Herb only had 3 people still fighting, and they did not bring up Priest. No matter how you look at it, it was a catastrophic situation for Tiny Herb. This was indeed the case. As Su Bin, who was Duhua, was thrown away by Yun Chanluan's aerial slam dunk, Samsara switched targets again and successfully killed him. And Wang Bulixing also killed Wulong, who had little health but tried his best to stop him. Yu Xingchen killed Duhua, and Wang Bulixing killed Wulong. Duhua, out. Wulong, out. The vice-captains of both sides were eliminated at the same time, but the difference was that Jiang Buotao left with a smile, and when the screen was settled, he lay directly on the gaming chair. Su Bin left with sorrow. He knew that the chances of Tiny Herb winning this game were close to 0, and it would be even more dangerous to go to Samsara's home court. Duhua was eliminated, and the remaining 2 players of Tiny Herb were also unable to stand alone. Ichiang Chuanyun once again entangled his old rival. Yu Xingchen and Yun Chanluan went to help Baihua Liaowan to focus their fire to kill Julie. 5 minutes later, Julie fell. Yu Xingchen killed Julie, out. This time, Tiny Herb's fans were filled with emotion. Their captain Wang Jieshi survived to the end, but the opponent still had 4 people left. Wang Jieshi did not sit and wait for death. He was still holding on to the last piece of grass in Tiny Herb. However, the raging fire of Samsara had already burned over, and the last piece of grass was reduced to ashes in the attack of Samsara. Ichiang Chuanyun killed Wang Bulixing, out. Glory? Let us congratulate Samsara for winning this team match. At the same time, they defeated Tiny Herb 11-6 to win the first match of the winners Group BO3. Samsara is in a very good situation, because the following matches are all their home games. The Tiny Herb fans in the audience covered their faces with their hands, as if they could already imagine the scene of them falling into the losers group. Samsara played the team match so beautifully. Li Ju said. Is the video out? Yi Xiu asked after the game was over, and he turned off the live broadcast. There were many points worth learning from this game. It's out. Are you not training anymore? Qingque asked. No, come here to review the game directly, and tell you where Samsara is strong, and where we need to learn. Yixiao clicked on the video and began to analyze it, while Qingque picked up a notebook and began to take notes. Captain Wang, thank you. Jiang Buitao shook hands with Wang Jieshi modestly after the game. It seems that you are really going to make history. Wang Jieshi smiled. If they fail to win this game, it is almost certain that Vici Gaming will fall into the loser group. By Captain Wang, I wish you good luck. The first game of the playoffs ended here. The result was the same as expected before the game. Even though Vici Gaming had the home advantage in the first game, it was too difficult for Vici Gaming to win a point against the hexagonal team Samsara. Here is a preview of tomorrow's game, the second match of the winner group, from the 4th season of Glory, Tyranny, to the 6th season of Glory, Blue Rain. Chapter 569. The first game of the playoffs came to an end. As expected by everyone before the game, Samsara defeated Tiny Herb strongly. After defeating Tiny Herb in the 7th season finals, Samsara maintained their 100% winning rate against Tiny Herb. Samsara has undoubtedly become the victim in Tiny Herb's heart. At the press conference after the game, Samsara praised Gao Yingjia's team fighting and believed that there was nothing wrong with young people being aggressive. Tiny Herb praised Samsara's command and their cooperation. Wang Jieshi believed that everything Samsara showed was worth learning. When talking about the next game, Wang Jieshi said that Tiny Herb would do its best to conquer Samsara's devilish home court. When mentioning this, everyone in Samsara smiled faintly. To advance to the winners group finals, we only need 2 games, which is enough. As the first game of the winners group of the playoffs came to an end, the second day's game also came. The second place in the regular season, Tyranny, faced the third place in the regular season, Blue Rain. The first round of the competition was held at Blue Rain's home court in G City. This game of Samsara was also one in which everyone in the conference room took a notebook and wanted to record down the points that they thought needed attention in the upcoming game. This is a habit of Samsara, a habit that has continued since the 6th season, that is, every time you watch other teams play, you need to record what you think is good and bad in other teams, and learn from them. What do you think of this game? Fang Minghua asked before the game started. In this game, Blue Rain should have a better chance of winning, but in a BO3, Tyranny is not a pushover. Zhou Yichen said. My idea is similar to Aiken's. If Blue Rain wants to win, they must defeat Tyranny in 2 games. Otherwise, if they drag it to the final game, they will be in trouble in Tyranny's home court. Jiang Buitao nodded and said, Yes, Yu Wenzhou and Zhang Xinjia are also old rivals. Zhang Jiala said. At 8 p.m., the game officially began. At Blue Rain's home court, the first player to play on Tyranny's side was Lin Jingyan, the former #1 gangster in Glory. Tyranny obviously saw Lin Jingyan's experience, so they wanted him to take the lead and test Blue Rain's strength. On the host side, Blue Rain sent out the youngest Glory all-star Lu Hanwen. Blue Rain chose a tortuous map, which Lin Jingyan was obviously not familiar with, and he could not beat the young player Lu Hanwen in terms of operation, so he changed his mind and kept feeding back the map information to his teammates. The final winner was undoubtedly Lu Hanwen. Lin Jingyan smiled, and he was beaten to death by the back wave again. But this death was worthwhile. Zhang Xinjie quickly got the information of the entire map, and which points to pay attention to. Then the second player of Tyranny was their rookie player Bai Shu. Facing Lu Hanwen, who was still half-blooded, Bai Shu showed no mercy and killed him. Bai Shu is indeed a very powerful and experienced newcomer. Zhou Yichen nodded. Bai Shu looked like a newcomer, but he was not a newcomer because he had rich competition experience. This battle between him and Lu Hanwen well reflected this point. Several attacks of Lu Yun were perfectly resolved by Bai Shu's tide, and even took advantage of the flaws revealed by his high explosive development to launch a perfect counterattack. Tyranny really picked up a treasure. This kid will have a future. Yixiao commented on Bai Shu. Although he lost to Tang Rou by 1 vote in the best newcomer selection, it was because others had already formed a filter for him, that is, they did not regard him as a newcomer. In Yixiao's opinion, the 2 newcomers who debuted in Tyranny this season, Bai Shu and Song Qiang, should be the future of Tyranny. Whether it is him or Lao Han, they will eventually withdraw from the glorious stage of glory and give way to the wise. Bai Shu's style is a bit similar to Han Wenqing, a positive tough guy who disdains to play tricks, while Song Qiang's personality is very similar to Zhang Xinjie. Although he is young, his performance on the court gives people a very reliable feeling. When Yixiao was sighing that Tyranny had no worries about the future, Bai Shu defeated Lu Hanwen, and once again defeated Zheng Xian, to complete the first 1-on-2 in the playoffs. Oh my, this young man. Wei Chen came over to watch the whole process. The young people these days are too fierce. How can they, the veterans, survive? I can do it too, Tang Rose said. We all believe in your Xiao Tang, Su Mucheng said. After defeating Zheng Xian's gunfire, Tide's health had reached the bottom, and then he was defeated by Song Xiao, who was the third player to appear. The score was temporarily tied at 2-2, and the two sides returned to the same starting line. Then, another rookie player of Tyranny, Song Jiang, came on the court, but did not bring any valuable points to Tyranny, but fell at the feet of Tao Luoximing. This is the key player in the playoffs, Song Xiao. Commentator Pan Lin commented. Once the playoffs came, Song Xiao seemed to have opened his Ren and Du meridians, and he was extremely fierce. Song Xiao, it's still that Song Xiao. Tyranny's fourth player was Qin Muyun, who was good at dynamic positioning, and successfully suppressed Song Xiao's momentum. However, facing Blue Rain's fourth player, Li Yuan, the summoner, the sharpshooter was overwhelmed by the summoned beast. Blue Rain once again took the initiative in the ring match, leading Tyranny 4-3. However, Tyranny was not panicked at all, because their captain Han Wenqing was in charge of the last place in the ring match. As expected, Han Wenqing's Desert Guy smoke caught people's attention at the beginning. He survived the attack of the summoned beast, and punched Li Yuan's 8 notes to death. Too brutal. Zheng Xian was panicked watching from the audience, as if Desert Guy Smoke's fist was not hitting 8 notes' body, but hitting his heart. This violent maniac. Huang Xiaotian muttered in a low voice. Don't let Tyranny fans hear you say this. Yu Wenzhou laughed at the side. It didn't matter if Han Wenqing heard it, and he didn't care. Huang Xiao, it's your turn to perform, Song Xiao said. Look at me beheading him, and avenging Li Yuan, Huang Xiaotian said with clenched fists. At the moment the match ended, Han Wenqing skillfully opened the settings, adjusted the opacity to the lowest, and then scaled the public chat box to the smallest scale. These are the two things he would do every time he fought Huang Xiaotian. When fighting Huang Xiaotian, hit him in the mouth first, so that the threat was at least reduced by half. The last match of the ring match was a title battle, Sword Saint versus King of Fighters. However, because Demo Guyan forced his way to the 8 notes, his state was greatly reduced by the summoned beast, and finally Yu Shengfan killed Demo Guyan with a precise wind return. 2% of the health, just 1 punch away. Li Ba on the commentary desk said with regret, 1 punch away from completing the counterkill. It seems that Blue Rain came prepared today, Jiang Buitao said, after seeing Blue Rain beat Tyranny 5-4 in the ring match. After all, in the eyes of the Samsara people, Tyranny actually had a slight advantage in the ring match. In the subsequent team competition, Tyranny did not rotate. The starting 5 were Han Wenqing, Zhang Xinjie, Lin Jingyan, Qin Muyun and Bai Shu, and the 6th was Bai Yanfei. Young player Song Qiang was not selected for the team competition. Blue Rain's lineup was very fixed. The starting lineup was still Sword and Curse Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaotian, Zheng Xian, Lu Hanwen and Su Jingxi, and the 6th was Song Xiao, the winner of the regular season's Best 6th Man award. Tyranny was trying its best. Blue Rain was bound to win this game, because from the second game, they would go to Tyranny's home court. The ending was also obvious. Blue Rain made perfect use of the home advantage, and chose an extremely complex map. Before Tyranny could figure out the situation on the map, Blue Rain came to kill. After Yufeng left Blue Rain, the flaws of Blue Rain's lineup were completely exposed. That is, without Yufeng, the main attacker and defender, in the front, before Huang Xiaotian could put pressure on the side, Blue Rain's front was broken like paper. In the semifinals of the 9th season, they also proved this point, when facing the full-powered Samsara. The front was penetrated by the trident. Huang Xiaotian, who was like a god in the face of Misty Rain, did nothing and the game was over. And this time, after more than a season of running in, Lu Hanwen has completely adapted to his position. This time, he withstood the frontal attack of Tyranny. Huang Xiaotian's attack from the side put a lot of pressure on Zhang Xinjie. In the end, Yu Wenzhou commanded steadily, and found an opportunity to focus on Bai Shu, and killed him in seconds. The balance of this game began to tilt towards Blue Rain. Bai Shu is obviously still not used to the rhythm of the playoffs. Pan Lin commented. Yes, the rhythm of the playoffs in England is obviously much slower. The main focus of our domestic playoffs is fast, accurate, and ruthless, so we still have to give Bai Shu some time to adapt, Li Ba said. The final score of the team competition was 6-4. With a total score of 11-8, Blue Rain won the first match of the winners group. After the game, everyone in Blue Rain breathed a sigh of relief. It was a bit like the situation when Yenyu defeated Blue Rain at home last year. Because they all knew that if they couldn't win the first game at their home court, then they would most likely be defeated at the opponent's home court. Although they had a resurrection armor, the competition in the losers group was too fierce. Whether it was Tyranny or Blue Rain, there was no guarantee that they could kill their way out of the losers group. Blue Rain, there is a chance, Joe-chan said. Baishu obviously hasn't adapted to the rhythm of the playoffs. If the game starts tomorrow, I think Tyranny will be far away. Unfortunately, it's not. Tyranny has some time to adjust, Jiang Wutao said. Everyone has almost finished taking notes, so let's start the review notes, exchange meeting for other teams. Who will go first? Everyone looked at the captain Zhou Zikai. Originally, the captain came first in every exchange meeting, because although Zhou Zikai wrote a lot, he said very little. He would not talk for half an hour like Zhou-chan did. This was because everyone later limited his speaking time. Recalling the first exchange meeting after Zhou-chan joined in the 7th season, Zhou-chan analyzed for an hour alone. Du Ming and Wu Qi were stunned. Du Ming, Wu Qi, he said everything we said. What should we say? How are you? The 2 rounds of the winners group are over. Samsara 1 o'clock Tiny Herb, Blue Rain 1 o'clock Tyranny. Tomorrow, the most exciting first round of the losers group in the playoffs will be held. The first match will be between Thunder, who ranked 7th in the regular season, and Wind Howl, who ranked 10th in the regular season. There is no resurrection between the 2 teams. BO3, the winner advances to the next round, and the loser is eliminated to end the journey of the 10th season. At 8 p.m., the first match of the losers group officially started at Wind Howl's home court. Wind Howl, it's too difficult to beat Thunder. This time, Samsara did not choose to watch the game, because after the first 2 rounds of the losers group are over, they will have to play the second match against Tiny Herb. Samsara will not be soft when they come to their home court. They are bound to win Tiny Herb in 2 games and advance to the winners group finals. The advantage of the winners of this tournament is very obvious. In the finals, they not only have the home advantage, but also have more rest time. There is a team that is closely watching this match. That is the Yenyu team. Yenyu's opponent in the playoffs will be between Thunder and Howling. Howling, it can be said that the style of the Thunder is completely restrained. Their offensive style of play is completely unplayable against the Thunder. Whether it is Sun Xiang or Tianxin, it is a difficult problem for Howling. Deputy Captain Li Hua analyzed. Not to mention that Thunder has a tactical master like Xiao Shiqin. Howling's single style of play is the easiest to target. Chu Yunxiu continued. Then, our opponent is Thunder. Du Ming spread his hands and said, it's highly likely, maybe Wind Howl explodes. Chu Yunxiu said. Facts have proved that low probability events are low probability events after all. When Chu Yunxiu saw that Wind Howl's first pick was Tang Hao, he knew that Wind Howl was finished. The first pick on the Thunder side was Tian Senator. Although Tang Hao successfully defeated Tianxin, his own blood volume was consumed a lot. He was soon taken away by Dai Yanqi, who came on the second pick. Seeing Dai Yanqi on the court, Zhao Yujie couldn't sit still. Fighting against the same profession can best prove his level. Wind Howl, what kind of deployment is this? Du Ming complained. In Yenyu's opinion, the best choice for the first place in the Howling Arena is Zhao Yujie. Tang Hao will stay in the arena to keep the points, and Lu Hao will be in the 3rd place. But now Tang Hao has helped the team get 1 point, and then left the field. Who will Howling rely on to score points in the future? When Zhao Yujie was still complacent about his victory over Dai Yanqi, Sun Xiang, who appeared in the 3rd place, gave him a big surprise. It feels like Sun Xiang is going to win 3 games in a row, Li Hua predicted, and Qiu Fei nodded beside him. He knew Sun Xiang's level very well. Sure enough, after taking Zhao Yujie away, Sun Xiang defeated Lu Hao and Lin Feng in succession, and completed his first 3-game winning streak in the playoffs. The Howling home court was silent. Chapter 570. 5-3. Howling, who always performed strongly in single-player events, only got 3 kills in their home court in the first round of the playoffs. It's okay, we can fight back in the team competition. Tang Hao encouraged. Can we really fight back in the team competition? This question accompanied the Howling team into the subsequent team competition. Howling still had an all-offensive lineup: Tang Hao, Lu Hao, Zhao Yujie, Gui Yang and Lin Feng, and the 6-man lifted Wan Yongbin. Compared with the extremes of Howling, the Thunder lineup was much more normal: Xiao Shiqin, Sun Xiang, Tianxin, Dai Yanqi and Zhang Jiaxing, and the vice-captain Fang Xuesai served as the 6th man. Seeing the team lineups of both teams, The Yenyu team knew it was over. If Howling wanted to defeat the Thunder, it must not use all offense, because they could not open the Thunder's defense gate at all. 6-4. The Thunder won this team game. One Autumn Leaf and Sweeping Incense completely neutralized the Howling's offensive. This pair of people with a long history have become the closest partners at this moment. 11-7, the Thunder successfully won the first game of the playoffs. Damn, we finally won a game in the playoffs. Fong Shuasai cursed at this time, because since his 5th season, the Thunder has not won a single game in the playoffs. 1. Even Xiao Shichin felt a little unreal, because in his memory, the playoffs have not won for a long time, even if it was not a big game, but a small game. In the 7th and 8th seasons, they played against the Big Devil Luanhui twice in the first round of the playoffs, and they didn't have any temper when they beat the Thunder. Since the reform of the BO3 competition system, they have never seen what the final game looks like, because Thunder is always struck out twice. Okay, now we are more sure that our opponent is Thunder. Let's review it. Chu Yunxiu snapped his fingers and took the team to review Thunder's game. The high frequency of one game a day, just watching the game is too much to watch, and there are new feelings after each game. From the first day, Samsara will continue to dominate the league, and Wei Chao will become the first team to fall into the loser group. To the second day, Blue Rain will make a strong counterattack, Tyranny will have problems with the old and the new. To the third day, Thunder will play steadily, and Hal will play a few games. Various topics are circulating crazily on the internet, and people are also looking forward to what topics will be reported in the last game of the first round between Baiwa and 301 Degrees. Unfortunately, this game is much less popular than before, although 301 Degrees started to catch up in the second half of the season, from the 12th place in the regular season to the 8th place in the regular season. But in the playoffs, it was obviously Baiwa who had more experience, and everyone was familiar with the new play style of 301 Degrees. After the novelty wore off, it was very difficult for 301 Degrees to maintain. In the end, relying on the outstanding performance of the new double flowers, Baiwa successfully defeated 301 Degrees and won the first round of the loser group. After winning the game at home, Yu Feng's heart finally settled down a little. At this point, the first round of the playoffs has all come to an end. In the winner group, Samsara 1-0 to Vici Gaming, Blue Rain 1-0 to Tyranny. In the loser group, Thunder 1-0 to Howling, Baiwa 1-0 to 301 Degrees. Before the news of Baiwa and 301 Degrees spread, it was already the first game of the second round, and Samsara played against Vici Gaming at home. Having already lost a home game, Tiny Herb has no way out. If they fail to conquer the devilish home court of Samsara, they will fall into the loser group, and will most likely face the winner of Misty Rain and Thunder. Facing the Samsara team that wants to create a miracle of 4 consecutive championships, the Tiny Herb team led by Wang Jieshi did not show any fear. After all, they still have 1 resurrection armor, so even if they lose, they will not be eliminated immediately. In the ring match, Samsara did not hide anything and directly brought out their most confident and simplest map, the ring. "Samsara, you are so confident," said Li Ju. Confidence is a good thing. This was said by today's guest and commentator, Samsara legend Zhang Yue. Every time Samsara competes, as long as the official Glory Professional League invites him, Zhang Yue will make time to participate even if he doesn't have time. It seems that they want to defeat us head-on, which is really vicious. The conspiracy from Samsara. We can't beat them, we just can't beat them. This also gives us a chance. As long as we can win the ring match, we can conquer the team match of Samsara. Wang Jieshi, a legendary speaker, aroused the passion of Wei Chao with just one sentence. The two sides fought extremely fiercely in the ring match, and Samsara's starting lineup changed. It was no longer Zhou but Zhou Zakai. The list has not been announced yet, but the audience has already started to shout Zhou Zakai's name. Because after the opening, Zhou Zakai did not return to the player seat with the team, but stayed on the stage. The peripherals were placed in the battle room before the start. This was the first time that Zhou Zakai started in the ring match in his many playoff journeys. This was not a sudden change of lineup by Samsara. Instead, it was decided in the discussion last night. The purpose of sending Zhou Zakai to the starting lineup was obvious, which was to suppress Tiny Herb to death in the most crazy way. Sending Zhou Zakai also signaled a declaration of war. "My captain is on the stage, will you accept it, magician?" Everyone in Tiny Herb looked at Wang Jieshi, who lowered his head and pondered, and finally shook his head. "Ingjia, go, this is a level you will definitely experience in the future." Wang Jieshi looked at Gao Ingjia with hope. He did not ask Gao Ingjia to defeat Zhou Zakai, he only hoped that Tiny Herb, which he had high hopes for, would not be afraid of fighting in the future and could play his own style. Well, Captain, I will do my best. Gao Yingjie clenched his fists, and after Wang Jieshi filled out the match table, Gao Yingjie resolutely walked towards the competition seat with the peripherals on his back. Zhou Zikai saw Gao Yingjie on stage, and there was a little disappointment in his eyes. First, Wang Jieshi failed to take the bait, and second, he wanted to fight the magician again. Although the two had fought in the last game of the first round, Zhou Zikai wanted a real battle. Both sides were in full condition. In the last game, Wang Bulixing had very low health and mana when facing Zhou Zikai after he defeated Wulong. Zhou Zikai didn't feel anything when he won. You know, Zhou Yichen had been grinding for a long time before he agreed to this starting lineup. In the first game, Gao Yingjie's performance was already good enough, but facing Zhou Zikai, the gap in skills and tactics was still obvious. After the game, Gao Yingjie's biggest feeling was that the bullet that pierced the cloud seemed to have tracking, and no matter how he moved in the air, he couldn't escape the pursuit of his bullet. Gao Yingjie's Mu-In never came down from the air during the whole game, and he didn't give Yiqian Chuanyun a chance to perform gun and artillery martial arts at close range. This was also the advice Wang Jieshi gave to Gao Yingjie before the game, not to give Zhou Zikai a chance to get close to him when he landed. Once his three-gun physical skills were caught in a weakness, it would be very difficult to pull away. This feeling was deeply felt by Liu Xiubia's flying knife sword in the first round of the team competition. It was difficult to hit and pull away, and it was very uncomfortable. At that time, Liu Xiubia kept reviewing the tug-of-war between him and Zhou Zikai after the fight, and he found that he was completely defeated. The two people were not in the same weight class at all. After Gao Yingjie was defeated, Wang Jieshi looked at Liu Xiubia. "Captain, you won't let me go." Liu Xiubia took a half step back and protected Su Bin in front of him. Su Bin looked puzzled. "Are you serious about taking a half step back? Are you suffering from zhou-phobia?" Yuan Baiqing asked. Zhou-phobia. This thing originally said that some people will play twice as well as usual when playing against other teams. But when facing Zhou Zikai or Zhou Yichen, their strength will be greatly reduced. What a joke. I will suffer from zhou-phobia. Don't make fun of me. Liu Xiubia smiled, but did not come out from behind Su Bin at all. Go, Xiubia. Su Bin pulled Liu Xiubia in front of him. Old Su, why don't you go first? Anyway, you don't want to fight Zhou Yichen, right? Liu Xiubia said. What are you kidding? Also? Yuan Baiqing noticed the loophole in Liu Xiubia's words. Okay, I make a joke to liven up the atmosphere, and watch me kill the Gun King in the mortal world, okay. Liu Xiubia took the account card and walked towards the competition stage. Every step is so heavy. Xiubia, maybe he doesn't realize this problem. Wang Jieshi said. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Gao Yingjie said cautiously. Hey! Yuan Baiqing quickly covered Gao Yingjie's sweet little mouth. If Liu Xiubia heard this, Bao Hongwen would be shocked. It's not bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Look at Xiubia playing against Blue Rain. Wang Xiaoyan is very excited. Su Bin defended Liu Xiubia. Yes, Xiubia will subconsciously avoid, especially when facing Zhou Yichen. Because they debuted in the same season, Xiubia still feels a little inferior when he sees Zhou Yichen's brilliance. Wang Jieshi said. What is this called? Both afraid that the brother will suffer, and afraid that the brother will drive a Land Rover. Liang Fong said. They knew that Liu Xiubia and Zhou Yichen had a very good relationship in private. Liu Xiubia would ask Zhou Yichen some questions about tactical positioning, and he would answer them. After a long time, in Liu Xiubia's mind, Zhou Yichen's position was higher than his innate, so every time he shouted at Zhou Yichen before the game, he was actually shouting at himself. Zhou Yichen, blame me. Just when the Vichy gaming people were discussing whether Liu Xiubia had Zhou Yichen's fear, the situation had already been one-sided. Nightmare suddenly appeared. Liu Xiubia once again experienced what it meant to be a top-level position understanding of a sharpshooter. 1 through 2. Vichy gaming fans in the away area said they had seen this scene before, and the last time it was also a person named Zhou. Fortunately, Su Bin, who played in the third game, relied on his blood volume advantage to forcefully approach Cloud Piercer. After the provocation was successfully hit, Su Bin did not save his skills and used the storm counterattack of the Crusader Judgment to successfully stab Cloud Piercer to death. But his own HP also dropped to 45%, which means that Zhou Zikai's first start in the ring match handed in a perfect answer of 255. The captain is worthy of being the captain. Zhou Yichen took the initiative to greet him with a towel and a water bottle. Yeah. At first, Zhou Zikai would say thank you, but later, after getting too familiar with each other, it was rare to say it. You seem to have said something nonsense, Zhang Jiala said. What do you care about me? I'm praising someone. Can someone do it? Hee, I don't talk to elementary school students. 2-1, Samsara is temporarily leading. The current situation is an absolute disadvantage for Tiny Herb, because although Su Bin's Duhua HP is still 45%, in order to take away Zhou Zakai's one shot through the clouds, he almost used all his high-level skills. The cup said. Yes, this is the real Gun King. Zhang Yue smiled. He was very satisfied with the helmsman of this Samsara. Who will Samsara send to play second? Li Ju asked. Since Zhou Zakai replaced Zhou Yichen in the starting lineup, it also means that the position of defending the ring in the Samsara team will be given to Zhou Yichen. The third pick should still be Zhang Jiala. After eliminating the second pick, there are only 3 choices left: Jiang Buotao, Wu Qi and Lu Buiyuan. Bebe analyzed. It is likely to be Wu Qi. Zhang Yue guessed. Unfortunately, this Samsara veteran was slapped in the face. The second pick in the Samsara team was Lu Buiyuan, who did not appear in the ring match in the last round. Is it really a wise choice to use a judoka to fight against the knight? Then, Lu Buiyuan answered this question. Although Lu Buiyuan may be a little weird in the regular season, he will return to his original intention and become very stable in the playoffs. As all-stars, LV Buiyuan did not give Su Bin a chance to fight back. When they met, he put on a steel-clad body to avoid being ridiculed. After several fights, Duhua was thrown to the ground by Yan Chanluan. The last move was a crow flying on a plane, ending the game in a very weird posture. What kind of move is this? Li Ju widened his eyes. Can a judoka play like this? Haha, this is a new move I developed for Lao Lu. Isn't it cool? Zhou Yichen laughed in the audience. Where is it cool? The others looked at Zhou Yichen with strange eyes. They just felt that this move was very vulgar. The move designed by Zhou Yichen for Yu Xingchen was so cool, and the one designed for Yan Chanluan was so vulgar. He was really a scheming boy. How about it? How about I design one for you? The great inventor Zhou Yichen was full of confidence at this time. No, thank you. 3-1, the advantage of the Samsara arena is much greater than the previous game. In the first round, Zhou Zakai was not much inferior to Zhou Yichen, and he completed a super high efficiency of 255 in his first start. Gao Jie, who completed a 1-on-2 in the last round, was sent out by the Gun King Zhou Zakai in this round. Is it time for Tiny Herb to trust Wang Jieshi again? Tiny Herb, besides Wang Jieshi, is there anyone who can stand up to save the team? Chapter 571. Wei Chao has fast-forwarded to the stage of trusting Wang Jieshi. Because Liang Feng, who is the fourth to appear, has been taken down by Lu Buiyuan. Lu Buiyuan cheered in the camera, and he could not remember when, and in which game, he last completed a 1-on-2. This season, he was controversial. He failed to be selected for the All-Stars due to the scattered popularity of the team. After being killed by the newcomer of Glory with the dual characteristics of God and Ghost, his controversy reached its peak. Even many judo players thought that Lu Buiyuan's performance at the beginning of the second half of the season was a bit ugly. Fortunately, the adjustment of the reincarnation was very timely, and he was transferred to the individual competition. In the match with 301 degrees, he defeated Li Hui head-on, which made Lu Buiyuan regain his confidence. He is still the chief judo of Glory. 4-1, the fans of Wei Chao have been desperate, and some simply lie in the spectator seats to play with their mobile phones. Anyway, there is a resurrection armor. Is he dead? As dead? Captain. The players of Tiny Herb were looking at their captain Wang Jieshi with some embarrassment. For people went out to fight, but they only got 1 kill. Let's talk about it after the fight, we haven't lost yet. Wang Jieshi left this sentence and walked towards the competition stage. The next people that the magician will face are LV Buiyuan, who regained his confidence in T2, Zhang Jiala, a legendary veteran with pink hair in T1, Jiang Buotao, who plays steadily and does not play tricks in T2, and Zhou Yichen, a legendary rookie who is the god of war in T0. Tiny Herb, you're too far away. At this point, Tiny Herb's ring match has become very difficult to play. Tiny Herb, Wang Jieshi, magician, ID, Wang Buliuxing, occupation, magic scholar. Damn, after all this time, I still couldn't escape the pursuit of the magician. Lu Buiyuan shook his head and said. Although he was somewhat glad that he didn't meet Wang Buliuxing in the first round, he still felt a little disappointed. After all, as a former All-Star, he didn't even play in the ring match. This time, he proved himself. He was the real him in the playoffs, but in the end, he still had to face the magician. This time, I'm not afraid of you. Lu Buiyuan secretly cheered himself up. Unfortunately, the inner encouragement could not make up for the difference in skills, especially when the magic scholar was good at fighting the fighting profession, and it was still a ring field that relied on operation. Yun Shanwan's health value was getting lower and lower, and Lu Buiyuan's hot sweat on his head was getting more and more. With a roar of "I'm so hot," Yun Shanwan fell at the feet of Wang Builixing. Glory, 4-2. Wang Jieshi did not give Lu Buiyuan a chance, and played the opponent to death in the air with a weird body movement. Fortunately, LV Buiyuan managed to throw Wang Jieshi in the gap between his skills, otherwise, Yun Shanwan might not even be able to touch the corner of Wang Builixing's clothes throughout the game. Li Ju joked. That punch condensed LV Buiyuan's anger, but unfortunately his anger did not increase Yun Shanwan's damage. After LV Buiyuan was eliminated, Samsara immediately sent out another trident, Zhang Jiala. This is a duel between veterans. Zhang Yiwei, who was sitting in the commentary seat, said with emotion. He had fought against both Wang Jieshi and Zhang Jiala. At that time, both of them were at their peak. Wang Jieshi defeated LV Liang, a top god in the league at that time, as soon as he debuted. The Flying Magician was all the rage. Zhang Jiala debuted earlier than Wang Jieshi. That year, hundreds of flowers were in full bloom, and Samsara was just a bullet submerged in the wind. Now, time has passed, the glory of micrograss is no longer there, hundreds of flowers are about to bloom, and Samsara has become the brightest star in the league. Although he was not able to participate in the establishment of the Samsara dynasty in person, Zhang Yiwei still feels very proud. Samsara did not neglect the former captain and repeatedly invited him to return to the team to serve as a data analyst. Unfortunately, Zhang Yiwei politely rejected him. He now has a new goal, which is to return to the league with a team in the secondary league. Samsara, Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liaowan, Occupation, Ammunition Expert. The games of the old players are really one less game to watch. The cup suddenly became sentimental. These old generation players, with the growth of the new generation of players in the team, will quietly withdraw from the stage of glory history. Baiwa Liaowan and Wang Builixing have been fighting since the 3rd season. In the 5th season, the two characters stood in the finals as the big brothers of the teams. Unfortunately, Wang Builixing had Cordyceps sinensis by his side, but Baiwa Liaowan had no one by his side. Wang Jieshi, is it necessary to go to this extent? Zhang Jiala laughed. Wang Jieshi's hand speed has soared to 500. This is a magician, a real magician. Li Ju explained passionately. I haven't seen a magician for a long time. Zhang Yiwei on the side began to recall his professional career. When he met the magician-led Wei Chao, Samsara was like a roadside and was kicked to death. Zhang Jiala also fired at full power. It seems that his fiery heart has been fully mobilized. The cup was excited. Such a game is exciting. On the electronic big screen, Zhang Jiala's hand speed also soared to more than 400. Grenades flew across the sky, and Wang Builixing shuttled through various special effects produced by the explosion. In the end, Baiwa Liaowan was one step away from winning, and it was Wang Builixing who stood on the stage. Let us congratulate Wang Builixing for successfully defeating Baiwa Liaowan with 5% of his health. Wang Jieshi scored 2 points for Wei Chao. The current score is 4-3, and Samsara is temporarily in the lead. The cup announced the score. However, Wei Chao is only here. Zhang Yiwei smiled. It is too difficult to defeat a full-blooded character with 5% of health. Basically, if you are hit by a single skill, you will die. Samsara did not hesitate and chose to send Jiang Buotao, the chief magic swordsman of glory. Even if the opponent is a magician, he will not be unable to beat him with 5% of his health. In the end, Jiang Buotao did not disappoint the fans and teammates in the audience. He used the Flame Wave sword as a cover, and successfully sent away the last player of the Tiny Herb Arena with a super-fast full-level Light Wave sword, their belief. Wang Jieshi. The two sides of the arena fought to 5-3. Compared with the first game, the score gap was widened. Zhou Yichen, the ace of Samsara, did not even get a chance to play, and the game was over. It seems that Tiny Herb is going to fall, Li Hua said. Isn't this inevitable? Du Ming asked. First, we will defeat the winner of Thunder and Howl, and then we will take revenge on Tiny Herb. Chu Yunxiu clenched his fists and said. It was a pity for them that they failed to defeat Tiny Herb in the regular season and advance to the winner group. Take it slow. This is a difficult hurdle we must go through on the road to winning the championship. Wang Jieshi looked at the team in silence and activated his speech skills again. Well, the captain is right. We can't fall here. Su Bin stood up to help Wang Jieshi. Wei Chao, come on. 11-6. Wei Chao lost badly in the away game, the same score in 2 games. In terms of collaboration, Wei Chao is far behind Samsara. Li Ju's words were rough but true. Gao Yingjie stared blankly at his computer screen. Lost, he turned his head to look at the captain Wang Jieshi, and Gao Yingjie realized for the first time how insignificant he was. This season, Wei Chao has also lost to many teams, but every time after losing, although Gao Yingjie was very tormented, he was able to review the team game just played in his mind. But this time, losing to Samsara, Gao Yingjie's mind was blank. Losing numb. The other members of Wei Chao were the same, and even when Samsara came to shake hands with them, they didn't react. Stand up. It was only after Wang Jieshi reminded them that they stood up in a panic and shook hands with each other. Let's congratulate Samsara for advancing to the winners' bracket finals. Their opponent will be the winner of Blue Rain and Tyranny. Unfortunately, Tiny Herb will be relegated to the 3rd round of the losers' bracket, waiting for their opponent, said the Cup. For Tiny Herb fans, although it was a bit heartbreaking, at least they could accept losing to Samsara, and their journey in Season 10 has not yet ended. I believe they can still fight their way up from the losers' bracket, but when they glanced at the losers' bracket, whether it was Misty Rain, Thunder, or Happy, they were all tough. For Samsara fans, they have become somewhat numb to victory. When was the last time they lost a game? The major reports of the next day, of course, still focused on praising the winner. In 2 rounds, 2 ring matches, and 2 team matches, Samsara won all the games and won the first round of the playoffs winners group without any controversy. The enemy standing in the way of Samsara's 4 consecutive championships may just be an emotion called pride. One report said so. After each game, someone would list the 6-pointed star pictures of the players in the game online. Samsara's overall data was a perfect 6-pointed star. Some people even joked, Samsara beat Blue Rain in 1 game. Who can snipe Samsara's historical 4 consecutive championships has suddenly become a topic again. Just like who can end their winning streak in the regular season, people began to talk about it. Is Samsara going to become the first team in history to win the championship twice with a perfect season? The next day, in another game in the playoffs winners group, Tyranny played against Blue Rain at home. In the first round at Blue Rain's home court, Tyranny lost to the opponent 8-11, resulting in a 0-1 deficit in the big game. If they lose this game, they will follow the footsteps of Tiny Herb and fall into the loser group. This time, Tyranny did not show any mercy in their home court. 11-8, Tyranny hit back at Blue Rain with the same score. This time, Tyranny no longer just attacked and rushed, but emphasized defense. In the ring match, although Blue Rain led Tyranny 5-4 with Huang Xiaotian's outstanding performance, Blue Rain fans in the away area raised their hands and prepared to enter the winners group final. However, in the team match, Tyranny, under the command of Zhang Xinjie, let Han Wenqing's Desert Lone Smoke focus on Huang Xiaotian's Night Rain sound annoying on the side. Blue Rain could not open up the situation from the front, so the situation of the whole game slowly turned to Tyranny's side. The 2 tactical masters fought to a 1-1 tie. Who will advance to the winners group finals? This suspense will be left until the final game of both teams. Seeing Tyranny win the game, Li Bao's heart can now be temporarily relieved. Whether you are a fan of Blue Rain or Tyranny, or a fan of Tiny Herb who has entered the losers group, everyone's journey is still going on, but tomorrow will be different. Pan Lin changed the subject. That's right, if Wen Hao loses the game away, then they will be the first team to be eliminated in the playoffs. Li Bao said. Wen Hao, what a bad fate. Like Yin, they are already studying the Thunder's video. The probability of Wen Hao defeating Thunder is almost the same as the probability of the magical Zero Seal. The style is restrained, and the skills and tactics are not beaten. The fans of Wen Hao don't know how they can win the Thunder at their home court. This time, Tang Hao learned his lesson and took the 5th place in the ring match. Unfortunately, Xiao Shiqin had already seen through Wen Hao. Sun Xiang, who started the game, once again refreshed his own playoff match record and completed a 1-on-3 victory over Wen Hao. In the away zone, Wen Hao fans wailed. In the end, Thunder led Wen Hao 5-3 in the ring match. They couldn't win the single-player event, so it was even more difficult for Wen Hao to play in the team competition. Thunder also deliberately chose a map with complex terrain that required grouping. Wen Hao was defeated 1-1 by Thunder like a headless fly. As Tang San was defeated, Wen Hao was completely wiped out. Glory. No! Tang Hao looked up to the sky and howled, and only emptiness and loneliness responded to him. Wen Hao became the first team to be eliminated in the playoffs. The media reports on the next day, while praising the Thunder's cooperation, also pointed out the fatal problem of the howling. This all-offensive lineup is not feasible. I don't know how the Howling will change its lineup this offseason. Is it really the right choice to come to the Howling? Tang Hao has begun to doubt whether he should come to the Howling just because he wants to be the boss. Where should I go? Tang Hao felt confused about the future for the first time. With the Howling eliminated, the first half of the second round of the loser group was officially released. The Thunder, which ranked 7th in the regular season, will face the Misty Rain, which ranked 5th in the regular season. Both teams are old rivals, but this season Misty Rain has double-killed the Thunder, which still has a lot of psychological advantages. The next day, the second round of the battle between Baiwa and 301 officially started at the home court of 301. In the ring match, 301 once again fell behind Baiwa with a score of 3-5. Just when Baiwa fans were rejoicing that they were about to advance to the second round of the loser group, Yang Tsung, the legendary captain of 301 Degrees, stood up. He sacrificed his life and directly took away the slightly slack Baiwa priest Alphan Kenhua. After that, 301 Degrees shrank their formation and began to play the most familiar tricks. Although Baihua's Luohua Longjia and Huafansigen had a good cooperation, when the sixth person of 301 Degrees arrived at the front battlefield, they fought a war of attrition around the priest. This game lasted for 40 minutes. Baiwa played away and was exhausted to death by 301 Degrees. Chapter 572. Damn! After the game, Baiwa captain Yu Feng slammed the table hard, and the originally good situation was given to the opponent. I was careless, sorry. Baiwa's priest Mo Chuchen bent down to apologize to his teammates. If he hadn't been careless in his positioning, Yang Tsung's Feng Jing kill would have found an opportunity. In this team game, Baiwa has a high probability of winning. It's no use to say these. The next game is still the opponent's home court. We must be very alert and can't relax anymore. Yu Feng looked serious. Yu Feng didn't want to fall in the first round of the playoffs again, not to mention that even if Baiwa fell in the first round last season, it lost to the champion Samsara, and it was still in the quarterfinals. If they lose this time, it will not be the quarterfinals, but the top 10. Calculated in this way, if they lose, Baiwa will regress in performance. Yes, Captain. Baiwa people stopped laughing and laughed, but were serious. On the other side, Yang Tsung breathed a sigh of relief, and there was still a round of home advantage. Looking at the players whose hands were shaking, Yang Tsung encouraged them. This is your first playoff journey. You played well, but I know you are more than that. We can do better. The situation in the playoffs has escalated. In addition to Samsara's straight-set victory over Tiny Herb to advance to the winners' group finals, Thunderbolt defeated Wind Howl and advanced to the second round of the losers' group. Both games entered the final round. Tyranny 1-1 Blue Rain, Baiwa 1-1 301 Degrees. No one in the former wants to fall into the losers' group, and no one in the latter wants to leave the playoff stage. Every step forward, the funds in the prize pool are constantly increasing. At 8 p.m., the final match between Tyranny and Blue Rain officially started. Due to the tight schedule, none of the Blue Rain players returned to their own clubs to review the game, but directly booked a large conference room in the hotel to conduct the game. Xiaotian, you have to be careful, they will keep a close eye on you like the last game. Yu Wenzhou said to Huang Xiaotian. Yes, I know. Huang Xiaotian nodded. It would be great if it was our home court. Now Tyranny has the advantage of map selection, and we are very passive. Su Jingxi sighed and said, the most important thing to play against Tyranny is to hold on from the front. Xiao Lu, Zheng Xian, and I must hold on, and not put too much pressure on Xiaotian from the side. Yu Wenzhou then looked at Lu Hanwen and Zheng Xian. Yes, Captain. While Blue Rain was reviewing the game, Tyranny was also reviewing the game. We have learned about Blue Rain's lineup many times, and their lineup has serious flaws. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said, because of the Sword Saint. Bai Shu thought for a while and said, well, Huang Xiaotian's fighting style is not like a swordsman, but like an assassin, but Yu Wenzhou did a very good job in this regard. Zhang Xinjia praised Yu Wenzhou. Sword and curse should not be underestimated. Han Wenqing said, there are not many combinations that Han Wenqing can praise. Sword and curse, this is the core of Blue Rain, and also the weakest point of Blue Rain, because the two will not stand on the same level. Huang Xiaotian's Night Rain has always been outside the Blue Rain system. He is the sharpest sword of Blue Rain. But since Yu Feng left, Blue Rain's strongest shield on the front is gone, causing Blue Rain's hexagram to always have a problem at one corner. Thanks to the alliance, it has limited Huang Xiaotian's output. Lin Jingyan said with a smile. In the 6th season, Everyone was annoyed by Huang Xiaotian, whether it was the king of fighters, the god of fighting, or the magician. Although he was still outside the team system at that time, he directly took over most of the firepower from the side. The most troublesome thing was that the Night Rain Sound Troubled, who first solved Huang Xiaotian, led to a bigger boss. This guy can output in the public channel without pressure, and his hand speed is ridiculously fast. At that time, Blue Rain also lost to Tiny Herb and Excellent Era in the regular season, but they all pierced through them in the playoffs. Lin Jingyan still remembers the 6th season finals. He was watching the game on the spot. The electronic screen was full of Huang Xiaotian's text bubbles, and Fang Rui beside him was numb, not to mention the Tiny Herb people who were still playing the game on the field. One of the important reasons why Blue Rain was unrivaled in the regular season that season was because of Huang Xiaotian's mouth. So, after winning the championship in the 6th season, he was targeted by the league. Starting from the 7th season, dead characters can no longer send messages. In the 9th season, the league was still targeting Huang Xiaotian and introduced the opacity of the text bubble. Victory, Tyranny took it first. On the stage, Han Wenqing said domineeringly to Blue Rain's captain Yu Wenzhou. Blue Rain, the same is true. The ring match, the battle is about to start. What? Pan Lin, as a commentator, was stunned when he saw Blue Rain's starting lineup. Blue Rain, Yu Wenzhou, ID, Soxer, Occupation, Warlock. It's been a long time since I saw Yu Wenzhou start the game, Li Ba said. Although Yu Wenzhou's hand speed is slow, it doesn't mean that his personal strength is not strong. Hand speed is just a plus point. Lu Xiubia's hand speed is fast enough, but he still can't beat those T0 level existences in the Alliance Pyramid. Then the Tyranny side is Han Wenqing. Tyranny, Han Wenqing ID, Desert Guy Smoke, King of Fighters, Occupation, Boxer. Ah? Li Ba was confused. Shouldn't his old captain be in the 5th place to defend the ring? We never expected this captain battle. Pan Lin laughed. This was the first time he saw Han Wenqing and Yu Wenzhou face off. Desert Guy Smoke, King of Fighters, vs Soxer. In this game, Han Wenqing did not hold back. Desert Guy Smoke's strength made Yu Wenzhou's Soxer a little uncomfortable. Why don't I have these monster-like hand speeds? Yu Wenzhou smiled. The curse arrow was still a step too late, and Mo Guyan successfully approached Soxer. Hey, if my hand speed can be borrowed, I will give half of my hand speed to the captain, and then we can win. Huang Xiaotian muttered. In the end, Han Wenqing's Mo Guyan consumed 64% of his health to defeat Yu Wenzhou's Soxer. Yu Wenzhou's deployment in the front was too perfect, but after Han Wenqing got close to him, his hand speed was indeed a bit slow. Li Ba said. Sometimes I really envy you crazy people with fast hands. Yu Wenzhou smiled as he walked back to the Blue Rain player seat. Captain, if you have this kind of hand speed, then we will be invincible. Huang Xiaotian shouted. Many online glory commentators have given Yu Wenzhou very high praise, but unfortunately he is a clumsy player, only for professional players. The Tyranny Arena feels like it's going to be a failure. Zhou Yichen, who was sitting in the Samsara meeting room, said after watching the first game. Looking at it this way, if Han Wenqing wants to win another game. Jiang Buotou pinched his chin and thought. If Tyranny wants to win, Han Wenqing must at least complete a 1-on-2 kill, but now it seems that if it's a 1-for-1, it's definitely not enough. The subsequent plot also confirmed this point. Although Han Wenqing knocked off 84% of the health of Zheng Xian, who was the second player to appear in Blue Rain, Zheng Xian's gun rain and bullets also successfully eliminated the King of Fighters Desert Smoke. Just when everyone thought that Tyranny's arena was going to be wiped out again, the newcomer Bai Shu stood up. After taking away Zheng Xian's gun rain and bullets, he successfully defeated the full-blooded Taluo Shaming with 85% of his health. Song Xiao, the key player in the playoffs, was beaten to death on the beach by the back wave. Although Lu Hanwen, who was ranked 4th, killed the low-health Tide, he was killed by Lin Jingyan, who was ranked 3rd, taking advantage of the map advantage. With 1% of health, this poison needle brought Tyranny back to life. Li Ba shouted. If Blue Rain wants to win, then Huang Xiaotian, who was ranked 5th, must complete a 1-on-2 kill. In Pan Lin's view, Leng Anlei, who only had 1% of health, was already dead. Hoo, this is Tyranny. The Tyranny fans in the audience roared. Unfortunately, their momentum was suppressed by the Sword Saint. After Yi Yushunfan easily killed Leng Anlei, he killed Lingxia Judu and Rhoda in succession. Sword Master. Sword Master. Sword Master. Blue Rain fans in the away area were also boiling. The ring match ended, and Blue Rain surpassed Tyranny 5-4. Who do you think will win this game? The Poisonous Milk King. Joe-chan elbowed Wuchi. Get lost. Wuchi rolled his eyes at Joe-chan. Samsara had previously made a prediction about the direction of the playoffs. Basically, everyone was right and wrong, but only Wuchi was completely wrong. When everyone was optimistic about Thunder, he supported Howl. When everyone was optimistic about 301 degrees to tie the score, he supported Baiwa. Wuchi predicted that Tyranny would directly beat Blue Rain 2-0, but he immediately changed sides after the first round, and said that Blue Rain would beat Tyranny 2-0. The result? I think Blue Rain will win. Huang Xiaoyan will kill Tyranny. Wuchi's voice was a little angry. Achoo. Huang Xiaoyan wiped his nose. Damn, who is cursing me? Wuchi's curse was effective. Even Blue Rain could not avoid it. 11-10, 1 point difference, Tyranny narrowly defeated Blue Rain. The ones who held on to the end were 09 Degree and Tao Luo Xiaoming. The Barrett sniper, who had been hiding for a round, finally shot out, and the bullet hit Tao Luo Xiaoming or Blue Rain's forehead. 6. Joe-chan, who watched the whole game, had to give Wuchi a 6. Don't support us. Zhang Jiala was also afraid, and Lu Buiyuan nodded on the side. Originally, the two did not believe it, but now, they believe it. Wuchi was speechless. Let us congratulate Tyranny for defeating Blue Rain 11-10 and advancing to the winners group finals. It is a pity that Blue Rain fell to the third round of the losers group. Pan Lin announced the results of the game after the game. The situation is changing so fast. Li Ba's heart is still pounding. Whether it's Yi Yusheng Fan intercepting Sherbu Zhuan or to Mo Guyin piercing through Blue Rain's defense. The titled masters on both sides are exerting their strength, but it's a pity that the one who stands at the end is Tyranny, who has kept a hand. Winners Group Final. Samsara vs Tyranny. The 9th season finals are back. Whoever wins will get the first ticket to the finals. Whether it's Tyranny or Blue Rain, we won't have an easy fight, Yishio said after finishing the game. The strength of the two teams is about the same, and Blue Rain may be a little bit less lucky, as Yu Wenzhou said. The last game of the first round was played at 301's home court. This time, the two sides did not hide anything. Baiwa, Yufeng, ID, Luohua Langju, Occupation, Berserker. 301, Yang Tsung, ID, Feng Jingsha, Occupation, Assassin. The captain battle has once again become the focus. The last one who fought to the end was the boxing king Han Wenqing, and this time it was the junior Yufeng who fought to the end. This captain battle seemed to be a microcosm of the entire game. In the team competition, Yang Tsung once again staged a wonderful show, using fake positioning to deceive Mo Chuchen's Ao Feng Kenhua. A life-threatening blow, a deadly blow, Feng Jingsha killed Ao Feng Kenhua. Ao Feng Kenhua, out. Feng Jingsha, out. Seeing this scene, the fans of 301 Degrees in the audience were boiling. This is their legendary captain of 301 Degrees. However, the subsequent situation was dominated by the new double flower. Luohua Lanja rushed into the formation of 301 Degrees, and Hua Fan Si Jin played on the side. This is Flower Blood Scene. Oh my god, what did I see? Basie held his head in disbelief. It's Flower Blood Scene. Yufeng and Zhou Yuan cooperated to play Flower Blood Scene, Li Ju shouted. When the fans of Baiwa in the away area saw this scene, a string in their hearts was touched. Flower Blood Scene, this is the signature style of play created by the two great players, Sun Zhiping and Zhang Jiala, the captain and vice-captain of Baiwa. It was formed in the 3rd season of the professional league and swept the league for a while, but unfortunately it was pierced by a shot of Chuexia by Yi Jiqiu in the finals. After that, Sun Zhiping retired midway in the 5th season, Zhang Jiala retired in the 8th season, and returned to the 9th season. The last time they saw Flower Blood Scene was in the 2nd round of the playoffs against the Samsara. Yufeng and Zhou Yuan cooperated to play a short corner, but it was broken by a shot of long Dan by Yi Yuxingchen before it was formed. Now, at the critical moment of the team, the new double flower stood up. The moment Yang Tsung saw the bloody scene of flowers from his teammates' first-person perspective, he knew it was over. Having experienced the peak bloody scene of flowers, he knew too well how terrifying this style of play was. More importantly, the current 301 Degrees has been updated, and no one except him has really experienced this style of play. 301 Degrees was in chaos. This was a style of play that they had never expected. Even though the captain mentioned it before the game and they knew about it, when they really played, The screen was full of special effects and blood was boiling. Chaos, lost. 11-8, Baiwa conquered the home court of 301 degrees, and advanced to the second round of the loser group with a score of 2-1. Are you out so soon? Yang Song lowered his head. He thought he would be out, but he also hoped that 301 degrees could persist under his leadership. But reality still gave them a heavy blow. 301 degrees, it's time to leave. Chapter 573. Howling and 301st became the two teams eliminated in the first round of the 10th season playoffs. Howling was almost expected by everyone. After all, Thunder was too restrained in their style of play. And 301st had many people who still had hope for this civilian team, especially after Yang Song picked up the life-threatening blow. People saw the style of the chief assassin of glory again. But now, both teams are going to leave the field. Keep working hard. Yang Song looked at the young faces around him. Captain, one day, we will do it. The players responded. Yang Song smiled. As a player in the third season, his career will not be too long. The core, the main force, this status will gradually leave him. If he is stubborn, he will become a burden to the team. The future of 301st will no longer be created by him, Yang Song, and the chief assassin will eventually stop his steps as the long river of glory continues to move forward. The management of 301 has been in contact with many teams in England. In addition to the Glory League, how many Glory Masters in this world have they not seen or fought against? After being eliminated in the first round, Yang Song was not sure whether he could be selected for the Glory Zurich Invitational this summer. I hope so. Yang Song thought so, but felt a little melancholy. So far, the second round of the 10th season has been officially confirmed. The winners' group final will be between the regular season first place Samsara and the regular season second place Tyranny. The two teams will compete for the first ticket to the finals. In the second round of the losers group, the regular season 5th place Yenyu will face the regular season 7th place Thunder in the first half. In the second half, the 6th place in the regular season, Xingxin, will play against the 9th place in the regular season, Baiwa. The team with the highest ranking in the regular season will have the home advantage in the next two small games. In addition to the regret for 301 degrees, today's report is more about the reappearance of the bloody scene of Baiwa. The 4 words bloody scene of flowers have attracted many cloud players. There are all kinds of things said on the internet. In addition to these, the remaining is the prediction of the next game. Before the game between Samsara and Tyranny started, Samsara's winning rate reached a terrifying 87%, which means that except for Tyranny's own fans, almost everyone is optimistic about Samsara's advancement to the finals. The remaining 2 games are relatively even, Yenyu versus Thunder. Many people are still optimistic that Thunder can eliminate Yenyu with a 1-on-2 victory. After all, from the perspective of paper strength, Thunder is indeed extraordinary. There are many different opinions about the match between Xingxin and Baiwa. First, it is the first time for Xingxin to enter the playoffs. Except for a few veterans, they don't know how the newcomers will perform in the playoffs. Second, Baiwa defeated 301 degrees with difficulty in the first round, while Xingxin won the final battle against 301 degrees very smoothly. Amidst the heated discussions on the internet, the second round of the loser group began. At 8 p.m. Beijing time, the match between Yenyu and Leitang officially started in W City. Leitang, 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 Yenyu, Yenyu, Yenyu. The playoffs were packed, and the meeting room of the reincarnation was the same. The schedule this time is different from the previous seasons. The second round of the loser group will start before the second round of the winner group. The match between Samsara and Tyranny was scheduled to the end. This is the first time our two teams have met in the playoffs, Xiao Shichin said, adjusting his glasses. Yeah, they always disappeared in the first round, right, Captain Xiao? Chu Yunqiu said. It's the same with Yenyu, Captain Chu. Xiao Shichin responded. It's a pity that when we Yenyu entered the semifinals, Captain Xiao was not there to cheer for us. Chu Yunqiu's words directly hit the target, his. The other members of Yenyu took a breath of cold air. The captain was too aggressive. I hope Yenyu will cheer for us when we enter the semifinals this season. Xiao Shichin smiled. After that, Xiao Shichin took his team members back to the Thunder player seat. Captain, is it really useful to anger Xiao Shichin? Li Hua asked on the side. Of course it is useful. Xiao Shichin seems calm, but in fact, he has already exploded in his heart. He cares a lot about the results. Chu Yunqiu said. As a player who debuted in the same golden generation, Chu Yunqiu had a lot of interactions with them. Among them, the one who communicated the most was Xiao Shichin. One was that he wanted to learn the other's command, and the other was that both of them were difficult players, frequent players in the playoffs, but they were all weak. It was not until the 8th season that Yenyu broke through the playoffs and became the new top 4. As for Thunder, they have not broken through the top 4 so far. They easily defeated Howling in the playoffs, and only entered the top 8. Chu Yunxiu 8 explosives today, the damage was so explosive. Fang Shuasai asked. She wanted to irritate me, and make me lose my judgment, haha. Xiao Shiqin sneered. Since going to Jiashi and seeing a group of misfits, Xiao Shiqin's tolerance has become much stronger. As the most hardworking player in the 9th season challenge, Xiao Shiqin didn't feel much when he lost in the finals. It can be said that Xiao Shiqin's mentality was fully trained in Jiashi. He was full of expectations at the beginning, but the sky fell after he went there. He didn't expect Jiashi to still form small groups. The management and command levels and the players were completely chaotic. Although Xiao Shiqin was the main commander, there were not many people who really listened to him. In the eyes of that group of people, Xiao Shiqin was an outsider. But now, Xiao Shiqin has to thank Jiashi, otherwise he would not be able to bring Sun Xiang here. This game, in our home court, as long as we win, our chances of advancing to the next round will be much higher. Xiao Shiqin said to the players. Xiao Shiqin now fully understands why Wang Jieshi gave a speech before the game, in order to improve the morale of the team. Go! The pre-game preparations were ready, and the ring game started. Thunder sent Sun Xiang to start the game to obviously give Yenyu a warning, but Yenyu didn't underestimate it. You are the only one who has a battle mage. Yenyu sent Qiu Fei, who also started in the regular season team competition, as the starting lineup. Sun Xiang and Qiu Fei, both of them had been in excellent era before. Qiu Fei was even hailed as the successor of One Autumn Leaf, but was snatched away by Sun Xiang. Not only that, due to Yi Xiu's departure, Qiu Fei rebelled and was deprived of the honor of the first team. He originally debuted in the 8th season, but was hidden by excellent era for half a season until he transferred to Yenyu during the winter transfer period, and then he got a chance to play. In the 8th season's best newcomer competition, one of the major reasons why Qiu Fei failed to compete with Zhao Yujie was that he did not attend all the games. Otherwise, whether from the perspective of personal performance or team performance, Qiu Fei's best newcomer is obviously the most suitable. Thunder, Sun Xiang, ID, One Awesome Leaf, Fighting God, Occupation, Battle Mage. Misty Rain, Qiu Fei, ID, Battle Format, Occupation, Battle Mage. Looking at the character card in Sun Xiang's hand, Qiu Fei was still a little touched. The account card that should have been in his hand has now become someone else's dowry. Qiu Fei, obviously I came here first. Unfortunately, Qiu Fei's resentment did not help him win this game. Glory. In this battle to prove One Autumn Leaf's successor, Sun Xiang finally won the final victory, but One Autumn Leaf also consumed 86% of his health. The commentator announced the result of the game. Qiu Fei did not make any major mistakes throughout the game, but some flaws were found by Sun Xiang. This game is a battle between the gods of battle mages. Li Ju smiled. Yes, Xiao Qiu's performance was perfect, but Sun Xiang is indeed more experienced. Today's guest is the former operator of Fengcheng Yenyu, and the first captain of Yenyu. Damn, it was just a little bit short. Qiu Fei was still reviewing the previous game in his mind when he returned to the player seat. If the Dragon Fang backhand shot didn't miss, it should have. Du Ming said. In this game, Du Ming has the absolute right to speak. There is no way, the playing style of these two people is too similar to someone, especially Qiu Fei. Now who says he is Yi Xiu's apprentice, who believes it? These two are your apprentices. Zhang Jiala looked at Zhou Yichen. No, this only shows that my playing style is the most correct fighting mage playing style. Zhou Yichen said proudly. If it was Senior Zhou, the Dragon Fang would not have missed. Qiu Fei looked at the captain Chu Yunxiu. Chu Yunxiu didn't know how to answer. If it was Zhou Yichen, he wouldn't be forced to that point. If I were here, I wouldn't be forced to that position to play this Dragon Fang, okay? Zhou Yichen responded positively. The couple had a tacit understanding. Actually, Xiuqiu, I told you that you should learn not my Ah Chen's playing style, but the thinking style. Chu Yunxiu thought for a while and said, yes, Zhou Yichen's thinking style is the most worth learning. Otherwise, he couldn't play the two professions of battle mage and sharpshooter well. Li Hua agreed. Xiuqiu, in this game, you and Sun Xiang are evenly matched in terms of technique. Du Ming said. But in terms of thinking style, Sun Xiang is always one step ahead of you. This is why your attack doesn't work every time. I understand. Listening to your words is better than reading for 10 years. Okay, let the game go. Chu Yunxiu waved his hand. Yes, watch me avenge you. Du Ming patted Qiu Fei's shoulder, and then walked towards the competition seat. After Du Ming defeated Sun Xiang, who had only 12% of his health, he narrowly defeated Fang Xuecai with 5% of his health, helping Yin Yu gain the advantage. But then Thunder played in the third place. Tianxin defeated Du Ming, and defeated Xu Kersen with a considerable advantage. At this time, Yin Yu chose to change the formation. Chu Yunxiu was sent in the fourth place. After killing Tianxin, Yin Yu took the lead in the ring match. Captain's battle, Xingling Mi versus Fengcheng Yin Yu. At present, Fengcheng Yin Yu is leading. In the choice of this map, Xiao Shiqin did not choose a difficult and complex ring match map, but a very simple one, which is for the players of his own team to perform well. But at the same time, it gave the opponent a chance to perform. With the fall of the Firebird, the living being was drowned in the flames. Glory! Thunder lost the ring match. Wu Qi was shocked. Judging from the strength on paper, Thunder should be stronger. Ren Yinyu's lineup is not weak either. Zhou Yichen glanced at Wu Qi. Thunder has 2 All-Stars this season, but if Tianxin is added, then Yin Yu also has 3. The reason why Thunder is strong in the ring match is because of Sun Xiang, but Qiu Fei is obviously not inferior to him. Zhou Yichen said. 5-3, this is good? Jian Buotao laughed. Guess who will win? Lu Buiyuan looked at Wu Qi after he finished speaking. So far, Wu Qi's winning rate is still 100%, and the number of wrong predictions is 100%. I guess Thunder. I believe Thunder's team competition will not let me down. Wu Qi shouted. Well said. After applauding, the manager of Samsara took out his phone and started betting. Manager, what are you doing? Wu Qi stared at him. I'm betting, making some extra money occasionally. Thanks to you, Wu Qi, I made a lot of private money, hee. Me? Wu Qi pointed at himself. He didn't understand what the manager meant for a while. By the opposite, Wu Qi, the villa is by the sea. Zhou Yichen said fluently. Full of fluent, you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination. 10-9, a difference of 1 point, affected the direction of the entire situation. The team match between Thunder and Yin Yu was extremely tragic. The one who stood at the end was the 6th man of Thunder, Fang Xuecai's ghost talent. But there was no joy on Fang Xuecai's face, because although they won the team match, they lost the game. The Thunder were silent. Did they win, if they did? I guessed it right. The Thunder won the team competition. After the game, the happiest person was Wu Qi. Did Wu Qi guess it right? Zhou Yichen pondered. How to calculate it? We guessed the outcome of the whole game. Lu Buiyuan said. Really? I didn't expect that watching a game would make the Samsara team silent. It was a close call. Even though Chu Yunxiu had been in the battlefield for a long time, her hands were still sweating after the game. The same was true for the Yin Yu team members beside her. This team competition was too thrilling. Before Fengcheng Yin Yu was eliminated, she took away the life-destroying who was also at low health. This Lei Ting is a bit uncomfortable. They won the team competition, but because of the head point system, they fell behind Yin Yu by 1 point in the small score. Let us congratulate Yin Yu for temporarily leading Lei Ting 1-0. Bei said. If I had performed better in the ring competition, I wouldn't have lost. Dai Yanqi was a little annoyed. It's okay, this is just the first game. We still have a chance. Go to Yin Yu's home court. Our ring match is also not inferior to them. They are not as good as us in the team match. Xiao Shiqin said. He has seen through Yin Yu's weaknesses. Next, when we return to the home court, we can't relax at all. We must cheer up and try to beat Lei Ting in 2 games. Chu Yunxiu said. She has seen through Lei Ting's weaknesses. Chapter 574. The first match of the second round of the loser group ended, and no one expected it to be such an ups and downs duel. In the ring match, Yin Yu led Thunder 5-4, and everyone thought that this advantage was actually very small. In the end, although Yin Yu lost the team match, she successfully defeated Thunder with 1 point in the ring match. Thunder, who won the team match, became the loser of this game. The next day, many media felt that Yin Yu's strategy was fine. After the ring match, the team match only took the head points, and did not seek the final victory. After the reform of the playoff system in the 8th season, Wei Chao took the lead in developing it. This game did inspire tyranny, but after arranging the roster of Samsara, it was found that the intensity of Samsara's ring match was higher than their team match. Tyranny is not sure to win, but the only one who can fight against Trident without losing the upper hand is Han Wenqing. Moreover, Tyranny also had to beware of Zhou Yichen's gun in Xingchen, which was what Zhang Xinjie was most worried about, because Tyranny's lineup was very afraid of gun-related professions. At 8 p.m. the next day, another match in the second round of the loser group started. Xingchen, who ranked 6th in the regular season, played against Baiwa, who ranked 8th in the regular season. In the ring match, Yixiu completed a 1-on-3 match against Baiwa right at the beginning, and Yufeng was beaten to death. Before the game, he also thought that the intensity of the team match might not be as high as that of Xingchen, and the tactics could not beat Yixiu. So Yufeng thought about getting more points in the ring match, and then getting kill points in the team match like Yinyu. As a result, the opponent completed a 1-on-3 match right at the beginning. This individual player is too bad to play in a single-player event. Zhou Guangyi, who was eliminated, was still indignant. Even though Jun Maxiu has finished the entire regular season, other teams cannot fail to study him. The research direction is more about how to target him in team matches. It is impossible to target a single player in a single match, because you don't know what his skill combination is today. It is possible that after a game, half of his skills have not been used yet. This single player is really a big trouble. Jiang Buitao had a headache. Baiwa can't play at all in this ring match. Which he said. Baiwa can cross 301 degrees because of the bloody scene of flowers played by the two flowers. But I'm afraid Yixiu knows more about this thing than these two people. Zhou Yichen said, but his eyes glanced at Zhang Jiala on the side. What do you think I am? Zhang Jiala rolled his eyes at Zhou Yichen. How could he not know what this guy meant? At the end of the ring match, Baiwa only got 2 points, and Yufeng, who was defending the ring, was taken away by Tang Rou, who was ranked 3rd. Before the match, Luohua Longjie's HP was much lower than Han Yanrou's, because the second pick of Xingchen, Fang Rui's Hai Wuliang, took away Zhang Wei, and also knocked down a lot of Luohua Longjie's HP. 5-2, this gap is a bit big. After seeing Baihua's rebirth, commentator Pan Lin thought he could have a peak showdown with Xingchen. As a result, the ring match ended, and it was a one-sided situation. Although Xingchen entered the playoffs for the first time, the 3 All-Stars and their team have a lot of playoff experience, said Li Bo, the guest and commentator. Although Xingchen is a new team that has just entered the league, Yixiu, Su Maicheng and Fang Rui and the team have much more playoff experience than Baiwa. Judging from the performance in the ring match, Xingchen is more like a veteran team, while the mentality of Baiwa, except Yufeng, is obviously a bit unbalanced. The subsequent team match was not unexpected. Baihua's own map selection was played around by Xingchen. Strange, didn't Baiwa play the bloody scene of flowers before? Why didn't they use it this time? Pan Lin looked at Li Bo in confusion. Li Bo looked at his partner Pan Lin in shock. Isn't he a buddy? You are a cloud commentator. Li Bo didn't know whether to explain the question raised by Pan Lin. Why didn't Baiwa play it? Did they not like it? Of course, it was because they couldn't play it. From the map selection, it can be seen that Baiwa wanted to fight a team battle, because they chose a lore map. But Xingchen's formation was very scattered. They used obstacles as cover, and were roughly divided into 3 parts. Yixiu's Lord Grim was attacking from the side using guns and cannons alone. Fang Rui and Xia Yifan were in a group, one far and one near. Su Maicheng and Enwini were in a group, at the end of the team. Xingchen's 3-pointer made Baiwa very uncomfortable. With 3 long-range attack, there was only one possibility for them to go in, that is, being shot into a sieve. This was indeed the case. Yufeng's falling flowers and disarray was beaten to pieces several times before he could get close. From this point of view, Xingchen played a different kind of bloody scene of flowers, because falling flowers and disarray was covered in blood. This map is not a good choice, Jiang Buitao said. He could understand Yufeng's idea. He chose a lore map to fight hard in a team battle. However, there were too many obstructions in this map. Jiang Buitao guessed that Yufeng wanted to use these terrains as cover to get close to the opponent, but he overlooked one point, that is, Xingchen had too many firepower points. On the other hand, Baiwa had no long-range output except for Zhou Yuan's Wafansigen. In this team match, Baihua's lineup was Yufeng, Zhou Yuan, Zhou Guangyi, Mo Chuchen and Zhu Xiaoping, with Zhang Wei as the 6th man. Captain, I can't get through, Zhou Guangyi shouted in the team voice channel. Ji Ling's position had been locked by Xingchen, and as long as he showed his head, he would be shot. Baiwa will be dragged to death, Zhou Yichen said. Until the end, Zhou Guangyi's Ji Ling did not use the long-planned life-threatening attack. He decided to use this big move in the next game. As long as I don't use it, the opponent will always be worried. Zhou Guangyi comforted himself like this. 11-5, Xingchen defeated Baiwa. At the end of the team match, Baiwa still couldn't hold on and chose a suicidal attack. Then, committed suicide. This is the playoffs? How come it feels so easy? Tang Rou took off her headphones. When she came on the court as the sixth player of Xingxin, there were only 3 people left in Baiwa. Didn't they say that the intensity of the playoffs would be much higher than that of the regular season? Tang Rou didn't feel it at all, and even felt a little relaxed. You are really the victim of Baiwa. Wei Chen glanced at Yi Xiu. Whose victim are you, Wei Chao Lao Wei? Yi Xiu smiled and looked at Wei Chen. The first 2 rounds of the second round of the losers group ended here. Yanyu beat Thunder 1-0, and Xingxin beat Baiwa 1-0. According to the prediction, Yanyu has a 68% chance of defeating Thunder. Although they lost the first game, many people are still optimistic that Thunder can turn the tables. On the contrary, the probability of Xingxin defeating Thunder and advancing to the third round of the losers group is as high as 88%. Some people even said that there is only one situation in which Xingxin loses to Baiwa, that is, Yi Xiu has diarrhea and can't play. This situation was refuted by others in the next second. They said that even if Yi Xiu had diarrhea and couldn't play, Baiwa couldn't beat him. Unless all the members of Xingxin had diarrhea. Seeing this news, Baiwa was full of anger, but there was no place to vent. Slapping these people in the face is the best way for us to vent. Yu Feng clenched his fist. Review, practice more. The time came to the next day, and the finals of the winners group of the 10th season of the Glory Professional League playoffs officially started. In the first game, Tyranny played at home against the great devil Samsara, who came from afar. From the moment they entered the track, the Samsara people once again felt the enthusiasm of the people of Q City. It feels that the Atmosphere group played SOSO today. Hey, didn't you eat? Boo louder. Zhou Yichen said this, raising his hands up, as if telling Tyranny fans to boo louder. Tyranny fans in the spectator seats were collectively confused. Why did he feel so happy? Damn! I beat your beep beep. Oh, get hotter. Zhou Yichen felt very comfortable watching the blushing faces of Tyranny fans. Damn, be quiet. If you win, we won't be able to leave the stadium. Zhang Jiala admitted that he was a little scared. Looking at the muscular man sitting in the back row of Tyranny's spectator seats, Zhang Jiala said that if he punched him, he could fall to the ground and sleep for a long time. Okay, Ah Chun, it's time to enter. Samsara walked towards the stage at the signal of the staff. Captain Zhou Zakai. Ah, Zhou Zakai is so handsome. I'm hard. Is this still Q City? Has it been invaded? Vice Captain Jiang Buitao. Huff, huff, huff. God of War Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen, I'm on the morning shift, beep beep. Oh, I just like the atmosphere in Q City, it's so hot. Zhou Yichen said, waving to the audience with a bright smile on his face. Seeing Zhou Yichen laughing so happily, Tyranny fans felt worse than eating shit. Take a break. Fong Minghua said helplessly, is this what young people are like? They have endless energy every day. It's okay, he'll be gone when the season ends. Zhang Jiala said with a huh. After both sides were ready, the game officially began. Hello everyone, I'm today's commentator Bebe. Hello everyone, I'm today's commentator Li Ju. Hello everyone, I'm today's commentator and guest Li Ba. The winner's bracket final is also the reappearance of the 9th season finals. The lineup of the Samsara team has not changed much compared to last year, while the Tyranny team has changed a lot. As a professional commentator, Bebe took the lead in opening the topic. Yes, compared to last season, the original champion Du Ming of the Samsara team was loaned to Yanyu, and the veteran all-star Zhao Yang of the Tyranny team chose to retire. The 2 newcomers Bai Shu and Song Qiang performed very well. Li Ju said. The transition of Tyranny from old to new is very perfect. Li Ba praised his old club without hesitation. After a short break, the starting lineups of the 2 teams in the ring match were announced on the electronic screen above the center of the stage. Samsara, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, God of War, Occupation, Battle Mage. Tyrant, Lin Jingyan, ID, Lung Anlei, Occupation, Gangster. Map, Thatcher Manor. Tyranny chose a map with many elements and rich content. Thatcher Manor is a scene cut out from the vast map of the God's domain. There is a lake in the west, a small forest in the east, and a 2-story manor castle with underground buildings in the middle. In addition, there are mills, stables, gardens, and other small buildings distributed in the manor. Tyranny surprisingly chose a complex map, which is a bit unlike Tyranny's style. Bebe was a little surprised. He held in his hand the number of times Tyranny used the map this season. The top few maps are all simple and straightforward. From the perspective of paper strength, tyranny is indeed at a disadvantage in frontal combat. Li Ju said. The Samsara Trident is too strong. Li Ba said that the Samsara Troika can be said to be the most offensive trio he has ever seen, without a doubt. Tyranny player seat, Old Lin, don't feel burdened. Zhang Xinjie said to Lin Jingyan, who took off his coat and prepared to leave. Although Lin Jingyan has been a veteran for many years, Zhang Xinjie still hopes that Lin Jingyan will not bear too much pressure on his shoulders. What burden can I have? Lin Jingyan smiled. It was not the first time to compete. Hello. Zhou Yichen is indeed a natural big star. As soon as he came on stage, he mobilized the atmosphere of the whole audience. I ha ha beep beep beep. Hey, do you think Aiken has some strange attributes? Wu Qi elbowed Fang Minghua. Ah? What have you been watching these days? As an old driver, Fang Minghua immediately understood what Wu Qi meant. I didn't see it, don't talk nonsense. Wu Qi shook his head and waved his hands, denying it 3 times. I'm serious. Wu Qi panicked when he saw everyone looking at him with strange eyes. Look, if we were scolded, we would definitely be unhappy, but as for him, I feel that he was very happy, that's not. Lu Buiyuan reacted quickly, and quickly covered Wu Qi's mouth. What is it? Although the equipment was still being debugged and the game had not yet started, the minds of the people in the Samsara team were obviously not on the stage at this moment. Anyway, Zhou Yichen would not let them down. Nothing. Wu Qi laughed awkwardly. What do you two watch in the dormitory every night? Jiang Buotao frowned. The dormitory in Samsara is for 2 people to a room. The only single room was previously occupied by the captain Zhou Zikai, but because Zhang Jiala ate dog food and vomited at night, Zhou Zikai exchanged rooms with Zhou Yichen. Jiang Buotao and Fang Minghua lived in one room, Wu Qi and Lu Buiyuan lived in one room, and Zhang Jiala and Zhou Zikai lived in one room. Zhou Yichen and his room were both very happy. The game is about to start. Zhou Zikai said. He was worried that if they continued talking, the two would get angry. Watch the game, watch the game. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen, God of War loaded. Lung Anlei loaded. Map, Thatcher Manor, loaded. As the map and characters were loaded, the holographic projection unfolded and the game officially began. Chapter 575. 3, 2, 1, fight! The winners group final, the first round of the Samsara vs. Tyranny competition officially started. On one side is the new god, the youngest title, Glory's chief battle mage God of War Zhou Yichen, and on the other side is the veteran, who has fought on the battlefield for many years, and the former Glory's chief gangster Lin Jingyan. At Thatcher Manor, both sides refreshed symmetrically from north to south. Yu Xingchen refreshed in the south, near the stables, Ma, and Leng Anlei refreshed in the north, near the garden. The game starts. Looking at the routes of both sides, this is to go directly into the manor castle in the center of the map. Beige took a rough look at the marching routes of both sides. He could understand Yu Xingchen going straight to the middle, but wouldn't Leng Anlei's terrain advantage by the grove be better? The terrain of the castle is more complicated. There are many twists and turns inside, 2 floors high, and underground buildings, which is very suitable for guerrilla warfare. Li Ju seemed to see the puzzlement in Beige's heart, so he explained. Lin Jingyan was thinking exactly like this. It was not just the opponent who was restricted from going to the grove. It would be better to use the complex route in the castle to slowly wear down the opponent's health and temper. Even if he could not beat the opponent in the end, he could still defeat Zhou Yichen. Both parties entered the castle at almost the same time. Yu Xingchen went through the back door, while Leng Anlei went through the main door. The moment he entered the castle, Zhou Yichen posted a message on the public channel. Yu Xingchen, Senior, why didn't I see you in the grove? Maichua, Zhou Yichen looks harmless, but he must be evil at heart. Tyranny fans complained. Start to test Leng Anlei's position. Li Ju said. Leng Anlei, you are in the grove? Why didn't I see you? Lin Jingyan is not stupid. The moment Zhou Yichen's words were typed on the public screen, he knew that the other party was not in the grove. There was no reason to go to the riverside, so Yu Xingchen only had one way left, which was to enter the castle from the back road. And Zhou Yichen also judged Leng Anlei's location through the text sent by Lin Jingyan. If Lin Jingyan was really in the grove, he would never send this sentence. Where in the castle? Zhou Yichen smiled. After the two sides finished the text exchange, they moved more cautiously. It seems that both sides have guessed each other's location. Li Ba smiled. At this time, the distance between the two sides was only separated by a corridor. Yu Xingchen was slowly moving forward, with his gun behind him to avoid being discovered. Lung Onlei was also very cautious. He held a poison needle tightly in his left hand, and the brick in his right hand. As long as the other party showed his head, he would perform a set of rogue combination skills, which was unavoidable. No, this position is too close. Zhang Xinjie shook his head. In terms of reaction speed, among all the professional players in the entire league, Zhou Yichen is second, and no one dares to claim first. Both sides have reached the corner of the castle corridor. Who will react first? After saying this, Basie clearly felt that his heart had risen to his throat. The fans of Tyranny in the audience were extremely excited. They wanted to tell Lin Jingyan in the battle seat that there was danger ahead. But Lin Jingyan, who was extremely focused, ignored these voices, and continued to operate Lung Onlei to move forward. The two met at the corner. Damn it. Lin Jingyan was startled, but the next second Yu Xingchen's Dragon Den stabbed over. Dragon Fang. Fortunately, Lin Jingyan's hands did not shake, and he threw out the brick and poison needle. Seeing this, Zhou Yichen had to cancel the attack and dodge the flying object thrown by Lung Onlei. At this distance, there is a chance. Lin Jingyan did not retreat, but rushed towards him. Powerful knee attack. After Lung Onlei bit his legs, he used his knees to attack Yu Xingchen. The powerful knee attack was launched very quickly, and the skill effect and damage value were much stronger than the knee attack. Yu Xingchen did not choose to counterattack, but kept retreating. The corridor was narrow, and the battle mage could not use it at all. There was a certain probability that the spear would get stuck on the wall when it was swung out. Lin Jingyan naturally saw through Zhou Yichen's intention, so he took advantage of the victory and pursued him, and the more fierce he fought. Old Lin's attack is very fierce. It seems there is hope. Bai Yanfei shouted. Yes, but not much. Zhang Xinjie shook his head. The attack was fierce, but Yu Xingchen's health was not consumed too much. Bai Shu said. Bai Yanfei then noticed that although Yu Xingchen was fighting and retreating, his health was always maintained at 90%. Although Lung Onlei's attack was fierce, Yu Xingchen took the opportunity to poke him a few times, and his health was actually lower than Yu Xingchen. Unknowingly, the two had come to the main hall of the castle from the corridor. Yu Xingchen stepped on the joint of the stairs, turned around and stabbed Lung Onlei with a gun. The shot was not fast. Lung Onlei rolled to avoid it, but the next second, Yu Xingchen successfully approached the opponent. He charged a palm and slapped it. Boom! Falling flower palm, Lung Onlei flew backwards and hit the mural of the castle directly. Did Zhou Yichen take over the rhythm of the attack? Bai Yanfei's mind was blank. Wasn't Lin Jingyan still in the advantage just now? How come he was at a disadvantage in an instant? Too fast. Bai Shu took a breath. He had fought Zhou Yichen head-on during the regular season. He still remembered the suffocating feeling Zhou Yichen gave him. As long as he showed a flaw and was caught by him, it would be almost impossible to turn the tables. How to defeat Zhou Yichen, Tyranny had discussed it privately. There was almost no solution to a head-on confrontation. His understanding of battle mages was far beyond that of others. Zhang Xinjie's answer was that in general, he could only wait for Zhou Yichen to make a mistake, but in the regular season, he might still show a flaw because of relaxation. After the playoffs, this guy seemed to have put more skill points on himself. Whether it was offense or defense, he did everything perfectly. Sky Strike, Yu Xingchen lifted Lung Onlei up before he received the body. With the blessing of the Dragon Gallbladder Phantom effect, Yu Xingchen's fighter will was superimposed at once. Fast, too fast, Zhou Yichen won't be a second man. Tyranny fans were still slandering. We can notice that Zhou Yichen's hand speed has increased. It has reached 450, and is still rising, said the cup. Being young is good? Li Ba said with emotion. Compared with Zhou Yichen's ease, Lin Jingyan looked much more embarrassed. In order to keep up with the opponent's rhythm, Lin Jingyan was forced to increase his hand speed, but the side effects followed. Hiss. Lung Onlei used a Overlord Fist to knock Yu Xingchen back. Just as he was about to make the next move, his left hand suddenly twitched. This second was seized by Zhou Yichen again. Yu Xingchen turned around and successfully stabbed Lung Onlei, who was stunned in place. Backhanded strike. The dragon breaks the army. Boom! The dragon pierces the heart. Before Lung Onlei landed, Yu Xingchen used his killing move again. Lung Onlei's HP has dropped to 25%, while Yu Xingchen still has 78%. The cup reported the HP of both characters in real time. Is this the burst of the battle mage? No, this is Zhou Yichen's burst. If it were online, even if it was Zhou Yichen, my evaluation would still need practice. As the fight went on, the audience began to brag. It's time to end. Jiang Guotao said softly. Facing Zhou Yichen, who was firing at full power, Lin Jingyan could only fight and retreat. At this time, his hand speed could no longer be increased. Lin Jingyan wanted to win, but he was not a fool. At this time, speeding up his hand speed was no different from suicide. In the end, Zhou Yichen's Yushinchen took away Lin Jingyan's Lang Onlei at the cost of 40% of his HP. Can't even reach 50%, half of the health? Lin Jingyan looked at his hands, that were still shaking slightly. Perhaps, it was time for him to retire. Old Lin, don't think too much. We think about the future later. What we need to do now is to play well in the present. Zhang Xinjie patted Lin Jingyan on the shoulder. From his slightly tired eyes, Zhang Xinjie could see that Lin Jingyan was thinking about retiring again. As early as the beginning of the season, Lin Jingyan had confessed to them that he wanted to retire after the season. He was tired and couldn't walk anymore. In fact, after losing to Samsara in the finals of the 9th season, Lin Jingyan lost all his spirit. At that time, he wanted to retire with Zhao Yang, but in the end, he was retained by the Tyranny management and players. After seeing the performance of the two newcomers in advance, Lin Jingyan also decided to hold on for another year. This year, Tyranny played steadily and climbed to the second place in the regular season step by step, but the mountain of Samsara still stood in front of him. It would be a lie for Lin Jingyan not to be eager for the coveted championship trophy. But now, he is far inferior to the past in terms of reaction and other aspects, otherwise the howling would not kick him away. Well, let's talk about it after the season. Lin Jingyan nodded. The game was not over yet, and it was not the time to be dejected. Damn, this Zhou Yichen really doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Looking at Senior Lin's state, I guess it will be difficult to see him next season, Jiang Guotao said. Ah. Zhang Jiala sighed. As a debutant in the second season, he naturally understood Lin Jingyan's feelings. 9 years of professional career, no championship. But there is no way, because failure always runs through life. Zhang Jiala was very glad that he made the right choice to come back and join the reincarnation team, although some people on the internet have been spitting on Zhang Jiala for defecting to the enemy. At first, he was also very uncomfortable, but after staying in the reincarnation team for a while, Zhang Jiala let it go. He no longer had to bear the heavy pressure on his shoulders, and he no longer had to carry the team forward. After winning the championship trophy he had been longing for last year, Zhang Jiala originally planned to retire, but after some communication, Zhang Jiala decided to fight for another year. As a result, he heard that there would be a Glory World Invitational in the second half of the year and an Asian Invitational next year, so Zhang Jiala decided to bring his own talent to the world. After conquering Lin Jingyan, who was not a difficult hurdle, Zhou Yichen welcomed the second player of Tyranny, Song Qiang. This is a hurdle you must pass. He will be your strong enemy in the future. Now you have to learn to adapt to him and find a chance to defeat him, Zhang Xinjie said to Song Qiang. Yes, I will try my best, Song Qiang said. The successor of Damagayan has a personality that is not like Han Wenqing at all. His fighting style is calm, neither fast nor slow, and his style is a bit like Zhang Xinjie. Tyranny, Song Qiang, ID, Changha Luori, Occupation, Boxer. 99%, 100%. Changha Luori, loading completed. Map, Thatcher Manor, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight. Senior, please teach me. Song Qiang typed in the public channel after entering the game. Xiao Song, kill him. Tyranny fan shouted fiercely. Xiao Song, why do you respect him so much? Stupid, Xiao Song wants Zhou Yichen to be proud and reveal his flaws. This brother has a point. Let's praise Zhou Yichen and make him swell up. Zhou Yichen awesome. Zhou Yichen is so handsome. All of a sudden, many Tyranny fans began to praise Zhou Yichen, and the players on both sides were dumbfounded. Ah? What's going on? Li Bo was stunned. Did Tyranny fans betray? Zhou Yichen's fans on the guest stage looked at each other. Who was the real fan? No, the Tyranny fans who followed the shouting noticed something was wrong. Oh my god, this guy is a Samsara fan, sitting between us to lead the rhythm. A sharp-eyed Tyranny brother saw the Zhou Yichen stand hidden behind this guy. There is a traitor. While the field was in chaos, the game on the field was proceeding in an orderly manner. Song Qiang did not choose to go straight to the castle, but chose to come to the grove on the side, which was the venue suitable for him to perform. But Zhou Yichen was not stupid. After walking around the castle, and not finding any trace of Changha Luori, he understood. So Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel, "Come to the castle, how about we face off?" "But why should I listen to you?" Song Qiang asked in a typing voice. "Because I am your senior," Zhou Yichen said shamelessly. "You are a senior?" Tyranny fans were still outputting. The two of them kept wasting time like this, and Yu Xingchen was turning around in the castle. Zhou Yichen was not a fool. As early as the beginning of the game, he had observed the terrain of the grove from a distance. It was no different for a battle mage to go in and be disarmed. In the end, Song Qiang couldn't bear it anymore and rushed out of the grove and ran towards the castle. Xiao Song still can't hold it back, Zhang Xinjie said. There's nothing we can do. Zhou Yichen is such a bastard. The castle is much bigger than the woods, Lin Jingyan said. According to the rules of the competition, if two people do not meet within 10 minutes of a match, then both of them will be given a yellow card, regardless of whether it was intentional or not. After receiving the yellow card, if they still choose not to meet, the winner will be determined based on the range of activities and steps of the two characters. Yes, brushing WeChat steps is really useful. Someone has done this before, deliberately not meeting the other party, and the result is that Zhou Yichen is angry and finds an opportunity to chase and kill. For words to describe it, horrible. Chapter 576. Yu Xingchen stood on the second floor of the castle. After seeing Chang He Luori rushing out of the grove, he jumped down. Zhou Yichen would not choose to avoid his sharp edge. In his eyes, Yu Xingchen was the brightest light on the stage. Gan Yin Xingchen, wrong defeat. Yu Xingchen rushed over directly. This time, the cup was a little confused. Why didn't he wait for Chang He Luori to enter the castle before jumping down and going around? In addition to the ultimate move Fu Long Xiang Tian, the battle mage's long-range output is basically only the dazzling pattern, but the dazzling pattern will not appear out of thin air. In this case, Zhou Yichen's best choice is to meet him, and use technology to suppress Song Qiang. Li Yibo explained. But Song Qiang is not bad either, the cup said. Compared to Zhou Yichen, Song Qiang is much worse in all aspects. Li Ju shook his head and said, swoosh, continuous thrust. Yu Xingchen jumped down and stabbed at Chang He Luori quickly. Song Qiang did not choose to force the thrust, but jumped back twice to avoid Yu Xingchen's thrust. Very rational. Jiang Buotou commented. As the future successor of Damo Guyan, Song Qiang and Han Wenqing are not alike at all, both in appearance and style. Han Wenqing's boxing style highlights one word, fierce, as long as there is a chance to get close. Even if the price is high, Han Wenqing is willing to pay, because he believes that as long as he pays, he will get rewards. And Song Qiang's boxing style highlights absolute rationality. When he thinks the risk is relatively large, even if the reward will be great, he will choose to give up. And then choose a more stable way of fighting, and seize the opportunity to kill with a fatal blow. Each of the two styles of play has its own advantages and disadvantages. Song Qiang's retreat was seen as cowardice in Zhou Yichen's eyes. So Zhou Yichen did not hesitate at all and controlled Yu Xingchen to move forward and launch multiple thrusts at Chang He Luori. Will Xiao Song find a chance to counterattack if he is suppressed like this? Bai Yanfei was a little anxious. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet, Zhang Xinjie said on the side. It's still too little experience, Han Wenqing said with his hands across his chest. For Song Qiang, who just debuted this season, this is his first playoff journey. Compared with the blue rain he faced in the first round, Song Qiang was under much more pressure facing Samsara this round. While controlling Chang He Luori to retreat, Song Qiang was observing Yu Xingchen's movements. Is there a flaw? There is. A hair. Song Qiang found that Yu Xingchen's pseudo-combo, he couldn't avoid any of it. I can't be suppressed like this any longer. Song Qiang glanced at his health bar, which had been reduced from 100% to 89% now. During this period, Yu Xingchen did not use any skills, and used pure ordinary attacks to crush Chang He Luori. In terms of basic operations, Song Qiang is still far behind Zhou Yichen. Li Ba said that Yu Xingchen could sense and dodge every punch from Chang He Luori. However, Chang He Luori could not dodge every stab from Yu Xingchen. Chang He Luori's limbs shook, and white light appeared around his body. His physical defense was greatly improved, which could offset most attacks or skill effects during this period. The skill effect lasted for 20 seconds. In these 20 seconds, Song Qiang had to seize the rhythm, otherwise he might still be suppressed by Yu Xingchen when the skill duration ended. Chang He Luori raised his leg and attacked Yu Xingchen. His speed was very fast, and his attack and retreat were all in an instant. Front kick, Yu Xingchen blocked with his spear, but was still knocked back a distance. Chang He Luori followed and threw a powerful punch at him. Punch. If the skill hits the enemy, it will cause physical damage, and will also increase the strength attribute and the enemy's stiffness duration. Too slow a punch. Li Ju shook his head and said. Although the punch skill has a good effect and will last for a while, its side effect is that it will reduce the boxer's attack speed. Chung Haluori's attack speed did not increase. Even though this punch was not slow in the eyes of the audience, the person standing opposite him was Zhou Yichen, the only teal-level reaction monster in this season. Z-shaped shake, Yu Xingchen easily dodged the punch, but Chung Haluori's killer move was behind. Before Yu Xingchen could straighten his body, Chung Haluori turned his head, raised his feet, and stepped on Yu Xingchen quickly. Boxer's level 65 explosive skill. Fu Hu Tung Xiang. Because the distance was too close, Yu Xingchen had no room to pull away. Although Zhou Yichen dodged to the left with super fast reaction, he was still stepped on by Chung Haluori. "There's a chance," Bai Yanfei shouted. "Well done, Xiao Song, kill him." The Tyranny fans in the audience saw this scene and beat their chests excitedly, as if they had already won the game. "A nice trick," Li Bo praised. After Fu Hu Tung Xiang, Chung Haluo restabilized his body and spun his legs to attack Yu Xingchen. "Whirlwind kick. You can't take the 1,000-pound weight," Han Wenqing said, loosening his arms. A common move of boxers, the whirlwind kick disrupts the enemy's footsteps, and then the 1,000-pound weight is used to press the enemy to the ground. Under the effect of the domineering body, this attack is a sure hit. But at this time, as a boxer who has reached the pinnacle, Han Wenqing feels that he should not take the 1,000-pound weight. Why? This is a doubt in the hearts of the people in Tyranny. They have no doubt that Han Wenqing's judgment is wrong, because the opponent is a battle mage. Zhang Xinjie adjusted his glasses and said, "Battle mage. Round dance stick." Lin Jingyan thought of why Han Wenqing said that he could not take the 1,000-pound weight. Sure enough, at the moment when Chung Haluori's fists fell straight down and fell towards Yu Xingchen, Yu Xingchen's spear shot out and successfully pierced Chung Haluori's heart. Then a powerful force directly pierced Chung Haluori in the air to the ground. Round dance stick. Since this round dance stick is used in a natural way, the arc of Yu Xingchen's spear swinging does not exceed 180 degrees, so there is naturally no additional magic damage bonus. Zhou Yichen's focus is not on this point, but on the round dance stick as a grabbing skill that can break the hegemony state. Hitting the enemy will cause magic damage, but the body will be invalid. Chung Haluori fell to the ground, and the hegemony effect was broken. Yu Xingchen stepped forward to pick him up. Sky Strike. Chung Haluori was lifted up into the air. Seeing this scene, Tyranny fans cried an "oh." They could already foresee the miserable state of Chung Haluori. He would not give up until he was fully beaten by Zhou Yichen, the pervert, after being lifted up into the air. Dragon Fang, Tyranny Shatter, 100 Dragon Meteor Attack. 3 moves were used at the same time. Seeing the red dazzling pattern rising behind Yu Xingchen, Song Qiang felt a headache. Falling Flower Palm. The fully charged palm directly sent Chung Haluori flying, and the dazzling pattern behind Yu Xingchen also flew away. The damage is full, this attack, the damage is explosive. Bai Shu's scalp was numb watching from the audience. Watching Yu Xingchen stop, Han Wenqing and Zhang Xinjie shrugged at the same time. Obviously, as soon as Yu Xingchen raised his butt, they knew what he was going to do. Is Fulong Xiangtian going to be used at this distance? This is too confident. Bai Shu was a little unbelievable, although he had seen Zhou Yichen's Fulong Xiangtian hit every time on the internet. But seeing it in person still felt outrageous, because the flying distance of the falling flower palm was already very far, and when Haolong flew into the air to attack, Chung Haluori had enough time and speed to react to Fulong Xiangtian. See clearly. Lin Jingyan's eyes were bright. The climax of this game is about to come. Song Qiang's Chung Haluori was holding the cloud body in his hand. As a pure displacement skill of a boxer, the cloud body was very effective in avoiding Fulong Xiangtian. But the Fulong Xiangtian on the opposite side was different, because he was released by Zhou Yichen. If the cloud body was not released in place, Yu Xingchen's Haolong could swing it a second time to catch it. They had seen this scene many times in professional leagues or online videos. Whether it was the dragon raising its head, the dragon turning back, or the dragon circling, these were Zhou Yichen's signature moves. As Yu Xingchen rotated the spear clockwise, a blue Haolong rose from the ground. When Chung Haluori landed, Haolong rushed straight towards it. Hoo. Song Qiang was extremely nervous at this time, and his left hand was already on the skill key of the cloud body. As long as you dodge Zhou Yichen's Fu Long Xiangtian, it means that you have entered the ranks of top powerhouses. This is the evaluation of Zhou Yichen's Fu Long Xiangtian by well-known industry insiders on the internet. Anyone who can dodge his Fu Long Xiangtian is a well-known god in the alliance. I can do it too. Song Qiang cheered himself up in his heart. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Halong bit towards Changhaluori now. Song Qiang pressed the skill button of Yunshin with his left hand, and landed right in front of Yi Yuxingshan. Obviously, Song Qiang had already thought of using Yunshin to move, dodge Fu Longxiang Tian, and take advantage of Yi Yuxingshan's stiff state of closing his moves to get close to him, and hit a wave of strong combos. Huh? Song Qiang just breathed a sigh of relief, and a strong airflow directly surrounded him. The hardest part of Zhou Yichen's Fu Longxiang Tian is never the first part, Zhang Xinjie said, adjusting his glasses. The reason why he was always successful was because Zhou Yichen took advantage of his opponent's laziness. When he missed the first part, he would usually feel a little lazy, which was a normal phenomenon. Zhou Yichen just seized this fleeting opportunity. Fu Longxiang Tian turned around and grabbed Chang He Luo Ri, who was trying to sneak attack, and then took him into the air. Boom! Fu Longxiang Tian, all hit. Li Ba said this almost with gritted teeth. Chang He Luo Ri's health bar dropped sharply, and the damage of this Fu Longxiang Tian was full. Before it fell, Yi Yuxingshan followed up, and directly gave Chang He Luo Ri a heart-piercing blow. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this game. 1 against 2, how come it feels like a daily routine for him? Bei Bei said with a smile. For other players, they may not be able to achieve a 1-on-2 victory in a whole career, but Zhou Yichen's 1-on-2 victory in one season is comparable to other players in several lifetimes. I think it's even more exaggerated that after the 1-on-2 victory, Zhou Yichen's Yi Yuxingshan still had 38% of his health left, which means that Zhou Yichen only consumed 22% of his health to kill Song Qiang's Changhaluori. Li Ju said. The last two big moves, Fu Longxiang Tian and Nu Long Chuan Xian, Song Qiang's Changhaluori was fully consumed. Li Ba said, but Yi Yuxingshan's mana was only 21%, which is a good thing for Tyranny. Then, as a Tyranny veteran, who do you think Tyranny should send to play in the third pick? Bei Bei threw the question to Li Ba. It should be Qin Muyun. Li Ba thought for a while, and said, a ranged profession should be a better choice for a battle mage with insufficient mana, and Qin Muyun's position and movement are also suitable for this map. Now Tyranny must find a way to get rid of Yi Yuxingshan with the least amount of blood, otherwise they will be under too much pressure in the team competition. Li Ju nodded, and he agreed with Li Ba's answer. Sorry, I didn't do it. Song Qiang said with his head down, and it was unknown whether he was talking about defeating Zhou Yichen or avoiding the Fu Longxiang Tian. It's okay, communicate with the strong, think more, find out your own shortcomings, learn from others' strengths, and make up for your shortcomings. Zhang Xinjie said. Let me end his winning streak. Qin Muyun took off his coat and walked out. Yeah. Song Qiang nodded. Tyranny, Qin Muyun, ID, -9 degrees, occupation, sharpshooter. Qin Muyun is on the field, so the fourth pick should be Bai Shu, and Han Wenqing will defend the title. Jiang Buitao knew who the remaining two were after seeing Qin Muyun's name. It's almost the same as what we guessed before the game. Fang Minghua smiled. Yes, the only way out is that they didn't send Bai Shu in the second pick. Tyranny is quite bold. Zhang Jiala spread his hands. In the eyes of the Samsara people, Tyranny has only one newcomer, that is Song Qiang. Bai Shu's overall performance is not like a newcomer at all. After all, he has several years of professional experience. But Song Qiang is a pure blank slate. Facing the top powerhouses in the league in his debut season is too difficult for him. Yi Yuxingshan still has 38% of his health left. How much do you think Chen can change? Jiang Buitao asked. Difficult. Zhang Jiala shook his head. It's not that he didn't have confidence in Zhou Yichen, but mainly because the terrain was complicated and he was facing a long-range and flexible sharpshooter. It was too difficult to exchange blood. Unless the opponent was a fool. 99%, 100%. 9 degrees below zero, loading completed. Map, Thatcher Manor, loading completed. Will Zhou Yichen take advantage of the victory in this round, or will Qin Muyun save the situation? Let's wait and see. Chapter 577. 99%, 100%. 9 degrees below zero, loading completed. Map, Thatcher Manor, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The characters of both sides refreshed at the north and south ends, and both chose to move in a straight line, quickly approaching the center, but because of the mountain villa castle in the middle, no one could directly find the other in the field of vision. Qin Muyun's 9 degrees below zero came from the north, went straight to the back of the castle, and rolled into the castle. Then rushed to a corner under the wall, and then jumped up with the windowsill, column corners, and other places where he could land and gain leverage. In a short while, 9 degrees below zero jumped directly to the top of the castle. After the field of vision was widened, Qin Muyun controlled 9 degrees below zero to look around outside. Qin Muyun really doesn't hide at all. Li Ba smiled. Because the opponent is a battle mage, even if Yu Xingchen saw the 9 degrees on the top of the castle, he couldn't sneak attack. Li Ju said. 9 degrees looked left, right and forward, and in the field of vision, there was no trace of Yu Xingchen at the south end. Where is he? Qin Muyun muttered in his heart. In terms of movement speed, Yu Xingchen should have arrived at this time as long as he came from the middle road. Unless he went to the nearby grove, stable, mill and garden, but for Yu Xingchen, these locations are just a change of cemetery. Has he entered? Qin Muyun is not stupid. If Yu Xingchen chose to go directly to the middle road like himself, then when he jumped to the top of the castle, he could walk into the castle openly. Qin Muyun did not enter the second floor of the castle from the inside at the first time because his profession is a sharpshooter. The open area is more conducive to his performance. It is not a good idea for a sharpshooter to fight with the opponent in the room. At this time, Yu Xingchen was inside the castle. Zhou Yichen also knew that -9 degrees was at the top of the castle. There was no way to make such a loud footsteps. It was difficult for him not to notice it. Now Zhou Yichen was thinking about how to get close to Qin Muyun's -9 degrees. The inside of the castle can lead to the second floor, but the problem is that there is no vision obstruction on the second floor. Even if his movements are small, as long as the opponent is not blind, he will be discovered. Damn, I can't get through. Zhou Yichen shook his head. At this time, he wished that the character in his hand was Jun Mashu. In this situation, there are too many points that can be used by scattered people. Yu Xingchen, 6. Yu Xingchen is slowly moving upwards. It is obvious that Zhou Yichen has discovered that 9 degree is on the second floor of the castle, but there is no shelter above. If 9 degree turns back the scene, Li Ba said, and the picture in his mind was automatically generated. Good opportunity. Zhou Yichen climbed up the stairs and saw 9 degree with his back to him, as if he was scanning his territory. If I attack him from behind now, I will stab him in the waist. Zhou Yichen had a big evil plan in his mind. He should be inside the castle. If he doesn't move now, does he plan to get a yellow card? Qin Muyun was still thinking. Suddenly, he felt a little palpitation in his heart, and felt a chill on his back. So Qin Muyun controlled 9 degree to turn the view, turned around, and found a mysterious man who lowered his body and held a spear in both hands. At this moment, a glance lasts for 1,000 years. I'm so angry. Fuck. Zhou Yichen and Qin Muyun spoke at the same time. One did not expect the other to suddenly turn around, and the other did not expect someone to miss his chrysanthemum. Although both sides were surprised, their hands were not slow. Yu Xingchen thrust forward, and the gun went in and out. While retreating, -9 degrees held both guns forward, and the muzzles spewed out sinful flames. Bang bang bang. As the bullets came, Zhou Yichen, who had no shelter, decided to create a shelter. Wind and clouds, fighting against mountains and rivers. With 2 level 75 big moves, Yu Xingchen's mana suddenly hit the bottom. As a large amount of magic fighting spirit gushed out from the ground, a special environmental effect appeared on the second floor of the castle. A fog effect. Affected by the misty water mist and the floating clouds, -9 degrees could not lock Yu Xingchen. Qin Muyun was very smart and chose to control the character to jump off the rooftop, but he didn't expect Zhou Yichen to be so brave that he rushed out of the clouds and stabbed the 9 degree who was about to jump off the building. Flying dragon in the sky. The Douqi condensed on the tip of the spear successfully stabbed the back of 9 degree, and then the Douqi was released in reverse. Swoosh, 9 degree crashed directly and fell straight to the ground. While receiving physical damage from flying dragon in the sky, he was also injured by the fall. Yu Xingchen's mana is completely exhausted. The cup noticed this at this time. The mana of Yu Xingchen on the electronic big screen was 0, and it had been drained. After Yu Xingchen dropped directly to the ground through the window, he raised his gun and killed the 9 degree who fell to the ground. 9 degree took a step, slid to avoid Yu Xingchen's stab, and stepped on Yu Xingchen's shoulder, intending to turn around and shoot. But Zhou Yichen predicted this shot, and Yu Xingchen turned around and stabbed at 9 degree. The damage of the stab without any skill was naturally much lower. Yu Xingchen rotated his spear and killed the opponent again. Qin Muyun hurriedly operated 9 degree to raise the shooting angle, trying to headshot the opponent. Bang bang bang. The bullets were fired one after another, and the headshot rate was touching. Furious shooting, 09 Degree used its powerful recoil to fly backwards and opened up a distance from Yu Xingchen. Then he jumped directly to the balcony on the second floor of the castle with the help of the first floor windowsill. 09 Degree replaced the bullets and started to shoot wildly at Yu Xingchen on the first floor. Yu Xingchen dodged in a hurry, and the smooth marble was immediately riddled with holes. Rapid shooting, double shooting. Qin Muyun released 2 status skills in a row, and the firing rate and physical damage of the bullets were significantly improved. In fact, at this time, I think we can use gun and artillery martial arts to fight Zhou Yichen in close combat. Muyun's gun and body skills are not bad either, Lin Jingyan said. It's just a different choice. Yu Xingchen's mana is exhausted. He can only use ordinary attacks next without mana recovery equipment. In this case, it is true that he can use gun and body skills to fight hard, but those who know Zhou Yichen's close combat level will know. Zhang Xinjie analyzed. And Zhou Yichen is also a sharpshooter. He knows too much about gun and artillery martial arts. Yes. Lin Jingyan almost forgot that this guy is a double cultivation monster. The reason why Qin Muyun did not choose the method Lin Jingyan said was that his 3 gun and body skills were not complete. He did not have the ability to fully control the gun and body skills at a distance of 3 steps, so he believed more in his ability to choose a position. Second, the opponent was very familiar with gun and body techniques, and with the trauma of being beaten several times, Qin Muyun did not dare to use gun and body techniques against Zhou Yichen. Fortunately, the difference in health points is quite large, Bai Yanfei said. At this time, no matter how hard Zhou Yichen tried, he could not hide the defect that Yu Xingchen's mana was exhausted. He could only rely on ordinary attacks. 09 Degree pulled away, and Yu Xingchen could not hit him at all. In the end, it was still 09 Degree's gun that hit Yu Xingchen faster. Bang bang bang, glory. Let us congratulate Qin Muyun for winning a game for Tyranny, but this loss is a bit big. Bebe looked at 09 Degree's health points, 54%. In the case of a character disadvantage, Zhou Yichen only used 38% of his health points and 21% of his mana points to consume 46% of 09 Degree's health points. In this ring match, Zhou Yichen knocked down 246 of Tyranny's health points. This efficiency is very high, but for Zhou Yichen, it seems to be a routine operation. This guy is a monster. The eliminated 301st team came to watch the game. Are all the battle mages in your league at this level? A new face appeared in 301st team, speaking fluent English. No, he is the top battle mage in our league. Yang Tsong responded in English. My god, if this battle mage was in our league, he could walk sideways. As long as his teammates were good, this battle mage could completely dominate the game. Yang Tsong smiled and said nothing. He is still getting stronger. It's too exaggerated. Howling and his team also came to the scene. The gap between me and him seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Tang Hao clenched his fists, unwilling to accept it. Oh my god, Tyranny's home court is silent. Lin Feng said in surprise. If you ask which of the 20 teams in the league has the hottest home court, Tyranny is second, and no one dares to claim first. But now, Tyranny's home court has become the largest library in Q City. It's not the first time, Tang Hao said with his arms around his chest. In the finals last year, Tyranny's home court was beaten into the Marina Trench. It's still this man. You are worthy of being the king of efficiency. Zhou Yichen returned to the Samsara player seat, and everyone praised him. The king of efficiency. This is the latest evaluation of Zhou Yichen by foreign media. Whether it is the ring match or the team match, Zhou Yichen's efficiency ranks first in the league this season, and the second is Yi Xiao of Xingxin. Originally, Yi Xiao was the most efficient at the beginning. After all, Xingxin was in a situation where if Yi Xiao didn't perform well, Xingxin would lose. Later, the newcomers of Happy grew up. Fang Rui and Su Macheng worked together, and Yi Xiao took a rest. His efficiency naturally dropped. Average, third in the world. Zhou Yichen waved his hand. Look at your annoying look. Zhang Jiala gritted his teeth and said. Jealous, but it doesn't matter. Okay, it's my turn. Wu Qi jumped, then took off his coat and threw it on the seat. He adjusted his hair, put on his peripherals, and prepared to go on stage. Wait! Lu Buiyuan stopped him. Didn't we agree that I would be the second pick before the game? Wu Qi looked back in confusion. Your account is stuck in your coat, Lu Buiyuan said indifferently. Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? At this moment, Wu Qi thought of his friend, who was far away in the misty rain. Samsara, Wu Qi, ID, cruel silence, occupation, Assassin. Samsara sent Wu Qi as the second pick, which is also within our expectations. Li Ju smiled and looked at Beibei and Li Yibo. During the short break just now, several people discussed the deployment of the two teams. After Qin Muyun came on the field, the remaining two people knew who they were. Bai Shu Han Wenqing. On the Samsara side, the three commentators thought that Wu Qi would be sent, because the third and fifth picks remained unchanged, Zhang Jiala and Zhou Zikai. The only way out is the second and fourth picks, Wu Qi, Jiang Buotao and Lu Buoyuan, choose two according to the opponent's lineup. It is also very reasonable for Wu Qi to face Qin Muyun, because neither Lu Buoyuan's judo nor Jiang Buotao's magic swordsman can perform well against the sharpshooter. But assassins are different. In addition, the terrain is complex, and the assassin's space for performance is very large. How good is this assassin? The successor to the future chief assassin. Then why is he in another team? Yang Song was confused. He said, "What the hell do I know?" He also wanted to bring Wu Qi over, but if he didn't retire, let alone whether Samsara would let him go, would Wu Qi come by himself? Could it be possible to play two assassins? Yang Song thought about it, and it seemed possible. There have been two boxers, two ghost swordsmen, two magic scholars, two exorcists, two sharpshooters, and even two elemental mages in the league, but it seems that there has never been a double assassin. Just when Yang Song was thinking about whether this lineup had a way out, the game on the field was about to end. The assassin was much faster than the sharpshooter. Wu Qi's cruel silence arrived at the castle one step ahead of Qin Muyun's 09 degrees, and then he very cleverly squatted in a corner of the first floor. Qin Muyun did not choose to climb to the second floor from the outside, because he thought there were too many blind spots after going up, so he chose to enter from the back door. As a result, Cruel Silence's choice of position directly sentenced 09 degrees to death. Arc Flash. The attack speed was extremely fast, and before Qin Muyun could react, he was cut back. Cutthroat. Cruel Silence stabbed 09 degrees back, slit his throat, and caused high physical damage. Wu Qi's surprise attack helped him master the perfect offensive rhythm, but Qin Muyun was obviously not a useless person. 7 steps. 6 steps. 5 steps. 4 steps. -9 degrees stopped jumping back, and it looked like a normal movement, but his legs kept the angle for attacking at all times, and Wu Qi was immediately alert. The sharpshooter, he knows too much. For gun physical technique, the number of steps is the current digital description of the operator's gun physical technique operation level. Zhou Zikai's 3-gun physical technique was previously unmatched in glory, but as Zhou Yichen officially played a more radical 3-gun physical technique on the competition stage, people realized that some people were born to do this. Except for the two Zhous, most other sharpshooters are at around 4 steps. When they are in good condition, they may be able to control 3.5 steps, but when their attitude is not good, they may be in a mess at 4.5 steps. Gun physical technique is not a self-defense skill for sharpshooters after being approached, but exists as a strong attack skill for this profession. Qin Muyun has never been the main attacker in the Tyranny team. His main responsibility is often to penetrate and restrict the opponent. He occasionally has the opportunity to use spear and body skills, but he has never attracted attention. Oh, this is going to take 3 steps. As an expert in this area, Zhou Yichen immediately saw Qin Muyun's thoughts. Chapter 578. 4-step rifle physical technique. Just when people were still lamenting Qin Muyun's late bloom, 09 degrees suddenly took a step forward, bang bang bang, gunshots, leg collisions, and continued to attack Cruel Silence, but at this time, the distance between the two sides. This is 3 steps. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that this player with a weak presence would become the third strongman who can fully control the 3-step rifle physical technique after Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen? As a result, before everyone had time to appreciate the 3-step rifle physical technique in the peak field, 09 degrees jumped back again, and suddenly pulled from 3 steps to nearly 5 steps. TSK. People who don't understand can't see what Qin Muyun is doing, they just know that he has regressed, but those with higher levels, especially the magic gun players, are very surprised. Spear physical technique emphasizes the ability to advance and retreat freely. But this ability to advance and retreat freely does not mean that when performing spear physical technique, you can advance and retreat 3 steps at a time and 5 steps at a time. This is a description of the state of the spear body technique when it is used, which can attack or retreat. If you can control the spear body technique to advance and retreat freely at a distance of several steps, then the spear body technique is at the level of several steps. This is the definition. Zhou Zikai's spear body technique is like this, very stable within 3 steps, As for Zhou Yichen, it is too exaggerated, extremely aggressive, as if 3 steps are not enough for him to fight. Unstable. Zhou Zikai commented. Well, in addition to instability, Wuqi also dealt with it very well. Jiang Butao said. Cruel Silence retreated and advanced, making Qin Muyun's -9 degrees very uncomfortable. 1 step away, just can't hit. I use more spear body techniques than you eat. Wuqi complained. He's ready to run. Li Ju said, as he watched 09 degrees pull away to 7 steps. 7 steps, this distance is a bit far. Gun and body techniques will use guns to shoot, but they also need the sharpshooter's leg and foot attack skills. 7 steps, most of the threats of these skills are reduced to extremely weak. After taking 7 steps, this is probably about to interrupt the close combat gun and body techniques, and prepare to run away. Li Ju guessed correctly. After 09 degrees slid to avoid Cruel Silence's stab, he immediately climbed out the window and fled. Qin Muyun thought very simply. His health was running low. If he continued to fight with the opponent in the castle, he might be stabbed to death next time. So he decided to control 09 degrees to escape to the garden, where the view was wide and more suitable for him to pull from a distance. But Wuqi didn't intend to let him walk out so openly. Cruel Silence quickly stretched out his foot and kicked 09 degrees ankle. As he turned around and fired his 2 guns, Cruel Silence jumped high and launched 2 horizontal stabs at 09 degrees. Water Dividing Stab. Luring move. As the chief assassin of the alliance, Yang Song could instantly see that Wuqi's water dividing stab was a luring move. Then the real killer move is, just as 09 degrees threw a grenade at Cruel Silence in the air and prepared to detonate it, Wuqi pressed the jump button and Cruel Silence jumped again in midair. Air jump. Cruel Silence fell behind 09 degrees in an arc, and Wuqi decisively used the assassin's 50th level awakening active state skill. Vital attack. When the vital attack is turned on, the assassin will find a vital point behind the enemy. If the assassin accurately hits the enemy's vital point, it will cause a 200% physical damage bonus, and will definitely be a critical hit. Then, before Qin Muyun could turn his character's position in time, Cruel Silence stabbed behind him in an instant, and quickly stabbed behind him like a shadow. Level 65 Assassin's Killer Move. Flash Stab. This stab accurately hit a vital point behind 09 degrees. Explosion in an instant. 09 degrees health value dropped sharply, and people looked and found that only 3% was left. No, you have to fill up the damage to die. Qin Muyun knew that he had no hope of winning, so he could only shoot empty bullets to relieve the pressure on his teammates behind him. But unfortunately, Wuqi did not give him this opportunity. When 09 degrees pulled out his double guns and prepared to fire randomly, Cruel Silence sent him back home with an accurate mother and child stab in an arc-shaped trajectory. From everyone's perspective, it was 09 degrees that directly hit the tip of Cruel Silence's sword. Oh my god, is this suicide? Some viewers questioned. This is called prediction. This is called shit luck. Glory. Let us congratulate Wuqi for winning this game. The current score is 3-1, and Samsara is temporarily in the lead. After the game, the cup announced the results as usual. Wuqi played very well in this game, especially when facing Qin Muyun's gun and body skills. He did a very good job. Li Ju wanted to say this at the time, but he didn't expect Qin Muyun to withdraw later. Yes, but compared to gun and body skills, I'm afraid no one knows more deeply than Samsara. Cup smiled. Yeah. Li Bon nodded and echoed the words of the two. With Qin Muyun's end, the 4th person to appear was naturally Bai Shu, who had just returned to China from a foreign professional league this season. Hey, my old friend is on the field. At this time, a strange face sitting in the middle of 301 degrees was extremely excited. Unfortunately, the light was too dim, and the man's face could not be seen clearly. Bai Shu seemed to have a telepathic feeling and looked in the direction of 301 degrees. What a familiar feeling. Bai Shu muttered in his heart. The familiarity may be a person or a team. Tyranny, Bai Shu, ID, Tide, Occupation, Night. Bai Shu's appearance made Tyranny's home field, which had been reduced to a library, hot again. Obviously, Bai Shu's performance this season has conquered them. Bai Shu's performance in this game did not disappoint them either. His frontal and hard-hitting style of play is very popular with Tyranny fans. Some Tyranny fans even hope that Bai Shu can change his profession to a boxer, because Bai Shu is more similar to Han Wenqing in terms of appearance and style. Wuqi's assassin still lacks a little spirituality. Seeing that Cruel Silence was stunned by Tide's shield attack, Jiang Butao sighed. It feels not smooth enough. Zhou Yichen said. The biggest difference between Wu Qi and Yang Song is not in personal skills, but in experience and analysis and control of the situation. In the situation just now, if it was Yang Song, he would choose to retreat. After all, the opponent is a holy knight, with thick skin and flesh. But Wu Qi, as a young man full of vigor, would not retreat. The result was that he was stunned by the shield strike when he was caught in the flaw, and then was taken away by Bai Shu's tide with the Night Awakening. Beautiful combo, Li Bei exclaimed. Too smooth. Just now it was Wu Qi's advantage. Bai Shu reversed the situation with just a shield strike. What a terrible newcomer, said the Cup. Although Bai Shu debuted this season, he has accumulated rich combat experience in England for several years, so during the game, it can be seen that Bai Shu is not in a hurry at all. Li Ju said. My old buddy is still so powerful. By the way, Captain Yang, why didn't you invite Bai Shu to our team? Yang Song said that I didn't want to talk. What can I do if someone cuts him off? Let's see who will play next in Samsara, although we are already very sure in our hearts. Basie smiled and signaled the director to turn the camera to the Samsara player seat and the electronic screen above the stage. The electronic screen flipped to show the next player to play in Samsara. Samsara, Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liaowan, Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Zhang Jiala also stood up from his seat and waved to the Samsara fans in the away area. Zhang Jiala. Ah! The Samsara fans in the away area were shouting, and the Tyranny fans in the home area were booing wildly. Zhang Jiala, after returning from the game, gave up Baiwa and joined Samsara. Although he won the championship as an absolute main player, he still couldn't change the anger of Baiwa fans. Baiwa fans hate him, and other teams, especially some extreme ones in Tyranny, look down on his clinging behavior. In their opinion, Zhang Jiala's going to Samsara is just icing on the cake. Without him, Samsara is still the most favorable competitor for the Glory Championship. But if you go, it feels like the finale. After his return, Zhang Jiala's popularity has not been as good as before, but fortunately, Samsara fans are very sticky, and they have gradually accepted the title of Trident. As long as there are posts attacking Zhang Jiala on the internet, they will be blasted by Samsara fans. This is why Zhang Jiala decided to live in Samsara for retirement. He found the feeling of home. Facing these boos, Zhang Jiala didn't care. He only heard the fans cheering for him. Old Zhang can face it calmly now. Zhou Yichen patted Zhang Jiala on the shoulder. He still remembers when he joined in the 9th season. He went to the home court of Baiwa and faced the boos from the audience. Although Zhang Jiala didn't say anything, he secretly wiped his tears in the dormitory after returning. Several people from Samsara comforted him for a long time. A group of young people comforting an old man. The scene is too touching. Zhang Jiala rolled his eyes at Zhou Yichen. Let's go. I turned them into the largest library in Q City. Watch your performance. Bai Shu, kill this Zhang who defected to the enemy. Yes, kill him. Unfortunately, these voices did not bring actual power to Bai Shu. Zhang Jiala had extremely rich experience and successfully killed Bai Shu's tide by using the stairs of the second-floor castle. Is this the top-level pull? The Cub shook his head and said. After the fight, Bai Shu felt that his hair was about to stand up. His scalp was numb from being pulled by Zhang Jiala. Until the end of the game, the tide had hardly touched the corner of Baiwa Liaowan's clothes. You have to learn this pulling technique, Tang Hao said to the people on the side. Yeah. Zhao Yujie nodded. No matter how confident he was, he couldn't do this pull. The score came to 4-2. The intensity of the ring match in the reincarnation is too high. Li Ba sighed. Han Wenqing. Han Wenqing. Han Wenqing. The whole audience was silent for a moment, but after seeing Han Wenqing on the court, they were completely boiling. Tyranny, Han Wenqing, ID, Damo Guyan, King of Fighters, Occupation, Boxer. King of Fighters. King of Fighters. King of Fighters. Here, Han Wenqing is the eternal god. Watching the whole audience cheering Han Wenqing, Zhang Jiala's thoughts could not help but return to the past. Han Wenqing, the first-generation player of the league, Zhang Jiala, the second-generation player of the league. There is only a 1-year difference, so there is no question of senior or junior, and Zhang Jiala will not fall for it, because except for the substitute Yunyan in the Samsara team, no one else called him senior, but Lao Zhang. The intersection between the two began in the 2nd season when Zhang Jiala first entered the league. At that time, the West was in full bloom and once rushed to the 2nd place in the regular season, and their first opponent in the playoffs was Tyranny led by Han Wenqing, who ranked 7th in the regular season. As a result, with everyone optimistic about it, Han Wenqing shattered the double flowers and led Tyranny to defeat the dark horse Baiwa. Time came to the third season. In that season, the flower blood scene formed by Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala of the Baiwa team was completely integrated and took the whole glory. They won the first place in the regular season. In the semifinals of the playoffs, they successfully avenged themselves and crushed Tyranny to advance to the finals. As a result, they encountered Excellent Era. The story of Ye Zhiqiu defeating Baiwa with one shot is still a legend. This story also led to someone's idea of playing professionally. Flower blood scene, the dream was shattered in the finals. In the fourth season, they made a comeback. As a result, they ranked fourth in the regular season and met Tyranny again in the semifinals. However, this season's Tyranny only added one new player compared to last season, but it was this new player who completely transformed Tyranny. This new player saw through the loopholes of the bloody scenery of flowers with the help of the video of the finals of last season. They ranked first in the regular season and avenged the 100 flowers that eliminated them last season in the semifinals, and finally defeated the Excellent Era dynasty and won the championship. In the fifth season, the 100 flowers, which had accumulated 3 seasons of experience, once again set out with high morale. As a result, their captain Sun Jiping was forced to retire in his prime due to a hand injury in the middle of the season. When everyone was not optimistic, Zhang Jiala, who carried the 100 flowers on his shoulders, met Tyranny again in the playoffs, but this time, the 100 flowers without the bloody scenery did it. They rushed all the way to the finals, but in the end they fell in front of Wang Jieshi, who joined the league in the third season and resounded through the glory with the name of the magician. According to legend, he was the closest to the god of glory, and had the most hope of building a dynasty like Yixiu. In the sixth season, Baiwa and Tyranny did not meet in the playoffs. They lost to Tiny Herb and Blue Rain respectively. Except for the 6th and 8th seasons, Zhang Jiala and Han Wenqing met 6 times in the playoffs. In the 7th season, Baiwa defeated Tyranny, and in the 9th season, the two met in the finals. Currently, Zhang Jiala's win rate against Han Wenqing in the playoffs is 67%. Total, 6 games, wins, 3, 5, 7, 9 seasons, losses, 2, for seasons. Chapter 579. After the 7th season of Baiwa defeated Tyranny in the playoffs, they encountered the rising Samsara in the semifinals. Facing the sharp and full-fire double weak, Zhang Jiala was unable to hold on alone and was defeated in the end. Samsara finally defeated their bitter enemy Tiny Herb and successfully won the first championship trophy in the team's history. As a result, this summer, when everyone was preparing for the next season, Zhang Jiala, the captain of Baiwa at the time, suddenly announced his retirement. The story of Fan Shuejing ended completely on this day. Although Sun Jiping had retired as early as the middle of the 5th season, Zhang Jiala had always been fighting with the responsibilities of 2 people. Others did not understand, and Baiwa did not understand either, but they acquiesced to Zhang Jiala's retirement. They knew that Zhang Jiala was tired. Hearing this news, people couldn't help sighing. If Sun Jiping hadn't been injured in the 5th season, if Sun Jiping had always been there, after Excellent Era had passed its peak, would Fan Shuejing have established a new 100 Flowers dynasty? Unfortunately, there is no if. Is Zhang Jiala willing? No. So at the end of the regular season of the 8th season, Samsara found him. He was very puzzled at the time, because Samsara didn't need his help at that time. Especially after Samsara won 2 consecutive championships, Zhang Jiala's phone was almost blown up by Samsara. He wanted the championship, and Samsara wanted 3 consecutive championships, which coincided with each other. So after a season, he came back, abandoned his old club Baiwa, joined Samsara, which had won 2 consecutive championships, and did a despicable act of clinging to the thighs. Going to the completely unfamiliar environment of Samsara, Zhang Jiala also imagined that he might be excluded, but if he could win the championship, it didn't matter. But what he didn't expect was that the atmosphere in the Samsara team was extremely relaxed. Here, Zhang Jiala found his original intention of playing professionally. Things have changed, people are still the same people, and the pursuit of championships will never change. 99%, 100%. De Mo Guyin, King of Fighters loaded. Map, Thatcher Manor, loaded. 3, 2, 1, fight! As the countdown ended, both sides rushed out of the refresh area. Bang! After loading the map, Zhang Jiala's Baihua Liaoluan fired a shot at the sky. Kakaka, Baihua Liaoluan kept changing the magazine and then rushed towards the castle. This is Zhang Jiala's habitual operation, and everyone is familiar with it. On the other side, Han Wenqing was still iron-blooded, and without any hesitation, he operated to Imo Gu Yin to run towards the castle in the center of the map. Zhang Jiala did not beat around the bush and rushed into the first floor from the back of the castle. The moment the view turned to Damalgayan, a bullet was fired. Bang, gunshot. Damalgayan did not retreat, dodging the incoming bullets. It has to be Han Wenqing again. Li Ju sighed. If it were someone else, they might have found a cover to dodge, but Han Wenqing would not dodge, because he believed that his speed could be faster than the opponent's bullets. Kick forward. Damalgayan raised his leg and kicked at the opponent, and Baiwa Liaowan dodged with a backward turn. Damalgayan moved forward, rushed close to Baiwa Liaowan, and then swung a powerful fist at her. Baiwa Liaowan had no time to dodge, and this punch directly blew Baiwa Liaowan away, and then the punch triggered a shock wave, causing secondary damage to her. Blast punch. Seeing Baiwa Liaowan fall to the ground, Damalgayan approached and used a powerful punch on him, but before the punch hit him, Baiwa Liaowan suddenly jumped up and used a low-level physical skill of a sharpshooter, sweeping 360 degrees. Spinning kick. This kick hit Damalgayan's shoulder, and Baiwa Liaowan took the opportunity to get up and shoot a stiff bullet at Damalgayan. Bang! Damalgayan dodged the bullet sideways, and Baiwa Liaowan moved forward and put the muzzle of the gun on Damalgayan's waist. Bang bang bang! Blood flowers bloomed, and Han Wenqing reacted quickly, operating the character to squat and kick at Baiwa Liaowan. Baiwa Liaowan backflipped to avoid the sweep, and left a grenade on the spot. Boom! Remote-controlled grenade, although the power is smaller than the impact grenade. But because the ammunition expert controls the detonation time by himself, the skill accuracy is relatively high. Zhang Jiala made a profit from this health exchange, said the cup. Although it was Han Wenqing who initiated the attack, Zhang Jiala's counterattack was very effective. In terms of loss, Han Wenqing's Desert Smoke's health has dropped from 100% at the beginning to 85%. However, Baiwa Liaowan, whose health was 78% at the beginning, only consumed 12% of its life, most of which was caused by the collapse punch. This is a defensive style of play, said Li Yibo, an expert who has studied the style of play for many years. Speaking of defense, the best defensive team in the league must be Blue Rain. Blue Rain's dual-core sword and curse is a defensive counterattack. This is the real you. In another part of the audience, a low-key audience watching the game also expressed such emotion at this time. Sun Jiping came alone. His former partner of Fanhua Xuejing, now a former great player, who uses his limited time to play a little bit of his remaining heat in the Yijan team. He is no longer a star now. The attention he attracted when he first came back eventually faded away due to his limited appearances in Yijan. The only heat he had was probably when he defeated Yenyu with Yijan in the regular season. In the playoffs, Yijan, where he was, had nothing to do. His dream of winning the championship was long gone. After accompanying Xingxin to finish the challenge match, Sun Jiping chose to leave because he knew that this level of appearance and dedication would not help Xingxin at all. Now Xingxin's situation is very good. With 2 match points and 2 home advantages, they have a very good chance of advancing to the third round of the loser group. Choosing Yijan was wise, and Sun Jiping did not regret it. Seeing Zhang Jiala still shining on the court after winning the championship, Sun Jiping was very relieved. Although Zhang Jiala, who went to the reincarnation, took on some of the firepower, he did not have such a strong desperate posture, especially compared to the vigor he had when he led Baiwa after Sun Jiping was injured. Is it because he has already won the championship that he once wanted but could not get, so he slacked off? Of course not, because this is the most suitable way for him. Baiwa's style of play is known as the most gorgeous and romantic style in glory. As the founder of this school, Zhang Jiala never imitates and uses skills. This is the reflection of his personality in the use of technology. He is such a person. The desperate hacking and killing like a desperate man is very inconsistent with him. But in Baiwa, after Sun Jiping was injured and retired, Zhang Jiala had to shoulder his share of desperate efforts. The days when Sun Jiping left were the most difficult days for Zhang Jiala, and they were also the days he had to go through on his way to growth. In fact, it didn't have to be like this. After entering the reincarnation, all the burdens on Zhang Jiala were relieved. The reincarnation didn't need him to raise the upper limit, nor did it need him to cover the lower limit. So the Zhang Jiala in the original bloody scene of flowers came back, which was the most suitable state for him. The Baiwa style of play is to cover, to fill the gaps of teammates, and to strongly boost the offensive of teammates. Now Zhang Jiala has a more mature mentality, and more refined skills. Even the Baiwa style of play has become a great skill. The grenades were spread out, and the explosions in the aisles, and in the air were all the Baiwa style of play. In the space where hundreds of flowers bloomed, and there was no gap to take advantage of, a ray of light must be killed. De-mo gu yin, steel bones. Oh my god! Wu Qi shook his head, and De-mo gu yin rushed out of the grenade encirclement of Bai Hua Liaoluan. Damn! Zhang Jiala on the competition stage did not expect that not only did he remain true to his original intention, but Han Wenqing was also the same. Attack is the best defense. Strong charge. De-mo gu yin moved to the side of Bai Hua Liaoluan, and then slammed his palm towards the opponent, and this punch knocked Bai Hua Liaoluan out again. Tong Bei Quan, although it is called a fist, it is actually a palm. Afterwards, De-mo gu yin accumulated strength on the spot, swung his left hand forward, and clenched his right fist. Before Bai Hua Liaoluan could get up, De-mo gu yin swung his fist like a tiger roaring. The ultimate move of the boxer at level 70. Dancing Tigers. Han Wenqing's skill was released at the right time. This move was fast, but because it requires players to control the timing of the release, the power of this skill varies from player to player. As the top boxer player, Han Wenqing's control of timing is absolutely perfect. What a top-notch contest, Daisy said with emotion. He seemed to have returned to the past, when both of them were at their peak. Bang bang bang. While Bai Hua Liaoluan was flying backwards, bullets were fired at Damao Guyan frantically, and a shrinking grenade was also sent flying with the bullets. Damao Guyan used his iron fist to block the bullet attack, and used a corner of the corridor to avoid the explosion range of the grenade. Bai Hua Liaoluan took the opportunity to shoot a burning bomb at the ground, and the bullet fell to the ground and produced flames. Zhang Jiala thought he had blocked Han Wenqing's path, but he ignored the explosive skill of the boxer at level 60 with displacement effect. Fu Hu Tung Xiang. De-mo gu yin raised his legs and crossed the range of the flames, and then stepped on Bai Hua Liaoluan with his feet. In the end, Han Wenqing did not choose to save skills and mana, and activated the boxer's level 75 high-level state skill. Inch power. During this period, the boxing power distance can be shortened, and the boxing speed will be increased. The next boxing or general attack can be used to strengthen the power wave. Bai Hua Liaoluan was pressed to the ground by De-mo gu yin, and was shocked to death by the power wave. Glory! Let us congratulate Han Wenqing for winning this game, and getting the 3rd point for Tyranny. The Cup excitedly announced the result of the game after the game. This match was so exciting, a fight between gods, whether it was Zhang Jiala's standard defensive counterattack style, or Han Wenqing's usual iron-blooded style. Old Zhang is exhausted. Zhou Yichen joked, he knew that Zhang Jiala played very seriously in this match, and he wanted to win. But indeed from the perspective of blood volume, although he perfectly pulled Bai Shu's tide, he still consumed 22% of his blood volume. At the end of the game, Han Wenqing's Desert Smoke still had 7% left. From the perspective of blood volume consumption, Zhang Jiala was ahead of Han Wenqing. Of course, this was also related to Han Wenqing's playing style. After all, there were some avoidable injuries, and Han Wenqing chose to fight hard. 3 points, it doesn't feel enough. Yang Tsong, who was in the spectator seat, shook his head. The team competition of Samsara was even more exaggerated than their ring competition. Now, no matter whether the 4th pick of Samsara is Jiang Guotao, Lu Buiyuan or Zhou Zikai, Han Wenqing basically can't win. Because the difference in health is too big, these 3 people are not fools. 100% against 8%, and the opponent is a close combat boxer. They can be killed by hard fight. Old Zhang, how do you feel? Zhou Yichen handed over a water bottle and a towel. Fantastic. Zhang Jiala shouted after taking a big sip of water. He hasn't felt so refreshed for a long time. If the health is a little higher, there is a chance to kick him to death, Zhang Jiala said. Fighting in the castle is actually a disadvantage for Han Wenqing, but he is really fierce, Zhou Yichen said. He is really fierce. This guy has been fighting for 10 years, and his hand speed is still so fast. He is really crazy. Zhang Jiala shook his head. Let the captain play in the next round. It's safer, and we won't lose points. Jiang Guotao looked at Zhou Zikai. Yes. Zhou Zikai nodded, then picked up the peripherals and walked towards the competition stage. In the team competition, it depends on how Tyranny will choose the map, Jiang Guotao said, looking at Zhou Zikai's back. It will probably be a large map. Zhou Yichen guessed that Tyranny would have no advantage against them in a small map. I also think it will be a large map. Zhang Jiala agreed. Samsara, Zhou Zikai, ID, Yiqiang Tuanyan, Gun King Occupation, Sharpshooter. No! Seeing that Zhou Zikai was announced on the electronic big screen above the stage, the whole audience wailed. It seems that Samsara does not intend to give Tyranny any chance, Li Ju said with a smile. Because Joe Zakai's appearance basically announced the death penalty of Tyranny's ring competition. The ending did not change. With only 8% of his health, Demo Guyan had no chance to fight against Ichian Chuanyun. But the moment he saw the opponent, Han Wenqing did not retreat. In his dictionary, the first page always had only 2 words: attack. Demo Guyan resolutely rushed towards Ichian Chuanyun. At this moment, everyone was moved. This was their captain, the legendary captain of 10 years. Never retreat. Even if you die, you must die standing. Han Wenqing. Han Wenqing. Han Wenqing. The Tyranny fans in the audience cheered. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xinjia's thoughts returned to a certain night. Captain Han, where will Tyranny's future go? As long as I am here, Tyranny's direction will not change. There will always be a place for us in the future. Captain Han, how long will you fight? Fight until you can't fight anymore. Chapter 580. Go! The fans of Tyranny in the audience blushed, and the Desert Guyan on the holographic projection rushed towards Ichiang Chuanyun. Damaged Guyan strode forward, with only Ichiang Chuanyun in front of him in his eyes. The King of Fighters and the Gun King collided head-on, but unfortunately, the health and mana of both sides were seriously unequal. Bang bang bang, as several bullets hit the body of the Desert Guyan, with a gorgeous roundhouse kick, Ichiang Chuanyun successfully took away the remaining blood of the Desert Guyan. Glory. Looking at the word glory popping up on the screen, Han Wenqing's face did not fluctuate at all, and Zhou Zakai was the same. In Han Wenqing's view, this was the most normal thing. In his 10-year professional career, he had seen all kinds of scenes. 3 points. Han Wenqing secretly clenched his fists. 3 points were actually not enough, because he knew that the intensity of the team competition in Samsara would be higher than the ring competition after playing in the finals with the opponent. Because the ring match is a single-player match, and the teamwork of Samsara is undoubtedly one of the best in the league. It's a pity that the health gap is too big. Let us congratulate Zhou Zakai for winning this game. At the same time, Samsara won the first round of the winners group finals and took 5 points. The cup announced the results of the game as usual after the game. Badu is not bad either. It snatched 3 points from such a terrifying Samsara. Li Ba continued. Yes. Li Ju nodded. Next, it depends on the competition between the two teams. Samsara's team competition can be evaluated in 4 words. Terrifying, said the cup. But Bada's team competition this season is also not bad, Li Ba said. During the halftime break, Tyranny still arranged a hot halftime show. The two sides did not stay at the scene, but returned to the lounge. Tyranny was more focused on deploying and perfecting the things to do in the next team match. Obviously, they had already decided which map to play in the team match. Because Samsara didn't know which map Tyranny would choose, he laid down in the lounge to rest, and eat some fruit to replenish his energy. After the halftime break, both sides returned to the player seat. After the captain filled in the battle list for the team match and confirmed that it was correct, a starting list of the two teams' team matches appeared on the electronic big screen. Samsara, Zhou Zakai, ID, Ichiang Chuanyun, Gun King Occupation, Sharpshooter. Jiang Buitao, ID, Wulong Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, God of War Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liaowan Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Fang Minghua, ID, Shioga Ziruo Occupation, Priest. The 6th player, Lu Boyuan, ID, Yunshan Luan Occupation, Judoka. Tyranny, Han Wenqing, ID, Demo Guyan, King of Fighters Occupation, Boxer. Zhang Xinjia, ID, Shi Bujuan Occupation, Priest. Lin Jingyan, ID, Lung Anlei Occupation, Rogue. Qin Muyun, ID, -9 degrees Occupation, Sharpshooter. Bai Shu, ID, Tide Occupation, Knight. The 6th player, Song Qiang, ID, Changhe Luori Occupation, Boxer. Map, Void Sand Sea. Tyranny actually chose Void Sand Sea? Bebe was a little confused. Is this a big move? Li Ju looked at Li Ba puzzled, because Tyranny had played this map no more than a dozen times in the past 10 years, and even fewer times when he chose it on his own initiative. Li Ba's eyes suddenly became clear. I don't know. The overall shape of the Void Sand Sea is like a diamond, with the two teams spawning at the north and south ends, and the terrain is basically symmetrical. In the middle is a green oasis, to the east of the green oasis is an ancient city ruins, and to the west is a sand valley. The entire map has diverse terrain and rich elements, and there are many tactics that can be adopted. It is a map that requires a lot of flexibility. The team that has chosen this map the most times and played the best is Blue Rain, because the Void Sand Sea is very consistent with Blue Rain's tactical requirements, flexibility, and defensive counterattacks. In the semifinals of the 8th season of the Glory Playoffs, Blue Rain successfully sniped you with this map, and failed to let them further break through the team history. Batu is going to play the Void Sand Sea, and they don't play their own tricks. Joey Chen asked in confusion. Batu also plays defensive counterattacks, but their defensive counterattacks are completely different from Blue Rain. Blue Rain defends from the front, but their side, Night Rain, is always attacking and harassing. Tyranny is on full defense. Until they catch the opponent's mistake, Tyranny will immediately launch an attack, a fatal blow. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. Zhang Jiala said slowly. Should Tyranny send Song Qiang as the 6th man? Can he handle this kind of team competition? Baizi couldn't help but wonder, why not use Bai Yanfei, who has more experience and more firepower? Although Tyranny has been using the old to lead the new since the beginning of this season, one of the 2 newcomers has already been brought out, so Song Qiang is actually unnecessary. Playing against a high-intensity team like Samsara, Bai Yanfei is obviously more suitable. If you are not familiar with it now, will you be familiar with it later? Zhang Xinjia looked at Song Qiang, who was a little embarrassed. Don't worry about me, Xiao Song. Samsara is a good opponent. Bai Yanfei naturally knew what Song Qiang was thinking, so he patted his shoulder and said, I will do my best. Song Qiang said to Bai Yanfei. After the 2 teams came on the court, they shook hands with each other, and there was not much verbal communication. The links of threatening words were directly passed. Every time Joey Chen saw Han Wenqing, he was a little scared. He always felt that the opponent's fist would come into close contact with his handsome face in the next second. After all the members entered the competition seat, the team competition was about to begin. 99%, 100%. Yi Xingchen, God of War, loaded. Yi Chong Chuan Yun, Gun King, loaded. De Mo Gu Yin, King of Fighters, loaded. Xiao Guzi Ruo, loaded. Bai Hua Liao Luan, loaded. Map, Void Sand Sea, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and the 10 characters on the field rushed out of the refresh area together. The marching route of Tyranny looks like the ruins of the ancient city. It seems that they want to use the broken walls and ruins to ambush, but the target of Samsara is very clear, the oasis in the center. Li Ju explained. Void Sand Sea is not a new map. It has been added to the League map pool a long time ago. Thanks to Blue Rain, this map is very well known. Those who didn't see Tyranny may have gone to the ruins. Yi Xingchen rushed to the front of the team, with a swaying oasis in front of him. It seems that they chose the Void Sand Sea just because of the ruins of the ancient city in the east. Jian Butao said. Samsara directly passed the Sand Valley in the west in the team voice communication. Because the sand on both sides of the Sand Valley is strong, but the center is solid and there is no shelter, which is very unsuitable for Tyranny, which focuses on close combat. So their choice can only be the east side, with more broken walls, and the ruins of an ancient city in the center. The people from Samsara, who didn't see Tyranny, turned around and ran towards the ancient city. Did they see through Tyranny's strategy? Li Ju was a little surprised. Because they were in a god's perspective, they could clearly see that Tyranny was moving towards the ruins of the ancient city. But how did Samsara know? Unbelievable. Enter the ancient castle and disperse according to the pre-match deployment. Zhang Xinjie clearly commanded in the voice channel of Tyranny. Received. 9 degrees below zero stepped on the broken wall, and then jumped to the second floor of the ancient city. This is a very wonderful place to set up a gun. Hey, this point is good. Qinghua, who was watching the game, said, and quickly took out her notebook to record it. This point is perfect for the gunner. Well, at this point, the gunner has full freedom to fire freely. Wu Chen said on the side. Yi Xiu and his team did not sit in the conference room to watch the game, but were running maps together. After all, the day after tomorrow is their second match against Baiwa, and it is still in their home court. They must win directly with 2-0. The longer it drags on, the more room there is for Blue Rain, who is already waiting in the third round of the loser group. The first match between Happy and Baiwa has proved that Happy can perfectly adapt to the intensity of the playoffs. Bai Shu, go to the E's 35 position, Korean team. In order to prevent his teammates from standing in the wrong position, Zhang Xinjie still said the specific positions of several people in the voice channel. Isn't this position a bit too scattered? Li Ju looked at Li Ba, hoping that he could give an answer. Li Ba glanced at Li Ju and cursed in his heart, If you are not a brother, why are you looking at me? I have retired. Can I still participate in their internal communication? Intentional. Li Ba said. Yo, this position is interesting. Qingguo, who was concentrating on watching this game, was suddenly startled by a voice beside her. Damn, I was scared to death. Qingguo turned around and found that Yi Xiao was standing behind her without knowing when. Look at the scattered positions of tyranny. Yi Xiao pointed at the big screen with a cigarette. Any questions? Qingguo was puzzled. Draw their positions on your notebook, Yi Xiao said. Although Qingguo didn't understand, she still did it. After the positions were drawn, Qingguo understood what Yi Xiao meant. This is an encirclement, Qingguo shouted. You are a teachable kid. Yi Xiao nodded. Tyranny's pre-match deployment was already in place. It seemed to be dispersed, but it was actually an encirclement with Zhang Xinjie's Bourgeois as bait in the center. Qin Muyun's -9 degrees was at the top of the ancient city, and could support the whole field. Han Wenqing's desert smoke, and Bai Shu's tide stood on each side. Lin Jingyan's Lanlanlei was very close to Zhang Xinjie, and could provide support at any time. As long as Samsara's attention was attracted by Bourgeois and entered this encirclement, Tyranny's chances of winning would be relatively high, Yi Xiao said. Can it be done? Wu Chen asked. Uh-huh. Yi Xiao smiled. Think about how Samsara defeated Tyranny in the finals last season. Hey, are you still going to draw? Wei Chen shouted. Here they come, Yi Xiao said, and walked out with Old Wei. They are coming. The top 09 degrees first discovered the Samsara team, and Qin Muyu reported the information in the team voice. Get ready. 09 degrees fired a gun to expose his position. The purpose was to attract Samsara's attention. However, what he didn't expect was that Yu Xingchen rushed forward without any slowdown, swinging his spear to knock away the flying bullets. A gun from the side shot out a counterattack, and Qin Muyun had to operate 09 degrees to squat and hide behind the wall. They're going in, Qin Muyun said. Let them in, Zhang Xinjie said. Yu Xingchen rushed into the ruins of the ancient city first, and it was Zhang Xinjie's Bourgeois that appeared in his perspective. Damn, Tyranny still uses this trick now. Zhou Yichen smiled. It's a trap, no doubt. After hearing Zhou Yichen report the location of Bourgeois, Jiang Buotao instantly understood what Tyranny wanted to do. How did Samsara design Tyranny in the finals of the 9th season? It was a bait war. Now Tyranny wants to treat the enemy in his own way. But Samsara, there is no one who is not dirty. Take advantage of the enemy's tactics, Jiang Buotao said. Zhou Yichen controlled Yu Xingchen to kick the boulder, and then stabbed Bourgeois with a gun. Seeing that the time was ripe, Zhang Xinjie controlled the character to throw out the sacred fire to separate Samsara and Yu Xingchen. Ah? Do you want to focus on Yu Xingchen? Isn't it a bit reckless? Cup said. Focus on him. Kill him. The Tyranny fans in the audience roared. Apparently they have forgotten how Zhou Yichen's legendary scene in the Season 8 finals was played. Blue Rain, you are too presumptuous. Damo Guyan and Tide are coming. Zhou Yichen communicated calmly in the voice channel. Is it okay? Zhang Jiala was already using 100 flowers to circle around. It must be okay. Yu Xingchen took a step back to avoid Damo Guyan's forward kick, then turned around and blocked Tide's sword slash. Tyranny's tactics are implemented very well. They have surrounded Yu Xingchen. Can they focus on him and kill him in seconds? Li Ba, who saw the scene, looked calm on the surface, but his heart was already hot. Is it really Tyranny that surrounded Yu Xingchen, not Yu Xingchen who surrounded Tyranny? Li Ju asked. Because Yu Xingchen on the holographic projection used a delicate tyrant smash to directly sweep down Lang Anlei, who wanted to get close, and then trembled in AZ shape to avoid the collision of the tide. Backhanded shot Dragon Fong. This is a monster. Tyranny fans held their heads in disbelief. Zhou Yichen's hand speed has soared to 500, and Han Wenqing has also caught up, 420. Cup said excitedly. Can you fire a blank shot from a distance? Zhang Xinjie frowned. Yu Xingchen could actually limit his movement under the control of Wan Jun, which was really far from the score. And Yu Xingchen was not alone, because Xiada Zero had already activated the angel wings to stay in the air, and his attention was all on Yu Xingchen. This caused Bourgeois to be purified by Xiada Zero the next second, just when he was about to hypnotize Yu Xingchen. As the only long-range output in the team, 09 degrees had to stand out, but Yixiang Chuanyun had already stared at him. Let's see whether Tyranny will surround and kill Yu Xingchen, or Yu Xingchen will surround and kill the 4 Tyranny members. Chapter 581. Oh my god, someone is cheating. Why can he play the game like this? Who is on the stage? No need to think, these voices come from the tyranny fans in the audience. Because Yu Xingchen is a battle mage, he is not stupid at all, on the contrary, he is very flexible. Is he playing the same battle mage as me? Tang Hao, who was watching the game on the spot, stared with his eyes, like copper bells, shooting out lightning like shrewdness. How can tactics solve this gap in personal strength? Someone couldn't help but ask. Is there a problem with tyranny's strategy? No problem. They have seen the scene they want, that is, using Shibujuan as bait, for people surrounded Yu Xingchen, and then concentrated their fire to kill him in seconds. Now the plan has completed 2 steps, but they can't do the 3rd step. Yu Xingchen entered the encirclement, but was not trapped to death, but was like a fish in water. Team Han is the main attacker. Bai Shu and Lao Lin, you two will support. Zhang Xinjie immediately found the problem. That is, although tyranny had 4 people besieging Yu Xingchen, they did not distinguish between the primary and the secondary, which caused Bai Shu and Lin Jingyan to stop when Damo Guyan attacked. Although there was no team injury in the team competition of glory, the two were still afraid of hindering Han Wenqing's offensive rhythm. And Zhou Yichen took advantage of this to be considerate among the 4 people. Sure enough, after tyranny determined the priority of the attack, Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen was not as comfortable as before. But the next second, a figure rushed to Yu Xingchen and kicked Leng Anlei, who wanted a sneak attack. He turned his view and held 2 guns in front of his chest. Bang, bang, bang. Chao Shi raised his shield to block the incoming bullets, but the next second Yu Xingchen rushed out and attacked Chao Shi's ankle with his gun. Bai Shu had no time to react, and could only watch his view fall down. Yi Qianchuanyan rushed in, and helped Yu Xingchen successfully break the siege. This best combination in history is now standing together, Li Ju said. Yu Xingchen and Yi Qianchuanyan, Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zaikai are undoubtedly the strongest duo in the history of the Glory Professional League. Even Yi Zhiqiu and Qi Chongyun Shui from the 1st to 3rd seasons cannot compare. In the official voting list for the best combination of glory, the double Zhou combination also topped the list, and Yi Xiu and Su Maicheng ranked 2nd. The Fire Stone does not turn. After seeing Yi Qianchuanyan disrupt the tyranny formation, Jiang Guotao quickly commanded in the team voice channel. This is when tyranny is most vulnerable. 09 Degrees, who was on the 2nd floor of the ancient city, wanted to help the team put out the fire, but before he could fire a bullet, a grenade fell beside him. Boom! The weight of the grenade directly blew 09 Degrees away, a shrinking grenade. 09 Degrees didn't notice the 100 flowers behind him at all. He was too focused. Said the cup. Yes, but tyranny is not in a hurry at all. Li Ba said this, but he was already anxious in his heart. Really not in a hurry? Li Ju smiled and looked at Li Ba. Li Ba, who understands, family members, there is a fool here, I beep beep beep. The captain lost the high point. Qin Miyun communicated in the team voice. Retreat. Zhang Xinjie decisively ordered a retreat, and the high point was given to Bai Waliaowan, so they would be bombarded endlessly below. Received. Leng Anlei threw a gasoline bottle to the ground, and then covered Shibujuan's retreat, but the Samsara side obviously did not intend to let the 4 people go. Zhang Jiala jumped down from the 2nd floor, forming a team alone, with his hands turned outward, and threw several grenades at the tyranny people who wanted to evacuate the main battlefield. As several grenades hit the ground and exploded, the special effects of various grenades filled the holographic projection. Boom boom boom, chaotic thunder. Is the deputy team going to rush over? Bai Shu asked. Charge. After Zhang Xinjie said this, Damo Guyan and Leng Anlei were shocked, and a stream of air surrounded them. Steel bones. Old Zhang, be careful they rush at you, Zhou Yichen reminded. Understood. Zhang Jiala naturally knew that his position was the easiest place to break through, so he fired a smoke bomb at his feet. Before the tyranny team arrived, the smoke suddenly spread. Be careful, he is hiding in the smoke and firing flash bombs, Zhang Xinjie warned. This is Zhang Jiala's usual combo, hiding in the smoke bomb, then flashing out of the smoke, and attacking when the enemy is blinded. Damo Guyan and Leng Anlei turned left, and then prepared to backdodge. The hegemony effect of Gang Gangtegu could not avoid the blinding effect of the flash bomb, and the tide was much simpler, covering his face with a shield and rushing forward. Zhang Jiala was not stupid, everyone knew that he liked to play a small combo of smoke bombs and flash bombs, so he did the opposite, and after the smoke dispersed, he controlled Bai Waliaowan to return to the high platform on the 2nd floor of the ancient city. No one is in the smoke, Bai Shu said. He went to the high platform. Let's go through the smoke directly. Zhang Xinjie determined the other party's whereabouts as soon as Bai Shu reported that there was no Bai Liaowan in the smoke. It is safe in the smoke, but it is not safe behind. Tyranny was not harassed by Samsara, firstly because Tyranny's reaction and action were very fast. Almost at the moment when Zhang Xinjie issued the retreat order, they leaned back. Second, Samsara did not choose to force the main force of Tyranny to stay, because they found a treasure buoy blown down by the explosive grenade on the first floor of -9 degrees. Focus fire. Samsara did not choose to pursue, but shifted the target to -9 degrees. Qin Muyun's position is too bad, Li Ju explained. 09 degrees fell in front of a ruined wall, blocked by a wall behind him. Qin Muyun controlled the character to stand up, and just wanted to climb over the ruined wall to join the main force. But Yu Xingqian's men had not arrived yet, but his gun had arrived first. Dragon Fang. Compared to ordinary straight stabs, Dragon Fang's attack and retraction speed is faster, which makes 09 degrees, who wants to escape, have no place to dodge. As Long Dan successfully stabbed 09 degrees in the back, 09 degrees was repelled and hit the ruined wall in front of him, suffering magic damage and being temporarily frozen. It's over. Qin Muyun panicked. He had played the finals with Samsara, and knew too well how strong the opponent's monsters were in seizing opportunities. Sure enough, the next second, Yu Xingqian used the cloud gun to sweep him down, and shot through the clouds, and the bullets poured on 09 degrees. Jiang Buitao's Wulong was not to be outdone. He chanted the wave array on the spot, and a blue magic array appeared under the feet of 09 degrees. Qin Muyun wanted to get up, but was immediately lifted into the air by a small combo of a gun through the clouds, a sliding shovel, and a knee strike. I'm caught, Qin Muyun said. Zhang Xinjie felt a headache when he heard the news from the headset. Now the direction of the four people of Tyranny's gathering and charging is completely opposite to the direction of 09 degrees drop point, which means that if Tyranny wants to save 09 degrees, they have to turn back. However, what Tyranny is facing is that there is a sixth old man Bai Liaowan on the second floor of the ancient city. If they go back to help 09 degrees remove the fire, then their butts will be exposed to Bai Liaowan's vision. Tyranny can't stand being attacked from both sides. Now Tyranny faces a decision, that is, whether to turn back to rescue 09 degree. If they don't turn back, 09 degree will surely die under the siege of Samsara. If they do, they have to beware of Zhang Jiala's 100 flowers dazzling one's backstab. Bei said Tyranny's current dilemma. The most important thing is that Tyranny can't do the swap. Li Bao pointed out Tyranny's pain point. In Samsara's 4-1 formation, if they want to swap, they can only attack the one, but the one is now missing. Even if they guess that 100 Flowers Dazzling Wan is currently squatting in a corner of the ruins on the second floor of the ancient city, they can't rush up to kill him. Because he only needs to jump down from the second floor and meet up with the main force. Tyranny can only stare blankly. Because their only long-range output is currently being beaten up by Samsara. It turns out that the target of Samsara from the beginning was not Sherbujuan, but the 09 degrees, who was shooting the information gun on the second floor. Only then did Yang Tsung in the audience understand the layout of Samsara. The moment Samsara saw Sherbujuan, several people knew the other party's strategic intention in their hearts. As for the pocket formation, they had used it several times, but their bait was never Xiaogaziru, but Yu Xingqian. This is the subtlety of Samsara's pocket formation. Using the most important priest in the team as bait, even a fool knows that the other party wants to attract him. As a tactical master, how could Zhang Xinjie not know? He knew, but he also knew that even if Samsara knew their intentions, it would still resolutely break into this encirclement. Because they would kill him at all costs, but Zhang Xinjie missed a point. Their lineup was seriously lacking in long-range output. If 09 degrees was restricted, no one could help them to break the fire remotely. Yu Xingqian's charge was within their expectations, but it was beyond their expectations that the four of them could not take it together. Samsara's target was Qin Muyun's 09 degree from the beginning. For this reason, Zhang Jiala's 100 Flowers Dazzling relied on Yu Xingqian to attract attention, and got behind 09 degree from the side. Tyranny made a fatal mistake. Their attention was all attracted by the double weak, but they missed the last halberd in the trident. This loophole is fatal. Samsara grasped this point. As long as they solved 09 degree, even if the two sides pulled away and returned to the same level, they would still have an advantage. Because Tyranny's sixth man was Song Qian, not by Yanfei. As long as they can get rid of the only long-range output point, -9 degrees, they can completely use the terrain to play the Death Domination map. Even Zhang Xinjie was designed? Said a member of the 301st team. Zhang Xinjie is also a human, he is not a god. When Zhou Yichen's EU Stardust hits his face, do you think he will think of other things? Yang Song asked. That makes sense. Everyone in the 301st team nodded. Indeed, the enemy has hit their faces, so they must solve the current troubles first, and then consider other things. The combination of these two people should be the strongest combination in your division. The stranger sitting next to Yang Song finally showed his face. White skin color, high nose bridge, deep eyes, sharp chin, blue eyes. If you don't pay attention, you will think he is wearing beauty contact lenses. Yes. What level do you think they are in your England division? Yang Song asked, and the others turned their heads. Obviously, they also wanted to know what level the top two Zhous in the league were in England. Crazy. We don't play like this in our division. The Glory Professional League in England emphasizes teamwork and cooperation, and everyone is an indispensable part of the team. But today he found that the teamwork in England seemed to be a little inferior to the top individual abilities here. He has never seen a battle mage rush forward instead of retreating when seeing four people. The most important thing is that his teammates also recognized this behavior and even rushed with him. Is this the mysterious power of the East? Learn until you die and live until you die. While 301 Degrees discussed the differences between the two divisions, Tyranny also made their choice. That was to go back to support the ravaged 09 Degrees. Tyranny is coming. Wulong turned his perspective to the left and saw the great desert smoke's 1000 Jin Jue leaping high. Jiang Buitao reacted quickly and stepped back to avoid it, but was still knocked away by the shock wave generated by the 1000 Jin Jue. Tyranny wanted to catch the priest of Samsara, but Fang Minghua Shida had never fallen since she opened the angel wings. Help! Zhang Xinjie commanded. Can't retreat. Yu Xingchen raised the tip of his gun to 09 Degrees, put his two guns back into the holsters with a shot through the clouds, and then took out the Gatling machine gun from the void and fired wildly at everyone in Tyranny. Beep beep beep. Yu Xingchen was alone, attacking 09 Degrees, which was suspended in the air by the sky, and the tide activated the chivalry, then jumped forward, and the holy sword in his hand slashed at the shot through the clouds. Heroic Leap. With the blessing of chivalry, Heroic Leap is upgraded to Fair Heroic Leap. The damage received by the hit enemy will be transmitted to the rest of the enemies in the range along with the shock wave. In addition, the skill damage calculation is based on the enemy's defense, and the rest of the enemies will also receive equal damage. Yi Chong Chuanyun threw away the Gatling machine gun and slid to avoid the slash of the tide. Tide turned around and hit Yu Xingchen, who was still concentrating on the combo, with a shield. Shield strike. Yu Xingchen stopped the combo, stepped back to avoid the shield strike of the tide, and before 09 Degree fell to the ground, he waved his war spear to charge into a dragon-like fighting spirit, and poked 09 Degree on the shoulder with a gun. The powerful magic fighting spirit directly knocked 09 Degree away, and the wall, which was not very solid, was smashed into pieces by it. How long Pajun? Taunt Yu Xingchen. Focus fire. Chapter 582. I taunted Yu Xingchen. Bai Shu shouted in the team voice channel. While Yu Xingchen was using Halong Pajun on -9 degrees, Bai Shu's tide made a contemptuous gesture towards Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen. Provocation. This is a single taunt skill. During this period, the provoked enemy will lose the right to attack autonomously. In the next 3 seconds, it can only attack the knight as the target, and cannot attack other people. With the blessing of the knight's spirit, it is upgraded to honor provocation. In addition to doubling the hatred value drawn, the taunt duration is also extended to 5 seconds. Focus. After seeing Yu Xingchen being provoked, the attention of everyone in Tyranny was attracted. In their eyes, Yu Xingchen was like a succubus. They want to focus on me. Zhou Yichen's sixth sense was activated again. Damo Guyan and Ling Onlei switched fire. Do they want to focus on Yu Xingchen again? Said the cup. The tide taunted Yu Xingchen. Tyranny wanted to attack from behind, but the old man was here. Li Ju said. After Zhang Jiala saw that Tyranny was retreating, he retreated from the second floor. Then, when they launched an attack, Zhang Jiala's 100 flowers also took action. His target was Sherbu Zhuan, who was at the end of Tyranny's team. Bang! Stun bullet. Zhang Xinjie controlled Sherbu Zhuan to go behind the wall to avoid the bullets fired by 100 flowers, but a grenade was thrown at him the next second. Boom! After the grenade touched the ground, it released highly toxic green gas. Sherbu Zhuan inhaled the gas, suffered magic damage, and fell into a poisoned state. Poisonous gas grenade. Zhang Xinjie had no choice but to use concentration on himself to remove his negative state. The next second, Xiada Zirua swung the cross forward, summoning a holy halo from the sky, and Sherbujuan behind the wall was surrounded by the halo. Under the light, Sherbujuan's vision would be exposed for a period of time, and the damage he received during this period would be increased by an additional 30%. Light of the Holy Commandment. Shiodazirui used the Holy Commandment light on Sherbujuan. Is Samsara going to focus on Sherbujuan? Li Ju explained excitedly. 100 flowers dazzling changed to ice bullet, then crossed the ruins with one hand. Bang bang bang. The bullet hit Sherbujuan, and because of the freezing effect attached to the ice bullet, his movement speed was reduced. Not good, if this goes on, he will be frozen. Zhang Xinjie thought to himself. Under the light of the Holy Commandment, Sherbujuan received 30% more damage than usual. If he was frozen, he might be eliminated in advance, reaching -9 degrees of red blood. That was equivalent to the loss of 2 people for tyranny, because without a priest, 09 degrees health could not be restored. Zhang Xinjie could not care about helping 09 degree recover his health now. The most important thing at the moment was to escape the pursuit of Baiwa Liaowan. Tyranny was held back again. Li Ba said. Samsara's layout was linked one after another, which made tyranny very uncomfortable to play. The clear tactics and top personal strength caused Zhang Xinjie's strategy to be repeatedly frustrated when facing Samsara. In the pre-match meeting of tyranny, Zhang Xinjie wrote the names of everyone in Samsara on the whiteboard, and the 3 words Zhou-Yichen were circled in red and could not be seen clearly. That's right, Zhang Xinjie made a proposal about Samsara, and the 3 words Zhou-Yichen could not be avoided. Because he is the front attacker of Samsara, if he cannot be solved, it is difficult for tyranny, which lacks long-range output, to threaten the priest of Samsara. The halberd in the middle of Samsara's trident is Zhou-Yichen, the longest and the strongest attack power. Tyranny will face another choice. This time it is more severe than the last time. Even if they focus their fire to kill Yu Xingchen, Sherbujuan is out of the game, which is definitely a loss for them. Li Ju said. A priest for a battle mage, this situation is acceptable to Samsara, and tyranny may not be able to replace it, because Yu Xingchen has gotten rid of the entanglement of the tide, Fengwan Liyun followed by Do Pashanhe, and used the cloud effect to hide himself. Bai Shu's view was blocked by the cloud, and Sherbujuan behind him was suffering inhuman torture. It was not easy for him to enter directly. If Zhou-Yichen's Yu Xingchen was hit, then tyranny would be completely blown up. Leng Anlei had gone to support Sherbujuan. Just when everyone was worried about Sherbujuan, the first person to be eliminated appeared. Wulong killed Lingxia Jududu, out. What? How could Lingxia Jududu be killed alone? Li Ju stood up. What happened during this period? The director also understood the audience's thoughts, so he played it back on the electronic screen above the stage. It turned out that Lingxia Jududu, who was knocked out by Yu Xingchen's Halongpajuan, did not choose to return to the battlefield, but rushed to the bottom corner of the ancient city, because there was a substitution area there. His own health value was already red, and returning to the front battlefield would not have any special effect except attracting firepower. It would be better to go to the substitution area to replace Song Jiang's Changhaluori. However, Wu Lang, who was knocked out by Demo Guyin, caught this scene, so Jiang Buitao handed over the command to Zhou-Yichen in front and chose to take a detour to intercept Ling Shijiao Degree. Ling Shijiao Degree wanted to take a long way, but the walls of the ancient city were too shabby. Wu Lang smashed the walls with a flaming wave sword, and the powerful magic wave directly blasted Ling Shijiao Degree out. Finally, relying on a lucky wave sword, Wu Lang successfully killed the remaining bloodling Shijiao Degree alone. With Ling Shijiao Degree out of the game, the situation of tyranny became more and more critical. Leng Anlei was completely unable to deal with Baiwa Liaowan, just because there was a Yi Chong Chuanyun standing next to him. The purpose of the reincarnation was obvious, that is, to kill Sherbujuan. On the other side, Demo Guyin also knocked down Yu Xingchen with Fu Hutong Xiang. Demo Guyin and Chao Shi cooperated very well, but his own back garden was caught. Said the cup. What should we do, Captain? Bai Shu was in great pain, because as soon as Yu Xingchen fell, a beam of light hit him. Great healing. The health points that the two of them had worked so hard to reduce were raised by a beam of holy light. As expected of Yu Xingchen, Fang Minghua only had Yu Xingchen in his eyes when he was smiling and singing. Li Ju shook his head and said that he had been commentating for so many years, and he had never seen a battle mage with such a high tactical position. Even if it was Yichio's one autumn leaf, during the Jiashur dynasty, the priest's eyes were not only on Yichio, but also on the overall situation. But in Samsara, Fang Minghua would not care about other people on the front battlefield, and he only had Yu Xingchen in his eyes. The people of Samsara would not complain at all, because after Lu Buyu and Yushan Luan went to the sixth person, the front of Samsara was completely supported by Yu Xingchen. Once Yu Xingchen fell, the front of Samsara would collapse in an instant. Focus on killing Yu Xingchen, Zhang Xinjie said in the team voice before Han Wenqing opened his mouth. Okay. Han Wenqing nodded, just what he wanted. I go. Looking at the desert smoke rushing over, Zhou Yichen was a little speechless. Does tyranny want to kill him so much? What did he do to provoke anyone? Kill him. The tyranny fans in the audience were furious. Those who play battle mages should die. Not brothers. Tyranny is determined to eliminate Yu Xingchen, but he has a priest behind him. It's too difficult to kill him by force, Li Ju said. While Damo Guyan and Leng Anlei were focusing their fire on Yu Xingchen, Shi Bujuan's health had dropped very low. Xiao Song, are you here? Zhang Xinjie asked in the team voice. Deputy Captain, I'm stopped. Song Qiang's voice was a little anxious. What? It turned out that Wulong, who had killed -9 degrees alone, did not return to the main battlefield immediately, but ambushed in the nearest replacement area. When Song Qiang's Changhua arrived, Jiang Buotao's Wulong decisively launched an attack. Leng Anlei, who did not wait for Changhua support, was completely unable to withstand the firepower of Baiwa Liaowan and Yiqiang Chuanyun. In the end, Yiqiang Chuanyun fired randomly into the field, and the bullets accurately hit Shi Bujuan. With the help of Baiwa Liaowan's explosive bomb, the two worked together to successfully kill Zhang Xinjie's Shi Bujuan. It's over. Zhang Xinjie took a look at Yu Xingchen's health before he was eliminated, and took off his headphones with regret. Yiqiang Chuanyun killed Shi Bujuan, out. Shi Bujuan is out. Tyranny's command and treatment were taken away by Samsara, and at the same time Samsara got 2 kills. The current score is 7-3. The cup reported the score in real time. Too difficult. Li Ju shook his head. The treatment was out. There was no long-range output. How could tyranny win this game under such circumstances? Li Bao's state perfectly interprets the state of tyranny fans nowadays, with bold words before the game, nonsense in the middle, and silence in the late game. With Baiwa Liaowan's successful hit of Leng Anlei with a stiff bullet, Yiqiang Chuanyun followed up, and the whirlwind kick successfully swept the opponent. Leng Anlei is also in danger, but Damo Guyan and Chaoshi still haven't taken down Yu Xingchen. Li Ju said. Tyranny is a little too concerned about Yu Xingchen. Yang Song said. Although every team knows that they must target Zhou Yichen when fighting against Samsara, it does not mean that the others will ignore it. If the trident only targets one person, then the other two will definitely have a very comfortable life. Yu Xingchen was suppressed, but Yiqiang Chuanyun and Baiwa Liaowan were liberated. Especially after -9 degrees was eliminated, the two were no longer a threat. Now even if the two of tyranny work together to kill Yu Xingchen, Samsara only needs to fight around Yiqiang Chuanyun and Baiwa Liaowan, and tyranny will not be able to play. Angry Dragon piercing the heart. During the battle, Bai Shu was still distracted, and Zhou Yichen successfully caught the gap and hit him with an Angry Dragon piercing the heart, knocking him back against the wall, and then dodged to the side to avoid the iron fist swung by Damo Guyan. Too awesome. Yang Tsung's international friend stood up and applauded. He had never seen such an awesome battle mage. Under the premise of the two attacking together, he could also find opportunities to defend and counterattack. At this moment, he finally understood why the priest only focused on him. Because he deserved it. With Baiwa Liaowan and Yiqiang Chuanyun killing Leng Anlei, this game was basically over. Even though Damo Guyan and Chaoshi found the gap between Shiga Zerua's chanting skills, and used damage to forcefully kill Yu Xingchen, Song Qiang's Changhua also killed Wulong, who was at low health, but not giving up at all. But the overall situation was decided, and the opponent's priest Shiga Zerua was even in a state of almost full blood. Yiqiang Chuanyun killed Chaoshi, out. Baiwa Liaowan killed Changhua, out. With Yiqiang Chuanyun Barrett sniping and hitting Damo Guyan who was still holding on, this team game finally came to an end. Glory. Let us congratulate Samsara for winning this team match. At the same time, they successfully won the first match of the winners group finals, with a score of 11-5. They are only one game away from getting the first ticket to the finals. The cup announced. The whole audience was silent. Even the fans who came to support Samsara from the away area did not shout, because they were afraid of being beaten. Tyranny's home court is notorious, and they are all small potatoes from the south. The gap is a bit big. Xiao Yujie, who was sitting next to Tang Hao, said. Well, Samsara's individual strength is too strong. Zhou Yichen can beat 2 or 3 people alone. How can we play? Lin Feng spread his hands. His talent is one thing, but his love for honor and his research are worth learning from. Tang Hao said. The first game of the winners group finals of the 10th season of Honor came to an end. Although many people were optimistic about Samsara's victory before the game, they thought that Tyranny had a little luck to get here. Even if Samsara could win, it should be a narrow victory. As a result, today, in Tyranny's home court, Samsara crushed Tyranny in all aspects. Needless to say, Samsara is the team with the strongest individual strength in the entire league, and no team has been able to defeat their arena. In the team competition, Tyranny's lineup was restrained by Samsara to a certain extent. After all, they lack long-range output, and will become particularly uncomfortable when facing a team that is pulling. The most important thing is that this game also let other teams pursuing the championship see that even a team like Tyranny with strong frontal ability cannot break Samsara's defense. Some even commented on the official account, "I think, why don't we just give the championship this season to Samsara? What's the point of other teams? In my opinion, all the future championships should be given to Samsara." That's right, let the entire Samsara team go to the World Invitational and the Asian Invitational. First, I declare that I am a Samsara fan, and then the match between Samsara and Tyranny broke out with a huge rhythm. Under the leadership of some people, fans of other teams gathered together and set off a huge anti-Samsara trend. Samsara has now become the real villain of the league. Chapter 583. As Samsara defeated Tyranny, the next day's daily newspaper of Glory portrayed Samsara as a villain. The dragon-slaying warrior finally became a dragon. When Samsara was crowned as the new team in the 7th season, they congratulated it, and the league was happy because it meant that the league had entered an era of contention from the era of Excellent Era's dominance. In the 8th and 9th seasons, Samsara retraced Excellent Era's glorious path, and became the second team in the history of Glory to win 3 consecutive championships. At that time, Excellent Era's performance was not good and failed to return to the league. The top management was very happy because it meant that the villain had changed, so this season, they have been shaping Samsara into a villain. Because only in this way, when the Samsara dynasty collapses, there will be a wave of overwhelming traffic. But judging from the current situation, the Galaxy battleship Samsara is too stable this season. They have made sufficient preparations to impact their 4 consecutive championships, which is a field that no team has ever achieved. If Samsara can do it, they will kick Excellent Era and become the strongest team in the history of Glory. Samsara is too exaggerated, Tyranny is no match at all. Qinghua, who was eating breakfast, saw the battle situation in the newspaper. She only watched half of it yesterday, and then she stopped watching because something happened on the first floor. Do you think we can beat them? Qinghua elbowed Yishio, who was eating buns and watching the replay. We fight Samsara? Yishio turned to look at Qinghua. Boss, we haven't even passed by Hua yet, and we're thinking about fighting Samsara? Qinghua thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Judging from the current situation, if Happy wanted to compete with Samsara in the playoffs, they could only meet in the finals. Samsara is only 1 game away, but Happy still has to beat Hua first, and after that, Blue Rain is waiting for them. Even if they beat Blue Rain, they still have to face the winner among Thunder, Misty Rain and Tiny Herb. Samsara, for Happy, has a long way to go. The next day, at 8 p.m., the second match between Misty Rain and Thunder kicked off at the home court of Misty Rain in H-City. In the first match between the two teams, Misty Rain relied on the advantages accumulated in the ring match. Although they lost to Thunder in the team match, they still led their opponents by 1 point in the head points and narrowly defeated Thunder. And this time, both Thunder and Misty Rain are determined to win this game. The journey is about to end, Xiao team, go prepare for the World Invitational. Chu Yunxiu said to Xiao Shiqin with a smile. As a tactical master, Chu Yunxiu believes that Xiao Shiqin will definitely be selected for the World Invitational. That's not necessarily true. Xiao Shiqin's eyes revealed determination. In the ring match, Sun Xiang was the starting player of Thunder without any surprise, and Qiu Fei was also sent out by Yinyu. It was exactly the same as the first game. Thunder, Sun Xiang, ID, 1 Autumn Leaf, Fighting God, Occupation, Battle Mage. Yinyu, Qiu Fei, ID, Battle Format, Occupation, Battle Mage. Perhaps it was the excitement brought by the victory in the first ring match. Yinyu ring match directly chose the ring arena as the map of the ring match. 99%, 100%. 1 Autumn Leaf, Fighting God loaded. Battle Format loaded. Map, Ring Arena loaded. After the map and characters were loaded, both sides rushed out of the refresh area. Another competition between the same professions. Sun Xiang won the final victory in the last game. The commentators of today's game were Pan Lin and Li Ba, who was present all the time. This time, we must do it. Sun Xiang clenched his hands. After coming to Thunder this season, Sun Xiang's superb performance won the support of Thunder fans, but it also brought him troubles. The outside world called Sun Xiang the shadow of Zhou Yichen. If there was no Zhou Yichen, then Sun Xiang would be the most shining battle mage in the league. Some even said that Zhou Yichen stole Sun Xiang's life. But Sun Xiang knows better than anyone that he is still a long way from Zhou Yichen. For example, now, he is still watching Zhou Yichen's first-person perspective to learn positioning and movement skills, as well as the connection and release of skills. And the cooperation between the two in the All-Star Team game made the outside world think that if Zhang Jiala retires and Sun Xiang goes to Samsara, then Samsara will become stronger. But Sun Xiang will not go, his pride will not let him go to Samsara. Because what he wants is not to be Zhou Yichen's teammate, but to defeat him head-on as an opponent and prove himself. Clang! Sun Xiang performed exceptionally well today. Li Ba exclaimed. Xiao Qiu can't stand Sun Xiang's attack. Li Hua was a little surprised. You know, after Qiu Fei came to Yanyu. His important role in the team competition is the same as Zhou Yichen's position in the reincarnation, a frontal attacker and defender. Compared with the immaturity when he first came to Yanyu, Qiu Fei now has a little more mature taste. In the few encounters, Sun Xiang won the final victory. People think that Qiu Fei is too young, and it is normal that he can't beat Sun Xiang and Zhou Yichen, but you know, these two are only 1 year older than Qiu Fei. In the end, Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf consumed 45% of his health to solve Qiu Fei's battle format. Compared to the 86% in the first game, Sun Xiang reduced the loss of HP by nearly half. It's okay, Xiao Qiu, we will avenge you. Seeing Qiu Fei's somewhat disappointed look, the Yanyu people encouraged him. Sun Xiang has never defeated Zhou Yichen, and he has never defeated Sun Xiang either. Yanyu said Sun Liang as the second pick, which was a contest between people of the same surname. Yanyu has relaxed a little. Xiao Shiqin smiled. Really? Dai Yanqi said she didn't see it. Sun Xiang's HP is still 55%. In this case, it is better to let Xu Kerson go. Even if he can't beat him, he can use the range to consume Yi Ji Qiu's HP to a great extent, but Sun Liang's Ling Zhou is not necessarily the case. Xiao Shiqin explained. Yanyu made a wrong move at this step. Wang Jieshi, who was watching the game in the conference room, said to the team members, Yanyu doesn't have much advantage over Thunder in both the ring match and the team match. Su Bin said, well, the first match of the Misty Rain Arena was won because Qiu Fei withstood Sun Xiang's pressure, and Chu Yunxiu came on the field in the 4th place and directly exploded with Thunder. Wang Jieshi said, but Xiao Shiqin will only make one mistake, and he won't make it this time. If I'm not wrong, he will come on the field in the 3rd place. Wang Jieshi guessed. While everyone in Weichao was communicating, the situation on the field changed rapidly. Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf successfully seized Ling Zhou's flaw, used the properties of the round dance stick to successfully break Ling Zhou's steel and iron bones, and then successfully floated the opponent with a sky strike. It's over. Sun Liang felt that his heart was about to stop beating. Flying dragon in the sky, Fulong soaring to the sky. Fulong soaring to the sky, all hits. Glory. Let us congratulate Sun Xiang for completing a 1-on-2 victory in the Yanyu Arena. Yizhikiya defeated Ling Zhou with only 30% of his health. Sun Xiang's condition today is very explosive. Pan Lin said. Yes, but his mana is a bit insufficient, only 10% left. Li Ba said. Now the smile came to Lei Ting, and Yanyu was silent. Let me turn the tide. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Du Ming stood up to liven up the atmosphere. It happened to be his turn to play. Well, it's up to you. Du Ming's appearance successfully took away Yizhikiya, who was at low health, but his Wuxuan Goyu still lost 15% of his health to Sun Xiang. Although Du Ming made a profit from the exchange of health, he knew that it was because Yizhikiya's mana was exhausted. Xiangzi is awesome, he's in a hot state today. Seeing Sun Xiang return to the player seat, everyone in Thunder applauded. Just SOSO. Sun Xiang smiled, and picked up the water bottle and drank it. With 215 HP consumed, he had done very well, and he didn't ask for a perverted result like Zhou Yichen. Then I go! Fang Xuecai took over. Seeing that Fang Xuecai was the second pick in Thunder, Chu Yunxiu suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. After going on the court, Gui Meikai did not actively attack Wuxuan Goyu, but just dodged blindly. Du Ming thought that Fang Xuecai was afraid, so he became more and more excited. As a result, when Wu Shuangou hit the phantom invisible sword, Guimekai used air jump to avoid the last sword. Taking advantage of Wu Shuangou's brief stiffness, Guimei made his move. A life-threatening blow. This knife successfully stabbed Wu Shuangou's chest. Glory. Damn! A full-level life-threatening blow. Du Ming stood up in shock, and was then given a yellow card warning by the staff behind him. Ah! The two commentators in the commentary booth were also stunned. They didn't expect Fang Xuecai to play so big and directly swap. Before he could show his skills, Du Ming was forced to stop. 1-1, 3-2, Thunder temporarily leads. I go in the 4th position, Chu Yunxiu said. But the captain went in last time. I feel they will definitely be on guard, Li Hua said. Chu Yunxiu was persuaded, so I go in, Li Hua said. Thunder, Xiao Shiqin ID, Life and Death, Occupation, Mechanic. Yinyu, Li Hua, ID, Lin and Chao Jing, Occupation, Ninja. It's over. Xiao Shiqin didn't sit in the ring to defend. Chu Yunxiu was shocked. In her opinion, Tiansen should be the 3rd choice of Thunder. Although Tiansen and Xiao Shiqin are both strong, Li Hua is not weak either. The problem is that the mechanic has an advantage against the ninja because his small robot can capture the traces of the ninja. This means that the skills that the ninja is proud of are transparent in the eyes of the mechanic. Yinyu's ring match is ruined. Wang Jieshi commented after seeing this game. Li Hua still couldn't overcome the difficulty of Xiao Shiqin. 4-2, Thunder is temporarily in the lead. Completely different from the first round of the ring match, the situation at this time is dominated by Thunder. Yinyu can only get 3 points at most. Wang Jieshi said. What if Chu Yunxiu explodes? Lu Shibia asked. Shingling's HP is still very healthy. Chu Yunxiu will have to spend a lot of effort to deal with Xiao Shiqin, not to mention that there is a full status sweeping instance waiting for her behind. Wang Jieshi said. The game went exactly as Wang Jieshi described. Chu Yunxiu successfully used firepower bombing to take away Xiao Shiqin's Shinglingni, but her own status was also hit a lot. Tiansen came on the stage in 4th place, and did not give Chu Yunxiu a chance. With the sealed talisman attached to Fengcheng Yinyu's clothes, this ring match was coming to an end. Fengcheng Yinyu, who could not use any skills, was no different from a target in the eyes of sweeping incense. 5-3, it was still the score of the first round, but the winner and loser were reversed. It seems that our schedule is not over yet, Xiao Shiqin said to Chu Yunxiu when he returned to the lounge at halftime. Yinyu, Chu Yunxiu, ID, Fengcheng Yinyu, Occupation, Elemental Mage. Li Hua, ID, Lin Nko Jing, Occupation, Ninja. Qiu Fei, ID, Battle Format, Occupation, Battle Mage. Du Ming, ID, Wu Shuangou, Occupation, Swordsman. Feng Xiangming, ID, Xing Han Canon, Occupation, Priest. The 6th man, Sun Liang, ID, Ling Zhou, Occupation, Boxer. Thunder, Xiao Shiqin, ID, Shinglingmi, Occupation, Mechanic. Sun Xiang, ID, Yiji Qiu, Fighting God, Occupation, Battle Mage. Tiansen, ID, Sweeping the Floor and Burning Incense, Occupation, Exorcist. Dai Yanqi, ID, Wan Lu Yin Chen, Occupation, Elemental Mage. Zhang Jiaxing, ID, Jing, Occupation, Priest. The 6th player, Fang Xuecai, ID, Guimekai, Occupation, Assassin. 99%, 100%. Fengcheng Yinyu, loading completed. Yiji Qiu, loading completed. Sweeping the Floor and Burning Incense, loading completed. Wanlu Yinchin, loading completed. Lin Nko Jing, loading completed. Map, Twin Towers, loading completed. Failed to gain an advantage in the ring match, and came to the team match. Even if it was Yinyu's home court, the map they chose was quickly figured out by Xiao Shiqin. Xiao Shiqin was right. Yinyu's lineup was a replica of Samsara, but their long-range output means only had Fengcheng Yinyu. Du Ming's Wu Shuangou and Li Hua's Lin Nko Jing put far less pressure on the opponent from the side than Zhou Zikai's Yichang Chuan Yun and Zhang Jiala's Bai Hua Liaowan. After the team match started, Xiao Shiqin gave the signal for a strong attack. Yinyu didn't have the skills of Samsara, but she got the disadvantages of Samsara. That is, once the front was breached, the living space of Yinyu's back row would be greatly compressed. Ye Jiqiu rushed to Yinyu's attacker Zhang Jiaj first, and the sweeping incense and light destroyer on both sides provided cover for him. Not good, they are going to attack. Let's go to the high platform, Chu Yunxiu commanded in the team voice. Yinyu's reaction was fast, but Lei Ting's speed was faster. Yan Jiqiu and Zhang Jige were already fighting at the front. Fengcheng Yanyu had no choice but to go to the high platform alone and fight from high to low. But Life Destroyer got ahead of her and flew up with the mechanical rotor. Then he opened the mechanical box, and several small robots flew towards Fengcheng Yanyu. Mechanics Level 70 Ultimate Move. Self-Propelled Artillery. Chapter 584. Xiao Shiqin did not hesitate, and used his Level 70 Ultimate Move. The bullets fired by these robots have navigation, but once they receive a certain proportion of the enemy's output, they will stop shooting. Fengcheng Yanyu released skills to knock down these small robots. Boom boom boom. If they could not get on the high platform, One Leaf Autumn and Saudi Finxiang would charge below. Without Fengcheng Yanyu's firepower cover, Yanyu could not restrict them at all. I never thought that one day I would see the combination of One Leaf Autumn and Saudi Finxiang, the first generation of characters. Li Ba was full of emotion. In the first season finals, Jiashi played against Royal Wind, and the absolute main characters of both sides stood together at this time. If you said at that time that one day in the future, One Leaf Autumn and Saudi Finxiang would stand together as teammates, someone would definitely think you were crazy. I have stopped Fengcheng Yanyu. You break through from the front. Don't care about Wu Shuanggoyu and Lin and Chao Jing on the side. Focus on the battle format. Xiao Shiqin did not forget to command in the team voice, while restricting Chu Yunxiu. The reason why Thunder beat Yanyu in the first team match was that they first dealt with Qiu Fei's battle format, which caused Yanyu's frontline strength to drop significantly. Then Thunder naturally needed to defeat them one by one, but Yanyu's counterattack was also very strong. They cleverly took advantage of the two small points they created in the ring match, forcibly replaced Thunder's role, and finally led Thunder by 1 point in the small points. But this round was different, because Thunder won the ring match. If Yanyu wanted to win this game, they had to win this team match. Otherwise, Thunder would have tied the score to 1-1, and in the final round, it was hard to say what would happen. As Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf and Tian Xin's Sweeping and Burning Incense took away Qiu Fei's battle format, the balance of victory fell towards Thunder. 20 minutes later. Glory. Then with Chu Yunxiu's Wind City Misty Rain falling, Thunder won the final victory in this team match. Yes, let us congratulate Thunder for successfully defeating Misty Rain with 11-6, and the score between the two sides is tied at 1-1. It seems that who can enter our third round of the loser group will be a suspense until the day after tomorrow. Thunder played very well in this team match. First, they set two goals. One is to limit Chu Yunxiu's Wind City Misty Rain, and the other is to focus on Qiu Fei's battle format. If it was the previous Thunder, Xiao Shiqin would not be able to play this tactic, because if he went to limit Chu Yunxiu, then Qiu Fei could still play it with his own operation even if he focused on the front. Now the lineup of Thunder is completely different from before. Both Sun Xiang and Tian Xin are good at fighting alone. It will not be easy for Qiu Fei to fight against any of them. If Chu Yunxiu is kept under surveillance, Yanyu's front is still a little weak. Wang Jieshi commented after watching the team match between Thunder and Yanyu. Yanyu's front is very dependent on Chu Yunxiu's firepower support, because whether it is Li Hua's Lin and Ko Jing or Du Ming's Wu Shuanggoyu, the pressure they give to the opponent is limited. As the only attacker in the Yanyu lineup, Qiu Fei's combat format is definitely the greatest pressure in the team. Xiao Qiu. Li Hua patted Qiu Fei's shoulder and then sighed. He knew how much pressure Qiu Fei would be under at this time. I can do it! Qiu Fei clenched his right hand into a fist. The scene of losing to Blue Rain in the first round of the playoffs last year was still vivid in his mind. They went down one level in the same way. Last year, they were reversed from 1-2. This time, he didn't want to experience it again. It's okay. We still have one round of home advantage, Chu Yunxiu said. This round gave Thunder fans a little comfort. If they still lost in the quarterfinals with this lineup, wouldn't it be a lonely reinforcement? The fans of Yanyu felt a little complicated because they also recalled the last season like Qiu Fei. Captain, who do you think will be our opponent between the two teams? Su Bin asked. No matter who it is, Wei Chao will not lose, Wang Jieshi said. The next day, at 8 p.m., the second match between Xingxin and Baihua officially started at Shaoshan Stadium. In the first round at Baihua's home court, Xingxin's deployment in both the ring match and the team match crushed Baihua. As Yi Xiu, who had killed Fan Hua Xuejing himself, he might know the loopholes of this play better than Yufeng and Zhou Yuan. Xingxin looked relaxed, without a trace of anxiety. On the other hand, Baihua was silent. They discussed for a long time yesterday and found that there was only one way to deal with Jun Maxiao, that is, relying on Ji Lung's life-threatening attack to achieve a 1-for-1. This play has both crises and opportunities. If it works, then they still have the possibility of a comeback. If it doesn't work, then their journey in the 10th season will end here. Captain! The Baiwa people looked at Yufeng at the front. Since we have come this far, let's work hard to rush up. Yufeng said with a fist. Go! The Baiwa people worked together to get on the stage. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. As soon as the ring match started, Yishio's Jun Mashu slapped them hard. After defeating the Fallen Flowers operated by Yufeng, who is also the captain, he took away 82% of Zhou Guangyi's Ji Lung's health. Tang Rou, who played second, showed no mercy or stage fright. After taking away Zhou Guangyi's Ji Lung, she defeated Zhang Xinran's Delilo and Zhu Xiaoping's Feng Ku in succession. Tang Rou completed a 1-on-3 against Baiwa in the playoffs. He announced excitedly after the cup game. She deserves the title of the best newcomer. Li Ju smiled. As the most well-known profession in the league, the battle mage has always been discussed by people with 2 titles. There are many well-known players who play battle mages, including Zhou Yichen, Yishio, Sun Xiang, Qiu Fei, and now Tang Rou. 4-1, is there a chance to defeat 4? Bebe looked at Han Yinrou's health. It's a pity. Han Yinrou's health is only 5% left, and it is a fantasy to want to defeat Hua Fancy Jin with full health and full mana. Unless Zhou Yuan accidentally broke his head when he went up the stairs. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan defended the stairs and successfully took away Han Yinrou with low health by playing Hua Fancy Jin. However, Su Macheng, who appeared in the 3rd place, also took away Zhou Yuan, and the ring match ended. 5-2, Xingxi was ahead of Baiwa by 3 kills. 2 points, is that enough? Bebe couldn't help but look at Li Ju on the side. Well, this means that if Baiwa wants to win, they have to win the team game while losing less than 3 people, otherwise they will have to go into overtime or lose. Li Ju said. Come on, beat them in 2 straight sets. Chen Gui encouraged the players in the competition seats with her hands like a trumpet. The starting lineup of Xingxin's team game today is Yishio, Su Macheng, Fang Rui, Qiao Yifan and Enwini, and the 6th player is Tang Rou. Xingxin's team game lineup has been changing all the time, and they don't have a stable starting lineup like other teams. Of course, it mainly changes among Qiao Yifan, Tang Rou and Bao Rongxing, and sometimes Fang Rui will not appear on the list. This season, only Su Macheng and Enwini attended all the team games of Xingxin, and even Yishio took a break in the second half of the regular season. Compared with Xingxin, Baiwa's lineup is relatively fixed. Yufeng, Zhou Yuan, Mo Chuchen, Zhou Guangyi and Zhu Xiaoping. The 6th player is Zhang Wei. Because it was at Happy's home court, Yishio deliberately chose a map with many twists and turns. The reason for this choice was obviously to prevent Baiwa from grouping together. When this map appeared, Yufeng and the old man looking at his phone in the subway station had exactly the same expression. After entering the game, Baiwa became more and more depressed. 3 people from Happy formed a group, and Yishio's Jun Mashu walked in 1 lane. 1 person was an army. Su Muqing's Mu Yuqingfeng and Enwini's Zaya Shubinglian were at the back, and Fang Rui's Hai Wuliang hid in a corner, taking advantage of the opportunity when Zhu Xiaoping released his summoned beast to give him a loving touch. I really feel bad. Zhu Xiaoping couldn't say why he ran into Fang Rui, the ultimate wretched monster. Xingxin's use of maps is really extreme. Li Ju said. Yes, they have played all kinds of maps this season. Whether it is offense or defense, they are very remarkable as a new team. Bebe said. I think this has a lot to do with Yishio's tactical arrangement. Li Ju said. As a titled god and a tactical master, many tactics in the league were developed by Yishio. His precise cognition and understanding of the 24 professions of honor are also called the most comprehensive glory textbook by industry insiders. Baiwa is going to be played to death. Yuan Zhou, who was watching this wonderful duel, said. Blue Rain's opponent in the 3rd round of the losers group is the winner of Xingxin and Baiwa. Seeing now, Yuan Zhou is almost certain that their opponent is Xingxin. Old Yi has a really deep understanding of the map. He has even dug out this map. Wang Xiaoyan complained on the side. Baiwa is going to be defeated. Zhong Xian said with his hands on his head. It has been defeated a long time ago. Song Xiao said. After Baiwa's formation was completely cut off by Xingxin, they knew the game was over. Because Baiwa's lineup was a typical group formation, but Xingxin fought a guerrilla war with them, it was obvious that Yishio had completely seen through Baiwa's weaknesses. It seems that they are also very clear about our weaknesses. Yuan Zhou said with a smile. Blue Rain and Xingxin have no idea how many training matches they have arranged. Both sides know each other well. The contest between us depends on how many cards you have hidden. With Luo Long's death, Baiwa no longer has any hope of a comeback. Ji Lung's life-threatening attack failed to replicate the highlight of the fourth season finals. With the flames of the dagger, Ji Lung disappeared in the bombardment of Muyu Chunfeng. Glory! Let us congratulate Xingxin for successfully defeating Baiwa with a score of 11-5. At the same time, they successfully advanced to the third round of the loser group with a score of 2-0. They will be greeted by Blue Rain, which ranked third in the regular season. The results of the game were announced after the cup game. The game between these two teams was exciting. Li Ju smiled. Both regular season encounters ended with Blue Rain's victory. I wonder if this playoffs will change. Oh, it's my fault. If the placement of my demon flower had not been disturbed by Hai Wuliang, we would not have been attacked by Jun Mashu from the side. Zhu Xiaoping slapped his thigh unwillingly. He admitted that Fang Rui had successfully influenced his thinking. Blame me, if I could have given you proper cover at that time. Zhou Yuan said. If my life-threatening sneak attack could have succeeded. Assassin Zhou Guangyi said. This game left them with many-ifs. But the cruel reality was in front of them, and the team that defeated them was the new team that joined the league this season. However, they did not feel disappointed. After all, Xingxin's regular season ranking was higher than theirs, and there were 3 all-star level players in the team, and Yi Xiao was a top player in the pyramid. Losing to them was not shameful. It was just that if they could reduce some mistakes in the game, they would have a chance to win. We have gained a lot from this playoffs trip. We will come again next year, Yu Feng said. Again! All the Baiwa players nodded solemnly. Baiwa, who defeated 301 degrees with an underdog, finally fell in the second round of the loser group. They regretted it, and were unwilling to give up. But Yu Feng felt that these were exactly what they had gained. The opponent was getting stronger and stronger, and so were they. If the opponent's strength made them feel only despair, how could this team have the courage and confidence to fight again? The report the next day praised Xingxin's performance. Xingxin, which was hailed as the first new team in history before the season, is indeed not to be underestimated, because they have already secured a place in the top 6. At the press conference after the game, when it was mentioned that the opponent in the next round was Blue Rain, who defeated them twice in the regular season, Yi Xiao smiled and said, "Let Huang Xiaotian get ready. We have a big gift package for him." What big gift package? Huang Xiaotian was confused after watching the press conference. He wants to trick me again? Huang Xiaotian fell into deep thought. The first match of the third round of the loser group has been decided, with Happy, who ranked 6th in the regular season, facing Blue Rain, who ranked 3rd in the regular season. At 8 p.m., the second round of the winter group finals was held at the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center, the home of Samsara. For into the finals. Samsara fans at the scene have already put up such a banner. Welcome to the scene of the winter group finals of the Glory Professional League Season 10 playoffs. The host and the audience interacted enthusiastically. After both sides were ready, the game began. Chapter 585. Welcome to the finals of the winners group of the 10th season of the Glory Professional League. First, let us welcome the visiting team, the champion of the 4th season of the Glory Professional League. Tyranny! 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 The main stadium has not only expanded the main stand, but also the away stand. Tyranny's fans came from afar to S City just to cheer for their favorite team on the spot. But obviously their cheers were not that loud. After all, they were not allowed to bring their musical instruments into the stadium. Next, let us invite the team that won the 7th, 8th, and 9th seasons of the Glory Professional League 3 times in a row, the second triple champion team in the history of Glory. Samsara! 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 After both sides were ready, the game officially began. Hello everyone, I am today's commentator Pan Lin. Hello everyone, I am today's guest and commentator Li Ba. Hello everyone, I am today's guest Zhang Yiwei. The official guest invited by the Samsara home court was still the former captain of Samsara, Zhang Yiwei. For Zhang Yiwei first, he could watch the game between 2 top teams in person, and learn a lot of things to teach his players after returning. Second, he could see his old team enter the finals. In Zhang Yiwei's opinion, the current Samsara is invincible. Look at me to get off to a good start. Zhou Yichen took off his team jacket. The starting lineup of the Samsara playoffs has always been unshakable. You can't come back unless you win 3 games in a row. Which he teased. Then I wear you too. Sorry, I'm not gay. On the other side, Tyranny's player seat. Have you decided yet, Team Han? Zhang Xinjia looked at Han Wenqing thoughtfully. I'm not afraid of him. Han Wenqing said domineeringly. Come on, Team Han. After a short break, The electronic screen above the stage announced the starting lineups for both sides of the ring match. Wow, Reincarnation, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, God of War, Occupation, Battle Mage. Tyranny, Han Wenqing, ID, Damo Guyan, King of Fighters, Occupation, Boxer. Map, Ring. I didn't expect the first game to be a title battle. Pan Lin was a little surprised. Han Wenqing has always been ranked 5th in Tyranny, but now he is the starting player. Team Han is still the same as always, Li Bo said with emotion. The only one who has a chance to defeat Zhou Yichen in Tyranny is Han Wenqing, the captain. If they want to defeat Reincarnation, they must overcome the difficulty of Zhou Yichen. The ring match is the first step. If Zhou Yichen can be defeated and his undefeated legend in single-player events can be broken, it will be a huge blow to his personal morale and the morale of Samsara. So the moment Zhang Xinjie proposed this idea, Han Wenqing had already accepted it in his heart. It's been a long time since I met Team Han in the ring match. On the stage, Zhou Yichen smiled and stretched out his right hand to Han Wenqing. Come on! Han Wenqing held Zhou Yichen's outstretched hand. Han Wenqing can be said to love and hate Zhou Yichen, a junior. He loves him because he cherishes his talent, and hates him because such a talent is no longer in Tyranny. The last time the two met in the ring match was the finals of the 9th season, and Zhou Yichen won in the end. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen, God of War, loading completed. Damo Guyan, King of Fighters, loading completed. Map, Arena, loading completed. The first match was the arena chosen by Tyranny. This time, they came to the home court of Samsara, and Samsara did not use the big move. They still chose the most common operation and bayonet arena. The first match is a title duel. I think the fans watching this game are as excited as I am, said Li Bo. Yes, my heart is pounding. Zhang Yiwei continued. 3, 2, 1, fight! The game started, and the two sides refreshed symmetrically from north to south, Yu Xingchen in the south and Damo Guyan in the north. The two did not hesitate. The moment the blue refresh screen disappeared, they rushed to the central arena. The speed of both sides is about the same. If you want to attack first, you need to use skills as an aid, Zhang Yiwei said. As soon as Zhang Yiwei finished speaking, Damo Guyan used a high kick to jump into the air as a displacement. Then, the moment he found Yu Xingchen in his perspective, Damo Guyan landed and rushed towards him. Punch. This punch can not only increase the strength attribute, but also increase the enemy's stiffness time, but the punch will reduce the boxer's attack speed. Fake. Zhou Yichen saw Han Wenqing's intention at a glance. This punch was a fake shot, and the real killer move was the front kick behind. Yu Xingchen dodged the punch sideways and immediately retreated. Oh! It was predicted. Han Wenqing looked calm on the surface, but he was still a little surprised in his heart, because Yu Xingchen's retreating position happened to be stuck in a body position outside the attack range of the front kick. Yu Xingchen actually dodged Damo Guyan's front kick. His reaction was too fast. Pan Lin was much more surprised than Han Wenqing. You know, the front kick is the fastest skill of a boxer, and the attack and the back kick are all in a split second. Because Zhou Yichen predicted this front kick in advance. Zhang Yiwei said. Predicted it? Is this what people on the internet call Zhou Yichen's exclusive skill? Is it his talent? Li Bo joked. Zhou Yichen's eyes are very sharp. When he saw Damo Guyan's body moving sideways while punching, he could react that Han Wenqing's next move was a front kick. It can only be said that he knows boxers well enough. Zhang Yiwei explained. So Zhou Yichen also has the potential to become a free man, Pan Lin said. Maybe. At the same time that the front kick was dodged, Damo Guyan turned around and kicked Yu Xingchen again with a roundhouse kick. Yu Xingchen retreated a body to avoid the roundhouse kick and stepped forward to slap Damo Guyan. Damo Guyan put his hands on his chest to block, but he was not blown away the next second. It's not the falling flower palm. Han Wenqing knew he was deceived. The next second, Yu Xingchen shot out with one hand, sweeping towards Damo Guyan, while using the cloud spear to get close to the opponent, holding the spear with both hands to accumulate power. When the magic fighting spirit gradually condensed at the tip of the spear, Yu Xingchen swung forward the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit. Damo Guyan, who had no time to pull away, was stabbed by the dragon gull, and then the whole person flew backwards. Strong dragon pressure. The rhythm of the attack was taken away by Zhou Yichen in an instant. Pan Lin could only see these things, and he had to learn more in depth. Awesome, said Yu Feng, who was watching the game live in the audience. No one knows more about offense than Zhou Yichen, said Zhou Yuan on the side. Yes. Yu Feng nodded. Zhou Yichen was the most offensive battle mage he had ever seen. He debuted in the 6th season, and naturally fought against several top battle mages in the league. Yi Xiu's battle mage is a typical academic school. Whether it is offense or defense, he plays in a standard and methodical way. Zhou Yichen's battle mage is a typical radical school. As long as he is given a chance, he can go all the way and suppress the opponent. This is why many battle mage players like to watch Zhou Yichen's first-person perspective now. In one word, cool, but in addition to offense, Zhou Yichen's defense is not bad either. It can be said that Zhou Yichen's style of play has absorbed the essence of Yi Xiu, especially in terms of defense. And Sun Xiang's battle mage, in Yu Feng's view before, just can't attack or defend. In the 8th season, Excellent Era was eliminated. In addition to the team being torn apart, and without a clear command, Sun Xiang did not defend at all. He still played like a berserker. A battle mage exchanging blood with others, isn't that crazy? The result was naturally being targeted by others, and then dying suddenly. But now, Sun Xiang's battle mage has gradually matured. The autumn leaf in his hand is no longer like Yi Xiu, but has a shadow of Zhou Yichen. Old Yu, do you think Yi Xiu's battle mage is better, or Zhou Yichen's battle mage is better? Zhou Yuan asked the topic that has been discussed on the internet. There are single-player and team competitions. There is no doubt that Zhou Yichen is better in the single-player competition. In my opinion, his operation has reached the extreme of the battle mage. Yu Feng analyzed. Many new moves of the battle mage were developed by Zhou Yichen. What about the team competition? Zhu Xiaoping looked at Yu Feng. In the team competition, Zhou Yichen will be even more powerful. Yu Feng said with a smile. After several seasons of running in, Zhou Yichen's position in the Samsara team competition has been finalized, that is, the frontal attacker. No one knows offense better than Zhou Yichen. When several people were discussing whose battle mage was the strongest, the situation on the field had been firmly controlled by Zhou Yichen. Taking advantage of the strong dragon pressure, Zhou Yichen did not let it drift away with the wind. Falling flower palm. Before the Mo Guyan landed, Yi Xingchen stood in position in advance, and a fully charged falling flower palm once again slapped the Mo Guyan away. After Mo Guyan adjusted his body shape in the air, before Yi Xingchen made a move, Mo Guyan flashed and jumped behind him. Cloud body. Mo Guyan took the opportunity to rush towards Yi Xingchen. When he was about to punch him, Yi Xingchen suddenly turned around and stabbed Mo Guyan with a spear. Technique returning horse spear dragon tooth. This spear was as powerful as a dragon, as graceful as a startled wild goose, and as gentle as a swimming dragon. Although he was handsome, it was a pity that Han Wenqing had expected it. Mo Guyan flew in the air and jumped behind him with a somersault. Eagle step. Then he rushed close to the enemy and then swung a powerful palm strike at him, with a light and shadow effect like a tiger. Double tiger palm. This palm directly hit Yi Xingchen's back, and the whole person flew forward. Han Wenqing predicted Zhou Yichen's return horse spear, and this eagle step successfully found the rhythm. Li Ba said excitedly. Yi Xingchen used the spear in his hand to pole vault to stabilize his body. Damao Guyan's body shook, and transparent airflow appeared around him. At the same time, he clenched his fists and his body shook again. Steel bones, inch power. Are you preparing for a strong attack? Yu Feng was a little confused about Han Wenqing's choice. Would it be too early to choose a strong attack now? Because Yi Xingchen's health was still very healthy. It was obviously unrealistic for a boxer to kill the battle mage in a wave in a professional arena. Is Captain Han a little anxious? Song Qiang looked at Zhang Xinjie. No, now is the best opportunity to attack, because even Captain Han can't guarantee that the next second's attack rhythm will not be taken away by Zhou Yichen. Zhang Xinjie said. Yes, Zhou Yichen's grasp of the attack rhythm is indeed in place. Bai Shu nodded. He had a head-on fight with Zhou Yichen, and knew the opponent's methods too well. Boom boom boom, Mo Guyan kept punching Yi Xingchen. After the inch power was activated, the boxer's punching distance could be shortened, the attack speed was improved, and each punch was accompanied by a strengthening power wave. Yi Xingchen kept retreating, swaying left and right to dodge the punches from Damao Guyan, but he still took a few punches from the opponent. 10 seconds left. Zhou Yichen muttered. The duration of the inch force was still 10 seconds. 9 seconds. Yi Xingchen turned to avoid Damao Guyan's side kick. 8 seconds. 3 seconds. Damao Guyan used the 1,000-pound weight and punched directly at Yi Xingchen. 2 seconds. 1 second. Damao Guyan punched, but the duration of the inch force ended, and the force wave failed to hit the last blow. Not good. Han Wenqing felt something was wrong. because the distance was too close. Yu Xingchen rotated the war spear with both hands, and after the rotation range exceeded 180 degrees, he rushed forward with the spear and stabbed the opponent without waiting for Damao Guyan to retreat. Damao Guyan couldn't escape the attack range of the war spear, and the spear successfully pierced his arm. Then the war spear grabbed him and threw him to the ground, breaking the iron bone dominance of Damao Guyan. Round dance stick. Han Wenqing wanted to take the body, but the character had no reaction. This was because the round dance stick was a grabbing skill, which would cause magic damage to the enemy, so taking the body was invalid. Before Damao Guyan squatted, Yu Xingchen's super-fast spear successfully pierced his chest. How Long Pajun. As the strongest physical high-level skill of the battle mage, How Long Pajun's recovery speed was extremely fast, without stiffness, and the effect of the skill was determined by the part of the enemy that was hit. Obviously, the chest was the part where How Long Pajun could cause the most damage. The powerful magic fighting spirit knocked Damao Guyan away, and Yu Xingchen followed with a shadow step. Upward strike. Sky strike. Damao Guyan was successfully floated into the air. It's over. Seeing this scene, everyone in Tyranny felt cold in their hearts. No one knows how to perform combos better than Zhou Yichen. The fighters will has been stacked up just now, Lin Jingyan said. It's the third stage, Zhang Xinjie said, as he looked at the combo displayed on the electronic screen. This is too fast, Bai Shu said. Senior Zhou's hand speed has soared to 510. Song Qiang said at this time. What a cruel hand speed. Chapter 586. Zhou Yichen's hand speed has soared to 510. This combo speed is too fast, Pan Lin said in surprise. You know, Zhou Yichen's hand speed peak was still around 200 just now, and it suddenly soared to 510. I found the breakthrough point, Zhang Yue said. Fourth level fighters will. Li Ba interrupted at this time. The battle mage who opened the fourth stage of fighters will not only increase 2%, 8% movement speed, but also gain 90 points of strength blessing. This gave Yu Xingchen, who originally focused on attack speed, a strength blessing. Damao Guyan's health value dropped very quickly, and it is now on the verge of red blood, Li Ba said excitedly. The strong consumption of Damao Guyan just now caused Yu Xingchen to lose a lot of blood, but compared with Damao Guyan, Yu Xingchen has a blood advantage of nearly 20%. Wind and clouds. Fighting against mountains and rivers, Damao Guyan's vision was instantly obscured by the fog ring effect when he landed. Han Wenqing kept sliding the mouse to rotate the character's perspective, trying to catch the figure of Yu Xingchen. However, at the moment when Damao Guyan turned around, Yu Xingchen passed through the mist and stabbed Damao Guyan with a gun. Dragon Fang. Han Wenqing reacted quickly. After hearing the sound of the spear tip cutting through the air, he controlled Damao Guyan to turn around and block Yu Xingchen's attack with both hands. Empty-handed into the white blade, Damao Guyan successfully blocked his attack and deflected the spear tip. Damao Guyan got close and punched Yu Xingchen. Tombe fist. Although it is called a fist, it is actually a palm. The Tombe fist of boxers refers to the Tombe fist in real life. It has a penetrating effect. Hitting the enemy will cause physical damage and knock back the effect. Clang. Yu Xingchen blocked with his spear, but the powerful force still pushed him back. Damao Guyan jumped up and kicked Yu Xingchen in the air. High kick. The rhythm of the attack seems to be back in Han Wenqing's hands, Pan Lin said. No, Li Ba, a loyal fan of Tyranny, frowned. The rhythm is still in Zhou Yichen's hands, Zhang Yue said on the side. Why do you say that? Cloud commentator Pan Lin was a little puzzled. Because from the frequency of the attacks of both sides, Damao Guyan is more like a counterattack, while Yu Xingchen's response is obviously more calm, Zhang Yue explained. Then he turned his head to look at Pan Lin, and found that he looked confused. Ah. Zhang Yue took off the headset, and sighed deeply. Pan Lin's background is really powerful. Back to the game, Damao Guyan wanted to use the successful pick and roll of the empty-handed attack to attack Yu Xingchen. The offensive and defensive situation changes in an instant. Lin Jingyan shook his head and said. The next second after he finished speaking, Yu Xingchen seized the gap when Damao Guyan swung his fist, and after a blow of Bashui forced Damao Guyan to jump up, he attacked with Nulong piercing heart, successfully pierced his chest, and then flew out. Seeing this scene, everyone in Tyranny looked at Lin Jingyan in unison. Lin Jingyan was a little embarrassed. He seemed to be a bit of a jinx. Before Damao Guyan landed on the ground, Yu Xingchen followed, waving his spear to accumulate power, and then condensed his fighting spirit and released it in reverse. Flying dragon in the sky. This blow directly pierced Damao Guyan's chest. With the last 100 dragon meteor piercing out, this battle for the title came to an end. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this title duel. But Yu Xingchen's health points are not as much as before, only 8% left. Pan Lin said. It would have been better if the high kick just now had not missed. Li Bo secretly regretted. Watching Han Wenqing step down and return to the player's seat, all the players of Tyranny stood up and applauded to welcome their captain. They would not comfort their captain by saying nonsense, like almost. Because their captain never gives any comfort to the failed players, and similarly, when he fails, he never needs any comfort. Failure, then try again, this is a very natural thing for Tyranny, and needing comfort is a shameful thing in their eyes. Yu Xingchen's health and mana are already below 10%. Let Lao Lin play in the next game. Lao Lin will directly deal with him, and don't give him any chance to operate. Deputy Captain Zhang Xinjie said to Lin Jingyan on the side. Okay. Han Wenqing nodded. Understood, then I go. Lin Jingyan also nodded, left the Tyranny player seat, and walked towards the stadium. 1-for-1 to get rid of the Mo Guyan, it's enough for us. Jiang Guotao laughed at the other side of the Samsara player seat. The most critical player in the Tyranny arena is definitely Han Wenqing. But now Han Wenqing has not been able to bring Tyranny a point. Then Samsara will have to use a ruthless move. Tyranny, Lin Jingyan, ID, Lung Anlei, Occupation, Gangster. 99%, 100%. Lung Anlei, Loading completed. Map, Arena, Loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The game just started, Zhou Yichen said in the public channel. Senior, why don't you let the juniors go? Let me stab a few more holes. Then why don't you let the senior open your head? Lin Jingyan replied. That's fine. Both parties rushed out of the refresh area and came to the high arena in the center. Yu Xingchen quickly ran over with Lung Anlei. Lin Jingyan did not save his skills. He knew that he could not give the opponent a chance. Lung Anlei threw objects at the same time, poison needles, bricks, gasoline bottles. Yu Xingchen swung his gun to shoot away the flying gasoline bottles while shaking in a Z shape to dodge the poison needles and bricks. Then he jumped into the air, rotated the war spear with both hands, and shook off the magic fighting spirit like water splashes. A spear was thrust out, and the fighting spirit in the shape of a dragon blasted towards Lung Anlei. The dragon went out to sea. Lin Jingyan couldn't avoid the shot. Zhang Jiala laughed. Yes, it couldn't be avoided, but Lin Jingyan didn't plan to avoid it. Lung Anlei rushed forward, and at the moment when the spear tip pierced his arm, Lung Anlei scratched Yu Xingchen with his claws, leaving 2 bloody scars on his arm. Scar pain. After the skill hits, the enemy not only suffers physical damage, but also suffers bleeding due to the injury. The magic fighting spirit knocked Lung Anlei away, which actually widened the distance between the two. It feels like Yu Xingchen is going to bleed to death. Pan Lin said. Damn! Zhou Yichen stomped his head heavily. Obviously the pain of this scar was beyond his expectation. Looking at the character, who was still bleeding, Zhou Yichen had to rush forward. Although he finally fell under Lung Anlei's powerful knee attack, he still knocked off 10% of Lung Anlei's health. 10%, to be honest, it's a bit too much. Zhang Xinjie said, adjusting his glasses. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. God of War. God of War. God of War. MVP. 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 The fans at the scene were shouting Zhou Yichen's name crazily. At the Samsara competition seat, Zhou Yichen walked out. Ah! Seeing Zhou Yichen walk out and wave to the audience, the shouts of the Samsara fans seemed to overturn the entire venue. Their God of War still maintained a 100% winning rate in the title battle. The waving and applause continued, accompanying Zhou Yichen all the way back to the Samsara player seat. Brother Chen is awesome, this has knocked down 10%. Wu Qi stepped forward and said, It's just that the efficiency has dropped a lot. Zhang Jiala joked. If you can do it, go ahead. If you can beat Han Wenqing, I yell you die on the spot. Zhou Yichen glanced at Zhang Jiala. Okay, you wait next time. What if you don't beat him? Zhou Yichen asked. If you don't get it, I call you die. Zhang Jiala got angry. Okay, you go in the next game, Lao Zhang. Jiang Guotao said. Ah? Me? Zhang Jiala pointed at himself. Wasn't he in the 3rd place? Others were also confused and looked at Jiang Guotao. Let's give Tyranny a strong dose of medicine. Jiang Guotao said with a smile. Oh, you are so bad. I like you so much. Sorry, I'm not gay. I knock, Lao Jiang has also learned bad things, and he must have been led by Zhou Yichen. Reincarnation, Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liao 1, Occupation, ammunition expert. Hey, Zhang Jiala is in the second place in the reincarnation. What does this mean? Could it be that the first 3 places will directly bring the trident? Pan Lin asked. Zhou Zikai is the third pick. I will eat this electronic screen on the spot. An audience member made a bold statement. Reincarnation, it's a bit out of line. Zhang Xinjie frowned. Zhang Jiala's appearance obviously disrupted his deployment. Old Lin, it's up to you. Seeing Zhang Jiala with a smile on his face step onto the competition seat, Lin Jingyan was filled with emotion. As players who debuted in the same season, Zhang Jiala and Lin Jingyan had twists and turns in their early careers, and Zhang Jiala had to endure much more than Lin Jingyan. Howling has always been in the top 8, and has also seen the scenery of the top 4 in the second season, but has never been on the stage of the finals of glory. Before coming to Tyranny, Lin Jingyan had never entered the finals. Zhang Jiala is different. He debuted in the second season and entered the finals in the third season, but he met the unstoppable Yi Qiu. In the 5th season playoffs, he led the team alone and forced the team to the finals, but he met Wang Jieshi, who successfully transformed his style. Zhang Jiala wanted to retire because of the 2 runner-ups, while Lin Jingyan wanted to retire because of the pressure from his juniors and the pressure from the team. Fortunately, Samsara saved Zhang Jiala with the championship, but can Tyranny really save Lin Jingyan, who wanted to retire? The mental situations of both parties were completely different at this time. Zhang Jiala had no pressure because he had the monster Zhou Zikai behind him. But what about Lin Jingyan? In the end, the victory was still won by Zhang Jiala. But Lin Jingyan's Lang Anlei knocked off 91% of Baiwa Liuwan's health. You should know that Lang Anlei started with 90% of health. In terms of health consumption, Lin Jingyan won. Hey, did you lose again? Lin Jingyan looked at his hands. He could clearly feel that his reaction and hand speed were constantly declining. Come on together. This was what Zhang Jiala said to Lin Jingyan before the end of the game. He didn't want to see Lin Jingyan on the stage after the end of this season. Because if Lin Jingyan retired, he would be the only lonely old man who debuted in the second season. With Lin Jingyan eliminated, the third player in Tyranny was Qin Muyun, who had been a stable starter in the team competition since his debut in the 9th season. Facing Baiwa Liuwan, who had only 9% of his health, minus 9 degrees showed no mercy. He took away Baiwa Liuwan, whose mana was almost exhausted, at the cost of consuming 9% of his health. Will it be Zhou Zikai? After Zhang Jiala was eliminated, everyone was wondering whether the third player in the reincarnation competition would be Zhou Zikai. No way. Although he said so, Pan Lin had a strong premonition in his heart that told him that the third player in the reincarnation competition would be Zhou Zikai. A few minutes later, the electronic screen above the stage announced the third player of the Samsara team. Samsara, Zhou Zikai, ID, Yiqiang Chuanyun, Gun King Occupation, Sharpshooter. Damn! Seeing Yiqiang Chuanyun appear on the holographic projection, everyone was excited. Huh? The 3 commentators in the commentary booth were also stunned. As a legendary star of Samsara, Zhang Yue was also dumbfounded. Are the young people nowadays playing so big? Huh? Tyranny was also confused. Han Wenqing, who always had a blank expression, also revealed a puzzled expression at this time. He didn't understand what Samsara meant by doing this. Zhang Xinjie looked at his teammates. Is it possible that they will be defeated by 1-on-3? Zhang Xinjie thought to himself. The most excited person at this moment should be Qin Muyun, who was sitting in the Tyranny competition seat. As a qualified sharpshooter, he really wanted to compete with Zhou Zikai in the ring match. Qin Muyun wanted to know how big the gap between him and Zhou Zikai was, and in what specific aspects. With this thought, the game began. After a burst of output, looking at himself floating in the air, Qin Muyun knew where the gap between him and the opponent was. The gap was in every place. I still need to practice, Qin Muyun said to himself. As the last bullet of Yiqiang Chuanyun was empty, the victory was undoubtedly won by Zhou Zikai. Glory! Qin Muyun was eliminated with only 31% loss. At this rate, Zhou Zikai really has a chance to defeat 3-on-1. Next, Bai Yanfei, you go. Zhang Xinjie looked at Bai Yanfei. Me? Bai Yanfei pointed at himself. In Tyranny's deployment before the game, because Han Wenqing was the starter, an experienced veteran was needed to guard the ring. Yeah. Zhang Xinjie and Han Wenqing looked at each other and nodded. Bai Yanfei took a deep breath. I will do it. Zhou Zikai's appearance in the third place completely disrupted Tyranny's plan. Even Zhang Xinjie, who was strong, could not have imagined that Samsara would play so well. I must get another point, so that I can have room for maneuver when I enter the team competition later. Zhang Xinjie thought. 2 points, what the hell? Chapter 587. Bai Yanfei is on the field. Bai Yanfei fell. In this game, Bai Yanfei told everyone why he was called Turret. As an elemental mage player, Bai Yanfei's playing style is completely different from Chu Yunxiu's. He plays a wave of attacks, mainly relying on violent output. Facing the Gun King Zhou Zikai, he started with a Fire Bird, followed by skill bombing. On the small map of the arena, the elemental mage still has a unique geographical advantage. In the front, Bai Yanfei's bombardment even suppressed Zhou Zikai, which gave the away fans of Tyranny a little hope. But then, Zhou Zikai used the hegemony effect of the knee strike to successfully pass through the sea of fire, and at the moment when Bai Yanfei's Rota chanted, he successfully floated him up. I'm going to be killed in one wave. In Glory, being floated by a gun profession is the most dangerous, because they have enough firepower to kill the opponent in one wave. Spinning kick, Yichang Chuanyun kicked Rota hard, and then pulled out the Barrett sniper on the spot. Before Rota stood up, the bullet was fired. Bang! This shot successfully penetrated Rota's head, triggering double damage, and knocked off 30% of his maximum health. As Yichang Chuanyun shot and killed Rota, his health also remained at 30%. Bai Yanfei's irregular and fierce output successfully knocked off 39% of Yichang Chuanyun's health. Bai Shu, it's up to you. Everyone in Tyranny looked to Bai Shu. If they only got 2 points in the ring match, they would have no chance in the team match. Because even if Tyranny won the team match, their maximum score was only 8 points, and Samsara only needed to get rid of the 3 of them to drag them into the extra match. Too difficult. I will win. Bai Shu clenched his fist and cheered himself up. With Bai Yanfei falling, the last player to play in Tyranny is Bai Shu, who is also a newcomer to Tyranny this season, but he is not a real newcomer. Pan Lin said with a smile. Yes, Bai Shu played in the Professional League of Honor in England before, and his results were also remarkable. Li Ban nodded. Has Coach Zhang paid attention to foreign honor teams? Pan Lin asked the question to the guest Zhang Yiwei. I have paid attention to this. Zhang Yiwei smiled, like the gods led by Zeus, and the German chariot led by Poke. They are both very strong teams in my opinion. What does Coach Zhang think of the foreign team gods? They are also the champions of this year's European Championship, and ended the 3 consecutive championships of the German chariot. Li Bo asked. How should I put it? This team is very special. It is different from our domestic teams. Their core is the priest. Zhang Yiwei said. Their individual strength is not as strong as Devon Tank, but they are so good at team fighting. Which team does Coach Zhang think has a better chance of winning if Samsara and the meet? Pan Lin said with a smile. It must be Samsara. Zhang Yiwei said without hesitation. I think so too. Li Ban nodded. Because our trident will completely destroy them. Zhang Yiwei said confidently. Tyranny, Bai Shu, ID, Tide, Occupation, Knight. Tyranny's defense was handed over to Bai Shu, who debuted in China this year. Whether this strategy is correct can only be left for Tyranny to think about after the game. The position of defending the ring must be handed over, because Han Wenqing can't hold on for a few more years. So who will take on this huge pressure position? It depends on Tyranny. At the beginning of the game, Bai Shu also respected Zhou Zikai enough. After operating Chao Shi to use the charge to get close to the one-shot piercing cloud, he did not hesitate and directly activated the Knight's level 50 awakening skill. Chivalry. Then, before the one-shot piercing cloud retreated, he provoked it. With the blessing of Chivalry, it was upgraded to Honor Provocation. In addition to doubling the hatred value drawn, the taunt duration was also extended to 5 seconds. Then Chao Shi shook the shield and slashed the one-shot piercing cloud in front of him with the holy sword in his hand. Huh? Zhou Zikai controlled the character to dodge to the left, but the holy sword with white light still hit his shoulder. Oh my god, you used the big move right away. Zhou Yichen was a little surprised. The Knight's level 70 big move. Crusader Judgment. During the activation, the Knight himself will be in an accelerated state. Unfortunately, Chao Shi's ultimate move only hit Yichang Chuanyun and Yi Jian, and Zhou Zikai used a sliding tackle to catch up with the violent shot and directly pulled a distance from Chao Shi. Seeing this, Chao Shi had to put up a shield to block the bullet shot by Yichang Chuanyun, but the next second, Yichang Chuanyun got close and used a whirlwind kick to repel Chao Shi. Zhou Zikai's 3 rifles and physical skills are so beautiful. Zhang Yiwei's face was full of enjoyment. Compared with Zhou Yichen's more radical physical skills, which are full of offensive gun physical skills, Zhou Zikai's are relatively more academic. Close-range legs, feet, and long-range guns are well organized, with both offense and defense. Bai Shu is not bad in dealing with Zhou Zikai's 3 rifles and physical skills. Pan Lin said in surprise. But the health value has been decreasing, Zhang Yiwei said. Pan Lin only saw the surface. By Shu's chow, she did not retreat in the face of Zhou Zikai's Yichang Chuanyun, but ignored that all this was exchanged for health value. Bai Shu wants to use his health to seize the rhythm, Li Ba said. In this game, Bai Shu's only advantage is that his health and mana are higher than Zhou Zikai's. He can accept the exchange of health, but Zhou Zikai cannot. Because Yiqian Chuanyun's health was only 30% at the beginning, and after Bai Shu's wave of consumption just now, it is only 12% now. On the other hand, Bai Shu's tide, even if he has been silently enduring it, still has 81% of his health. Throughout the game, Bai Shu implemented this blood-consuming rhythm-stealing play, so that his health was consumed a lot. As the Holy Sword of the Tidal Storm counterattacked and hit Yiqian Chuanyun, this battle with a huge difference in health finally came to an end. Glory! Let us congratulate Bai Shu for defeating Zhou Zikai and getting the precious 3rd point for Tyranny, but his health should not be enough to support him to get the 4th point. Pan Lin shook his head. The shot that eliminated 30% of the HP was pierced through the clouds, and Bai Shu's tide consumed 80% of the HP. Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai. Gun King. Gun King. Gun King. MVP. 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 When Zhou Zikai walked out of the competition seat, the scene erupted with tsunami-like shouts as before. In this stadium, looking up, they always see the twin stars shining in the sky. What a pity, the other party is very determined. Looking at Zhou Zikai walking back with his hands in his pockets, Jiang Butao stepped forward and handed him a towel and a water bottle. This pair of partners, who have been cooperating since the middle of the 6th season, now only need a glance to know each other's intentions. Old Lu, it's time to stretch your muscles. Fang Minghua patted Lu Buiyuan on the shoulder. No problem, leave it to me. Lu Buiyuan snapped his fingers, then picked up the account card and walked towards the competition seat. Facing the tide with only 20% of his health, Lu Buiyuan made the same choice, that is, to exchange blood and seize the rhythm. For this reason, Yu Shanluan directly turned on the steel and iron bones after entering the ring, and did not give Bai Shu any chance. The ring game ended, and Tyranny got only 3 points in the ring game, just like the first game. 3 points, it can only be considered a passing score. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses. Reincarnation, invincible. Reincarnation, invincible. Reincarnation, invincible. It feels like Tyranny is completely unable to withstand the beating of reincarnation, Xiao Yujie said in the audience. Who can resist reincarnation? Lin Feng asked back. That makes sense. Xiao Yujie nodded, thinking back to the performance of reincarnation this season. It seems that every team has been beaten to the point of being unable to withstand it. The team competition of Samsara is even more terrifying than their ring competition, Tang Hao said at this time. Howling had originally been on vacation, but they did not go back to their own homes and look for their own mothers. Because they have a heart to improve, they naturally do not watch everyone's game. After all, hotels, plane tickets, etc. all cost money. They specifically choose to watch Samsara's games, because Tang Hao believes that watching Samsara's games can learn a lot. After the halftime break, the list of the 2 teams' competitions was also announced on the electronic screen above the stage. Samsara, Zhou Zikai, ID, Yiqiang Chuanyun, Gun King Occupation, Sharpshooter. Jiang Butao, ID, Wulong Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, God of War Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liaowan Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Fang Minghua, ID, Shielde Ziruo Occupation, Priest. The 6th person, Wu Qi, ID, Cruel Silence Occupation, Assassin. Tyranny, Han Wenqing, ID, Damo Guyan, King of Fighters Occupation, Boxer. Zhang Xinjia, ID, Shi Bujuan Occupation, Priest. Lin Jingyan, ID, Leng Anlei Occupation, Rogue. Qin Muyun, ID, -9 degrees Occupation, Sharpshooter. Bai Shu, ID, Tide Occupation, Knight. The 6th person, Bai Yanfei, ID, Rhoda Occupation, Elemental Mage. Map, Central Garden. Oh, we see that Samsara and Tyranny changed their formations at the same time, Pan Lin said. In fact, neither side made a big change, because both Wu Qi and Bai Yanfei were already there, Li Ba said. It's interesting that Samsara chose a map. This is the first time they chose the Central Garden, Zhang Yiwei said. Central Garden, as the name suggests, is a large garden in the center of the map, but this garden is not an ordinary garden, but a maze garden. If you want to play this map well, and not get lost in it, you must memorize this maze map. Since Samsara is confident in choosing this map, I think they should have memorized the map. Panlin said. I think so. Li Ban nodded. This is Samsara's home court, and it is related to whether they can get the first ticket to the finals, so Samsara will not play tricks. Central Garden? Tyranny was also a little confused. This map was completely beyond their expectations. In Zhang Xinjia's opinion, Samsara should choose a simpler map, such as their king map, the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum, as well as the War Grassland and the Sky Colosseum. It seems that they have memorized the maze map. Han Wenqing said. Then what should we do? Lin Jingyan touched his head. Tyranny has never chosen this map. Because this map is too complicated, it is easy to get confused. And this is a new map, which was added to the map pool this year. In this regard, many teams do not practice this map, because according to gossip, some teams played this map and people disappeared. All ran to the toilet to vomit, so this map was blacklisted by many teams. But unexpectedly, in the winners group final, Samsara took out this map. Tyranny must have been dumbfounded. Due to the distance, Samsara could not see the expression on Tyranny's side. However, Zhou Yichen could imagine that all the members of Tyranny were probably in a state of confusion. You two are really cruel. Fang Minghuo looked at Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai. The confidence of Samsara in choosing this map lies in the two Zhous, because the two of them have memorized the maze. TSK, even if I don't memorize it, I can get out of it, okay? Zhou Yichen said disdainfully. He has been a master of playing mazes since he was a child. I hope you will do what you say, otherwise I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Zhang Jiala patted Zhou Yichen on the shoulder and said. He still remembers that when he was practicing this map with Happy, he was playing, and there were only 4 characters left on the field of 10 characters. One on the one hand was Yi Qian Chuan Yun and Yi Xingchen, and the other on the other was Jun Mo Xiao and Hui Renbu Wan. The chat box at that time, Lord Grimm, Why is Bai Waliuan standing still? He didn't vomit, did he? Yiqiang Chuanyun, ? Yi Xingchen, how do you know, Lord Grimm, what do you think? This Lei is lame, Yi Xingchen, so you are very brave, Lord Grimm. Let's see who can recite it first. Huiran Bujuan, boring. Yi Xingchen, let's go. Don't worry, Lao Zhang, I won't let you vomit on the stage. Zhou Yichen nodded. Hey, what do you think if Tyranny vomits on the stage? Wu Qi suddenly said. Cold salad. After both parties signed their names on the pre-match agreement, they lined up on the stage. Captain Zhang, you didn't expect us to choose this picture. Jiang Guotao stretched out his hand to Zhang Xinjia, with a harmless face. I really didn't expect it. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses, but we are not afraid of this map. Looking at Zhang Xinjia's confident face, Samsara suddenly became confused. Did Tyranny practice it? Have we practiced it? Bai Shu had such a question in his heart, and then he looked at Zhang Xinjia, but he retracted his eyes the next second. However, this glance was caught by Zhou Yichen, one of the best chance-grabbing masters in the alliance. Oh, it turns out that you are trying to cover up your mistake. Chapter 588. When Zhou Yichen saw Bai Shu glance at Zhang Xinjia, he understood. I didn't expect that Zhang Xinjia, who looked like a scholar, would also lie. He, Zhang Xinjia, you don't want Tyranny to know. 99%, 100%. Yi Xingchen, God of War, loaded. Yi Chang Chuan Yun, Gun King, loaded. De Mo Gu Yin, King of Fighters, loaded. Bai Hua Liao Luan, loaded. Xiao Guzi Ruo, loaded. Map, Central Garden, loaded. 3, 2, 1, fight. As the countdown ended, both sides rushed out of the refresh area. Compared with Samsara entering the maze garden from the entrance, Tyranny wandered around the outer circle. The main area of the Central Garden is composed of the maze garden, but its substitution area is in the 4 corners outside the maze garden, so Tyranny wants to find the fastest way to enter the maze before entering the maze. We can see that the strategies of the two sides are different at the beginning. Samsara chooses to go straight into the maze garden, while Tyranny is maneuvering in the outer circle. Panlin explained. Maybe it's because Tyranny hasn't studied this map much, so they want to wait and see first. Zhang Yue guessed. This map is also a map that has become popular this year. Panlin smiled. I know, it's another great map for hide-and-seek. Li Ba said that he would play a few games of hide-and-seek when he got home after get-off work. This map is much more difficult than the moon-watching forest, because many people don't hide, and just go around with you. Li Ba still clearly remembers that when he first started playing, there were 40 players in the room, and only 10 were left after playing for a while. Although it is very complicated, few players complain about this map. If you are new, practice more. If you vomit, stand up and continue vomiting. You will be fine after vomiting more. Hey, where are the tyranny people? Zhou Yichen, who was walking in the front of the team and acting as a guide, suddenly spoke in the team voice channel. At this time, Samsara had already gone deep into the center of the maze garden. There was a pond here, and there was a high platform next to it, which was a reference. Zhou Zikai jumped up with a shot through the clouds, but did not find the figure of tyranny at the high place. They didn't come in, Jiang Wutao said. Bang! Just when several people were thinking about what tyranny was doing, a shot through the clouds fired. Strangely, Zhou Zikai only fired one shot, and then jumped off the high platform. This shot is to tell teammates that tyranny is coming in. Yu Feng said in the audience. Where did you fire the shot? Because the speed of the shot through the clouds was too fast, the tyranny people could not find the other party for a while, and only knew that the gun was fired. We are exposed. As a tactical master, Zhang Xinjie immediately understood the purpose of Zhou Zikai's shot. Then what should we do? Lin Jingyan asked. Follow the deployment just now. They want to hide and seek, so we will act as hunters. Zhang Xinjie said. Tyranny's speed is very fast. Damo Guyan rushed to the front, followed by Baishu's Tide, then Ling Anlei who protected Zhang Xinjie's Sherbujuan, and Qin Muyun's 09 degrees covered the rear. After understanding the position of tyranny, Samsara immediately took action. Xiaga Zirua suddenly opened the angel wings to stay in the air, and then threw a ball of sacred fire at Damo Guyan, who was still moving forward. The road ahead of Damo Guyan was blocked by flames. When -9 degrees reacted and wanted to shoot Xiaga Zirua, he saw that the opponent had already fallen. This direction is the center of the garden. Turn left in front. Zhang Xinjie commanded in the team voice channel. Deputy Captain, you really practiced. Baishu was a little surprised. It turned out that Zhang Xinjie was not joking before the game. I watched it several times before going to bed, and I remembered it after thinking about it in my mind. Zhang Xinjie adjusted his glasses and said, Awesome. Lin Jingyan shook his head. He felt inferior. He was old and his memory was declining. Facing this maze, he was like Zhang Xinjie's puppet. Zhang Xinjie asked him to go east, and he would never go west. Xiaga Zirua took the initiative to expose his position. Looking at the route of tyranny, he came prepared. Zhang Yue was also a little surprised. He thought tyranny was really not familiar with this map. It was a smokescreen after all this time. Batu's route doesn't seem to be the first time. Fang Minghua just took a look and found that the route leading to the center of the garden should be the shortest for Batu. They must have practiced in the training match. But did anyone memorize it? Zhang Jiala said. Your Zhang family are all ruthless people. Zhou Yichen thought of Zhang Xinjie's words before the game. He is really an old fox. Your Zhou family is not weak either. Zhang Jiala thought Zhou Yichen was praising him. Samsara did not leave the center of the garden, but used twists and turns to pull the formation apart. Yu Xingchen hid alone at the corner of the central pool. Xiao Guzi Ruo and Wu Lang stood at the entrance of the center. Obviously, these two people came to act as actors. As soon as Batu arrived, they immediately retreated to give Batu a false impression. Yiqian Chuanyun did the same, standing in front of the two and covering the retreat. As for Baihua Liaowan, he hid in another corner. Fans of tyranny must be familiar with the formation of Samsara, the pocket formation. How tyranny beat Samsara in the last game, this time Samsara will return it 100-fold. Bang! The gun rang again. This time it was not Yiqian Chuanyun, but -9 degree who fired. Captain, I saw Yiqian Chuanyun. It turned out that although Qin Muyun was at the end of the team, his eyes were always fixed on the high platform in the center, because there was a good information position. Sure enough, the next second, Yiqian Chuanyun appeared in his field of vision. Before Yiqian Chuanyun fired, Qin Muyun's -9 degree launched a counterattack. But what puzzled Qin Muyun was that Yiqian Chuanyun retreated immediately after seeing him firing, without any intention of counterattacking. He is getting information. Zhang Xinjie seemed to see Qin Muyun's confusion and explained to him. There are footsteps, they are retreating. Baishu shouted. They want to escape? Lin Jingyan said. They should be trying to get around us. Zhang Xinjie guessed. In this map, although there are only 2 entrances to the garden, one on the north and south sides, there are many routes to the center of the garden. Keep them. Han Wenqing said and quickened his pace. No! The tyranny fans in the away area howled wildly, but unfortunately their voices were completely drowned out by the shouts of the Samsara fans. As a god's perspective, they can clearly see that what is waiting for Tyranny is not Samsara's retreat, but an ambush. Samsara is doing the opposite. Li Ba said, his hands unconsciously clenched. Yes, I guess Tyranny must have thought that Samsara was going to deal with them at the first time, because this maze is too complicated, and Samsara is indeed ready to retreat, but they left two eyes at the corner. Zhang Yue laughed. At this moment, he could imagine the cruel scene of Tyranny being surrounded by Samsara after rushing in. Thinking of this, Zhang Yue felt very comfortable. You know, when he was there, Samsara had never defeated Tyranny. But now, the situation has changed, and Tyranny has not defeated Samsara for a long time. Tyranny has no intention of stopping at all. It seems that Samsara's strategy is going to work, Pan Lin said excitedly. But the next second, Tyranny stopped. Li Bo and Zhang Yue looked at Pan Lin together, worthy of you. Something is wrong, Zhang Xinjie said. What's wrong? Lin Jingyan asked. Didn't you see Yu Xingchen? Zhang Xinjie asked. That's not normal, because they are all in a group, Lin Jingyan said. No, he would rush forward without hesitation even if he was a bait if he was going to attack to the end, but now he is gone, Zhang Xinjie said. Zhou Yichen did not appear in the public channel or in the field of vision, which was too abnormal. Just when Tyranny was wondering where Zhou Yichen was, a message popped up in the public channel. Yu Xingchen, everyone in Tyranny, what are you hesitating about? Yeah. Everyone in Tyranny nodded in unison, it was right. Watch your butt. Zhang Xinjie thought the subtext of this sentence was that he was ready to backstab behind Tyranny at any time. Zhang Xinjie thought he was on the 5th floor, but he didn't know Zhou Yichen was in the atmosphere. Without Yu Xingchen, we have a chance to penetrate the front of the reincarnation. After Zhang Xinjie finished speaking, Damo Guyan rushed into the center of the garden. A real man never searches the left and right sides. The moment he saw Yiqiang Chuanyun, Damo Guyan rushed forward with his fists, and Yiqiang Chuanyun kept shooting with his two guns. Bang bang bang. Xiaoda Ziruo and Wulong retreated, and Wulong even chanted a frost wave array in an attempt to block Bata's way forward. Fortunately, Sherbujuan's sacred fire successfully interrupted Wulong's chanting. And there is a conclusion in this world, that is, if the first person at the front of the team does not search the point, then the few people behind will not search the point. And Yu Xingchen and Baiwa Liaowan, who were shrinking at the corner, were also very patient. When Sherbujuan passed by, they did not rush up and press him to the ground. After Qin Muyun's -9 degrees entered, the Samsara closed his pocket with a dazzling array of thunder, as an attack signal. Damn, where did the grenade come from? Lin Jingyan was stunned, as he prepared to release a brick attack, and saw the grenade rolling down his feet. Not good. Zhang Xinjie just remembered that he had missed one person. Boom, various grenades exploded under Tyranny's feet, and the shock wave knocked the nearest Sherbujuan to the ground, and even the Desert Guyan, who was about to catch Xiaoda Ziruo in the front, was affected to a certain extent. The pull of Samsara is too strong. Zhou Yuan sighed. Yes, Tyranny is going to be entangled again. Yu Feng applauded. Zhang Jiala's thunder timing was too good. Desert Guyan was only one step away from Xiaoda Ziruo, and he would never give up this opportunity. He and Chao Shi had a chance to kill Xiaoda Ziruo by force. This scene seems to have been seen before. Yu Xingchen rushed out from the other side, and successfully lifted Sherbujuan with his spear. It's over, Sherbujuan is close to Yu Xingchen. Tyranny must be saved. The defeat in the last game is still fresh in our memory, Li Ba said excitedly. But now, the only ones who can save Sherbujuan are Lin Jingyan in front and 09 Degree, who was also knocked down by a grenade. Baiwa Liaowan followed up, replaced the ice bullets, and fired a volley at 09 Degree, who stood up with a slide and a step, and 09 Degree turned 180 degrees and swept across. Steel bones. Damo Guyan's body shook. Han Wenqing is trying to kill Xiaoda Ziruo, Pan Lin said. Fu Hu Tingxiang. Damo Guyan stepped on Xiaoda Ziruo with both feet, and took Wulong's Ice Wave sword, and directly stepped on Xiaoda Ziruo with both feet. Tide awakens the chivalry, and then roars at Xiaoda Ziruo and Wulong. With the blessing of chivalry, it is upgraded to sacrifice roar, and the skill covers a larger range. Wulong and Xiaoda Ziruo cannot break free and are taunted. Damo Guyan swings his left hand forward and clenches his right fist. Then, at the last moment of the taunt, Damo Guyan finishes charging and launches a charged attack on the two people in front of him. The 70-level ultimate move of the boxer. Tiger Dance. The roaring fist of the tiger hits Xiaoda Ziruo and Wulong's body, and the powerful force directly knocks them out. The formation is pulled apart again. Now both sides are at the speed of life and death. Let's see whose priest will be sent out first. However, Xiaoda Ziruo and Shibujuan are exchanged for one, which is definitely a win for Samsara. Because Fang Minghua is a simple priest, but Zhang Xinjie is the main commander of the team. From the perspective of health, Xiaoda Ziruo will be eliminated before Shibujuan. Pan Lin looked at the health bars of the priests on both sides. After Xiaoda Ziruo was hit by the full-level Tiger Dance of the Desert Gaian, his health was already nearly 20% behind Shibujuan. But don't forget that it is Yu Xingchen who is slashing at Shibujuan. Zhang Yue laughed. Yu Xingchen? Oh! Li Ba understood what Zhang Yue meant, that is, Yu Xingchen can use Shibujuan to stack the fighter's will. Sure enough, Yu Xingchen's information popped up on the electronic screen, and his combo had reached 34 at this time. At this time, he was already in the state of the third-level fighter's will. Interrupt him. Zhang Xinjie shouted, and the always calm Zhang Xinjie was a little anxious, because he knew that if he didn't interrupt now, then the tyranny would face a 6th level or even 7th level fighter's will. By then, tyranny will be useless. Got it. The task of interrupting Yu Xingchen's combo can only be handed over to Leng Anlei and 09 degrees. Leng Anlei threw sand at Yu Xingchen, and then need him at close range to pull him over. But Yiqiang Chuanyun rushed in from the side, and kicked Leng Anlei away with a whirlwind kick. Not good. Lin Jingyan and Zhang Xinjie saw the moment Yiqiang Chuanyun appeared. They were so disappointed, because Yiqiang Chuanyun did not choose to save Xiaoda Ziruo. It proved that Luanhui was determined to kill Shibujuan. But is it really a win for Luanhui to exchange 1 for 2? When this thought came to mind, Zhang Xinjie suddenly realized. It seems that it is not a 1 for 2 exchange, but... Chapter 589. Zhang Xinjie looked at his teammates when he saw Yiqiang Chuanyun. Damo Gaian and Chaoshi had already entered the depths of the reincarnation, and their shadows were gone. Leng Anlei was kicked away by Yiqiang Chuanyun, and was shot by the explosive bullet at -9 degrees, with white smoke coming out of his body. At this time, he realized that this was not a 1 for 2 exchange. Because it seems that none of the three of them can escape. Captain Zhang, is my massage so comfortable? Do you have time to think about other things? Zhou Yichen teased on the public channel. How long, Pajuan? Yu Xingchen drew his gun and put it away in an instant. Shibujuan was hit hard and flew out. Yu Xingchen followed up and pierced Shibujuan's chest with a round dance stick, knocking him to the ground. So cruel. Seeing Yu Xingchen's methods, everyone watching the game took a breath of cold air. Bata's situation doesn't seem to be good. It's not just Shibujuan who is restricted here, but also Leng Anlei and -9 degrees. Pan Lin said. The biggest obstacle for Bata now is Xiaoda Ziruo and Wulong in front of Damo Gaian and Chaoshi. Wulong did not abandon Xiaoda Ziruo, but stayed by her side and tried his best to resist the attack of Batu. Jiang Buitao's Wulong Wave sword was released very skillfully, and each time it was stuck at the most uncomfortable point of Chaoshi. Jiang Buitao's thinking is really clear. Yu Feng sighed when he saw this scene. What do you mean? By what young General Zheng Xiran has not got Yu Feng's point. Jiang Buitao's rhythm. Zhou Yuan said. Wulong's every move is not to cause damage, but to interrupt the cooperation of Damo Gaian and Chaoshi. Although Xiaoda Ziruo's health is still decreasing, the speed is obviously much slower than before. Some of the priests of Samsara can take down the fire, but what should the priests of tyranny do? Shibujuan's health is already lower than Xiaoda Ziruo's. He only has 11%, but Xiaoda Ziruo still has 15%. Li Ba noticed that the health of both priests was almost red. Strange, judging from the speed of both sides, Shibujuan still has 11% without any resistance. Zhou Guangyi felt a little strange. Although Zhang Xinjie is a top priest, he is facing Zhou Yichen, who is one of the best in the league in terms of offense. Because Zhou Yichen slowed down the pace. Yu Feng explained. Wouldn't it be better to slow down and solve it first? Zheng Xinan asked. Aren't both sides trying to kill the priest? He is a battle mage. Yu Feng smiled. Yes. Yu Feng's words made Zhou Guangyi and Zheng Xinan react. What is the favorite thing for a battle mage player? It must be the will of the fighter. Every battle mage player has a dream of opening the 7th level fighter's will. At this time, Zhou Guangyi glanced at the electronic screen above the stage. Director, The electronic screen did not announce the situation of Yu Xingchen's fighter's will, but the sharp-eyed players had already discovered that the outer ring of Yu Xingchen's silver dragon gallbladder had been attached with a cyclone of magic fluctuations. Yu Xingchen has already opened the 6th level fighter's will. Zhang Xinjie said helplessly. He really had no chance to interrupt the opponent's combo. If he could open Zhang Xinjia's first-person perspective, he would find that the picture was shaking all the time. He could only see the shadow of Yu Xingchen swinging his gun, but he couldn't see him clearly. Yu Xingchen's combo has reached 64 at this time. With the 6th level fighter's will activated, his spear is attached with a layer of blue magic fluctuations, gaining 3.5% attack speed, 12% movement speed, and 130 points of strength bonus. The hurl of fighter's will is generally between the 6th and 7th stages, because the 7th level fighter's will requires 120 combos, which has only appeared twice on the stage of the Glory Professional League. The first time was in the first season finals of Excellent Era vs Royal Wind, when Yi Chio's One Leaf Autumn played it at the last moment. The second time was in the 8th season finals of Samsara vs Blue Rain, when Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen played it in the first game when he was surrounded by 5 people. As for this season, the upper limit of the Battle Mage's fighters will has been raised to the 8th stage, requiring the Battle Mage to reach 150 combos. In this state, the Battle Mage's whole body radiates golden light, and during this period, he gains 8.5% attack speed, 36% movement speed, and 390 points of strength. Someone on the internet tried to stack the fighter's will of a Battle Mage to the 8th stage. They found that the Battle Mage at that stage was like the Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball. The speed was so exaggerated that if the sprint was used, it would be like teleporting from the first-person perspective. The power blessing was even more terrifying. With one shot, even a knight with full defense points could not resist. The 6th stage of fighter's will. Zhang Yue sighed. Why do I feel that Zhou Yichen's combo is much faster than other battle mages? Pan Lin asked with a smile. First, it's because of the phantom effect of the Dragon Gall, and second, it's because Zhou Yichen's attack rhythm is smooth, just like the cough in my hand. Sorry to be off the stage. Li Ba was a little embarrassed, and was ready to read the advertising slogan. At the 70th combo, Yu Xingchen's 100 Dragon Meteor stabbed out, and then with the high damage brought by the fire attribute dazzling pattern behind him, he directly took away Sherbujuan. And as the Iron Fist of Damo Guyan on the other side hit, Xiaga Zirua also disappeared on the field. Yu Xingchen killed Sherbujuan, out. Damo Guyan killed Xiaga Zirua, out. The priests of both sides were eliminated at almost the same time. Pay attention to Yu Xingchen's combo, it has reached 70. This was the last sentence Zhang Xinjie said in the team voice channel before being eliminated. On the other side of the Samsara side, Fang Minghua's last words were, "Come on, brothers." Simple and unpretentious. What should we do next? Bai Shu looked at Han Wenqing. Go back to support. Han Wenqing said without hesitation, as if in his eyes, Wulong, who was hit into the corner by the tide, was just a decoration. Now that they have achieved their goal of dealing with the priest, the next step is to destroy Yu Xingchen's combo. If he can successfully stack 120 combos and enter the state of the 7th level fighter's will, then there will be almost no suspense in this game. Yes, Bai Shu said, and then he ran towards Yu Xingchen without looking back. Jiang Buitao's Wu Lang would naturally not let the two leave so easily. He stood up and chanted on the spot. Before the two took a few steps, a wave array appeared under their feet. Fiery wave array. Several small fire pillars formed in the magic array, and enemies within the range will be damaged by fire magic, and there is a certain probability of being burned. Wu Lang's attitude was that if you don't kill me, I won't let you go, which made Han Wenqing frown. Before he could make a move, Wu Lang's wave sword slashed again. Jiang Buitao's target was clear, that was Han Wenqing, and he let Bai Shu's tide escape through the edge of the wave array. Han Wenqing, who had already sensed Jiang Buitao's determination, no longer endured it, and controlled Damo Guyan to turn around and kick Wu Lang. Wu Lang dodged with a backflip, but the next second Damo Guyan got close, and punched him hard against the wall of the maze garden. Collapse? Hey, Tyranny actually chose to split up and fight. Han Wenqing stayed to fight Wu Lang, who was at low health, and Bai Shu went to support his teammates. Pan Lin looked at Li Ba. He wondered if Tyranny was a little too arrogant. After all, the opponent was Samsara. But he was afraid of saying the wrong thing and being criticized by Tyranny fans. So he had to ask for help from Tyranny's famous player Li Ba. Because Jiang Buitao and Wu Lang's mana can still support him to release the wave sword, he will not let Han Wenqing's Desert Guy Smoke go to support his teammates. It is helpless to let Bai Shu's tide leave. Li Ba explained. Yeah. Zhang Yue nodded. He agreed with Li Ba's statement. While Desert Guy Smoke wanted to deal with Wu Lang, the other side of 09 degrees was already a little overwhelmed. Because after Yu Xingchen dealt with Sherbujuan, the target was immediately locked on 09 degrees. Dragon Fang, Qin Muyun, who was on guard against the bullets of Bai Waliawan, did not react to this attack at all, so fast. Qin Muyun was shocked. Of course he knew that Yu Xingchen was going to attack him. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. The blessing of the 6th-stage fighter's will is no joke. 09 degrees dodged the stiff bullet shot by Bai Waliawan, but failed to dodge the Dragon Fang stabbed by Yu Xingchen. The spear stabbed, causing physical damage, and 09 degree fell into a state of stiffness. Bai Waliawan's close-range floating bullet hit 09 degree and directly floated it into the air. The 6th man of both sides, Wu Qi's Cruel Silence and Bai Yanfei's Rhoda, were already rushing to the center of the maze. In terms of speed, the assassin's Cruel Silence was definitely faster, but in terms of proficiency, people just realized that Bai Yanfei seemed a little unfamiliar with the road. Doesn't Tyranny know this map? I think their route is good, but why does Rhoda feel a little unfamiliar now? Is there a possibility that the person who remembers the route is no longer in the team voice channel? Oh! While the audience was still discussing whether Bai Yanfei would find the way, the front battlefield was already somewhat one-sided. Bai Shu's tide arrived and wanted to help 09 degree out of the siege, but he didn't know that Yu Xingchen and Bai Waliawan kicked 09 degree away and chose to switch to Cold Dark Thunder. Everything happened too suddenly. The knee strike of Yiqiang Chuanyun and the grenade of Bai Waliawan were almost launched at the same time. Lung Onlei used his steel bones to dodge Yiqiang Chuanyun's knee strike, but the grenade exploded, and the powerful impact still knocked him to the ground. Explosive grenade, ammunition expert level 50 grenade skill. The damage effect and value of this grenade are not strong, but the impact caused by the grenade after triggering is extremely strong. The explosive grenade can break the hegemony state. Reincarnation has turned on fire, and moved very quickly. Tyranny seems to have not reacted. Li Ba was anxious in his mouth, and even more anxious in his heart. But his anxiety was useless, because he had watched Yu Xingchen's spear pierce into Leng Onlei's heart. Flying Dragon in the sky, the reverse Do Qi directly knocked Leng Onlei into the air, and then, in the eyes of Bai Shu and Qin Muyun, Yiqiang Chuanyun and Bai Hua Liaowan launched an inhumane shooting. This scene is no different from the previous one. Bai Shu was the first to react, jumped forward, and slashed at Yu Xingchen with the holy sword. After replacing the bullets, Ling Shijiao Du immediately stepped aside to assist the tide in attacking. Yu Xingchen rotated the war spear to knock away the bullets shot by Ling Shijiao Du, and then dodged to the side to avoid the downward slash of the tide. Leng Onlei's health is almost at the bottom. Li Ba saw it with his eyes, and was anxious in his heart. The next second, as Yiqiang Chuanyun's bullet pierced Leng Onlei's head, Lin Jingyan ended his miserable life. A shot through the clouds killed Leng Onlei, out. With Leng Onlei out, Tyranny's winning rate further decreased. Zhou Yichen wanted to continue the combo, but a figure suddenly appeared on the side and kicked him away. Flying kick. At this time, people realized that a new report had appeared before a shot through the clouds killed Leng Onlei. Demo Guyan killed Wu Lang, out. As for why Demo Guyan came so late, it was because Jiang Butao played a trick. He deliberately took Demo Guyan far away, trying to get rid of Demo Guyan. As a result, Han Wenqing chased him without thinking, pressed him to the ground and beat him up. When Demo Guyan came to support, he just saw Leng Onlei out. As for why Zhou Yichen, who is known as the reaction master, did not react, one is because his attention was all on the tide in front of him. When he saw the knight, it was like picking up a treasure. Second, several people were talking frantically just now, and Wu Qi was forcing him to make a wrong move, which resulted in no one caring about Jiang Butao's come on before he was eliminated. Jiang Butao, I died at the wrong time. Demo Guyan's kick did not change the situation, but broke Zhou Yichen's combo. Fuck. Zhou Yichen's whole body turned red. He finally stacked so much, and the will of the 7th level fighter was right in front of him, but everything was destroyed by Demo Guyan's kick. Focus on Yu Xingchen, Han Wenqing commanded. But with a swoosh, Wu Qi's Cruel Silence arrived at the battlefield. Arc flash. The dagger flashing with white light slashed at the tide that raised the shield, and the mirror reflection shone on the face of 09 degree who wanted to make up for the output. Qin Muyun subconsciously closed his eyes, and Zhang Jiala seized the opportunity when 09 degree stopped moving and threw a dazzling grenade. Boom! 9 degrees below zero was blown to the ground, and a shot through the cloud slid and stepped on the shot to entangle with the desert smoke. Tide wanted to attack, but was also repelled by Cruel Silence with flexible movement. Yu Xingchen stood up and killed the desert smoke without hesitation. He would not be a gentleman if he did not take revenge. As for Bai Yanfei's Rhoda, he was still on his way. Chapter 590. Wu Qi's cruel silence has already arrived at the front battlefield, so where is Bai Yanfei's Rhoda? Pan Lin looked at Bai Yanfei, who was still looking for a way. He began to recall the most tragic things in his life in his mind, trying not to laugh out loud. Fuck, who designed this stupid picture? Bai Yanfei gritted his teeth and said. Now he not only hated this picture, but also hated himself, hating that he didn't use his heart when running this picture. If time could go back, he would definitely go back to that time and scold the person who designed this picture on the internet. When Bai Yanfei finally found the right way, the front battlefield had already collapsed. Samsara was already one person ahead of Tyranny, and their health was also in an advantageous state. This resulted in the initiative of the attack always being in the hands of Samsara. So they could switch fire at will, which made the three Tyranny very uncomfortable because they were separated. No matter who was focused on, they could not support them in the first time. With Baiwa Liuan's grenade eliminating Ling Xiaojudu, the balance of victory in this team match finally tilted towards Luan Hui. Baiwa Liuan killed Ling Xiaojudu, out. Ling Xiaojudu was eliminated, which means that Luan Hui's points have reached 8 points, and it is only 2 points away from victory. Pan Lin reported the score in real time. No chance. Yu Feng, who was watching the game off the court, shook his head. This defeat of Tyranny was doomed. At this time, Bai Yanfei's Rhoda finally arrived at the front battlefield. But the current situation is even more tragic than he imagined. Damo Guyan and Chaoshi can't stop the attack of the 4 people of Luan Hui. Wu Qi's cruel silence seized the opportunity when Bai Shu's Tide was releasing skills and used the assassin's killer move. A life-threatening blow. Samsara really doesn't give any chances. Li Ba sighed when he saw Cruel Silence's life-threatening blow hit. Cruel Silence killed Tide, out. Cruel Silence burned his blood, Cruel Silence, out. Samsara got the 9th point. They are only 1 small point away from advancing to the finals. Pan Lin announced excitedly. Samsara, invincible. Samsara, invincible. Samsara, invincible. The fans of Samsara at the scene have already started to celebrate. They raised their hands high and prepared to be the first to advance to the finals. Woohoo! Seeing the excitement of the Samsara fans, the Tyranny fans in the away area felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. Although the expectations for their team before the game were not high, they still felt extremely uncomfortable when they really saw this scene. Facing the Samsara Trident, Damo Guyan and Rhoda could only passively defend, and Rhoda was even more uncomfortable with the bullets that pierced the clouds. Because most of the skills of the elemental mage need to be chanted before they can be released, and the bullets fired by the sharpshooter have a slight stiffening effect, which causes Rhoda to constantly change positions to avoid the bullets that pierce the clouds. Damo Guyan at the front was even more uncomfortable. Yu Xingchen's stab had already made him very uncomfortable, and there was also Baiwa Liuan, who was supplementing the damage in the gap. In the end, facing the Samsara Trident, Damo Guyan and Rhoda were unable to replace either. Yu Xingchen killed Damo Guyan, out. Yu Xingchen killed Rhoda, out. Oh my god, you are really good at K. Zhang Jiala said before the word glory popped up. As expected of the K-Head King, he was able to collect heads in front of the 2 long-range shots of the sharpshooter, and Baiwa Liuan. Glory. Let us congratulate Samsara for winning the team competition. At the same time, they defeated Tyranny 11-6, 2-0, and became the first team to enter the finals. Although Pan Lin's professional level is not high, his passion is still very strong. Samsara? 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 The fans at the scene were revelry. The golden fireworks that had been prepared long ago bloomed and fell to every corner of the stage with the wind. Tyranny fans grabbed the golden fireworks in the air and held them tightly in their hands. The fireworks are within reach, but what about the championship? Congratulations. After the game, seeing all the members of Samsara coming over to shake hands, Zhang Xinjie congratulated. Thank you. I hope we can fight again in the finals. Jian Wutao said. Definitely. Lin Jingyan nodded. See you in the finals? Han Wenqing said, and led the team to walk down. At this time, this stage no longer belonged to them. Happy training room, so strong. Happy people who watched the whole game didn't know what words to use to describe this game. Crushing. And when he said, Tyranny, who defeated them twice in the regular season, seemed to be like a roadside in the hands of Samsara. In these 2 games, they even felt that Samsara played very relaxed. Okay, let's train first. The most important thing right now is to defeat Blue Rain. Yishio clapped his hands. If Happy can't even overcome Blue Rain, What's the point of talking about Samsara? After Samsara and Tyranny held a press conference, the two sides actually walked together. Because Tyranny's plane was delayed, they planned to stay in S City for another night. After all, they were not in a hurry to go back and review the game. Tyranny, which fell into the loser group, needed to wait for a few more rounds. After all, the final game between Thunder and Misty Rain had not started yet. They would have to play against Tiny Herb later, and Happy, which was at half-mast, would also have to compete with Blue Rain. Among these teams, only one team could survive and compete with Tyranny for the last ticket to the finals. What do you think of Tyranny? Jiang Buitao took the initiative to start the topic after dinner. Who do you think will qualify? Zhang Xinjie threw the question back to Jiang Buitao. I actually prefer Tiny Herb, Jiang Buitao said. I'm optimistic about Blue Rain. Wu Qi said, oh, then Blue Rain is gone. Be careful that Huang Xiaotian will kill you by placing a single order. Zhang Jiala laughed. Damn, I'm a fresh milk now, okay? Wu Qi rolled his eyes at Zhang Jiala. Fang Minghua explained to the Tyranny people who didn't know much about Wu Qi's skills. After listening to Wu Qi's playoff prediction, the faces of the Tyranny people changed. Batu, you must not be optimistic about us entering the finals. Where is Yichen? Han Wenqing asked. When Zhou Yichen heard Han Wenqing mention him, he sat up straight unconsciously. Senior, I am optimistic about Happy, Zhou Yichen said. Ah? Lin Jingyan and others were stunned. They thought Zhou Yichen would say Blue Rain. Yeah, it's the same as I thought. Han Wenqing nodded. Great minds think alike. Happy's lineup is really not bad, but it's still a bit difficult to get past Blue Rain. Bai Yanfei said. Blue Rain can't solve Jun Mashu, Zhou Yichen said. That makes sense. It seems I have to go back and prepare some information about Happy. Zhang Xinjie felt that Zhou Yichen was right. Happy with Yi Xiu was worth paying attention to. Tomorrow's game, although it's Yenyu's home court, I feel Yenyu is in trouble, and Thunder is obviously getting better and better, Lin Jingyan said. A few people here are talking about the situation, while Bai Shu, Qin Wuyun, and Lu Buiyuan are paying attention to the situation of foreign games. Oh my god, Zeus is so fierce, Lu Buiyuan shouted. To be honest, I really want to see the PK between Captain Zhang and Zeus. Zhou Yichen smiled. Me too. Zhang Xinjie adjusted his glasses. He also wanted to meet this Zeus. After dinner and chatting for a while, everyone went back to their own homes and went to their own mothers. The next day, the news about Samsara advancing to the finals was widely publicized. Samsara also successfully tied the historical record of Excellent Era advancing to the finals 4 times. But now, they are stronger than Excellent Era in the 4th season. Because in the 4th season of Excellent Era, many of the main players, who won the championship in the first 3 seasons have retired, leaving only Ichio. Fortunately, Su Muqing's debut did not cause a loophole in Excellent Era's firepower. So Yixiu, who was still called Yixiu at the time, dragged a new team into the finals. Unfortunately, Excellent Era met their old enemy. After Zhang Xinjie joined, Tyranny in the 4th season was simply unstoppable and entered the finals with a strong posture. However, Yixiu's strength in the finals was obvious to all. He once pushed Tyranny to a desperate situation and suppressed the powerful Tyranny with one person's strength, but Ji Lung's outbreak was beyond everyone's expectations. With the successful death attack that took away Yi Jiqiu, who was fully focused on the front of Tyranny, Excellent Era, which lost Yixiu, was defeated. It was also the 4th time to enter the finals, but the lineup of Samsara was much more luxurious than that of Excellent Era. The dominance of the Trident on the offensive end is unmatched, and the contributions of Jiang Buitao and Fang Minghua on the defensive end are also obvious to all. Samsara now seems to have no weaknesses. At 8 p.m., the final game between Misty Rain and Thunder officially started. The situation was exactly the same as what Samsara and Tyranny analyzed last night. Even though Chu Yunxiu had a strong outbreak and scored 2 goals, he still led 5-4 in points. However, in the team competition, Xiao Shirqin's command was too beautiful. After the living soul destroyer incarnation free man in his hand forcibly strangled Chu Yunxiu, the main firepower point, Thunder focused all its attention on Qiu Fei's battle format. Misty Rain, the lineup defects of the small Samsara were completely exposed. Du Ming and Li Hua, whether in terms of role or strength, did not give Zhou Zikai and Zhang Jiala any pressure on the side. The combination of Sun Xiang and Tian Sun was surprisingly effective. Is this a disguised shadow tactic? Li Ba was a little confused, because sweeping the floor and burning incense was now completely assisting Yi Jiqiu in playing. Can the exorcist also be the shadow of the battle mage? Everyone couldn't help but have this question in their hearts. This play was explored privately by Sun Xiang and Tian Sen, because both the battle mage and the exorcist can play the shadow tactic. So can a battle mage and an exorcist do it? Now it seems that it is possible. Tian Sen immediately told Sun Xiang that he was willing to be a shadow. Sun Xiang's inner passion was completely activated at that moment, and he also had a shadow. He was no longer someone else's shadow. This tactic has something. Wang Jieshi, who was watching the game, said. He really didn't expect Thunder to have such a hand. At this time, Chu Yunxiu should be the most anxious. The living soul in front of him would rather die than let Chu Yunxiu return to the front to make up for the damage. If it was before, Xiao Shiqin might hesitate. But now he won't, because he believes that his teammates can still maintain the advantage after he is eliminated. The more anxious Chu Yunxiu is, the more chaotic her operations become. Her hand speed has soared to 480. They can't stop it. Sun Xiang said in the voice channel of the Thunder team. Beautiful, come on, play as we planned before the game. While Xiao Shiqin endured Chu Yunxiu's anger, he did not forget to encourage his teammates in the voice channel. Don't worry, Captain, they are going to collapse in the front. Dai Yanqi was madly attacking from behind. Originally, the work of restricting Wanlu Yinshan was done by Li Hua, but now the combination of Ye Zhiqiu and Saudi Fenxiang has broken through the battle format and killed in front of Xinghan Qianlan, and he had no choice but to return to defense. This is the first time I've seen Xiao Shiqin so determined, Su Bin said. As long as Thunder can penetrate the Misty Rain head-on, Xiao Shiqin's death is worth it, Wang Jieshi said. He had to admit that Xiao Shiqin's deployment of how to penetrate the Misty Rain was too beautiful. Although the Misty Rain was called the Little Samsara, their output was completely insufficient. Samsara had multiple firepower points. Zhou Zikai's one shot through the clouds and Zhang Jiala's 100 flowers dazzling, and even Zhou Yichen's Yixingchen could all become the main output points. But the Misty Rain was different. The firepower output of the Misty Rain was very dependent on Chu Yunxiu's Fengcheng Misty Rain. Someone had calculated that Chu Yunxiu's Fengcheng Misty Rain accounted for as much as 61% of the output of the Misty Rain. The output is much higher than that of the core players of the other 19 teams, which undoubtedly confirms one point. That is, as long as Fengcheng Yinyu is entangled, Yinyu's frontal output will be reduced by more than half. In the end, Chu Yunxiu fulfilled Xiao Shiqin's determination to sacrifice himself and sent him out first. But Yinyu's front had been completely pierced by Lei Ting. Feng Xiongming Xinghan Qianlan was provoked by Yi Zhiqiu. With the falling of the sweeping and burning incense spell, Yinyu's priest was eliminated before Lei Ting. After sending away the opponent's priest, Lei Ting immediately shrank the formation. This was what Xiao Shiqin told them before they were eliminated, to play steadily. In the end, Lei Ting relied on Zhang Jiaxing to successfully grind to death Yinyu, who had no treatment. Let us congratulate Lei Ting for winning this team game. At the same time, they successfully won 10-9, defeated Yinyu 2-1 and successfully advanced to the next round. Let 1 chase 2. A basin of cold water was poured on the heads of Yinyu. They were let 1 chase 2 again. Last year's failure is still fresh in our memory, but it happened again this year. With Yinyu out, the top 6 teams of the Glory Professional League Season 10 are officially announced. They are Samsara, which ranked first in the regular season, Tyranny, which ranked second in the regular season, Blue Rain, which ranked third in the regular season, Wei Chao, which ranked fourth in the regular season, Happy, which ranked sixth in the regular season, and Thunder, which ranked seventh in the regular season. The third round of the loser group will be held next, with Wei Chao facing Thunder, and Happy facing Blue Rain. Chapter 591. As Thunder chased Yinyu from 1-2 down, they also successfully broke the team's history, and broke into the quarterfinals for the first time. We are finally not in the quarterfinals. Fang Xuesi, who is always quiet, rarely swore. Top 6 is not our limit, Xiao Shiqin said. Well, but Vici Gaming should have watched this game, and will target our tactics later, Tiansen said. Vici Gaming, it's not like they haven't won before. Sun Xiang clenched his fist. Yes, Vici Gaming, it's not like they haven't won before. At this time, Thunder is no longer the criticized playoff soft shrimp. The next day, Esports Home reported on yesterday's game as usual, praising Thunder's tactical victory, and pointing out Yinyu's current problems. We need to practice more during this offseason. Xu Yunxiu clenched his fist. Yes, Captain. This defeat made Yinyu fully aware of the problem of side output. If they want to go further, they must solve this problem during this offseason. The next day, the first match of the third round of the loser group was held, with Blue Rain, the third in the regular season, facing Happy, the 6th in the regular season. If it was the previous Glory system, the two teams should have met in the first round, but after the system was changed to double elimination, the two teams still met. Old Wei, you are about to face your old club. I want to interview you about your mood now. Yi Xiao and Wei Chen squatted on the curb, cigarette curling. Back then, I was the soul of the Blue Rain team, an indispensable figure. Old Wei began to recall his past career while smoking a cigarette. At that time, Wei Chen looked up, took a deep breath, and blew out a big smoke ring. Then what? A few people from Happy gathered around him, just about to listen to Wei Chen's story of looking back on the past, but what they heard was his closing statement. Then he was killed. The soul of the team? The soul of the team for 2 years? Yi Xiao taunted mercilessly. TSK? Wei Chen didn't even look at Yi Xiao. Without me, would there be Blue Rain? Wei Chen's words were true. Like Yi Xiao, when he joined the Glory Circle, there was no Glory League professional circle. At first, everyone was just an ordinary online game player, and the only way to survive in the game was to sell equipment and materials. One of the larger guilds at that time was Jia Dynasty, and several others are now submerged in the long river of Glory's history. After the Glory League was finally established, some of these guilds eventually became the online game foundation of clubs and teams. This was the case with Jia Dynasty Guild and Blue Brook Guild. The difference is that the Jiashi Club, which was eventually established with Jia Dynasty as its foundation, was owned by Tao Xian, the founder of Jia Dynasty, while Blue Rain, which was established by Blue Brook Pavilion, had no boss to give them startup funds at the beginning. It was just the struggle of a group of passionate young people, but their potential infected the boss, who was interested in the Glory Professional League, which enabled them to survive and grow. Do you still have feelings for Blue Rain? Yi Xiao asked a fatal question. For most people, playing against the old club after leaving the team is a sad thing, but it took Wei Chen 8 years to complete this rhythm. After 8 years, what kind of feelings does he still have for Blue Rain? The person leading Blue Rain now is the young man who defeated him, even though he was not optimistic about it. Come on tomorrow, our secret weapon will open Blue Rain's eyes, Yi Xiao said with a smile. After a day of rest, the playoffs started again. The first game of the third round of the losers group was between Blue Rain, who ranked 3rd in the regular season, and Happy, who ranked 6th in the regular season. In the regular season, Happy met Blue Rain twice, 1-9 and 2-8, and lost miserably. What can Happy use to defeat Blue Rain this time? Judging from the support rate for this game on the internet, Blue Rain's advantage is still quite obvious. They received 73% support, while Happy only received 27%. After analyzing the lineups of both sides, the Esports Weekly that became a daily even made a prediction. He believed that the final 4 teams of the 10th season would be the 4 teams in the winners group. Which side do you think is right? Come on, place your bets. Wuchi waved his hand in the Samsara meeting room. This is a new project for Samsara. Now they have a short vacation. They have entered the finals in advance, and have plenty of time to study these teams. The advantage of breaking through the winners group is still increasing. I play Blue Rain. If I don't win, I pay for midnight snacks for a week. Fong Minghua spoke first. Which side are you playing? Zhou Chen looked at Wuchi. Of course I'm playing Blue Rain, Wuchi said confidently. Wait, I changed my mind, I'm playing Happy, Fong Minghua said, stretching out his hand. You know Happy has always been our good partner. I play Happy too, and I pay for midnight snacks for a month, Zhou Chen said. I play Happy too, and I pay for midnight snacks for a month. Zhang Jiala followed suit. Xingxin 1 month, Lu Boyuan said. Fuck. Wuchi was helpless, and looked at Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buotao helplessly. You know I never participate. Jiang Buotao laughed. As for the captain, Xingxin, 2 months. Zhou Zikai laughed. Fuck. Wuchi was numb. Do you still want to play? Zhou Chen looked at Wuchi provocatively. Let's play. Wuchi was overwhelmed. Others are afraid, he is greedy. Blue Rain, you must win. Otherwise I will go bankrupt. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the game started, and the 2 teams lined up and stood in 2 rows in the exit channel. The captains of the 2 teams stood in the front. Have you guessed what big moves we have? Yi Xiao turned to Yu Wenzhou and said. No. Yu Wenzhou laughed. Guess a chicken feather. Huang Xiaoyan in the second row muttered. Hey, maybe it's just a chicken feather, Yi Xiao said with a smile. Forget it, it's okay to tell you, it's equipment, Yi Xiao said. Oh. I'd like to hear more about it, Yu Wenzhou said. He was very curious about what big move Xingxin's equipment could have. Could it be that all the members are level 75? Oh, isn't it just level 75? What's so great about that? Wang Xiaoyan pouted. Maybe it's level 80? You were level 75 when you played against Baiwa, and you were level 80 when you played against us. Will you die if you don't brag? Wang Xiaoyan said sarcastically. If the 1000 chance umbrella is level 80, I will eat this electronic screen on the spot. Huang Xiaotian was overwhelmed. Everyone in Xingxin looked at Huang Xiaotian with strange eyes. They didn't expect that the famous swordsman was also a glutton. When you see it later, remember to break it into pieces and eat it piece by piece. I'm afraid you will choke. Yi Xiao turned to Huang Xiaotian and said, Don't worry, I stuff it in your mouth. Huang Xiaotian said. After both sides appeared on the stage, they lined up to shake hands before the game, and then left the field. In the end, only 2 people were left. This was undoubtedly because the players who started the ring game were too lazy to go down and come back up. The starting player of Xingxin's ring game is still Yi Shen. Fang Minghua said. Xingxin's ring game deployment is different from theirs. It has been like this since Baiwa. As the strongest player in the team, Yi Shou has always been the starting player of the ring game. On the Blue Rain side, the first player to play was their key player, Qigong player Song Xiao. Players from both sides entered the competition seats, and the characters began to load. The game was about to begin. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the audience seats, and even Pan Lin in the commentary seat shouted, I didn't see it wrong. Damn it! Zhou Yichen, who was watching the game, almost popped his eyes out when he saw this scene, and Zhang Jiala rubbed his eyes. Jun Mashi's equipment level 80. And there is more than one. Weapon, 1000 chance umbrella, top, chaos soul armor, shoes, cloud breaking boots, belt, thunder belt, cape, dawn, badge, breaking sky, left ring, hurricane. Jun Mashi's equipment, 7 pieces of silver equipment, all of which are level 80. Did he rob the store? Wu Qi's eyes rolled, and he wanted to change his words to happy now. There's no level 80 equipment in the store. Jiang Butao said. Damn, it's really level 80. Huang Xiaotian was stunned. Isn't the character level 75? How did the equipment reach level 80? Is there something wrong with the system? The other players of Blue Rain were suspicious at this time. The character is level 75. There's no doubt about that. Analysis Emperor Yuanzhou began his precise analysis. A level 75 character gets level 80 equipment, so the equipment must have a level requirement of 5. Yuanzhou had thought of this quickly. Level requirement 5. Zhang Jiala said. Is Xingxin's technical department so capable? This was the first time Zhou Yichen had seen level 80 equipment. Can our Samsara technical department do it? Jiang Butao looked at the Samsara manager sitting next to him. I asked them to power up and research it. After saying this, the Samsara manager left the conference room. As a wealthy team, how could the technical department lag behind the grassroots team? Come on, let's make another bet. Let's bet on whether Jun Mashu can defeat 3 or 2. Wu Qi suddenly said. Well, you are quite stupid. Zhou Yichen said. No. Zhang Jiala waved his hand. Wu Qi looked at Lu Buiyuan. Don't look at me. I won't bet either. Song Xiao can't hold on. Jiang Butao said. Although people didn't think Song Xiao could beat Yi Xiao, they still had expectations for him, because he always remained calm in times of danger, and always performed well at critical moments. But this time, after Yi Xiao's Jun Mashu penetrated his defense, Song Xiao was no longer able to establish a successful defensive rhythm. Too passive. Zhang Jiala, who had played against Yi Xiao, understood Song Xiao's mood too well. Tao Luo Shaming was in a dilemma, and was in a very embarrassing situation. Song Xiao couldn't find a point to counterattack, and could only passively defend. The health gap is too big. Can you still consume a little? Pan Lin no longer believed that Song Xiao could beat Yi Xiao. Tao Luo Shaming still had 10% of his health, while Jun Mashu still had 73%, and this guy also had a blood replenishing skill. Lost? 70%. This is where Lord Grimm's lifeline finally stopped, and Song Xiao's Tao Luo Shaming fell silently. Blue Rain's second player was young player Lu Hanwen, the youngest player in the professional league and twice selected as an all-star. At the age of 14, when others were still laughing, Lu Hanwen had to bear the main responsibility for the team's defeat because of his mistakes. The outside world believed that Blue Rain's training method for Lu Hanwen was really too unrestrained, because now no team would throw a rookie onto the field so carelessly and let him fight and kill. Moreover, Lu Hanwen originally played with a lightsaber, but now, because of the team's needs, he was asked to use a great sword instead. Seeing Blue Rain's use of Lu Hanwen, many comments have expressed concerns. There are many rookies in the professional league who are eye-catching at the beginning, but when they are targeted by major teams, countless rookies are hit and bloodied at this time, and this is the so-called rookie wall. When talking about rookies, the rookie wall is always a topic that cannot be avoided. This is also a threshold for judging whether a rookie has the potential to become a future god-level player. 1000 Chance Umbrella, the attack speed is much faster than before. Jian Wutao said. No, my eyes are dazzled. Wu Qi rubbed his eyes. This thing is really cheating. Zhang Jiala felt that this thing was a bit unbalanced. As the chief ammunition expert, Zhang Jiala was undoubtedly the most beautiful in interfering with the opponent's vision. But he was just using light and shadow for cover, but Yi Xiu was directly attacking with vision. You can't fight head-on. If you fight head-on, you can't win. Zhou Yichen shook his head and said. Yeah. Zhou Zikai nodded. He thought there was nothing wrong with what Zhou Yichen said. The attack power has also increased. Zhou Yichen said when he saw the damage number popped up when Jun Maxia's Dragon Fang pierced Luyun. Luyun fell down. Jun Maxia's health value was still 44%, but his mana value was only 11%. With this health value, Yi Xiu has a chance to defeat 3 people in one. Zhang Jiala knew Yi Xiu's strength better than anyone else. I think Blue Rain will use Huang Xiaotian, Zhou Yichen said. Sure enough, the next second, Huang Xiaotian from the player seat stood up. Blue Rain, Huang Xiaotian, ID, Night Rain, Sword Saint, Occupation, Swordsman. Huang Xiaotian, who appeared in the 3rd place, did not give Yi Xiu a chance to counterattack, but he still saw that the opponent had no bottom line. Jun Maxiu brought the Prayer of Hope, and his mana value increased to 22%. Relying on the high-level ultimate, Huang Xiaotian's Night Rain completely locked Jun Maxiu under the earth wall that was more than 1 meter high. In the end, a graceful phantom invisible sword into the attack, but Huang Xiaotian himself was also caught by Yi Xiu in the last wave. A wave of backlash directly emptied the mana and knocked off 20% of Night Rain's health. 220 health points consumed. Yi Xiu is still the same Yi Xiu. Li Ba sighed. The second player to play for Xingxi was Mo Fan. No one expected that the focus of this game would be a big tree. Huiren Yin, who originally wanted to use this big tree to make a move, but he didn't expect Huang Xiaotian to be so cruel, and slashed at the tree frantically along a circle. Draw the sword and slash. 3-section slash. Rising dragon slash. 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 The tree trunk finally made a sound of breaking under the heavy load. Hey, this scene, why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Zhou Yichen suddenly sat up straight. He found this scene so familiar. Could it be? Chapter 592. Oh my god! Everyone was stunned, and then they saw that Yi Shengfan disappeared from the dense leaves. All they could see was Huang Xiaotian's indignant words in the channel. Are you lacking wood in your life? Boom! The tree fell to the ground completely. Where is Huang Xiaotian? Where is Yi Shengfan? People were surprised to find that Yi Shengfan's life had dropped directly at this moment, and it had gone 50% in an instant. Combined with the previous attacks by Huiren Bu tireless, it was only 10% left, and it was red blood. Wait, I've seen this scene! Pan Lin shouted. Puff! Zhou Yichen couldn't hold it back at the first time. As for the people from Happy and Blue Rain who were watching this game, they showed the same expression on their faces. If you don't remember this scene, I suggest you go back and watch the 12th week of the 8th season regular season, the game between Blue Rain and Samsara. Pan Lin said with a smile. The TV broadcast quickly showed the specific footage of the scene just now, and people realized that it was Yi Shengfan who slipped and fell through the dense leaves, just like that time. Yi Shengfan fell to the ground first, and then the tree pressed on him, and then, after a moment of stunned silence, applause broke out. Ha ha! It turns out that Huang Xiaotian is not only effective in the regular season, but also in the playoffs. The whole audience shouted, Huang Xiao! Huang Xiao! Huang Xiao! The happy fans at the scene imitated the shouts of Blue Rain fans when Huang Xiaotian performed amazingly, and shouted rhythmically one after another. At this time, Huang Xiaotian was the brightest star in Shaoshan Stadium. Yi Shengfan, who only had 10% of his health, faced Huiren Wuyin, who still had 70% of his health. No matter how hard Huang Xiaotian tried, it was useless. In the end, Yi Shengfan still knocked down 36% of Huiren Wuyin's health. The MVP of this game was awarded to the big tree. After all, Huiren Wuyin only knocked down 30% of Yi Shengfan's health, while the big tree knocked down 50%. The fourth player to appear in Blue Rain was Summoner Li Yuan. Facing Huiren Wuyin, who only had 64% of his health, Li Yuan failed to win the victory. Instead, Mo Fan exploded. After Zheng Xian, who was defending the ring, took away a little bit of Mo Fan, facing Su Muqing's Mu Chung Feng, Zheng Xian muttered under great pressure in his mouth, but his hands were not soft at all. Zheng Xian defeated Su Muqing's Mu Chung Feng, but the remaining health was not enough for him to defeat Hai Wu Liang, who had full health and full mana. Zheng Xian is very strong, but I can't feel the fighting spirit in his eyes, Zhang Jiala said. If we talk about who is most likely to succeed as the chief ammunition expert of Glory after his retirement, it must be Zheng Xian. After all, after he retired in the 8th season, it was rumored that Baiwa wanted to poach Zheng Xian. Zheng Xian's strength is obvious to all, but his problem is also obvious. That is the lack of fighting spirit. If he had the fighting spirit of Yu Feng, it would be great. Yu Wenzhou has no idea how many times he has said this. But if Zheng Xian had the fighting spirit of Yu Feng, it would not only be Yu Feng who left after the 8th season. Zheng Xian and Yu Feng are simply extremes. Yu Feng left because he was too positive, too goal-oriented, and too motivated. Zheng Xian, however, stayed behind because he was too passive and lacked fighting spirit. Take this match for example. Zheng Xian defeated Su Muqing. No one was surprised because Zheng Xian was gifted and talented, and everyone recognized his strength. Both Zhang Jiala and others had high opinions of Zheng Xian, but at the same time, they also criticized Zheng Xian. His achievements should not have stopped there. 5-3, Xingxin leads by 2 kills. Pan Lin said. In team matches, there are very few endgames with only one person alive, and there are not many endgames with 2 people alive. Usually after both sides consume the 6th person, the side that gains the advantage in numbers often wins the final victory in one go. In team matches, it is normal to win with 3 or 4 people left. These are all based on statistics made by each team after the new playoff system came out. After the halftime break, the rosters of the 2 teams in the team match were also announced on the electronic big screen. What, Wei Chun? Xingxin sent Wei Chun to play. Pan Lin was a little surprised. Blue Rain's team match lineup is the same as the regular season. The starting lineup is still Yu Wenzhou, Huang Xiaotian, Lu Hanwen, Zheng Xian and Su Jingxi, and Song Xiao is the 6th man. Xingxin's side becomes interesting. Yi Xiu, Su Muqing, Fang Rui, Qiao Yifan, and when he start, Wei Chen is the 6th man, and the best rookie Tang Rou failed to make the team match roster. Wei Chen's appearance was unexpected to many people, even if he was the 6th man. Not only because Wei Chen has not appeared on the Xingxin team match roster for a long time, but also because Wei Chen has a connection with Blue Rain. However, because this connection is too old, and Wei Chen's presence is not strong, basically no one pays attention to the hype of this topic. The playoffs are the focus of the Glory Professional League, but Xingxin chose Wei Chen to play here, which is somewhat surprising. How much of a role Wei Chen can play is a big question mark. Judging from his current ability level and his pitiful appearances in the regular season, it is indeed difficult to call him high-end. Could it be that you want to use Wei Chen's understanding of Blue Rain to deal with Blue Rain? Li Ba guessed. But he gave up this idea the next second, because Wei Chen had left Blue Rain for too many years, and this Blue Rain was completely different from the one he was in. He might not be as good as Yi Xiu, Su Muqing, Fang Rui, who have fought with Blue Rain for many years. What is Xingxin's intention in arranging Wei Chen to play? It is indeed hard to guess. But when they entered the team competition, they understood. Wei Chen's windward formation held back Blue Rain's most important player, Yu Wenzhou's Soxer. That's right, Wei Chen's 6th-man status was a bait. After the start of the game, they sent Qiao Yifan's inch of gray to the substitution area to replace Wei Chen's windward formation. It can be said that Yu Wenzhou was a little surprised when he saw the windward formation appear in front of him. Yi Xiu's Lord Grim also ran into Huang Xiaotian's Rainy Night on the other side. At the beginning, Happy's formation was very scattered, and their focus target was very vague. It seemed to be Soxer, and it seemed to be Rainy Night. But Blue Rain was completely different. After seeing Soxer being restricted, they only had one focus target in their minds. That was Wei Chen's windward formation. Just when everyone thought that Wei Chen was going to be killed by Blue Rain's focus fire, he unexpectedly held on. Old Wei, can you still hold on? Yi Xiu asked in the team voice chat. Can you help me? I'm going to die. Wei Chen cursed, but his eyes were fixed on Soxer in front of him. Wei Chen's desperate operation gained the value he deserved, and Xingxin stabilized the situation. This old senior is good. Zhou Yichen was a little surprised. He certainly knew that there was such an old senior in the Xingxin team, but he had never played in the training match with the opponent. The control of timing is very good, but with age, the reaction and hand speed have inevitably declined a lot, especially in the later stage. Jiang Guotao said. This game, it feels like Xingxin is going to win. Zhang Jiala shrugged his shoulders, and then looked at Wu Qi. It's still early. Wu Qi clenched his fists and said, Wu Qi, Blue Rain, come on. Otherwise, Buddy will go bankrupt. Unfortunately, Wu Qi's skills have no bonus to Blue Rain, and even have side effects. In the end, although Blue Rain won the team competition, Wei Chen's containment caused Blue Rain's formation to be scattered. In the melee, the number of people on both sides was decreasing. Although Yu Wenzhou wanted to control, he was unable to output. Because of his clumsy hands, he finally got rid of the burden of Yingfeng Buzhen, and turned around and ran into Jun Maxia's arms. In the end, as Yu Wenzhou's Soxer and Zheng Xian were killed by Yi Tsuanhui, only Song Zhao's Taoluo Shaming was left in Blue Rain. Although Song Zhao's Taoluo Shaming killed Yi Tsuanhui and Muyu Chengfeng, who were at low health, Blue Rain still lost the game. Because the ring match gets 5 kill points, in this case, killing 5 opponents in the team match will get another 5 kill points, a total of 10 points. And what about the Blue Rain team? The ring match only got 3 kill points, so they not only had to win the team match, but also had to ensure that the number of characters eliminated by their team was less than 5. But unfortunately, they failed to do this. Let us congratulate Happy on their home court victory over Blue Rain with a score of 10-9, winning the first big game of BO3, and leading Blue Rain by a score of 1 o'clock. Pan Lin announced excitedly after the game. Coach Li, what do you think of this game? Pan Lin turned to look at Li Bo. Happy's deployment in this game was very beautiful. They were not aiming for victory from the beginning, and Blue Rain obviously saw this, but one person's performance was beyond their expectations. Li Bo said. Is it Wei Chen's delay of Yu Wenzhou and Lu Hanwen? Yes, it seems that Wei Chen's bottle of aged wine still has something in it. Li Bo smiled. What to eat tonight? Zhou Yichen stretched and said. The Chicken King. Lu Buiyuan shouted. Oh, Master Lu is a bit arrogant today. Fang Minghua joked. Oh, isn't there someone paying for it? Lu Buiyuan glanced at Wu Qi. Damn, it's not time for supper yet. Wu Qi said angrily. Samsara had turned off the TV, and the players of the two teams had already come out of the players' seats. The two teams lined up in the middle of the field and shook hands again. You played very well, thank you for your advice. Yu Wenzhou said calmly. You played SOSO, it seems that we, Happy, will advance to the semifinals. Yi Xiu was not polite to Yu Wenzhou at all, after all, they were already very familiar with each other. The next rounds will all belong to Blue Rain. Yu Wenzhou said. TSK, you are the first master to be killed twice by the tree. Yi Xiaoshudo Huang Xiaoyan. TSK, why are you pretending? It's just 1 point ahead. I beat you to death in the next round. Huang Xiaoyan said viciously. With Happy defeating Blue Rain, the first game of the third round of the loser group came to an end. The next day, the game between Thunder and Tiny Herb will be held. As the only Thunder to stand in the top 6, by overcoming the strong, no team dares to ignore them. Sun Xiang and Tian Sun, one autumn leaf and sweeping incense, this combination is gradually maturing. This combination is also nicknamed Thunder Twin Towers by the outside world, and as the captain, Xiao Shiqin finally no longer worries about the front of Thunder, and can go to the side that is most suitable for him to command and seize opportunities. How did Thunder beat Yinyu after a 1-2 comeback? First, Yinyu was seriously lacking in firepower except Chu Yunxiu, and second, Thunder's Twin Towers directly penetrated the front of Yinyu without Feng Cheng. This should be their fixed style of play. Wang Jieshi analyzed before the game. It is difficult for Thunder to use this style to deal with Tiny Herb, because Xiao Shiqin may not be able to catch Wang Jieshi, and compared with Yinyu, Tiny Herb's front is much harder. In the ring match, although Sun Xiang, who started the game, performed well, the final style was still taken away by the magician of Tiny Herb. First, he killed the remaining blood sweeping the floor and burning incense, then killed Wanlu Yinshin, and finally strangled Xinglingmi. Wang Jieshi used a domineering 1-on-3 to tell Thunder why Tiny Herb can always stand here. This is the magician. Li Ju, who commented on this game, said with emotion. Tiny Herb entered the team match with a 1-point advantage at Thunder's home court. In the team match, Thunder still chose a town map that is very difficult for mage scholars to play, Silent Village. When did Thunder's front become so strong? The commentator looked a little dazed. Is this still Thunder? Although Wang Jieshi has raised the alertness of Thunder's Twin Towers to the highest level, he still underestimated the impact of this combination. Tian Sin's sweeping and burning incense were willing to turn into a shadow. He focused on assisting Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf. With Luanlu Yinchen and Jiying supporting him from behind, Tiny Herb's front retreated step by step. This combination is quite something. Even Zhou Yichen, who had watched the Thunder vs Misty Rain game, was still surprised when he saw this game. Tian Sin, this guy is too cruel. Zhang Jiala shook his head. Yes. Jiang Buitao nodded. Tian Sin completely abandoned his previous style of play. He was no longer the core. He was no longer the focus of the team. At this moment, he was just a shadow. We lost, Zhou Zikai said. Although the team was 1 point ahead of Thunder in the ring match, the balance of victory also tilted towards Thunder in the team match as Yuan Baiqing's cordyceps was caught by Yi Jiqiu's round dance stick. In the end, Thunder defeated Tiny Herb 6-4 in the team match and 10-9 in the big score, winning the first round of the third round of the loser group. Thunder and Happy both won by a narrow margin of 10-9, but the situation was completely different. Happy took advantage of the 2-point advantage in the ring match and defeated Blue Rain in the team match by using the kill points, but Thunder defeated Tiny Herb in the team match. Chapter 593. With Thunder defeating Tiny Herb, the first 2 games of the third round of the loser group came to an end. Both winning teams played at home, but they will face greater difficulties next, because they will play at the opponent's home court in the second game and the final game. This is the importance of the regular season ranking. As long as your team ranks higher than your opponent, you will have 2 small home court advantages in the playoffs. Here, don't underestimate this home court advantage. Whether it is the fans off the court or the map selection, it is confidence and multifaceted motivation for yourself. For Samsara, now they only need to watch every game and make targeted plans for each team, so that they will have a much greater advantage than the opponent in the finals. I heard that the competition system of honor will be further upgraded in the future. With the increase in the number of games, honor officials are also thinking about adding more events. From the annual honor finals to 2 seasons in spring and autumn. Because according to the International League, the world's first Honor Esports World Championship may be held next year. At that time, it will be a global glorious event. After Thunder beat Tiny Herb, the second match between Happy and Blue Rain will follow. In this match, people think that Blue Rain will fight back, and the final winner will be Blue Rain, which dropped from the winner group. Because Blue Rain has 2 home advantages, and they have also made a comeback to advance. Yinyu, kids, this is not funny. Although the ring match is Blue Rain's home court, it is still Happy who fights to the end. What's interesting is that the starting lineup of Xingxin is undoubtedly Yishio's Lord Grimm, but the starting lineup of Blue Rain is Yu Wenzhou's Soxer. Although Yu Wenzhou's appearance caused some trouble to Xingxin, Su Macheng did not show any mercy in the face of Huang Xiaotian, who was at low health, and successfully restricted the movement of Night Rain by constantly laying out the firepower line. When the result came out, the expressions on the faces of all Blue Rain members were a little gloomy, and they were also in a heavy mood. Because this is no longer a winner's group game, it is a loser's group, and they no longer have a resurrection armor. They have already lost a while away from home. Now at home, the ring match still lost. Xingxin's ring match strength has always been high, Zhou Yichen said. In his opinion, Xingxin's ring match strength at this time is enough to rank in the top 5 of the league. The reason why the regular season win rate is average is because someone is breaking the record in the individual competition. In the playoffs, losing 1 point in the ring match will not have a big impact on the team match, but from the fans' uneasiness at this time, it can be seen that they are a little worried. The same is true for the Blue Rain team. Happy is more difficult to deal with than expected. In the team match, as expected, Blue Rain chose their most confident green wind trace, which was the map they chose in the team match when they defeated Samsara in the regular season of the 8th season. During the halftime break, Yu Wenzhou thought a lot, including before the game. But in the end, he still chose Green Wind Trace. Because he thought Yishio might guess that Blue Rain would not choose Green Wind Trace because of fear, Yu Wenzhou wanted to play a counter-logic. But when he saw the expressions on the faces of the people in Happy, especially Yishio's smile, Yu Wenzhou's face darkened. Bad, sure enough, the starting lineup of Blue Rain in this game was no different from the previous one. Still Yu Wenzhou, Huang Xiaotian, Lu Hanwen, Zheng Xian, Su Jingxi, and Song Xiao. There were some adjustments on Happy's side. Wei Chen, who played in the last game and had a close relationship with Blue Rain, did not show up this round. He and Xiao Yifan were replaced by Tang Rou and Baozi in this round. The lineup of Happy in this team matches: Yishio, Su Macheng, Fang Rui, Baozi, and Winnie, Tang Rou. A very sharp lineup, Zhou commented. This lineup of Happy has a very strong impact. A lineup with multiple points of blooming, but it is a bit fragile in the front. Zhang Jiala waved his hand and said, it should be spread out to fight and pull. If it is a team fight, Happy will use Qiao Yifan. Jiang Butao analyzed. Samsara had basically seen several sets of Happy's lineups, and had made many corresponding countermeasures. Hey, how can you watch the game without food? Wuqi, I want to eat. You eat, Wuqi swore in front of everyone yesterday that if he bets again, he would be a dog. Seeing Wuqi's miserable appearance, Fang Minghua couldn't bear it, so he didn't let Wuqi pay back. Zhang Jiala, Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai were just pretending, only Lu Buiyuan was a pure foodie. The situation is messed up, Jiang Butao said at this time. Wuqi and others realized that the formations of Blue Rain and Happy were completely messed up. Fang Rui's Hai Wuliang and Baozi's Baozi invasion were frantically beating Su Jingqi's sole speaker, and Lu Yun, who was supposed to protect Yuan Zhou in Soxer, went to cut on Winnie's little hand and got cold. No one was protecting Yuan Zhou, who was already clumsy, and he ran into the perverted Jun Mashu again. Yuan Zhou was immediately overwhelmed. As the situation progressed, Blue Rain became more and more chaotic, but Happy became more and more organized. Blue Rain's rhythm has been completely disrupted by Happy. Li Ba still had some tricks. Then why didn't Happy mess up? Pan Lin asked with great curiosity. Because that's how they played? Li Ba smiled. Pan Lin then remembered that Happy played differently from other teams, and this was not the first time they played like this. As a team formed from the 10th district, they are not facing 5v5. In online games, 5 people are only half a team, and a team has 10 people. And a one-person team is 10 teams, 100 people, professional players. How long have they not experienced such chaotic scenes in online games? Blue Rain is a very typical example. They are used to fighting in an orderly and methodical way in a 5-on-5 situation. They haven't experienced such a chaotic fight full of grassroots atmosphere for too long, or many players, who have been trained directly from the training camp, have never experienced it. Both teams are in chaos now, but Happy's chaos has rhythm and rules. On the other hand, Blue Rain is really in chaos. They can't find the rhythm they should have, or maybe they can't establish the rhythm. Zhou Yichen analyzed. Hey, do you think we can use this style of play? Jiang Butao had an idea. No, it's easy to lose the rhythm, and we don't need to play Happy's set. Zhang Jiala immediately denied his idea. If Xingxing really makes it to the finals and fights us like this, they will die miserably. Zhou Yichen laughed. Effective strategic defense may not be able to stop the attack of the Trident, let alone this kind of chaotic battle. Compared to Yuan Zhou's absolute position in Blue Rain, everyone on Samsara's side is a core, which is their advantage. As Blue Rain's rhythm was completely disrupted by Xingxing, the characters fell one after another, and this team match finally came to an end. Lost. Sitting at home, Blue Rain lost the ring match and the team match. If it weren't for the West stand guarded by Xingxing fans at the Sichuan Stadium, I'm afraid it would have been dead silent. Blue Rain fans were stunned. Did they lose just like that? Everyone looked around and couldn't believe what happened. You know, they were third in the regular season. After a whole season of hard work, they first lost to Tyranny 1-2 in the winners group and fell into the losers group. The opponent was also Xingxing, who was completely defeated by them twice in the regular season. I thought they could fight back from the third round of the loser group, but Xingxing took them away in just 2 rounds. This summer, it came too early, didn't it? It's too early for people to get used to it. Congratulations. Blue Rain Captain Yuan Zhou came over and shook hands with Yi Xiu. Thank you. Yi Xiu smiled and nodded. If you can't make it to the finals, I despise you. Huang Xiaotian rolled his eyes and said, maybe we can win the championship. Yi Xiu said, if you can win the championship, I eat it. Huang Xiaotian shouted. Although Xingxing defeated them, in Huang Xiaotian's opinion, the gap between Xingxing and Samsara is higher than the sky. There is only one situation in which Samsara loses the game, that is, the Trident has a stomachache and can't play. As a new team that joined the league this season, Happy made it to the semi-finals, which was something no one expected. The atmosphere at the game was pretty good on the day, but after the game, Blue Rain held a season summary meeting, and criticism was overwhelming. After the results came out, everyone became glory experts. They thought it was a shame for Blue Rain, which ranked third in the regular season, to lose to a new team like Happy. Facing these chattering people, the notes recorded their impassioned speeches about Blue Rain's defeat. As the captain of Blue Rain, Yuan Zhou did not interrupt them, but waited until no one spoke, and then Yuan Zhou took the lead to say, "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your concern and love for Blue Rain." Then he refuted the views and opinions raised by the reporters. When Yu Wonjo finished speaking, the scene returned to silence. "Everyone, do you have anything else to say? If not, see you next season." Yu Wonjo was already planning to end this farce. Because he thought there was nothing to say, the criticism and discussion of these reporters were just like their impassioned speeches at the reader's reception. None of them hit the point. Yu Wonjo still hopes that more professionals will join in the future, just like the full-time reporters of Samsara, who are old players who retired from Samsara. Now the league is also calling for these professional players, who once left their shadows in the professional arena, but eventually left the stage. "Wait, Captain Yu, can we see you in the Summer World Invitational? I will work hard." Back in the lounge, Yu Wonjo said to all the members, "If it were in the past, my first sentence would definitely be that the vacation starts today, but I believe you all know that the World Invitational is a selection system. I hope you will not slack off after you go back. Although it is difficult, this is a good training opportunity." "Yes." Everyone nodded. The match between Happy and Blue Rain was the most reported the next day, but Electronic Weekly did not criticize Blue Rain. Instead, it published Yu Wonjo's rebuttal as a column. "There are no teams that will not fall from the winner's group," someone speculated. At 8 p.m., Wang Jieshi gave them a dose of heart. Facing Thunder's blockade, Tiny Herb showed no mercy. The ring match was narrowly won 5-4. When fans were still worried that the ending would be the same as the first round, Wang Jieshi successfully surrounded and killed Thunder with a gorgeous show. Tiny Herb also found a way to restrain Thunder's twin towers, which was to directly pass them and take Weaver. Although Wan Lu Yinshan had good ability to protect people, facing the magic scholar who could go to heaven and earth, her ice wall and ice line were like paper in Wang Bulixing's eyes. Tiny Herb won a game at home, and the total score was 1-1. "Damn, we won't be defeated 1-2, will we?" Don't be such a pessimist. The final match between the two teams will be played on the third day. This match will determine who will advance to the loser semifinals. Both Thunder and Tiny Herb need this match. Thunder wants to win 3-1 to prove their rise, while Tiny Herb also wants to prove their perennial top 4 status. You know, since they joined the league, their worst record in history has always been the top 4. However, this time, their worst record was broken. The twin towers of Thunder still stood up. He has really changed. Yi Xiu looked at one autumn leaf dancing with his spear on the field, and felt an indescribable throbbing in his heart. "Yeah." Su Mucheng nodded. If it was the old Sun Xiang, he would not have considered his teammates at all. But now, because of Wang Bulixing's harassment of Jing, Sun Xiang stopped attacking and turned back to defend. This would have been impossible in the past. "It seems that our opponent will be Thunder." Yi Xiu laughed. The 3 arena matches all won by Tiny Herb, which is enough to prove how strong their arena matches are. This season Tiny Herb's arena match winning rate is second only to Samsara. The decisive map of both sides is the familiar war grassland. This time, Thunder fell and smashed the grassland to pieces. With Wang Bulixing falling, Thunder won this game, and they also successfully defeated Tiny Herb, which has been in the top 4 for many years. Beautiful. When the word glory popped up, Xiao Shiqin stood up and threw off his headphones, shouting loudly. Then he pulled up his teammates, and the 6 of them hugged each other. "We Thunder have finally made it to the semifinals." Xiao Shiqin's eyes moistened after saying this. He has walked this road for 7 years. "Yes, Captain, we have finally made it to the semifinals." Fang Shuisai choked up. Sun Xiang and Tiansun on the side were also very excited. Compared to the joy of Thunder, Tiny Herb was much heavier. Wang Jieshi took off his headphones, looked at the green ocean below the stage, and sighed heavily. Tiny Herb's road this season ends here. Chapter 594. The 3 rounds of the loser group of the playoffs have all ended here, and the old enemies of Tiny Herb and Blue Rain have also met in the top 6. The top 4 teams of the Glory Professional League Season 10 playoffs have also been announced, namely Samsara, Tyranny, Happy and Thunder. Among them, only Samsara and Tyranny are the top 4 teams in the regular season winner group. Happy is the 6th in the regular season, and Thunder is the 7th in the regular season. Both teams have successfully counterattacked. Happy is not bad, they only took 4 rounds to finish the game, while Thunder had a very bumpy road, although they won the first round of the loser group led by Tang Hao. But in the second round, facing the blockade of Misty Rain, Thunder forced to win 2 away games to advance despite losing the first game at home. Facing Tiny Herb led by magician Wang Jieshi, Thunder once again fought to the final round. In the end, they still won. In the past, Xiao Shiqin would not have dared to imagine this. The next match will be the loser group semifinals, with Happy, ranked 6th in the regular season, facing Thunder, ranked 7th in the regular season. The winner of both teams will face Tyranny, ranked 2nd in the regular season. The playoffs have entered a more intense moment. Before the game, the support rate of both teams was 47.4%, 52.6%. Thunder is slightly better than Happy. In the eyes of the outside world, Thunder's arena matches and team matches are not inferior to Happy. However, the people who support Happy are also very simple, because Happy has Yishio. Who do you think will advance? Zhou Yichen took the lead. Everyone in the Samsara team looked at Wu Qi unconsciously. Why are you looking at me? I haven't paid off my debt yet. Wu Qi shouted. If you win, then you don't have to pay it back? And if you win too much, wouldn't you get all the principal and interest back? Zhou Yichen bewitched. This? Wu Qi was a little shaken. Zhou Yichen's words were very tempting. Yes, if he wins, then he won't have to pay it back, right? There is a saying that is right. No child cries every day, no gambler loses every day. Then I will. Seeing Wu Qi's heart gradually wavering, Zhou Yichen wanted to continue to persuade him, but was interrupted by the exclamations of several others the next second. It turned out that the official website of the Glory Professional League announced the selection time for the Zurich World Invitational this summer, which was the third day after the finals. And the selection rules were clearly stated, which would disrupt the players who entered the selection, and then start the random team formation mode. Among them, the players who obtained the 6 major titles of the assistant role, and the 4 tactical masters went directly to the World Invitational. At this moment, the official confirmed that the first batch of players entering the World Invitational were Yishio, Han Wenqing, Wang Jieshi, Huang Xiaoyan, Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen, Zhang Xinjie, Yuan Zhou and Xiao Shiqin. Among these 9 people, 8 people except Yishio will be randomly divided into 4 teams, and they will serve as the captain and vice-captain of each team, and then the team members will be players from various major teams randomly entered. Yishio will lead one team alone. TSK, the league really thinks highly of you. Wei Chen smacked his lips when he saw this news. All random. Isn't it possible to see a 2-week battle? Han Wenqing beat Zhang Xinjie. Fang Rui was a little excited when he thought about it. Let's talk about this matter after the season is over. Yishio smiled. On the other side, Han Wenqing of the Tyranny Club has been discussing with the league's top management. He doesn't really want to attend this World Invitational, because he wants to focus his limited energy on Tyranny, and the 11th season is very critical. Feng Xianjun personally stepped in for this, and one sentence made Han Wenqing fall into deep thought. Don't you want the name of Tyranny to resound throughout the world? The next day, the loser group semifinals officially started in W City, the home court of Thunder. The 2 sides lined up. Xiao Shiqin looked at Yishio, and his thoughts unconsciously drifted to the past. In the 9th season, he put down his heavy burden, left Thunder, and went to Yishio's former excellent era, wanting to get his hands on the Glory Championship trophy that he had never touched. But what was the result? He found that excellent era had long been rotten inside, but he was confident that he could rebuild it. As a result, he met Xingxi led by Yishio in the challenge tournament. It was a brand new team, and the stumbling Happy Xian dealt a heavy blow to excellent era in the challenge tournament finals. Xiao Shiqin lost to Yishio. This season, Xiao Shiqin returned to Thunder, and even brought Sun Xiang with him. Thunder started smoothly as usual. As a result, after losing to Happy Xian, Thunder's status began to fluctuate. Xiao Shiqin had never defeated Yishio head-on, and he couldn't remember the last time he defeated him. Welcome to the semifinals of the loser group of the 10th season of the Glory Professional League playoffs. The 2 teams are Happy, who ranked 6th in the regular season, and Thunder, who ranked 7th in the regular season. Although Thunder was slightly ahead of Happy in terms of winning rate before the game, it is undeniable that Happy defeated Thunder twice in the regular season. I didn't expect that we would meet in the playoffs. Xiao Shiqin laughed. The joke during the regular season that he didn't expect to see him in the playoffs became a reality at this moment. Meeting us means that your road has come to an end, Yishio said. You are really confident. Sun Xiang pouted. You don't have confidence? Yishio asked back. You must have. After the introduction, Yishio stayed on the stage directly, and his intention was obvious. Everyone looked at Thunder, and several people went down, but Sun Xiang did not move. His eyes were fixed on Yishio. Oh, this game. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Zhou Yichen saw this scene, and unconsciously started to eat melons. This melon is so fragrant, Zhang Jiala said while eating. That's right, You don't even look at who bought it. Wu Qi gritted his teeth and said, the starting lineups of the two sides' ring matches have been determined. Xingxin, Yi Xiao, ID, Jun Ma Xiao, occupation, full-time casual player. Thunder, Sun Xiang, ID, Yi Xiao, fighting god, occupation, battle mage. The duel between Fate, Yi Xiao's predecessor, and current boyfriend met in the playoffs. Who do you think will win this match? Yi Xiao. Although Sun Xiang performed very well in this match, San Ren's attack methods are ever-changing. Sun Xiang had to remember what moves his opponent used while defending. In the end, Jun Ma Xiu successfully attacked Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf with the ninja's earth core beheading technique, and then cut out the short sword hidden in the handle of the Thousand Machine umbrella, and then took the boxer's collapsing fist and knocked him down directly. Lost? Xiao Shiqin adjusted his glasses. San Ren, he is really a bit difficult to deal with. Fang Xuecai, who was watching from the audience, was overwhelmed. What moves did he use? Tianxin now felt dizzy. At the beginning, he could still remember a few moves, but after more, he was confused. Captain, do you still remember? Dai Yanqi looked at Xiao Shiqin. I recorded it. Xiao Shiqin took out the phone that was recording. Damn, the captain is awesome. Zhang Jiaxing applauded. Why didn't he think of it? No wonder the captain would read out every skill that Jun Ma Xiu used. It turns out that he was recording it. Cheng Tai suddenly realized. He thought the captain was insane just now. With Jun Ma Xiu's last Dragon Fang stab, the first battle of this ring match also came to an end. Sun Xiang was scratching his hair after the game. Sun Xiang played very well. Jun Ma Xiu's skills were almost all explored. Jiang Wutao said. The second player sent by Thunder was Fang Xuecai, but the result was not surprising. Even though Jun Ma Xiu only had 40% of his health, he only consumed 30% of his health to eliminate the full-blooded Gui Meikai. Although Tianxin, who played in the third place, successfully defeated Yi Xiao, he still lost 18% of his health. Yi Xiao's efficiency in the playoffs ring match is almost as high as that of the bleeding master Zhou Yichen. The commentator Beibei was very shocked. In this game, Yi Xiao once again reached the 200 mark. Those haters who questioned Yi Xiao's record of using a rookie in the regular season were speechless at this time. Xingxin took advantage of the victory, and set Fang Rui directly in the second place, successfully defeating Tianxin sweeping and burning incense. Although he was defeated by Luanlu Yinshin with low health, Tang Rou, who came on the field in the third place, not only pierced Luanlu Yinshin with a combo, but also did not lose to Xiao Shiqin, who was defending the ring. Oh my god, Xiao Shiqin was almost 2-in-1. The professional players, who watched this game on the spot exclaimed. Although Xiao Shiqin is famous in the league as a tactical master, his personal strength is not bad at all. Looking at his remaining 3%, Xiao Shiqin felt a headache. It's a pity, I was a little anxious at the last moment. Yi Xiao said. Su Macheng, who played in the fourth place on Xingxin's side, did not give him a chance, and directly took away the low-held Xingling Mi with one shot. The ring match ended with a score of 5-3. Coming to the team match, the Thunder still played with Xiao Shiqin, Sun Xiang, Tianxin, Dai Yanqi, and Zhang Jiaxing, and the sixth player was Fang Xuecai. The lineup of Xingxin changed again from the last time. Yi Xiao, Su Macheng, Fang Rui, Tang Rou, and Winnie, and the sixth player was Qiao Yifan. The Thunder still wanted to rely on the front double tower to open the situation, but the problem appeared on the side. Yi Xiao's Jun Ma Xiu, as a free man, made the Thunder very uncomfortable. The front double tower faced the bombardment of Mu Yuqingfeng and Hai Wuliang, and had no chance to get close to Xia Xiaobingling. Helpless Xiao Shiqin had to focus his fire on Han Yinrou, who was at the front, because he knew the opponent's character and would definitely rush forward. But he was wrong. Han Yinrou was not impulsive. At this moment, Han Yinrou was not Tang Rou at all. The twin towers of Thunder were destroyed by Xingxin's firepower vehicle. Zhou Yichen commented. The counterattack of Thunder in the second half also became the straw of death. As Jun Ma Xiu seized the loophole of Jing, he took it away with a life-threatening blow. The balance of victory officially tilted toward Xingxin. 11-6, Xingxin defeated Thunder in the away game, and got 1 point first in BO3. Nice. Xingxin fans in the away area shouted. It seems that our opponent will be Xingxin. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said. Xingxin has won 5 consecutive games in the playoffs. It's okay, it's not like we haven't done it before. Xiao Shiqin encouraged with a fist. Yinyu, ? Is still whipping. In the second round, they returned to Xingxin's home court. After leading by 1 point in the ring match 5-4, Thunder counterattacked Xingxin in the team match. In the end, only the sixth-man Gui Meikai was alive on the field, and the two sides tied the score at 10-10. No one expected this. "Oh my god, this is the first time that a tiebreak has occurred in the playoffs," Cup exclaimed. According to Article 251 of the league playoff rules, if a tiebreak occurs, a 3v3 ring match will be adopted to decide the winner. Li Ju shouted. "Oh my god, a tiebreak." 3v3 actually participated in the playoffs in this way. Everyone thought that the 3v3 ring match in the regular season had been eliminated, but they didn't expect it to be included in the playoffs in the form of a tiebreak. Xiao Shiqin put the towel on his head and pondered how Xingxin would deploy his troops. He believed that Yi Xiu had seen through the Thunder's formation. Everyone knew that Thunder would definitely send the trio of Sun Xiang, Tian Sen and Xiao Shiqin. But what about Happy? Will it be Yi Xiu, Su Mucheng and Fang Rui from the All-Star team? When the extra game started, Sun Xiang chose to go first, and Yi Xiu on the other side did not avoid the battle. After a fierce battle, Jun Maxiu still won. His 100% winning rate in the individual battle season is still unbreakable. Happy will go down first, Cup announced. Sun Xiang panted. The pressure was too great. Fortunately, Tiansen did not let Yi Xiu go through too, but the health points of sweeping the floor and burning incense were consumed too much. Only 5% left. What? Li Ju shouted as he looked at the list of players on the electronic screen above the stage. Xingxin, MO Fan, ID, Destroyer, Occupation, Ninja. No one expected that Xingxin would actually send out MO Fan, the great killer. Thunder is gone. Zhang Jiala shook his head and said that this MO Fan was very essential. His purpose of appearing was no longer Yu Tiansen, but Xiao Shiqin. The mechanic was overwhelmed when he saw the ninja. After dealing with the remaining blood of sweeping incense, Thunder had been forced into a desperate situation. Everyone looked at Xiao Shiqin. "I will play the third game myself." Xiao Shiqin took off his coat and walked towards the competition seat. At this moment, Xiao Shiqin and Thunder will live and die together. MO Fan played too cautiously. The Cup shook his head and said that although Destroyer's health was only 10% left at this time, Life and Death's health was not high, only 40%. What made Xiao Shiqin headache was that MO Fan had been avoiding a direct confrontation with him. He knew very well that the opponent's intention was to consume the health of Xinglingmi. Xingxin now has a full-blooded character waiting for him. In the end, Xiao Shiqin defeated MO Fan, and Xinglingmi paid 74% of his health. 26%, not enough. Li Ju sighed. If it was a player like Tang Rou, who was more offensive, Xiao Shiqin would still have a chance. Bei said. Damn it! The third player of Xingxin was announced, and Thunder was already desperate. Xingxin, Fang Rui, ID, Hai Wuyang, Occupation, Qigong Master. Chapter 595. Why is it this guy? How disgusting, Happy. Seeing that the third player to play for Happy was Fang Rui, the fans on the Thunder side cursed. Fang Rui's playing style is as despicable as he is. Ah! Seeing that his opponent is Fang Rui, Xiao Shiqin sighed heavily. Now, whether he loses or wins, he will not feel comfortable. 99%, 100%. Hai Wuyang, loading completed. 10 minutes later. Wow, I'm going to fall asleep. Many viewers were already sleepy at this time. Fang Rui's playing style is too despicable. His Hai Wuyang has been sneaking up on Xiao Shiqin's life and death, and running away after hitting a set. Even if life and death hit him with a skill, Fang Rui didn't care and just ran forward. This made it very difficult for Xiao Shiqin to keep Fang Rui. The health gap was too big, and Hai Wuyang seized the opportunity of Xinglingmi and succeeded in a sneak attack. Qiguan Changhong. The moment the airflow rushed to Xinglingmi, Xiao Shiqin was also submerged in it. Looking at the constantly decreasing health value, Xiao Shiqin felt a sense of powerlessness. It's over. Glory. Let us congratulate Xingxin for defeating Lei Ting 3-2 in this 3v3 ring match, eliminating the opponent with a big score of 2-0, and advancing to the loser group finals of the Glory Professional League Season 10 playoffs. Xingxin. 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 Ahaha, looking at the word glory popping up on the screen, Xiao Shiqin collapsed directly on the gaming chair. Captain! The Thunder team walked into the competition seat and looked at Xiao Shiqin, who was slumped. Everyone, hard work. Xiao Shiqin stood up and said to the team members. The Thunder's ability to break through the team's history and reach the semifinals was a huge improvement in Xiao Shiqin's eyes. But there were still regrets, because he lost to Yi Xiu again. We come back next year. Sun Xiang clenched his fists and said. Come back next year, the Thunder said in unison. On the other side, Happy gathered and walked towards the Thunder. Congratulations, I hope you can enter the finals. Xiao Shiqin shook hands with Yi Xiu and said. Then I take Captain Zhao's good words. Yi Xiu smiled. One autumn leaf is not lonely in your hands. Yi Xiu said to Sun Xiang. I will let the name of the god of fighting shine again on the league stage. Sun Xiang raised his head and said confidently. Come on. With Happy eliminating Thunder with a big score of 2-0, the top 3 teams in the 10th season of the Glory Professional League were also born, namely Samsara, which ranked first in the regular season, Tyranny, which ranked second in the regular season, and Happy, which ranked 6th in the regular season. Only Xingxin was able to win the game by defeating Tyranny. At this point, everyone began to expect Xingxin to surpass Tyranny and enter the finals. After all, with the expansion of the league, there has never been a team in the history of Glory that directly entered the finals after entering the league. Of course, the match between Xingxin and Tyranny also received a lot of attention. Since Xingxin's regular season ranking is behind Tyranny, the first game will be held at Xingxin's home court in H City. Xingxin's home court was once Excellent Era's home court. In the Glory League, there are probably no other 2 teams that have such a grudge as Excellent Era and Tyranny. Even Blue Rain and Tiny Herb are 2 teams that like to talk nonsense online, but they become weak offline. Excellent Era and Tyranny are different. They would fight each other offline. When Excellent Era was eliminated, countless people thought that the league was missing a scene that season. After that, Excellent Era simply disbanded and withdrew. This scene was about to disappear. At some point, Tyranny fans might still miss Excellent Era. Originally, it was thought that the grudge between the 2 teams would disappear, but at this time, Xingxin, which was led by the former captain of Excellent Era, Yi Xiu, returned to the professional league and inherited Excellent Era's original home stadium in H City. For a time, Tyranny fans' resentment towards Excellent Era was completely placed on Yi Xiu alone. After all, the feud between the 2 teams was indeed inseparable from Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu liked to mobilize the emotions of Tyranny fans, especially when Tyranny fans saw Yi Xiu's wonderful operation and couldn't speak. Yi Xiu felt very happy and joyful. This guy is definitely a bit. Although Xingxin inherited the home of Excellent Era, no one would say that Xingxin is the continuation of Excellent Era, even if they are Excellent Era fans. Because it was Xingxin that destroyed Excellent Era in the challenge match and eventually led to its disbandment. For Excellent Era, Xingxin is not its successor, but its enemy. However, many people always feel that Xingxin seems to be more like Excellent Era, especially some radical Tyranny fans. However, they do not hate Xingxin, but hate someone in Xingxin. Yi Xiu, the former captain of Excellent Era and the current captain of Xingxin. Yi Xiu, the founder of Excellent Era dynasty. Yi Xiu, the operator who earned the name of fighting god Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu, the most comprehensive textbook of glory. Xingxin versus Tyranny, this match was heavily decorated, and the highlights one after another were repeatedly told by major publicity channels. Here we go, it's our turn before the game. Before the game started, Lizi Luanhui started betting again. I bet I win. Zhou Yichen began to chant. All or nothing. Wu Qi shouted. As the gambler with the most debt in the Luanhui, Wu Qi chose to escape. Escape may not be a wrong choice. At 7 p.m., the game was approaching, and the number of people gathered inside and outside the venue was so large that it would be difficult to find a place outside the venue that was not crowded, let alone a full house. But this is understandable. After all, it is the penultimate big game of the season, and this BO3, the match between Xingxin and Tyranny, will also determine the last ticket to the finals. Huh? Many of them don't seem to be our fans. Qingguo looked at the venue. They should be the former Jiashi fans. Su Muqing said. They came here not to support Xingxin, nor to cheer for Xingxin, they just wanted Tyranny to be unlucky. In H City, they really didn't love Xingxin, but they inherited the old resentment towards Tyranny. In the days without Jiashi, many Jiashi fans inherited their hatred towards Tyranny. It might be this spirit that insisted on them continuing to watch the game. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Shaoshan Stadium was full, and they couldn't calm down for a long time while listening to the light music played on the radio. Everything seemed to foreshadow the coming of a big war. In the preparation room, players from both teams were preparing to enter the game. It's really lively today. On the happy side, Fang Rui was chatting with everyone in a relaxed tone, but his legs were shaking unconsciously, revealing that his heart seemed not as calm as usual. So many people. And when he swallowed his saliva. The only relatively calm people and happy were Yi Xiu, Su Muqing and Wei Chen. The first two were from excellent era and had seen all kinds of scenes. As for the latter, maybe he was old. Did you have so many people before? Tang Rou asked. About the same, there are still a lot of people watching me, Fang Rui said narcissistically. Puff. Wei Chen laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? I thought of something happy. What happy thing? I abused Zhou Yichen. He used his tongue to fight you. Okay, get ready to go on stage. Seeing the door being knocked, Yixiao stood up and said. The door opened, and the staff began to call the players of the two teams to prepare for the game. Hey Lao Han, when will you retire? As expected of their longtime rivals, they even left the room at the same time. It's still early. It's not early, right? Yixiao turned around and saw the third person in the tyranny team, Lin Jingyan. You? It's okay, Lao Lin, don't bother with him, Fang Rui said. Lin Jingyan looked at Fang Rui, who spoke for him, with some surprise. As expected of their old partner for many years, before Lin Jingyan was moved to tears, Fang Rui said, I will personally organize your retirement ceremony. Get lost. Before the game even started, Lin Jingyan's mentality was almost messed up. Fortunately, the entrance finally started at this time. Kill him! When Yixiao and Han Wenqing, as the captains of the two teams, shook hands on behalf of the two teams in the middle of the arena, the venue erupted in warm applause, and was accompanied by all kinds of brutal swear words. It was not clear whether they were cursing Yixiao, Han Wenqing, or both of them. As the two teams shook hands and greeted each other, the players went off the court and returned to the players' seats. Yixiao from Xingxin stayed alone on the court. Woohoo! As fans of Xingxin, they knew what this meant. This meant that Yixiao would still be in the battle. From the second round of the regular season to the second round of the playoffs, he had always been the first, and he had never lost a one-on-one match, just like Zhou Yichen in Reincarnation. Yixiao stood on the court and looked at Han Wenqing. Han Wenqing, do you dare to accept the challenge? Xingxin fans raised their arms and shouted. Driven by Xingxin fans, the whole audience soon began to help Yixiao challenge Han Wenqing. Unfortunately, Han Wenqing didn't even look at Yixiao, and walked straight towards the tyranny player's seat. Go! Zhang Xinjie said to Qin Muyun beside him. Yeah. Qin Muyun nodded. Hey, it's interesting that Qin Muyun is the first to lead tyranny today, Zhou Yichen said. Is it useful? Wuqi asked. Except for the exorcist, the sharpshooter is easier to deal with among the 24 professions of Sanren, Zhou Yichen explained. What's more, Qin Muyun is a master at choosing positions and moving around. Although his strength is not enough to defeat Sanren, he can weaken his vitality. Facts have proved that Zhou Yichen's analysis is not wrong at all. The victory was still won by the experienced Yixiao, but Jun Maxia's health value was consumed by 43%. A bit too much. Huang Xiaotian, who was watching the game on site, sent a message to Yuan Zhou. One of the major reasons why Xingxin's ring match was much stronger than before was that Yixiao, who started the game, could achieve a stable 1-for-2 exchange so far. Sharpshooters are indeed better against casual players than other professions. Qin Muyun's positioning and movement ability is excellent, Yuan Zhou replied. If Tyranny can directly kill Yixiao in the second pick, then they can win this ring match. Yuan Zhou immediately sent another message to Huang Xiaotian. The electronic screen flipped to the next player of Tyranny at this time. Tyranny, Lin Jingyan, ID, Leng Anlei, profession, hooligan. Send veteran Lin Jingyan to the second pick, then the next two players will be newcomers, Lu Boyuan said. Song Qiang may not play, maybe by Yanfei? Zhou Yichen said. Old Zhang, what do you think? Jiang Buotao looked at Zhang Jia. I sit and watch. Facing Lord Grim, who had 57% HP, Lin Jingyan's Cold and Dark Thunder was very careful. In the end, he took away the opponent at the cost of 75% HP. This HP is a bit too much. Huang Xiaotian sent Yuan Zhou a message exactly the same as before at the moment of his death. Yuan Zhou responded with 6 points. The two sides of the ring match fought to a 1:1 tie, but the balance was soon broken by Xingxin. Tang Rou, who played in the second place, cleanly solved Lin Jingyan's Cold and Dark Thunder, but because of her straightforward style of play, she also paid 30% of her HP. It's by Yanfei indeed. The third pick of Tyranny sent out veteran by Yanfei, but facing the arena map Thatcher Manor chosen by Happy's home team, by Yanfei's Rhoda had a very hard time. Because Tang Rou used the connection between the second and first floors of the castle as a platform, Bai Yanfei was always in a running state. In the case of an unstable battlefield, although Rhoda's attack was very strong, the hit rate was very low. Tang Rou won this game, Zhou Yichen said. Han Yenro has been deliberately leading Rhoda to the basement of the castle. This girl doesn't seem to be as simple as imagined. Zhang Jiala said. Yes. Jiang Butao nodded. Oh my god, this girl is going to win. Huang Xiaoyan sent messages to Yuan Zhou frantically. I saw it. As the best newcomer of this season, Tang Rou's strength is unquestionable. Although she blocked Rhoda's way through the basement, his counterattack before his death also caused Han Yenro to suffer heavy losses. After eliminating by Yanfei's Rhoda, Tang Rou's Han Yenro only had 5% of his health left. Go. Zhang Xinjia looked at Bai Shu. Well, I will take back the victory. Bai Shu's eyes were firm, as if he was going to join the army. After defeating Han Yenro, who had only 5% of his health, he did not give a chance to the great killer Mo Fan. Bai Shu completed a 1-on-2 victory over Xingxin, 3-3, and the two sides returned to the same level. Su Bin, I feel that the position of the chief knight is not safe. Zhou Yichen joked. Bai Shu, in the use of knights, is already better than Su Bin. Chapter 596. Let us congratulate Su Mucheng for defeating Bai Shu. 4-3, Xingxin is temporarily in the lead. The ring match between the two sides has entered the end. The captain of the 10-year team, Han Wenqing, is naturally the one guarding the ring on the tyranny side. Facing the chief gunner of glory, Han Wenqing still fought very resolutely. Even if there was a roar of artillery in front, Mo Guyen did not retreat at all, and the flames bloomed around him. Behind Mo Guyen was the dim artillery, and in front of him was a bright future. Han Wenqing, this fight is too decisive. Zhang Jiala said. Well, before Mu Yuqingfeng was hit, Mo Guyen's health value dropped a little. Fong Minghua nodded. In this picture, it is really disgusting for a boxer to face a gunner. Lu Buiyuan, who is also a fighting department, can understand Han Wenqing's mood at this time. There are only 2 passages on the second floor of the castle. When the trace has been discovered, Mo Guyen can only choose to force his way up the stairs. What Mu Yuqingfeng had to do was to set up the cannon on the spot, and shoot at the enemies running in front of him, like shooting at a target. Although Han Wenqing's Damagayan successfully approached Su Mucheng's Mu Yuqingfeng in the end, and then used the Iron Fist to successfully kill him. But his health was also consumed a lot. To get rid of Mu Yuqingfeng, Damagayan paid 78% of his health. No, Tyranny got 4 points in the ring match. It seems that the team match will decide the winner. Although the ring match has not yet ended, Zhou Yichen, who is watching this game, has already judged that Han Wenqing cannot complete the 1-on-2 against Xingxin. The reason is very simple. With Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng both out, only Fang Rui and Wei Chen are qualified to defend the 5th place in Xingxin. And these two have very unique playing styles. Oh my god, how come they are still like this in the end? The audience shouted angrily when they saw the last player of Xingxin. Xingxin, Fang Rui, ID, Hai Wuyang, Occupation, Qigong Master. Disgusting. When Fang Rui came on stage, he deliberately waved to the fans of Tyranny in the away area, and the Tyranny fans blushed. But they didn't insult Fang Rui out loud, because they were afraid that Fang Rui would be happy. The result was that they still cursed him, but they didn't know whether Fang Rui was happy or not. Facing Mo Guyen, who only had 22% of his health, Fang Rui still used his vulgar style. In the end, Hai Wuyang successfully took away Han Wenqing's Mo Guyen at the cost of consuming 35% of his health. Glory! Let us congratulate Fang Rui for winning the last game of the ring match. Xingxin is temporarily leading 5-4 in the ring match. Commentator Pan Lin announced the result of the game. Woohoo! Fang Rui raised his hands high after the game to celebrate his victory over Han Wenqing. The Tyranny fans who saw this scene were completely blown up. They admitted that it was disgusting to lose to such a guy. No one would blame Han Wenqing for this defeat. They had seen his courage and bravery, as always from the captain. The ring match was over, and the two players walked out of the competition seats at the same time. Fang Rui was naturally in high spirits. When he waved his hand and passed by the visiting team's audience, the crazy boos could not suppress his smile, and he even laughed happier. Fuck, the more you scold him, the more excited he is. Tyranny fans said unwillingly. The security personnel on the scene were as if they were facing a great enemy. Although they checked carefully before the game, they were afraid of the worst. After all, these are Tyranny fans. Wouldn't it be courting death to provoke them? You are so disgusting. Wei Chen scolded Fang Rui when he returned to the Xingxin player seat. So what? Fang Rui curled his lips. The ring match ended, and Xingxin gained a head point advantage. The victory obviously boosted morale, but from a practical perspective, the impact of a head point on the team match has always been considered negligible. During the halftime break, the two sides did not return to the preparation room, but directly started the deployment of the next team match outside the court. The atmosphere of both teams was quite solemn. Xingxin did not want to lose the home advantage, and Tyranny did not want to fall behind 0-1. Time passed quickly, and the referee had come to the outside of the court and wandered around, constantly looking at the watch, ready to remind the players of both sides to start playing. The Tyranny team, which lost 1 point in the ring match, stood up first and took the initiative to walk to the court without letting the referee call. Tyranny has already announced their starting lineup, and Han Wenqing handed the list to the referee, who was a little stunned. Han Wenqing, Lin Jingyan, Bai Shu, Qin Muyun, Zhang Xinjie, and the sixth man Bai Yanfei. Last year's Qin Muyun, this year's Bai Shu, and the sixth man Bai Yanfei. This is the lineup with the highest winning rate of Tyranny this season, and it is also the main lineup of Tyranny in people's minds. Seeing that the time is almost up on the happy side, Yi Xiu finished speaking briefly and led the team to the stage. Yi Xiu, Su Macheng, Fan Rui, Tang Rou, and Winnie. This is also the starting lineup that is used more frequently among the happy lineups. As for the sixth man, which unit is this guy from? Wu Qi asked in confusion. Who is this? Pan Lin, who was broadcasting, asked in a tone of doubt. Luo Ji? Happy sent out Luo Ji? A summoner player, Pan Lin said. Luo Ji. He was not very comfortable with the name, because he had never seen him play. In the regular season, Happy sent out Luo Ji very rarely. In the playoffs, whether facing Baiwa, Blue Rain, or Thunder, Luo Ji was nowhere to be seen. But now, Happy has brought him. Could it be? Pan Lin looked at Li Ba. Happy is hiding, Li Ba said. At this time, the electronic screen on the scene had already displayed the lineups of the two teams. Happy, Yi Xiu, ID, Jun Ma Xiao, Occupation, Full-time Sanren. Su Macheng, ID, Muyu Chengfeng, Occupation, Gunner. Fan Rui, ID, Hai Wuliang, Occupation, Qigong Master. Tang Rou, ID, Han Yanrou, Occupation, Battle Mage. And Winnie, ID, Xia Shubingliang, Occupation, Priest. The sixth person, Luo Ji, ID, Mei Guang, Occupation, Summoner. Tyranny, Han Wenqing, ID, Damo Guyan, King of Fighters, Occupation, Boxer. Zhang Xinjie, ID, Shi Bujuan, Occupation, Priest. Lin Jingyan, ID, Leng Anlei, Occupation, Rogue. Bai Shu, ID, Chaoshi, Occupation, Knight. Qin Muyun, ID, -9 degrees, Occupation, Sharpshooter. The sixth person, Bai Yanfei, ID, Luo Ta, Occupation, Elemental Mage. There was a lot of discussion on the scene, and the internet was full of discussions. There was also a question mark above the heads of everyone in the Samsara conference room. We in Samsara have never noticed this guy, Jian Wutao said. He hasn't played many games. Xingxin can't be so bored that he can play Luo Ji, Zhou Yichen said. In general, what you said makes sense. The two sides lined up and met on the field. The first to shake hands were naturally the captains of the two teams. Yi Xiu and Han Wenqing's eyes were full of fighting spirit. As opponents for 10 years, Yi Xiu's excellent era and Han Wenqing's tyranny met 4 times in the playoffs, from the first season to the 4th season. In the 5th, 6th, and 7th seasons, the two teams did not meet again. Tiny Herb, Blue Rain, and Samsara rose one after another. Excellent era's performance began to decline, and Han Wenqing gradually showed his old age. The magician dominated the sky, the sword master found the most suitable opportunity to shoot in the gap, and the combination of the Gun King and the God of War crushed all the opponents in front of him. Everything seemed to indicate that the era of these two had passed, and the Glory League was already the world of the young. In the 8th season, Yi Xiu retired and bid farewell to this stage completely. Han Wenqing also became the only first-generation player who was still fighting on this field and never stopped. This season, Tyranny fell in the first round of the playoffs. They were defeated by Tiny Herb, which had never missed the semifinals at that time. People sighed that the pattern of the league had completely changed. Samsara was the only one, followed by Blue Rain and Tiny Herb. The era of excellent era and tyranny had completely ended. As a result, in the 9th season, Han Wenqing, who failed to recruit Zhang Jiala, pulled Zhao Yang, who was about to retire, to tyranny. This group of veterans once again launched an impact on the championship. Tyranny finally stood on the highest stage of the glory battlefield again, but they faced 5 All-Stars, the strongest team in history. Samsara, Tyranny, which was mainly composed of veterans, encountered Samsara, which was mainly composed of the new era. It was like a collision of two eras. In the end, Tyranny lost to Samsara 0-2. Facing the Trident of Samsara, Tyranny was completely blown up. At the end of the season, Zhao Yang chose to retire. Then in the 10th season, Yishio led a new army he built and returned to the league from the challenge. Han Wenqing also promoted two newcomers to the first team, and both of them have a bright future. Looking at the two holding hands together, some old fans of Glory felt a little dazed. The older you get, the more amazing you become, Yishio said while holding Han Wenqing's hand. Although they are opponents, he may be the one who knows the person in front of him best. Han Wenqing's style transformation is relatively successful in Yishio's opinion. Your casual player has some shadows of the past, Han Wenqing said. You didn't beat me before, Yishio said with a smile. You see today, Han Wenqing said coldly. Turning around, the two teams walked towards their competition seats together, and the characters began to load one by one. The atmosphere feels a bit cold. Wang Xiaoyan shuddered. Hey, are you watching this game? Wang Xiaoyan took out his phone and sent a message to Zhou Yichen. Yep. Who do you think will win? Wang Xiaoyan asked. I think you will win, but unfortunately, you didn't win, Zhou Yichen replied. Wang Xiaoyan cursed. The map they chose for the Xingxin home team match was Moon Forest. This map was chosen by Happy for the first time in the playoffs. After Pan Lin and Li Ba briefly introduced it, the game officially began. Happy started from the southwest corner and moved to the northwest. There was a residential area there, with many houses built on trees, and suspension bridges were built between trees from time to time. Tyranny was cautiously moving forward, and the overall movement speed was relatively slow. Moon-Watching Forest was not a map for a head-on fight. Blue Rain chose this map in the 8th season finals to limit Samsara's personal strength to the greatest extent. However, although Blue Rain's tactics were effective, they still lost to Zhou Yichen, who was like a god descending from heaven. One person fought against a team, and while killing the Guardian Angel, he also activated the 7th level fighter's will. This scene is probably imprinted in the minds of Blue Rain. The two sides successfully met in the residential area. Happy first took advantage of the terrain and launched a fierce attack on the Tyranny people who came. Happy chose this position well, Zhou Yichen said. Well, a good position for shooting, Jiang Guotao said. But this position can't limit Tyranny's lineup. Zhang Jiala continued. There are quite a lot of long-range output on the Happy side, Mu Yuqingfeng, Hai Wuliang and Jun Maxiu, who can switch to gun form. But Tyranny's charge formation is not weak. Tide and Damo Guyan took advantage of the cover of the big tree to directly enter the residential area. With Zhang Xinjia's order, Tyranny decisively launched a siege against Happy. Hey, where is Happy's priest? Watson Zhou Yichen found the blind spot. Huh? Samsara and several people also found that Happy's priest was missing. Changed players? Jiang Guotao wondered. What was the purpose of replacing the priest with the summoner at this time? Jiang Guotao was puzzled, but Xingxin's commander was Yishio. Yishio must have his reasons for doing this. Jiang Guotao thought so. Sure enough, when the two sides were fighting fiercely, a scene that shocked everyone appeared on the stage. The residential area of Wanhue Forest collapsed. Boom! With a few loud noises, everyone on the scene stood up. Damn, there's an earthquake. Run! What the hell is an earthquake? It's the holographic projection that exploded. What? The holographic projection exploded, so the makeshift team has become the Hockey League. The one who can think of the Hockey League must have invited Hikigo. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations, and no one knew how it was done. But what they could see was that the health of all the Tyranny members dropped sharply, and now they are completely in a disadvantageous state. The people of Xingxin did not miss this opportunity. Jun Maxiu switched to gun form, and Mu Yuqingfeng and Hai Wuliang attacked at the same time. Artillery fire roared. The sound of artillery fire and collapsed houses intertwined in the headphones of the people of Tyranny, and Zhang Xinjia's voice was faint. Tyranny was in chaos. Retreat! Han Wenqing was full of energy, and the people of Tyranny immediately controlled their characters to retreat. But Xingxin had already set up a line of fire. Even if Han Wenqing's desert lone smoke forcibly broke through Han Yinrou's attack circle, 09 degrees, and Lang Onlei were completely buried under the debris of the residential area. The remaining few people were also powerless to save the situation. No one expected that the trend of this team game would be so ups and downs. You must know that Tyranny had a complete initiative advantage at the beginning, but with the collapse of the residential area, their advantage disappeared. How did they do this? Chapter 597. Everything happened so fast that the director didn't know where to replay it. On the Samsara side, everyone's mouths were wide open enough to fit the entire little Joichin. How did you do it? Wuchi looked at his teammates. Joichin said his brain was down. Shosakai on the side also fell into deep thought. Jiang Wutao stroked his forehead. As for Zhang Jiala, he had stopped thinking. College student, can you figure it out? Zhang Jiala elbowed Joichin on the side. I am a clear-minded college student. Your eyes are quite clear now. After the game, the director also replayed everything that happened. People then discovered that the culprit for this phenomenon was the unknown Luo Ji. Beep beep. Just when Samsara was silent, Joichin's phone rang. Wang Xiaoyan. Why did this idiot call me? Was he beaten? Joichin answered the phone in confusion. Damn, it's so cool, silly Chen, you guys are in danger, ha ha ha. Wang Xiaoyan's voice screamed on the other end. Your brain has been crushed by the residential area of Wanghua Forest. Joichin scolded. Seeing Joichin hang up the phone, Wang Xiaoyan immediately called Yuan Zhou. Captain, how did you do this? Wang Xiaoyan asked. Who knows? Yuan Zhou said. He was dealing with some things assigned to him by the official. After greeting the audience, the players of both teams left the field and returned to the preparation room. After a short rest, they would hold a press conference after the game. Very unexpected. Facing the reporter's question, Han Wenqing answered. This arrangement of Happy was indeed beyond our expectations, but it won't happen next time. Zhang Xinjia said. Will this game have any impact on Tyranny's next game? A reporter stood up and asked. I said, next time, it won't happen. Zhang Xinjia's tone was soft but firm. After Tyranny's press conference ended, it was Happy's turn. Everyone was looking forward to it, because everyone wanted to find out how Luo Ji did it. Happy didn't disappoint everyone. Yi Xiao, Fang Rui, and Luo Ji attended the press conference. Congratulations to Happy for winning 7 consecutive games in the playoffs. This is a very exaggerated record. Whether it was Baiwa, Blue Rain or Thunder, they couldn't get a single point from Happy. After Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoyan was hit by a tree and seriously injured in the last round, Happy once again took advantage of the same point. Haha, that's completely different. Huang Xiaoyan deserved it, and he had already suffered a loss once before. As a result, he could suffer a second time. Who would have thought of this? Yi Shou laughed. Yuan Zhou, who was arranging the groups, received Huang Xiaoyan's QQ again at this time. 3 consecutive messages with different emoticons. After sending the emoticons, he continued to curse. I must kill this guy. Do you have any killers to introduce? Yuan Zhou, how about introducing you a few more? Wang Xiaoyan, okay. Oh, and that little bastard from Samsara, add him. Then the reporter asked how Luo Ji did it. After getting the approval of the Captain Ishio, Luo Ji began his lecture. First of all, the residential area of Wanghua Forest is built on the trees, and the trees are connected by bridges, so I will use the little dragon first. Luo Ji began to describe it vividly. The reporters were taking notes, seriously at first, but as Luo Ji talked more and more, and many strange equations and numbers appeared in his mouth, the reporters could not help but doze off. In the Samsara conference room, Wu Qi and Lu Buiyuan had fallen asleep on the table, and Fang Rui next to Luo Ji was even worse, snoring. That's why this situation can be created. I'm done, everyone. Luo Ji finished his plan excitedly, but when he looked down at the stage, he found that he had fallen all over the place. Luo Ji's face turned red all of a sudden. Ahem. Yi Xiao signaled the host, who was dozing off against the wall, to continue hosting the press conference. Well, that contestant Luo Ji spoke so well, let's applaud. The host said. The reporters were awakened by the host's applause, and then they clapped in unison. Ha ha ha. Seeing the clear eyes on the reporters' faces, Zhou Chen pounded the table and laughed. The interview that Happy accepted after the game caused heated discussions. Damn, did you see that Luo Ji? It's too hypnotic, even more powerful than my teacher. It's so funny, when he said the first sentence, I was already lying in bed ready. On the other hand, the Tyranny team took a flight back to Q City directly after the game last night, and began to prepare for their home game. But now, Zhang Xinjia did not organize the team to run the map, but was studying the moon-watching forest, the home map of Happy in the last game. The scene where the character is currently located is exactly the area that was completely destroyed by Happy, and eventually caused the entire Tyranny team to collapse. Do you really believe what that guy said? Lin Jingyan asked as he pulled a bench over and sat next to Zhang Xinjia while watching him study this area. Luo Ji's idea is not wrong. I listened to the whole thing. Although some parts of it were blurred by Yi Xiao, it is still meaningful for reference. Zhang Xinjie said while adjusting his glasses. Awesome. Lin Jingyan gave Zhang Xinjie a thumbs up. He had asked someone to record Luo Ji's post-match interview. It would come in handy when he had insomnia one day. Looking at Zhang Xinjie's look, Lin Jingyan didn't know if he could figure out this problem. There were only 3 days before the next game. Lin Jingyan felt that Zhang Xinjie didn't need to figure this out, because the next 2 games were their tyranny's home games, and they had absolute rights to choose the map. So this map could be passed by them directly. Even if they entered the finals, they didn't have to worry that Samsara would choose this map, because Samsara didn't have a summoner. Lin Jingyan himself also read some comments about this incident after the game. From a scientific point of view, it is completely feasible. Science. The last time Lin Jingyan thought of these 2 words was in the elementary school textbook. For him, these 2 words are so far away. He has been working in the professional circle for 9 years, and knows very well that their group, let alone science, has never been a high-end circle even with ordinary knowledge. Too many people here have very limited education. After all, they are relatively young when they come out to fight. They come to play professionally before they finish high school. There are not many college students. Luo Ji and Nwini of Xingxing can be counted as one, and Zhou Yichen of Samsara can only be counted as half, because he dropped out of school to play professionally. I leave it to the technical department. 3 days later, the second round of the match between Happy and Tyranny came as scheduled. In the big score, Happy led Tyranny 1-0. If they could beat Tyranny, they would become the first team to make 2 consecutive jumps, from the Challenge Finals to the Glory Finals. In the ring match, Yishio was still the starting player for Happy, while Tyranny made some changes, replacing Qin Muyun with Lin Jingyan. TSK, you're not going to retire yet? Yishio said venomously. You haven't retired yet, so how can I retire? Lin Jingyan shot back. I retire after this season, Yishio said with a smile. TSK, who would believe you? Lin Jingyan didn't believe it at all. Why are you still on the court? You already have 3 championships. Someone asked me this question before. Yishio smiled. His mood is very similar to yours. As for now, he is full of energy. Results support people. This sentence is absolutely correct. Who would complain about too many championships? Yeah, hee. Lin Jingyan laughed dryly twice. No one would complain about too many championships, but when would it be his turn? Looking at Yishio in front of him, Lin Jingyan unconsciously felt a little lonely. From the beginning, he was different from Yishio, Han Wenqing, and other players. They were all geniuses, real geniuses. Yishio led Jia Shi to create the first 3-crown dynasty in the history of glory, and Han Wenqing led Tyranny to become the warriors and ended Jia Shi's dynasty. What made Lin Jingyan even more uncomfortable was that he could only survive in the cracks of geniuses when he debuted in the 2nd season. The magician Wang Jieshi in the 3rd season, the Golden Generation in the 4th season, the Gun King Zhou Zikai in the 5th season, the Bang Bangchuan in the 6th season, and the God of War Zhou Yichen in the 7th season. Geniuses are everywhere. Lin Jingyan knows that he has never been one of them, but just one of many who are chasing after geniuses. Come on, you can win even if you are a lone player, right? Lin Jingyan said. Hey, you are so motivated today. Yishio said. It's a bit like when you debuted. Of course, because I want to win. But you know very well that you can't win. The two shook hands, turned around, and walked to their respective seats. The starting lineups of both sides were also announced on the electronic big screen, although everyone already knew it. But when they saw the map of the ring match, no one expected that Tyranny would choose the ring match. Tyranny was taken over by Samsara? Someone asked. Team Tyranny, on such an important stage as the playoffs, actually chose the map with the highest usage rate in online duels, and the map that the 3-time champion Team Samsara likes the most, the arena. The arena is the smallest, simplest, most direct, and most suitable for bullying. But you have to know that Tyranny lost to Happy in the first round of the arena. From the perspective of personnel configuration, Tyranny is not much stronger than Happy. There is no terrain that can be used, which is no different from giving up the home advantage. Coach Li, what is the meaning of this map selection? Pan Lin asked Li Ba beside him. Tyranny, maybe they are hiding. Li Ba said. What are you hiding? Pan Lin asked, and Li Ba now wanted to kill Pan Lin. How did he know? Tyranny chose this map to consume Yishio. The Samsara players waiting in the finals will naturally not miss any game. This map is indeed the best, forcing Sanren to attack from the front. Fang Minghua said that if Xingxing can break through Tyranny and enter the finals, Samsara will also arrange this map for them. Originally, This map was the most confident map of Samsara. Lin Jingyan played very fiercely in this game. At this moment, Yi Xiu saw the shadow of Tang San's previous fight. But Lin Jingyan is old after all. The first round of the ring match ended in 1 minute and 48 seconds. Yi Xiu finally won with a large advantage. Jun Maxiu still had 63% of his life. The second player of Tyranny said by Yanfei. Facing Jun Maxiu's attack, Luo Ta did not choose to evade, but stood in place, constantly chanting skills to bombard Jun Maxiu. Is this a self-destructive style of play? Chen Guo was stunned. Can an elemental mage play like this? In the end, Bai Yanfei's Luo Ta took away Yi Xiu's Jun Maxiu at the cost of consuming 95% of his life. Old Yi let go at the end. As one of the most opportunists in the alliance, Huang Xiaoyan saw the key point at once. Well, Tyranny's purpose is very obvious, which is to consume Yi Xiu's physical strength. If Yi Xiu defeats Bai Yanfei, then Tyranny's third pick will definitely be Qin Muyun. Yu Wenzhou replied. Mo Fan, who was the second pick on Xingxin, killed the low-health Rhoda, and faced Qin Muyun, who was the third pick. Mo Fan was beaten very hard. Mo Fan's fireworks style play requires a large range of advances and retreats, which he has continuously formed in the process of scavenging. But on the ring, there is no shelter, only such a large space. On this small map, each style and advantage has been blocked to a certain extent. In such an open space without any cover, Qin Muyun's positioning became a crucial means of attack and defense. If Xingxin enters the finals, we will play this map. Jiang Guotao saw the intention of Tyranny. The styles of everyone in Xingxin are very different, and they are all afraid of playing small maps. Whether it is the tireless destruction of being chased by -9 degrees on the court, or Mu Yuqingfeng who needs a fixed formation and position, or Hai Wuliang who is a wretched flow. There is no surprise, Xingxin lost the ring match. 5-4, Tyranny leads Xingxin by 1 point. For Xingxin, this score is acceptable. The halftime break passed quickly, and while the referee called the two sides to the court, the electronic screen began to play the lineups of the two teams. The starting five of Xingxin did not change: Yi Xiu, Su Mecheng, Fang Rui, Tang Rou and Winnie, but the sixth man was replaced by Bao Rongxing from Luoji. There were also changes on Tyranny's side. Although Han Wenqing, Zhang Xinjie, Lin Jingyan, Bai Shu, Qin Muyun and Bai Yanfei were still on the field, the sixth player was Lin Jingyan instead of Bai Yanfei. Tyranny wants to take the initiative to attack, Jiang Guotao said. Damo Guyan and Tai charge, Rhoda and 09 degrees provide cover. This lineup looks really good. Zhou Yichen thought about it, and found that Tyranny's lineup was feasible. It depends on whether Tyranny can play well. Chapter 598. Let's congratulate Tyranny for winning this team match. 11-8, Tyranny defeated Happy, and tied the score to 1-1. Happy lost. The MVP of this match was awarded to Tyranny's priest, the brain of the team, Zhang Xinjie. Although Zhang Xinjie's Angel's power did not become a turning point in the match, it was indeed a very important match point in this team match. With Tyranny's victory over Happy, the match returned to the starting point, and the two teams will decide the final victory in the third game. In the original plan, the final game will be an absolutely random map, and it is a battle map that no Honor player has ever seen. This is a game map library customized by Honor Game for the playoffs. Before it is used, there will be no spoilers that touch the substance. The maps will be randomly generated from the map library on the day of the match. But it was later rejected. Some people think that by doing so, the home advantage of the top-ranked teams will be greatly weakened. However, according to gossip, the future competition system will continue to be reformed and upgraded. Since the final game was only 2 days away from the second round, Xingxin could not fly back to H City and back again in these 2 days, so they stayed in Q City to review and train. Of course, they would not review in the hotel. The home team arranged a training room for the visiting team, and all the major teams had training rooms dedicated to the visiting team. Although in the early days, the team that did whatever it took to win had deliberately made the environment of the visiting team's training room worse, or slowed down the network, various means emerged one after another to affect the training effect and mood of the visiting team. Later, under the continuous response of major teams, the league introduced a supervision system. Before the game, the league would review the away training room together with the visiting team, which eliminated this crude method. The conditions of Tyranny's visiting team training room are quite good, and the quality of the equipment is even exactly the same as that used by the home team. Although Tyranny's style is serious and irritable, they also understand the truth that friends come from afar. In the evening, Tyranny invited the entire Happy team to have dinner together as the home team, and all the members of Happy naturally accepted it. They are not worried that Tyranny will do something small, because Tyranny has Han Wenqing. The two sides talked about Glory unconsciously while eating. 10 years have passed in a flash. Wei Chen sighed. Yi Xiao and Han Wenqing did not speak at this time. At that time, they did not expect that Glory's professional league would develop to the point where it is now. From a small range to the whole country, the team is bound to the city, and this summer it will go abroad and go to the world. It's really uncomfortable to be suppressed by you monsters, Lin Jingyan said with a wry smile. Those guys from Samsara are the monsters, Yi Xiao said. Samsara? Zhang Xinjie shook his head. He had to admit that Samsara was their biggest enemy. Whether it was the strength of the players, the quality of the characters, or the configuration of the lineup, Samsara was too strong. What do you think of Samsara in Tyranny? Just say it. You are familiar with it. Yi Xiao's words were so harsh in Tyranny's ears. Why don't you tell me what you think of Samsara? Zhang Xinjie counterattacked. Very strong, Yi Xiao said. Nonsense, if it's not strong, how can it kill the winner group? Lin Jingyan was speechless. It's even stronger than last year, Yi Xiao said. When Zhang Jiala joined the team last year, although he could feel the chemistry between him and the team was very good, he could still feel some obstruction. In the finals, they were able to defeat Tyranny led by veterans. The performance of the 2 weeks played a crucial role. Zhou Yichen completely pierced Tyranny's defense with the Dragon Gall in his hand. This season, Zhang Jiala has been fully integrated into the system of the Samsara team, and the performance of the other players has been getting better and better. In many cases, they didn't need to play 2 weeks to defeat their opponents. What made the two teams feel a little powerless was that the core of the Samsara team was still very young. Even if Zhang Jiala retired with their elders, the Samsara team was still invincible. Now they were the only ones who could destroy the Samsara dynasty. In the eyes of the Samsara team, both Happy and Tyranny were just stumbling blocks on the road to 4 consecutive championships. Even if they are stumbling blocks, they should be made to fall, Han Wenqing said. Well said. Yi Xiao smiled. Kill Samsara. Bai Shu's mood was also aroused. The next day, the final game between Xingxin and Tyranny officially started. The winner of today's game will be the team that finally competes with Samsara for the annual championship. One team is Tyranny, which finally met Samsara in the finals last season. In this season, many people thought they were not good enough. Zhao Yang retired and Tyranny used 2 new players. Unexpectedly, they restrained their domineering and quietly killed to this point. The other team is a new team from the challenge tournament, Xingxin. At this time, they have already stepped outside the door of the final stage. Even if they stop here, it is already a scene that has never happened in the history of Glory. In the final round, Tyranny's home court was packed. Since the number of map selections for the arena had been exhausted, Tyranny could only change to another arena map. This time, they chose the Magma Arena. This map was last used in the quarterfinals of last season when Samsara played against Baiwa. As an exclusive playoff map, only teams that enter the playoffs can study this map. In the first round of the arena, Yi Xiao still stayed on the stage. In such a short moment, the proud cheers of the Happy fans were unusually prominent. Yi Xiao looked at Han Wenqing. This time, Han Wenqing did not choose to escape, and stood straight in front of Yi Xiao. Wow, not! Zhou Yichen shouted. Did you take drugs? You took drugs. The first round of the arena, Happy, Yi Xiao, ID, Jun Mashu, Occupation, Full-time Sanren. Tyranny, Han Wenqing, ID, Desert Smoke, Occupation, Boxer. Map, Magma Arena. As the loading interface was loaded, the final round of the ring match was accompanied by the unfolding of the holographic projection, and the game began. The opponents of 10 years finally collided fiercely at this moment that determined the life and death of their respective teams. If we want to make a conclusion of these 10 years, there is probably no more perfect moment than this. Unfortunately, no matter how perfect the scene is, it will eventually come to an end. This exciting duel put everyone in a state of chicken blood, especially Pan Lin, who had not seen such a hearty battle for a long time. As for Li Ba on the side, he was surprisingly quiet. This duel was full of memories for him. In the end, Yi Xiao's Lord Grim used the damage caused by the lava and cooperated with the circular wave sword to successfully kill Han Wenqing's Desert Guyan. I go up and harvest his life. Lin Jingyan stood up and said. Lord Grim's health was only 1% left, and the battle would probably end soon. Unfortunately, the skills have not been fully explored yet. Less than half. Han Wenqing said regretfully. Yi Xiao has used the skills of Brave Jump, Poison Needle, Earth Core Decapitation, Flash Stab, and circular waves soared in the previous game. Zhang Xinjie said loudly. Lin Jingyan, who appeared on the field with full blood, chose to directly defeat Lord Grimm, but Yi Xiu played dirty at this time, and used the skills to restore health. Fuck, it's really shameless. Tyranny fans were angry. Beast indeed beast. Although Lang Onlei took Lord Grimm away in the end, he paid 59% of his health. Most of them were from magma. The 7% that killed Jun Mashu was 1% to be exact. Tyranny paid a much higher price than they imagined. The MVP of this match was awarded to magma. The ring match continued, and in the end, Happy won. Tang Rou, who was defending the ring, played a dragon raising her head against Song Qing, who debuted in the same season. Oh, what a fierce girl. This scene ignited the atmosphere of the scene. This signature skill of Yi Xiu, who was once regarded as the #1 player in Glory, has been mastered by the new generation of battle mages one after another, especially Zhou Yichen, who has already played Fu Longxiang Tian to perfection. The magic fighting spirit bit the Changhe, and the dazzling patterns rushed forward, exploding the sky. The Changhe was also sent to the sky above the magma by Fu Longxiang Tian. Glory. The ring match ended, and Xingxin temporarily led Tyranny 5-4. In terms of the team match lineup, Tyranny's starting lineup is still Han Wenqing, Lin Jingyan, Bai Shu, Zhang Xinjie and Qin Muyun, but the sixth person is not Bai Yanfei, but the young player Song Qiang. Is Tyranny a little too arrogant? Zhang Jiala frowned slightly. In this critical game, wouldn't it be better to send veteran Bai Yanfei? And you have to know that he lost embarrassingly in the just concluded ring decisive game, and the next team match is so important. In people's opinion, it seems that sending the more experienced Bai Yanfei is safer. On the Xingxin side, the starting lineup is still Yi Xiu, Su Maicheng, Fang Rui, Tang Rou and Winnie, and the sixth person is Luo Ji, who shined in the first round. Here comes this guy again! Wu Qi exclaimed. If Xingxin really makes it to the finals, will they use this top student to play against us? Zhang Jiala asked. No, because we can beat him head-on, Zhou Yichen said confidently. Tyranny chose the 7-colored spring in the team match map, which was the map Tyranny chose when facing Samsara in the finals last year. A randomly refreshed map, but unfortunately, they were stabbed to pieces by Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen in that game. At the beginning of the game, both sides rushed to the center of the map. Xingxin, which was closer to the center, naturally took the initiative to attack. In this game, Xingxin's 6-man Luo Ji once again played an important role. His summoned army effectively restricted Tyranny's attack, while Song Qiang, who was also the 6th man, performed mediocrely. As Zhang Xinjie's Bourgeois was taken away by Jun Mashu, the situation completely turned to the side of Xingxin. Xingxin is going to the finals. Wang Jieshi sighed when he saw this scene. Awesome. As the situation became 5-4, Tyranny fans were completely silent. They never gave up and never gave up, but at this moment, they had already foreseen their defeat. In the end, it took an hour for Xingxin to win this team game. It's over. Xingxin made it to the finals, and they got the opportunity to face Samsara. The scene was quiet. Damn, Xingxin really won awesome. Although Zhou Yichen was optimistic about Xingxin before the game, it was because he was familiar with Xingxin. From a rational point of view, he actually thought that Tyranny would have a little more advantage. But now, Xingxin fought 3 games and stood in front of them. It's over. Han Wenqing looked at the familiar arena and the silent audience. Another season has ended, the 10th season of his professional career. Although Tyranny's initial goal for this season was to reach the semifinals, who would focus only on the semifinals as the rankings rise? Congratulations. Thank you. A very wonderful performance. Tyranny's vice-captain Zhang Xinjie walked up to Yi Xiu and said, You too. Yi Xiu said. Keep it up. Zhang Xinjie said and walked to the bottom of the stage. See you at the World Invitational Selection. Yi Xiu said. Zhang Xinjie waved. The referee officially announced the victory of Team Happy on the spot. They became the first team in history to enter the league from the Challenge Tournament and reach the finals in the first year. All members of Tyranny attended the press conference. After all, the 10th season of Tyranny has ended. After talking about today's game, the reporter changed the subject. So after today's defeat, what are your plans for the future? The question was very direct, but it was also the question that everyone was most concerned about. After all, Tyranny has 3 veterans. I can still continue to fight, Captain Han Wenqing said first. Me too, Zhang Xinjie replied later. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Jingyan, and Lin Jingyan smiled. In fact, before the start of the season, I had the idea of retiring. I was thinking, What have I gained from my 9-year professional career? The best result is only the runner-up, the quarterfinals all year round, and the semifinals occasionally. My professional career seems to be a failure. Lin Jingyan smiled. Here, I want to thank Wind Howl, my old club. I have dedicated most of my career to Wind Howl. I am also very grateful to Wind Howl for giving me the opportunity to enter the Glory Professional League. I would also like to thank the Tyranny team in particular. Thank you for giving me such a good opportunity in my twilight years. I would also like to thank my teammates around me. You are all the best players in the league. It is my luck to fight side by side with you. I would also like to say sorry to everyone in Tyranny. I can't work hard with you anymore. From fighting with Tang San to Leng Anlei, I want to be Lin Jingyan once. Chapter 599. Lin Jingyan's retirement was expected by everyone in Tyranny. If it weren't for everyone's dissuasion, he might have retired with Zhao Yang. Thank you, everyone, I wish you all good luck. Lin Jingyan bowed. From the moment he stood up, this top player who joined in the second season and was known as the first rogue, ended his career. Goodbye, Leng Anlei. Hello, Lin Jingyan. He has never won a championship, nor has any special personal achievements. He has never even reached the finals before joining Tyranny. He only has the status of an all-star. However, he has always been tenacious and has been fighting hard. He has been working hard for victory from beginning to end. So, after Lin Jingyan retires, will Tyranny make any adjustments? Someone finally stood up and asked a question. Naturally, someone will come to fill the vacancy. Han Wenqing said. Then can you reveal who it will be? Will it be someone in Tyranny, or will there be any action in the transfer market? A reporter asked. Batu will be in line with international standards. Han Wenqing's words have already been full of meaning. Then, if there are no other questions, can the press conference end here? Although the reporters wanted to ask Han Wenqing what he meant by this sentence, seeing that Han Wenqing had already left, everyone had no choice but to nod helplessly. Okay, no problem. Hey, you say, if I don't come to reincarnation, will I choose to retire like him? Zhang Jiala sighed. With Lin Jingyan's retirement, Zhang Jiala is the only one who will debut in the second season. Yi Xiao, Fang Rui and Luo Ji attended the press conference on the happy side. When asked what they thought of Lin Jingyan's retirement, the three of them were silent. Luo Ji was a little dazed. He didn't know how to answer this question. For him, who had just entered the league, the helplessness and grief of retirement had little impact on him. For Yi Xiao, he and Lin Jingyan were also old acquaintances. They had played from the second season to now, and they were not strangers to each other. From the first season to now, he had experienced the departure of familiar faces again and again. Maybe he would leave later. For Fang Rui, he and Lin Jingyan had not known each other as long as Yi Xiao, but they were the most familiar with each other. He debuted in the 5th season, and came to Lin Jingyan when he was just starting out. It was Lin Jingyan who watched him grow to an all-star and to the chief thief of glory. In this process, Lin Jingyan's help was immeasurable. For him, Lin Jingyan was both a teacher and a friend. If Fang Rui was asked to choose a player he respected most in the league, he would vote for Lin Jingyan without hesitation. When asked about facing Samsara in the finals, Yi Xiao confidently said, perhaps in the finals, we will try to let them face the most difficult test as a brand new team. Haha, the reporters looked around. Who would believe it? In the end, the press conference of Happy ended hastily. From what Yi Xiao said, they knew that they could not get anything good out of it. After nearly a week of fighting in Q City, Happy finally returned to their home city, H City. What greeted them was not the brilliant stars, but the torrential rain. Samsara, Happy. One team was Samsara, which had won 3 consecutive championships, and was bound to create a history of 4 consecutive championships, surpassing excellent era in all aspects to become the strongest team in the history of glory. The other team was a new team that had just entered the league. These two teams, which seemed to be so different from each other, finally met in the finals. No one dared to underestimate Happy anymore. They ranked 6th in the regular season, and defeated Baiwa, Blue Rain, Thunder, Tiny Herb and Tyranny. In the first year of the competition system reform, they achieved an unprecedented 1-on-5 victory. If they can defeat Samsara and win the championship, then they may be able to achieve an unprecedented 1-on-6 victory, the first loser group champion. At this point, many players want to see the birth of a miracle, want to see the collapse of the dynasty, want to see a new team entering the league, and win the championship with an unstoppable pace. At midnight, the voting channel for the first round of the championship and even the entire series has been opened. 8 hours later, Samsara's support rate was only 70%. You should know that in previous games, Samsara's support rate was around 80 to 90%. Samsara, 76.8%. Happy, 23.2%. We still have 23%. The people of Happy were a little surprised. Then we have to be stronger than Tyranny in Season 9. Fong Rui laughed. They remembered vividly that Tyranny's support rate before the Season 9 finals was only 3%. Huh? Why is that? Chingua asked in confusion. Some people are not here to support us, they just don't want Samsara to win. Yishio told the truth. Last year, Samsara's support rate was very exaggerated. In addition to their real strength, many outsiders wanted to see the establishment of a new three-peat dynasty. But now, they want to see the collapse of the dynasty. 3 days later, in H-City Shaoshan Stadium, the city washed by heavy rain seemed so quiet. Now, let's enjoy the wonderful performance of Samsara in the playoffs. In the training room on the second floor of Happy, Yishio had put down the projection screen and played the Samsara data that he had sorted out at some point. There is no doubt that Samsara is strong. They won all the regular season games and created a myth of being undefeated in the regular season for 2 consecutive seasons. In the first round of the regular season, they were swept by Samsara. In the second half of the season, the two teams changed their home courts and played again, and Happy would not have scored any 3 points. However, the regular season record did not have much effect. Blue Rain and Tyranny both defeated Happy in the regular season, but they were still defeated by Happy in the playoffs. Tiny Herb also defeated Samsara twice in the 7th season, but they entered the finals and opened champagne at halftime, and then died miserably. Oh my god, is Joe-Ichin cheating? Fong Rui complained as he watched the images playing on the projection screen. He was born for the big stage, Yishio said. Joe-Ichin's performance in the playoffs was even more exaggerated than in the regular season. All data ranked among the best, and he was both offensive and defensive. Now there is one point we are not sure about, that is, whether Joe-Ichin's gun In Xingshan will appear, Yishio said. They had seen Joe-Ichin's gun In Xingshan in the arena match in the second half of the season, and they knew his strength better than anyone else. I don't think so. Wei-Chen shook his head. In his opinion, Gun In Xingshan's pressure was far less than Yu Xingshan's. The team match of Samsara was the most clearly layered I had ever seen. Zhou Zakai's Yi Chong Chuan Yun and Zhang Jiala's by Hua Liaoluan were on the two wings. Joe-Ichin's Yu Xingshan was on his own. Jiang Buitao's Wu Lang and Fang Minghua's Xiao Guzi Rua huddled together for warmth and provided support at any time. Yishio said. Samsara? Does it have any weaknesses? Tang Rou's words silenced everyone. Samsara? Does it have any weaknesses? We have seen a lot of Happy's games. In team matches, they often play 4-on-1, letting the flexible Jun Mo Xiao go to the side to put pressure on the opponent. To put it bluntly, Jun Mo Xiao is an enhanced version of Yi Yu Shengfan. On the Samsara side, Jiang Buitao was also analyzing Happy's video. Everyone knows the weakness of Happy, that is, they have a priest who has pushed intelligence to the extreme. Although Happy's lineup often changes, Yishio, Fang Rui, Su Mucheng and Nwini are fixed. So Samsara can do something about this. 2 straight sets, don't give them any chance. Joe-Ichin said with a firm look in his eyes. 1 day, 2 days. The day of the finals is finally here. The flag of Samsara's 4 consecutive championships has appeared on the street, and the surrounding area has begun to strengthen security to prevent conflicts between the fans of the two teams. However, whether it is Samsara or Happy, the fan groups of the two teams are still relatively rational. The weather in H-City after the rain is fresh and refined. It is less than an hour before the first round of the finals, and the audience has already been allowed to enter. There are too many Glory players who hope to watch the finals in person, but it is a pity that tickets are hard to get. It's the finals again! In the away locker room, when Xiao Shiqing pushed the door open, he found a figure inside. It was Chu Yunxiu, who was sitting next to Joe-Ichin and taking care of his hair and clothes. TSK, someone is really waiting impatiently. Li Xian, who had eaten a mouthful of dog food, complained. You bunch of single dogs don't know shit, Chu Yunxiu said. Damn, why are you still laughing at me? Zhang Jiala said he was hurt. What's wrong with that? Before the opening ceremony, professional players kept entering the home and away lockers. Hey, you must avenge me, kill Yishio. Huang Xiaoyan elbowed Joe-Ichin, indignant. I feel like I've heard that before. Yu Wenzhou smiled maliciously. A few minutes ago, old Yi, you must avenge me, kill Joe-Ichin. Heh, you must be cursing me behind my back. Yishio saw through Huang Xiaoyan's trick at a glance. How is that possible? We're giving it to each other. Heh. Heh heh heh, go to the side, your hair isn't done yet. Chu Yunxiu pushed Wang Xiaoyan aside and continued to do Zhou Yichen's hair. Brothers, I can't stay any longer, I'm full. Li Xian said and left the visiting team's lounge, followed by Xiao Shiqin and others, who were also full. Samsara had gotten used to it. Fang Minghua even watched with relish, taking a few photos from time to time. This is the difference between being single and having a wife. It's almost time. A staff member had come to remind them. Go ahead with all your might. Zhou Yichen shouted. Yeah. Zhou Yichen said this with a smile. At 8 p.m., the lights in the venue dimmed, and the electronic screen above the stage began to play the promotion road of the two teams. One team was Samsara, who made it to the finals after breaking through the winners group, and the other team was Happy, a rookie who broke through the losers group and fought out of the abyss. Welcome to the finals of the Glory Professional League Season 10. As the lights bloomed, the host appeared in the center of the stage. Wow! First of all, let us welcome the away team, the Glory Professional League Season 7, Season 8, Season 9, and 3 consecutive seasons of the championship. Samsara team. Samsara, invincible. Samsara, invincible. Samsara, invincible. Let's welcome the home team, the champion of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League Challenge, the first-year rookie Dark Horse, who completed a double jump. Happy team. Happy's fire can set the prairie on fire. Happy's fire can set the prairie on fire. Happy's fire can set the prairie on fire. Both sides lined up in the center of the stage, with their character projections behind them. Looking at the young faces of Samsara, just as Yishio was sighing at the passing of time, he glanced at Zhang Jiala. How did an old man get in among a group of young people? Zhang Jiala, you. I hope we can present a wonderful finals. The first to speak was Samsara's vice-captain Jiang Buitao, still so gentle. Me too, but we won't give up the victory. Yishio said. Heh, I finally waited for you. I want to avenge the one shot that year. Zhang Jiala said indignantly. As long as Samsara stands here, victory will only belong to Samsara. Fang Minghua said. Samsara will crush all enemies in front of it, and you are no exception. Zhou Yichen's words put pressure on several young people from Happy. Come on! Yishio looked at Zhou Yichen. Come on! Yishio stayed on the stage as usual, 37. 37. 37. Happy's fans cheered. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Happy's eyes turned to Samsara, and they found that there was a person who did not return to the contestant seat, but stayed on the stage. Zhou Yichen. Hiss. Seeing that it was Zhou Yichen, Happy's fans felt a little nervous. Zhou Yichen, a man who has never lost a single match in the main competition since his debut. The only defeat can be traced back to the All-Star Rookie Challenge in the 7th season, when he lost to Yishio, who was still in excellent era. Now, the two met again after 3 years. But this time it was not the All-Star, but the finals. Oh, is the first game of the finals so exciting? The commentator Cup said excitedly. Yes, this is too exciting, Panlin said. This time, the finals used a combination of 3 commentators and a guest for the first time. And the guest was Li Yibo. Both sides have a 100% winning rate this season, which means that in this game, one person's unbeaten record will be ruthlessly broken, Li Ju said. Although the electronic screen above the stage has not yet announced the starting lineups of the two teams in the ring match, the two of them are standing on the stage, which is basically a clear indication. This game is good? Wang Jieshi, who is sitting in the VIP seat, said. Wang Jieshi, who do you think is good? Wang Xiaoyan asked. Both sides are similar. Let's look at Yishio. Sanren is such a hassle, Wang Jieshi said. I look at my Aiken. Chu Yunxiu interrupted. Hey, I look at my Aiken. Wang Xiaoyan twisted his body to imitate Chu Yunxiu's tone. Captain Yu, I suggest that Blue Rain purchase more okra. Wang Xiaoyan needs more supplements. You're so cruel. Chapter 600. Which side does the Han team favor more? Xiao Shiqin asked. Yishio. Han Wenqing said with his arms crossed. In terms of profession, Sanren has an advantage over Battle Mage, but Sanren does not have high-level ultimate skills. If Zhou Yichen can find an opportunity, he can kill with one blow. In terms of finding opportunities, Zhou Yichen is an expert. Zhang Xinjie analyzed. Yeah. Yu Wenzhou nodded. He agreed with Zhang Xinjie's opinion. At this time, the starting lineup was finally announced on the electronic big screen, as well as the ring match map selected by Xingxin. Reincarnation, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, God of War, Profession, Battle Mage. Xingxin Yixiu, ID, Jun Ma Xiao, Profession, Full-time Sanren. Map, Magma Arena. Xingxin actually chose this map? Xiao Shiqin looked at Zhang Xinjie in surprise. This was the ring match map chosen by Tyranny in the final game between Xingxin and Tyranny. Yixiu wants to use the flexibility of the scattered players and the damage of the magma to achieve high burst. Yuanzhou said. In the ring match, most professional players will choose to favor Samsara. Because Samsara's lineup is so strong, even in their opinion, Samsara only needs to send out the Trident to deal with many of their teams. When was the last time we played against each other? The 7th season All-Star Rookie Challenge. Yixiu remembered it very clearly. Why not count it as a training match? Zhou Yichen smiled. I don't even dare to remember your terrifying gun in Xingxin. Yixiu smiled, and Xingxin rarely played training matches with Samsara afterwards. Because Zhou Yichen played training matches purely as an actor, and he especially liked to play gun in Xingxin. Yu Xingxin played training matches only a few times. So much so that later on, no team was willing to play against Samsara. This time, I won't let you win. Even if I let you win, you still can't beat me. After shaking hands, the two sides turned and walked towards the competition seats at both ends. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingxin, God of War loaded. Jun Ma Xiao loaded. Map, Magma Arena loaded. This match was highly anticipated. Zhou Yichen, who had not yet become a god in the finals of the 8th season, used Yu Xingxin in his hand to beat all the titles at that time, including the god of fighting Ye Zhiqiu, the king of fighters Damo Guyan, the magician Wang Jieshi, and the sword saint Yu Shunfan. Of the 5 major titles at that time, Zhou Yichen almost defeated all of them except his own Gun King. But everyone knew that he had not defeated one person at that time, and that was the retired Yixiu. Now, he is back, leading a new team to defeat Excellent Era in the Challenge Tournament and return to the professional league stage. Unfortunately, although Samsara won the 2 regular season matches, Yixiu and Zhou Yichen did not meet in the singles match. Both sides had a 100% winning rate in the first singles match, whether it was Yixiu's Lord Grimm or Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingxin. They had no defeats in the main competition. At the end of the regular season, everyone thought that the two teams would not meet again. But the new team led by Yixiu, Happy, miraculously defeated by Hua, Blue Rain, Thunder, Tyranny in the second round of the loser group, and advanced to the finals with a strong 1-on-4. The old era's All God, and the new era's Killing God finally met. I've been looking forward to this game for a long time, said Bebe. Although the game has not started yet, his heart is already very excited. Yes, this game is not only the opening game of the finals, but also a collision between the times, Li Ba said with emotion. Although Li Ba came from Tyranny, he had to admit that Yixiu was the first person recognized by people in the early days of the Glory Professional League. Even now, this person is still at the top of the individual honor list in the history of Glory, with 3 championships and 1 runner-up, 3 regular season MVPs, 3 finals FMVPs, and 3 most valuable players. And Zhou Yichen's honors are not bad either, also 3 Glory championships, 1 regular season MVP, 2 finals FMVPs, and 2 most valuable players. The other person besides Shuangzhou, Zhou Zikai, also has very luxurious honors, 3 championships, 1 regular season MVP, 1 finals FMVP, and 1 most valuable player. This finals can be said to be full of gold content. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ends, and the game officially begins. Yixiu's Jun Ma Xiu was in the south, Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingxin was in the north, and both sides were right in front of each other, except that they were surrounded by boiling magma. The two moved very quickly, and Jun Ma Xiu changed the 1,000 machine umbrella to a gun form. Bang! Yixiu fired a gun first to greet him, and Zhou Yichen received Yixiu's signal to fight, and then controlled Yu Xingxin to rush in the direction of Jun Ma Xiu. Jun Ma Xiu pointed his gun at Yu Xingxin, beep beep, Gatling gun. The bullets flew towards Yu Xingxin, and Zhou Yichen's hand speed was very fast. Yu Xingxin waved the dragon gall in his hand to keep shooting away the flying bullets, but he still suffered a little damage. After a lot of effort, Yu Xingxin was about to get close, but Jun Ma Xiu jumped and stepped in the air and landed directly on the other side. There was a lava between the two characters at this time. Zhou Yichen frowned. He now knew why Yixiu chose this map. Air jump. Yuanzhou, who was watching the game in the spectator seat, said, "This map is really comfortable for a single player." He played it to the fullest. Wang Jieshi said on the side. Jun Ma Xiu landed and switched to gun form again, Beep beep at Yu Xingchen. At this moment, people found that Yu Xingchen was in a disadvantageous position. If he wanted to attack Yi Xiao's Jun Ma Xiao, there was only one route he could choose. Other choices would be like going in the opposite direction and circling the earth to reach the destination. This was Yi Xiao's purpose in attracting Zhou Yichen's attack. He had already thought of this route. Gatling gun, air jump. Zhou Yichen muttered the skills that Jun Ma Xiu had used. Jun Ma Xiu can jump over this distance, but Yu Xingchen can't. Old Yi is really mean. Huang Xiaoyan complained. Yu Xingchen turned around and rushed towards Jun Ma Xiu. Jun Ma Xiu fired 3 shells at Yu Xingchen with a gun in a triangular shape. Anti-tank gun. Yi Xiao's intention was already very obvious. He wanted to repel Yu Xingchen while making him temporarily stiff, and then with subsequent strafing, reduce Yu Xingchen's health. Go! Kill him! The Samsara fans in the audience shouted. Long-range attacks mixed with guns and magic systems continued to gush out from the muzzle of the 1,000 machine umbrella, and Zhou Yichen once again showed everyone what top-level body skills are. After squatting down, he stopped suddenly, then jumped up and perfectly avoided the anti-tank gun fired by Jun Ma Xiu, stirred the Dragon Gull, and stabbed Jun Ma Xiu with a war spear accompanied by the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit. Continuous thrust. Seeing this, Yi Xiao immediately controlled Jun Ma Xiu to retreat, and retreated and fought. Using the map, Yi Xiao kite Zhou Yichen. So disgusting. Chu Yunxiu felt disgusted when she saw it. There were too many small skills of Sanren. Indeed, but Yu Xingchen's health has not dropped much. Zhou Yebai was a little puzzled. If you can do Zhou Yichen's positioning, you can also maintain so much health. Lu Shibya said. 1 step, 2 steps. The distance between the two characters is getting closer and closer, and the perspectives of both sides are now locked on each other. Whoosh! Jun Ma Xiu suddenly took a step back, and his left hand reached into the umbrella handle, wiping out a flash of light. Arc Flash. Jun Ma Xiu used this assassin attack skill with movement, and the super fast displacement made the distance between the two characters widen again. Wow, so disgusting. The Samsara fans watching the game in the audience were disgusted by Jun Ma Xiu, a single player. Arc Flash. Zhou Yichen just kept recording the skills Jun Ma Xiu had used. Single players still have an advantage in singles. Panlin said. Yes, but Yi Xiao is also very cautious. Once he is caught up by Yi Xingchen, it will be very difficult to pull away. Li Ju continued. At this time, the magma on the right side of the two characters gradually came to an end. Jun Ma Xiu had to walk close to the edge. Yi Xingchen jumped up and stabbed Jun Ma Xiu with a gun. At this time, Jun Ma Xiu, who seemed to be heading right, took a step forward and rushed to the left. No, it's a fake move. Cup shouted. Were you fooled? Asked a group of professional players. No. Zhang Xinjia's eyes lit up. It's a surprise attack. Yu Wenzhou continued his words. Sure enough, Yu Xingchen, who was originally blocking the way, turned back in advance and shot at Jun Ma Xiu, who was running on the left. The magic fighting spirit attached to the tip of the spear exploded completely, and Jun Ma Xiu's body flew backwards instantly. Flying dragon in the sky. Opportunity. Pan Lin and Cup said in unison. It seems that even a strong person like Yi Shen has shortcomings. Li Hua said. Rather than saying that Yi Xiao has shortcomings, it's better to say that Zhou Yichen's control of opportunities is too accurate. Xiao Shiqin said. Yeah. Chu Yunxiu nodded heavily when she heard Xiao Shiqin's words. She liked to hear this. Jun Ma Xiu is going to fall into the magma. At this time, Huang Xiaoyan said with some gloating. What are you thinking about? Wang Jieshi glanced at Huang Xiaoyan. The 1,000-chance umbrella can change its form. Sure enough, just as Jun Ma Xiu was about to fall into the magma, the 1,000-chance umbrella opened in midair, the umbrella surface was folded up, and the ribs were stretched out. Mechanical rotors. Jun Ma Xiu flew directly over the magma and fell back the way he came. Damn! Everyone in the reincarnation felt very sorry that they didn't see the scene of Jun Ma Xiu taking a bath in the magma. It's really disgusting. Zhang Jiala said with gritted teeth. Yeah. Zhou Zikai nodded. Zhou Yichen reacted quickly. The moment he saw Jun Ma Xiu's mechanical rotors rise, he rushed towards the place where Jun Ma Xiu landed. But now the embarrassing thing appeared, that is, Zhou Yichen couldn't immediately let Yi Xingchen turn around and run, because Jun Ma Xiu could come and go freely in midair with the help of mechanical rotors. If Yi Xingchen landed first, then Jun Ma Xiu only needed to turn in midair and fly back, land, and then use skills. In addition to the selected position, he could leave himself a larger gap than before. At that time, if Yi Xingchen wanted to get close to Jun Ma Xiu again, he would have to pay a greater price. There were too many things hidden in the movement, and the audience could not understand it at all. They only saw Yu Xingchen stopped halfway, and didn't know if it was stuck, but all the masters felt what kind of dilemma Zhou Yichen was in at this time. It's possible to restrict Zhou Yichen to this extent. There are not many people in the alliance who can do it. Li Xian, the captain of the Void team, said. Speaking of movement and selection, Zhou Yichen is definitely an expert in this area, but today, he was stopped by Yi Xiu. In the end, it's still the advantage of Sanren. Chu Yunxiu said with his arms crossed. Mechanical rotor. Zhou Yichen recorded the 24 professional skills that Jun Mashu had used. What will you choose? Yi Xiu was still curious about what Zhou Yichen would choose. At this moment, Yu Xingchen left the ground with both feet and jumped towards Jun Mashu. Oh my god! Zhou Yichen. Is he red? Or is he crazy? Everyone was shocked. Yu Xingchen actually chose to block Jun Mashu from the air. However, even if it was a spear at this distance, as long as Jun Mashu retreated, he could completely escape from his attack range. However, Yu Xingchen's spear did not pierce Jun Mashu in the air, but pointed towards the magma. Huh? Why is there a bulge there? As one of the most opportunists in the alliance, Huang Xiaoyan quickly captured the fatal point. Before everyone could react, Yu Xingchen's spear stabbed on the protruding stone, and the surrounding magma splashed like water. Then, relying on this foothold as leverage, Yu Xingchen jumped up again, and then chopped towards Jun Mashu heavily. Technique standing the stick, split Huashan with force. Yi Xiu reacted quickly. He had a premonition when Yu Xingchen rushed over. After all, Zhou Yichen was not a fool. He would not do such a stupid thing as jumping into the magma to take a bath. When he saw the protruding stone, Yi Xiu completely understood Zhou Yichen's intention, so he immediately controlled Jun Mashu to retreat. Jun Mashu's retreat and Yu Xingchen's chopping of the stick were almost made at the same time. It was this point that made Jun Mashu unable to leave Yu Xingchen's attack range. Knowing that this stick could not be avoided, Yi Xiu immediately changed his mind. Boom! The scene of Jun Mashu falling into the lava that the audience expected did not appear, because he grabbed the opponent before falling, and then attacked Yu Xingchen with a knee strike in the air. Both of them fell straight down, and the ground below was not a flat surface, but boiling lava. Jun Mashu changed his umbrella form again, and then the red cloak covered Yu Xingchen. The strong recoil sent Jun Mashu directly out, and hit the wall at the edge. Shadow Cloak. At this time, Zhou Yichen's first-person perspective also appeared above the electron. He was blinded, and his eyes were dark. Just when everyone thought that Yu Xingchen was about to fall into the lava, Zhou Yichen's personal strength was once again fully demonstrated. What? Oh my god! Chapter 601. One flew backwards diagonally and hit the wall at the edge, and the other fell straight down, as if he was about to fall into the magma in the next second. In this critical situation, Zhou Yichen moved. He first stabilized his body in the air, and then found the right direction in the dark vision. When he was about to fall, Yu Xingchen stabbed the spear in his hand into the wall at the edge. Although it was still falling, the speed was obviously reduced. When Yu Xingchen's vision returned to normal, there was magma emitting a strong breath under his feet. Huh? Zhou Yichen breathed a sigh of relief, and then controlled Yu Xingchen to kick the wall at the edge, and use the force to return to the ground. Damn, this is definitely open. The fans of Xingxin who were originally very excited seemed to have a basin of cold water poured over their heads at this moment. How did you do this? Qin Guo looked at Fang Rui on the side, and found that his eyes were already wide open. Sixth sense, or intuition. Yu Wenzhou explained, because Yi Xiu actually had a little calculation. Before releasing the shadow cloak, he deliberately turned the perspective to give Yu Xingchen a false impression. Logically speaking, Yu Xingchen should be completely unaware of his position in the blinded state. Amazing! Yi Xiu, who saw the scene, typed in the public channel. It's just SOSO, just basic operations. Zhou Yichen responded. Fuck. Seeing Zhou Yichen's reply, the commentators couldn't hold back. Suggest Zhou Yichen to go to the paper factory, because he is too good at pretending. Jun Mashu turned around, and the 1,000-machine umbrella switched to the gun form again, and Yu Xingchen rushed over before the bullet was fired. Clang, 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 clang. Jun Mashu, who was approached, had to switch to spear form and fight with him. Strange, why didn't Jun Mashu switch form to pull away? A professional player asked. He didn't dare. Yu Wenzhou said. Yu Xingchen's shots were deadly, and Jun Mashu couldn't even counterattack, let alone switch form to defend and counterattack. Although Yi Xiu was comprehensive, there were too many skills that could not be used under such conditions when he couldn't switch form. At this time, countless players immediately began to put themselves in his shoes and think about how they could restrict Yishio. As a result, most of the players immediately fell into tragedy, because their so-called expertise may not be as good as Yishio's. The two of them are already close to the edge, and there is boiling magma behind Jun Mashu. This is courting death, Panlin said excitedly. No, Yishio did it on purpose, the cup said. Jun Mashu's movement was obviously intended to lead Yuxingshan in this direction, but Zhou Yichen seemed not to notice this, and didn't care at all. How long Pajuan? Yuxingshan suddenly accelerated and stabbed Jun Mashu in front of him. Yishio seized the opportunity to open the 1000-chance umbrella and turned it into a shield to block Yuxingshan's Halong Pajuan, then turned the weapon to get close to Yuxingshan. Damn. Zhou Yichen spat inwardly, because his view was completely blocked by the open 1000-chance umbrella. The next move is a shield strike. Zhou Yichen took a step back while thinking about controlling Yuxingshan. Jun Mashu swung upwards, and then the 1000-chance umbrella changed from umbrella form to spear form again. It's a shield strike indeed. Several great players in the audience basically guessed Jun Mashu's moves. There are still more than half that haven't been used. Zhou Yichen couldn't help but feel a little headache. There are too many small skills. Yuxingshan stepped forward quickly, swinging his spear with both hands and swinging it towards Jun Mashu. Whoosh! Jun Mashu jumped up and flipped his hands in the air, and a grenade appeared behind Yuxingshan. Boom! Yuxingshan was affected and retreated to the edge of the platform. If he was not careful, he might fall into the magma. Jun Mashu naturally would not give up this opportunity, so he sprinted quickly, swung his left hand, and slammed Yuxingshan with a palm. Falling flower palm. Unfortunately, although Yishio calculated Zhou Yichen, he still underestimated Zhou Yichen's reaction speed. Yuxingshan thrust his spear horizontally, and when the falling flower palm came, Yuxingshan turned sideways, dodged the falling flower palm, and stabbed Jun Mashu with a spear, which stabbed his kidney. Hiss! Everyone gasped, and some people even covered their kidneys unconsciously. The position was reversed. Jun Mashu lost weight, and with a thud, his lower body fell into the magma. Flames immediately burst out of Jun Mashu's body, and the magma did not hesitate to give Jun Mashu fire damage. Little fox. Yishio, who was bathing in the magma, had time to complain about Zhou Yichen in the public channel. Jun Mashu had already fallen into the magma for most of his body, and the fire damage made his life continue to decline. Fortunately, as a full-time casual player, he still had a lot of skills to escape. Seal. With a quick gesture of his hands, a ninjutsu seal was completed in an instant. Puff. With a slight sound, Jun Mashu in the magma turned into a ball of steam, and the Shadow Clone's meager life was instantly evaporated by the heat of the magma. Shadow Clone technique. Where did the real body go? You should go down and soak for a while. Yishio suddenly typed in the public channel. Behind me. Li Ju shouted. Zhou Yichen reacted very quickly, turning 180 degrees and sweeping towards Jun Mashu. Technique Cloud Spear. Yuxingshan was fast, but Jun Mashu was even faster. The sword flashed, and Yuxingshan was blown away. Draw the sword and cut. Not good. Jiang Guotao sat up straight. Once Yuxingshan fell into the magma, it would be very difficult to get out. Because the battle mage was not very flexible, not to mention there was a full-time independent player with many moves on the shore. After Yuxingshan adjusted his body shape in the air, he aimed at another stone protruding from the magma and turned around to jump to the shore. Unfortunately, what was waiting for him was the opponent's gun. After Lord Grimm finished charging, he fired an energy ball at Yuxingshan who had landed. The energy ball hit Yuxingshan, causing an explosion and shock waves, and the whole person flew backwards again. Cannon! Crafting skill. Not a skill below level 20, which means this is a crafting skill in the form of the 1000 machine umbrella gun weapon. In addition to job transfer skills and awakening skills, any mid to high level skill can be crafted as long as there is a skill scroll. Major teams often use this to adjust the crafting skills on the character's weapon to surprise the opponent in the game. But no character has ever had a weapon like the 1000 machine umbrella, with 12 forms, 12 crafting skills, and 6 major professional systems. This range is too large, and a big surprise pops up from time to time, which no one can expect. Yuxingshan still fell into the magma. After being hurt by the magma, Zhou Yichen acted decisively, swam to the shore in the magma, and then jumped up. This is swimming in the magma. Li Bo laughed. Yuxingshan's health value has dropped a lot. The damage of this magma is not low. Yu Wanzhou said. Yeah. Han Wenqing nodded. He knew the damage of magma best. After Yuxingshan landed, He ran towards Jun Mashu again. Jun Mashu threw the 1,000-machine umbrella at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen shot it off. At this time, the umbrella handle was pulled open, but the umbrella ribs were squeezed together with the umbrella surface. War sickle, Jun Mashu pulled back the 1,000-machine umbrella with one hand, and the shape changed again, and it was quickly split into two pieces. Fortunately, Yu Xingchen dodged in time, and was not scratched by the rotating umbrella ribs. Soul control, the skill of the exorcist to directly send the weapon out to attack the target. The exorcist can pull the side back. If the enemy touches the side during the process, it will also be damaged and forced to move. At this time, the positions of the two sides are very close, and Yu Xingchen shoots at Jun Mashu. Dragon Fang, Jun Mashu did not dodge, his body shook, and airflow surged. Steel bones, this shot pierced Jun Mashu's arm, and he saw that he split the 1,000-machine umbrella into two pieces of oriental sticks. A flash of cold light, a fine needle flew towards Yu Xingchen. Poison needle, another weapon forging skill, the distance is so close at this time, even Zhou Yichen, a master of reaction, has no time to dodge. The poison needle pierced, although the damage was not high, but it triggered the bleeding effect. But fortunately, Jun Mashu's poison needle is only level 1, wind and clouds, fighting the mountains and rivers. A special foggy environment rose, and Jun Mashu's vision was severely blocked. If it was other characters, it might be a bit troublesome, but he was a casual player. Jun Mashu jumped up, and the 1,000-chance umbrella did not change any form, and directly smashed towards the center of the foggy environment. Damn it! Huang Xiaotian, who was watching the game, shouted. The 1,000-chance umbrella, that did not change its form, was a weapon of the priest system. What skill did Jun Mashu suddenly jump up? Not only Huang Xiaotian, but many people in the stands had already judged it. Heroic jump, a skill of the priest system. Jun Mashu jumped up and smashed the ground to cause a shock wave. Huh? Not in the center? Yishio was a little surprised. As Jun Mashu chopped down, Yu Xingchen also killed from the other side. After the foggy environment rose, Zhou Yichen controlled the character to retreat. He knew very well that Yishio must have a way to deal with it. So he retreated very boldly, which caused Jun Mashu to chop in vain. As the mist and floating clouds disappeared, murderous intent followed. Wow! The whole audience burst into fierce applause. Top-level competition, top-level audience, top-level enjoyment. The first match of the finals pushed the atmosphere of the whole audience to the climax. The dragon went out to sea, Yu Xingchen waved his spear, and the magic fighting spirit like water splashed towards Jun Mashu. Before the spear hit, with a splash, a figure suddenly flew up behind Yu Xingchen. Ninjutsu, Earth Core beheading technique, Jun Mashu's blade pointed directly at the vital point of the neck, and Yu Xingchen turned his body sharply and blocked it with his spear. The distance was too close, and the battle mage fell into a disadvantage, because the spear could not be used at all. Jun Mashu also used boxing skills, and Yu Xingchen had to keep retreating, looking for the opponent's weakness. Opportunity! Yu Xingchen turned half a circle and swept forward to Jun Mashu. Tyrant, however, the spear swung past and hit only a residual image. Where was the real body? Jun Mashu's real body was already behind Yu Xingchen, and then the blade removed from the 1,000-machine umbrella stabbed into Yu Xingchen's waist. Flashing stab. An assassination at a distance of one body is often very deadly in a duel between masters. Yu Xingchen turned around and slapped Jun Mashu's chest with a palm without waiting for Jun Mashu to retreat. Falling flower palm. The powerful magic fighting spirit knocked Jun Mashu away, and as the cherry blossoms fell into the magma and disappeared, this game also came to an end. Are you going to use Fu Long Xiang Tian? Qiu Fei asked. This is Zhou Yichen's usual move. After knocking the enemy away, he uses Fu Long Xiang Tian as the finishing move. No, I won't use Fu Long Xiang Tian. Chu Yunqiu shook her head and said. Why? The people from Yanyu were puzzled. Who in the league uses Fu Long Xiang Tian the best? Zhou Yichen is second, and no one dares to claim to be first. His Fu Long Xiang Tian has now even become a sign to test whether a player has the potential to become a great player. Because in the main competition, there are very few people who can avoid Yu Xingchen's Fu Long Xiang Tian. In addition, Zhou Yichen has developed a lot of moves, resulting in the use of Fu Long Xiang Tian. Yi Qiu, the founder of Long Taiyang, has to rank behind Zhou Yichen. Why doesn't Zhou Yichen choose to use it now that the time is right? Because the opponent is a casual player with a lot of small skills, and the user is still Yi Qiu who knows the tactics very well. Xiao Shurqin on the side said. It can be said that the two people on the field know the battle mage best in the entire league. One is Yi Xiu, the first-generation god who made the fighting god famous, and the other is Zhou Yichen, the god of war of the new era, who is like a god descending to earth and can kill 5 people with one hammer. Unfortunately, Yi Xiu no longer uses one autumn leaf, and one autumn leaf has become someone else. The health of both sides is already very low. At this time, even Zhou Yichen, a poker maniac, dare not bet whether this Fu Longxiang Tian can hit. If it doesn't hit, then Jun Mo Xiao has enough time to kill Yu Xingchen by taking advantage of the stiffness after Fu Longxiang Tian. After blasting Jun Mo Xiao away, Yu Xingchen shot at the opponent again. Oh, you didn't use Fu Longxiang Tian, are you scared? Yi Xiu was still in the mood to mess with Zhou Yichen's mentality in the public channel. That's because I'm afraid that the senior will be beaten to a pulp and then be beaten to death on the beach by the junior. Then I will be guilty. Zhou Yichen's mouth is too sweet. Uh-huh. Yi Xiu laughed. He kept thinking that if Zhou Yichen debuted an excellent era, everything might be different. The dazzling pattern behind Yu Xingchen suddenly appeared. At this moment, Zhou Yichen still chose to believe in himself. He did not use the ice attribute dazzling pattern, but the fire attribute dazzling pattern. Fire attribute dazzling pattern. Silly Chen is going to fight for his life. Wang Xiaoyan shouted. Whether it is Yu Xingchen or Jun Ma Xiao, their health is only a dozen% at this time. At this time, we must seize the initiative to attack, Yu Wanzhou said. Yu Xingchen waved his hand, and the dazzling pattern behind him flew towards Jun Ma Xiu. Jun Ma Xiu kept knocking down the flying dazzling pattern with his spear. The next second, Yu Xingchen came and stabbed Jun Ma Xiu with a gun. Chapter 602. Yu Xingchen's spear moves in and out like a dragon, charging the spear. When the magic fighting spirit gradually condenses on the tip of the spear, Yu Xingchen swings out the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit to attack Jun Ma Xiu. Jun Ma Xiu opens the 1,000 machine umbrella and turns it into a shield to block Yu Xingchen's attack. Then, with a flash of sword light, Jun Ma Xiu swings out a circular wave to attack Yu Xingchen. Circular wave sword. Fuck, a few skills are needed. Wang Xiaoyan scratched his hair. The health of both sides is still decreasing. Yu Xingchen's health is the first to enter the red blood, but the next second Jun Ma Xiu's health is also reduced a lot. 100 Dragon Meteor Fight. The hand speed of both of them has soared. Pan Lin was very excited. He clearly felt his heart beating. The fans watching from the audience, whether they were samsara or happy, their hearts were in their throats. Everyone knows that this game has come to an end. Who will win? Whose 100% winning rate will be broken? Old Yi is so old, but his hand speed has not declined at all. Wang Xiaoyan complained. Well, both sides' health has dropped, and now? Xiao Shiqing's voice could not help but get louder, and Sun Xiang's eyes were fixed on the holographic projection, his fingers clasped tightly. Everyone held their breath, and the whole audience focused on this. Everyone understood that the significance of this game was far more than a point, because the players on both sides had a 100% winning rate so far. The winning side will be very powerful, and the losing side will be hit hard. Come on, Zhou Yichen. You are the strongest. The Samsara fans in the away area shouted. Captain, come on. Xingxin's fans were also cheering for their captain. The war spear in Yu Xingchen's hand collided with Jun Ma Xiao's 1,000 chance umbrella. At this moment, Yi Xiu did not use other professional skills. Focusing on this moment was what he should do. Yu Xingchen stabbed Jun Ma Xiu's shoulder with a feint, then raised his head and stepped back half a step, and then turned and chopped at the opponent. After Jun Ma Xiu blocked with his umbrella, he split the 1,000 chance umbrella in two, picked up half of the 1,000 chance umbrella, and stabbed Yu Xingchen. Before he stabbed, Jun Ma Xiu stopped suddenly, and swung the other 1,000 chance umbrella to hit the opponent. It's the two-sword flow, someone shouted. Yi Xiu used the two-sword flow. The cup on the commentary seat also shouted out. The two-sword flow, also known as the two-stage flow of double swords, is the nemesis of parrying operations, but it is also very advantageous to use it for attack parrying. In many cases, using the unique two-stage parry, you can parry skills that are judged to be much stronger than your own attack. But now, Jun Ma Xiu's two-sword style is not only to parry Yu Xingchen's attack, but also to play a defensive counterattack. The lives of both sides are decreasing, and the blood volume is gradually approaching. Tie. The bloodlines of both sides are tied. Now! Zhou Yichen and Yi Xiu's eyes flashed, and the time to decide the winner has come. However, Yu Xingchen did not choose to take action in advance. Instead, Jun Ma Xiu combined the 1,000 machine umbrella into one and stabbed Yu Xingchen. Boom! Glory! What happened? What happened? Everyone stood up. What happened just now? Hey, why do I see a hint of green? Wang Xiaoyan asked in confusion. I saw it too. Yu Wenzhou pinched his chin and thought. Who won? Li Xian looked around. At this time, the name of the winner also popped up on the stage. Yu Xingchen. Nice. All the away fans of Samsara stood up and cheered. No way. Happy Fan Changyuan covered his face with his hands. Unbelievable. He actually lost. Everyone on the happy side was stunned. They knew too well that Sanren dominated the singles match, but now Sanren, who was personally handled by Yi Xiu, actually lost. His winning streak was broken. Huh? When Zhou Yichen saw the word glory pop up, he was not as happy as usual, but kept panting. Yi Xiu on the other side was stunned for a second, and then laughed. Good boy, you actually have such a trick up your sleeve. The disciple is better than the master. Just when everyone was wondering what happened in the last moment, the last scene was replayed on the holographic projection. The 1000-chance umbrella suddenly broke into two pieces, one of which hit Yu Xingchen's shoulder. Before the other piece hit Yu Xingchen, Jun Mashu stopped in front of him. His arms were tied by vines. Summoner's low-level skill. Vine thorns. The vines that emerged from the ground successfully stopped Jun Mashu's swing, and Yu Xingchen immediately stabbed him in the chest, ending his sinful life. Hiss. Everyone who saw the scene felt their scalps tingling. The final game between the two sides was too exciting. Yi Xiu finally chose to use the two-sword flow to attack Yu Xingchen in 2 stages to prevent the first move from being blocked. Zhou Yichen was unusually courageous. He bet that Jun Maxiao's first attack would not kill him directly, and when he swung the second attack, he used the vine thorns to kill him back. Yu Xingchen's HP is 0.3%, my god. Li Ju sighed. He didn't know whether Zhou Yichen was lucky or his calculation was too accurate. Is this calculated? Gao Yingjie looked at Wang Jieshi, who was frowning beside him. It shouldn't be possible. It feels like luck. Li Sun of the Void Team said. It's hard to say. Xiao Shiqin shook his head. But I didn't expect that Yi Xiu would be defeated by the little trick I used before one day. Yang Song, the captain of 301, said. Hearing Yang Song's words, everyone remembered that in the finals of the first season, Yi Xiu, who opened the will of the 7th level fighter, relied on the last bit of mana to release the vine thorns to stop Lu Liang sweeping and burning incense, and then completed a big reversal. At that moment, Jiaxia also started its own dynasty journey. The replay of the first season finals can still be found on the internet. It has to be a Chen. Fang Minghua's heart finally fell back to where it was. There are joys and sorrows. The fans of Samsara are ecstatic, while the fans of Happy are silent. At the moment when Jun Mashu attacked, they thought they had won, but in just 1 second, their unbeatable single-player winning streak was broken by their opponent. Yi Xiu smiled faintly, waved to the fans, and returned to the happy player seat. Everyone didn't know what Yi Xiu was thinking now, seeing the other party use the means that he once became famous, and then defeated himself. It must be very uncomfortable in his heart. Yifan, you go up, our map selection is more suitable for the performance of the ghost. Yi Xiu said to Qiao Yifan. Yes, Captain, I will definitely win. Qiao Yifan said. Well, don't take it lightly. Even if the opponent has only 0.3% of his health, you can't ignore him. Once he catches you, the situation will be completely different. Yi Xiu said with a little seriousness. Xingxin's second pick is Qiao Yifan, a player with a very big picture view. Pan Lin said. In the regular season, Qiao Yifan played a lot of games. Whether it was individual games, arena games or team games, Qiao Yifan's first impression was stability. His playing style was neither impatient nor impatient. He was good at using each skill to achieve connection, and thus limit the opponent's movement. Xingxin, Qiao Yifan ID, 1-inch gray occupation, Ghost Swordsman. Yifan is on the court. At this time, the most excited person, besides Qiao Yifan himself, was naturally Gao Yingjie, who was sitting in the spectator seat. Seeing his good friend standing on the stage of the Glory Professional League Finals, Gao Yingjie was sincerely happy for him. Qiao Yifan, I remember he came from your Wei Chao. Li Xian said. Yeah. Wang Jieshi nodded. While the few people were talking, the game had already started. Facing Yu Xingchen, who only had 0.3% of his health, Qiao Yifan's 1-inch of gray played very cautiously. After knowing that the opponent would launch a self-destructive attack, Qiao Yifan first released a dark array under his feet. Then, when Yu Xingchen came to kill him, 1-inch of gray continued to set up a gray array under his feet. So stable, there is no need, the opponent only has 0.3. Some professional players think Xiao Yifan played too conservatively. Damn, you know shit. You really think the opponent is you. Even if Zhou Yichen only has 0.3 health, as long as he seizes the opportunity, he can kill a large number of you, believe it or not. Several people wanted to refute, but when they saw that the person who spoke was Li Xian, the captain of the Glory First Formation Ghost Void team, they shut their mouths, honestly. The Chief Formation Ghost said so, what else could they call? In the end, Yi Yuxingchen, who had not recovered his skills, was stopped by the Ghost Formation before he could get close to Yi Tsunhui. Under the blessing of the Gray Formation and the Dark Formation, Yi Yuxingchen's vision was dark, and the weight on his body was increased. But in this state, Yi Yuxingchen still caught the sword that Yi Tsunhui chopped. Oh my god, there is a cheat! An audience member shouted, it's open. This person is too. Yi Yuxingchen stretched out his left hand, and successfully slapped Yi Tsunhui with his falling flower palm. Fortunately, the level of the Gray Formation was very high, which caused Yi Yuxingchen's speed to drop significantly. Finally, as Yi Tsunhui's moonlight slash fell, Yi Yuxingchen, who only had 0.3% of his health left, disappeared on the spot. But even so, Zhou Yichen still knocked off 10% of Yi Tsunhui's health. This guy is too exaggerated. The captain of the Hu team complained. He really couldn't think of anyone who could defeat this monster. Aw, I'm dead. Zhou Yichen felt relieved after the game, completely different from the state after the first game. Facing Yi Xiu, the pressure is not only physical, but also greater psychologically. Especially before the game, he also adjusted his skill composition. It can only be said that the bigger the storm, the greater the reward. Fortunately, he won the bet. MVP. 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 When Zhou Yichen walked out of the competition seat, the away fans of the Samsara area shouted, awesome. My Zhou Shen. After Zhou Yichen returned to the player's seat, Wu Qi went up to him and worshipped him. It's not easy, is it? Jiang Buotao smiled, and handed Zhou Yichen a towel and a water bottle. Huh, it's not easy. Zhou Yichen exhaled with a smile. There are too many skills for the individual players. Fortunately, I stabilized in the middle stage, otherwise I would have collapsed directly. Zhou Yichen stretched out on the chair, and began to recover his strength. Well, but the role he can play in the team competition is much lower than that in the singles competition. Fang Minghua said. In the second game, Buiyuan, it's your turn to play. Jiang Buotao turned his head, and looked at Lu Buiyuan. Leave it to me. Lu Buiyuan clenched his fists, and then walked towards the competition seat. Reincarnation, Lu Buiyuan ID, Yunshan Luan, Occupation, Judoka. 99%, 100%. Yunshan Luan, loading completed. Map, Magma Arena, loading completed. As both sides finished loading, the game officially began. Yunshan Luan, who was refreshed in the north, rushed to the center of the arena without any hesitation. On the other hand, Yi Hui in the south took a different route. He chose to rush to the east of the arena. This is a good choice. The Formation Ghosts still understand the Formation Ghosts better. Before others understood Xiao Yifan's purpose, Li Xian had already spoken. On the east side of the arena, there is magma below both sides. If the opponent wants to attack him, there is only one straight road. For other professions, this road may be a dead end, but the Ghost Swordsman is different. They have full time to lay the Ghost Formation. At that time, the opponent will step on the footsteps that the Ghost Swordsman has laid for them. Sure enough, after discovering Yi Hui, Lu Buiyuan frowned. A straight road leads to the Gate of Life, and also to the Gate of Death. Damn it! Lu Buiyuan had no choice. If he wanted to win, he could only force his way through this thorny road full of ghost formations. Yun Shanluan rushed forward, Yikanhui stabbed his sword and summoned the Ice Soul, and the first ghost array appeared in front of him. Ice Array. Yikanhui wanted to use the Ice Array to force Yun Shanluan to either move forward or retreat. Because once he stepped on it, it was like shooting a bow, and there was no turning back. You should know that the Ice Soul of the Ghost Swordsman has a certain probability of causing all enemies in the array to suffer a slowing effect, and there is even a chance that they will be frozen for a period of time. This kid's ghost array has a story. Li Xian's eyes lit up. First it was the Ice Array, and then it was not the Fire Array, but the Plague Array that did not cause any damage. Wu Yus nodded on the side. He was a double cultivator of the array and the slash, so his strength was naturally not weak at all. Such a strong array ghost, you are willing to let it go. Li Xian smiled and looked at Wang Jieshi. Why, are you void interested in him? Wang Jieshi turned and looked at Li Xian. Not now. Li Xian said ambiguously. Wu Yus smiled and said nothing. There is no now, But it does not mean there will be no in the future. The general direction of the void has been determined, and Li Xian will retire one day. He debuted in the 4th season, and has been fighting for many years. One day, Fengshan Devil May Cry will be handed over to a newcomer. Rather than handing it over to an uncertain future, Li Xian might as well choose to hand it over to Qiao Yifan. At least he sees hope in him. At this time, the one who is sweating all over is not Qiao Yifan, who is concentrating on the game on the stage, but the Ghost Swordsman player Zhou Yabai sitting in the middle of the Wei Chao. Has the little transparent person in the past surpassed himself now? Chapter 603. LV Buiyuan chose to force his way through the ice array. Isn't this a bit reckless? Pan Lin turned his head to look at Li Bao beside him. In his opinion, LV Buiyuan could have waited until the effect of the ghost array disappeared before launching another attack. There was no need to force his way in. No. Li Ju shook his head. Yakunhui left a way out for himself. That is the path to the east. After hearing what Li Ju said, Pan Lin looked at the holographic projection and found that there was indeed a path behind Yakunhui that could accommodate one person. This path was another trap that Qiao Yifan had buried for LV Buiyuan. If LV Buiyuan chose to wait for the effect of the ghost array to disappear before launching an attack, then Qiao Yifan could completely retreat to this path, and then take the opportunity to go back to the middle road, which would make LV Buiyuan even more passive. And there was magma between the path and the road. If Yan Shanluan chose to launch an attack halfway, he might be thrown into the magma by Yakunhui if he was not careful. Then the situation would be completely different. As the ghost array of Yi Yuanhui fell, Yun Shanluan's body shook, and white air flows circulated around him. Iron bones. We have to force our way in, Yu Wanzhou said. What does Captain Han think? Xiao Shiqin looked at Han Wenqing. It's a stupid way, but it's also the best way, Han Wenqing said. Yun Shanluan, who was attached with the domineering effect, passed through the layers of ghost array and grabbed Yi Yuanhui. Looking at Yun Shanluan rushing over, Yi Yuanhui did not choose to forcefully parry. Most of the skills of judoka are grabbing skills. Once caught, it would be very difficult to escape. Qiao Yifan was very clear that if he wanted to win this game, then the control of distance was the key to this game. Just when Yun Shanluan was about to catch the opponent, Yakunhui suddenly took a quick step backwards, and several afterimages appeared in front of Yun Shanluan. Ghost Step. The Ghost Swordsman moves with the footwork learned from the Ghost God, which will increase his own speed for a period of time, and the Ghost Step will be invincible for a period of time when the skill is activated. Therefore, there are many videos about Ghost Step dodge skills on the internet, some of which are dodging Fulong Xiangtian, and some are dodging Fire Bird. With a high burning BGM, the number of views is very high. Now Qiao Yifan's Yakunhui used Ghost Step to dodge Yun Shanluan's throw. The place where Yakunhui retreated is indeed that small road. What choice should Yun Shanluan make now? Cup explained. Relying on the high-speed effect brought by Ghost Step, Yakunhui instantly opened up a large distance with Yun Shanluan. In this case, Lu Buiyuan can only go all the way to the end. Yu Feng, the captain of Baihua, who debuted in the same season as Lu Buiyuan, said, "Yes, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Lu Buiyuan can't retreat at this time," Zhang Wei said on the side. When Yun Shanluan came to kill, Yakunhui inserted his knife to summon the Blood Soul, which would launch a roll attack on him, causing dark attribute magic damage, and at the same time, the Blood Soul would cause a certain bleeding effect on enemies within the range. Blood Array. Before Yun Shanluan could move forward, the next Ghost Array was set up again. Lu Buiyuan found that all his skill bars were banned at this time, and he could not use any skills. Silence Array. Smart. Use the Blood Array to weaken Yun Shanluan's blood volume under the dominance effect, and then use the Silence Array to prevent Yun Shanluan from attacking him. Li Xian talked freely. He liked Qiao Yifan more and more. The happier Li Xian was, the more uneasy Zhou Yabai sat. He glanced at his captain from time to time, and he found that the captain did not show any regretful expression on his face. Focus on the game, Wang Jieshi said suddenly. Zhou Yabai's body shook, and looking at Yun Shanluan whose skills were sealed, Yakunhui swung his sword to chop at the opponent. Draw the sword and slash. Yakunhui did not use the Ghost Slash of the Ghost Swordsman, but the sword slash commonly used by swordsmen, because the Ghost Slash is a straight line attack. Although the damage is powerful, the speed of closing the move is slow. It is easy for the opponent to catch the stalemate of closing the move, and the skill flaw is very large, which is easier to be discovered by the enemy. Under normal circumstances, the Ghost Swordsman will summon the Ice Soul to attach to the sword, so that the Ghost Slash will evolve into the Frozen Ghost Slash. Enemies hit by the frozen ghost slash will be slashed with dark attribute magic damage, with ice attribute magic damage, and suffer a deceleration effect. But now, Yushan Wan is in a dominant state, and this move obviously has no great effect on him. Therefore, Qiao Yifan thought very clearly. He first used the sword drawing slash to make up for the damage, and then used the afterimage to dodge the opponent's grab. Unfortunately, his little trick was guessed by Lu Buiyuan. He debuted in the 6th season, and was commented as a typical big game player with a very strong psychological quality, good at bursting out in adversity and creating match points. Lu Buiyuan is actually a bit similar to Song Xiao of Blue Rain. Both of them are big game players. They may be unknown in the regular season, but they will exert their strength in the playoffs. Lu Buiyuan failed to compete with Song Xiao for the best 6th man this season. A large part of the reason is that he is not always present, because the team will adjust personnel according to different map play styles. This season, Lu Buiyuan has been a starter, 6th man, and bench player, so he is not a 6th man in the true sense. Not good. When Qiao Yifan saw that he used afterimage, but the opponent did not choose to attack, he knew that the opponent had seen through his intention. It's over, it was guessed. Everyone in Xingqin also felt bad. This game was a huge test for Qiao Yifan, because the opponent was the chief judo of glory. Although the map still had a little advantage for him, once he was caught by the opponent, the magma would be his burial place. After ECU and Hui activated the afterimage, he summoned ghosts to transform into armor around himself. Yuan Shanwan did not attack ECU and Hui immediately, but waited for the gap when he activated the skill, and successfully jumped to the opponent. At this time, the effect of the silence array just disappeared, and all 6 ghosts were knocked down by Yuan Shanwan's normal attack. It was too late for ECU and Hui to retreat, and Qiao Yifan had to control the character to swing the knife at the opponent in an attempt to force him back. But Yushan Wan, who was full of grabbing skills, directly blocked Yakunhui's attack, then grabbed his shoulder and threw him out fiercely. Blocking shot. It's broken. Yushan Wan threw Yakunhui towards the magma. Everyone in Xingqin already knew how much damage the magma could do. At this position, Yakunhui still has a chance to climb up. Li Ju said. There happened to be a rock next to where Yakunhui fell, so Qiao Yifan could use the rock as support and then jump to another open space. But the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. Yun Shanluan jumped into the lava without any hesitation. Damn it! Everyone was dumbfounded. This is too tough. Pan Lin didn't know how to describe it. Qiao Yifan didn't expect the other party to jump down on his own initiative, which caused Yun Shanluan to completely block the position of Yakunhui, who originally wanted to use the rock for support. Then Yun Shanluan grabbed Yakunhui, whose lower body was already immersed in the lava, and threw him back into the lava after throwing him around. Although Yun Shanluan stood on the rock, the lava that was constantly gushing around still hit him. But compared to Yun Shanluan, Yakunhui's life was much more miserable. Every time he wanted to jump up, he would be forced down by Yun Shanluan. Oh my god, it's too brutal. Some professional players were already numb. Is this still Lu Buiyuan? Yu Feng was stunned. He had played the finals with Samsara, and knew very well that Lu Buiyuan's characteristic was defensive counterattack. But now Lu Buiyuan is a living hell. Old Lu, you won't be hit hard, will you? Zhou Yichen said. The Samsara team was silent. Lu Buiyuan, is there something wrong with his mind? But in fact, Lu Buiyuan knew that he had to be tough when facing the Ghost Swordsman. Once he gave the opponent a chance to kite, it would be even more uncomfortable. It would be better to force blood for blood like this. As long as we can win this game, we will win the ring match. Lu Buiyuan thought to himself. Although their Samsara team did not have Zhou Yichen, the killer weapon, but Xingqin also did not have Yishio. He did not think that Su Macheng and Fan Rui, who were also all-stars, could withstand the firepower output of their 2 top all-stars. 1-inch Gray's health was constantly decreasing. From the damage composition, the damage caused by the lava was even higher than Yunshan Wan. No, I can't be played whack-a-mole like this anymore. Qiao Yifan was very calm and kept thinking about how to get out. Coincidentally, at this moment, Yushan Wan jumped up and punched 1-inch Gray who showed up. Now! Qiao Yifan moved very quickly. While dodging Yushan Wan's attack, he used the stone rock to move and jumped up with a silver blade to chop Yushan Wan. If this silver blade hit, the offensive and defensive situation would change completely. However, Lu Buiyuan's next move made Qiao Yifan completely dumbfounded. He saw that while he was taking the silver blade, he still grabbed 1-inch Gray's trouser legs with both hands. Then the two fell straight into the lava. Fuck. Huang Xiaoyan kept waving his fists. This scene was too exciting to watch. The silver blade didn't help ECU and Hui turn the situation around. Is Lu Buiyuan planning to die together? No, because Yun Shanwan has much more HP than ECU and Hui. Bei Bei explained passionately. Although Yun Shanwan was also hurt by the lava just now, he was supported by Shi Yin and was more affected by the lava, so the damage was not too high. But ECU and Hui was different. He was completely bathing in the lava, and the negative state of burning was attached to his body. ECU and Hui now only has 15% left, while Yun Shanwan still has 54%. Even if the two fell into the lava at the same time, ECU and Hui would be the only one to be eliminated early. Thinking of this, Xiao Yifan couldn't help but feel a headache. This blood-for-blood fighting style is really simple and crude. In the end, relying on the damage of magma, Yun Shanwan successfully took away Yakan Hui, but he only had 35% of his health left. Let us congratulate Lu Buiyuan for winning this game. Wow, today's Lu Buiyuan really opened my eyes. Li Ju laughed. In the past, Lu Buiyuan would first test and then seize the opportunity to counterattack, but today's Lu Buiyuan has been actively attacking. Today's Lu Buiyuan has an extremely tough attitude. Li Bo commented. Yifan. Gao Jie was a little worried about his good friend's condition. Believe in him. Wang Jieshi said. Yeah. What a pity. The atmosphere on Xingxin's side was a little dull. The atmosphere of the whole venue was also a little dull, especially for Xingxin fans. Seeing their own characters being killed like this, a sense of powerlessness rose in their hearts. Magma is MVP, Lu Buiyuan is a dog who won by lying. Yifan, are you okay? Seeing Qiao Yifan coming back, several people surrounded him. After all, it was Qiao Yifan's first time to play in the finals, and he lost as soon as he went up. Chen Guo was still a little worried that his mentality would be problematic. I'm fine, the opponent was too tough and didn't give me any chance at all. Xiao Yifan touched his head and smiled. It's okay, you've done very well. Yishio said, he didn't expect Lu Buiyuan to play so tough today. Then I go up. Su Macheng waved her hand and walked towards the competition seat. Happy, Su Macheng, ID, Mu Chengfeng occupation, gunner. We can see that the third person to appear on the Happy side is Su Macheng. It seems that Happy wants to use a long-range character to kite Lu Buiyuan's judo. Entering the game, Lu Buiyuan's Yun Shanwan still did not hesitate and rushed towards the opponent's refresh point. Oh my god, Lu Buiyuan is going to be tough to the end. Has he changed his style? Many people wondered if Lu Buiyuan had changed his style. Judoka, this is how you play. Zhou Yichen raised his fist and shouted for Lu Buiyuan. Boom, Mu Yuqingfeng fired 3 shells at Lu Buiyuan on the spot, and the path of the shells was triangular. Anti-tank gun. The artillery fire roared in front, but Lu Buiyuan's offensive heart was still unstoppable. In the end, Mu Yuqingfeng killed Yu Shanwan at the cost of 30% of his health. What a pity. Lu Buiyuan left his hands on the mouse and keyboard, and the skill CD of Steel and Iron Bones was not turned on, resulting in him trying to throw Mu Yuqingfeng into the magma several times, but he was broken free. 30% of the health, it's a bit hurt, Chu Yunxiu said. The next player in Samsara, you can tell who it is just by thinking with your butt. Huang Xiaoyan complained. At this time, in the Samsara contestant seat, no, Zhang Jiala stood up. Old Zhang, I leave it to you. Lu Buiyuan, who walked back to the contestant seat, bumped fists with Zhang Jiala, who was facing him. What they were conveying was the desire for victory. Leave it to me. Zhang Jiala got ready and walked towards the competition seat. The two sides of the ring match fought to a 2-2 tie. This game was very crucial. Whether it would widen the score or go back and forth, it all depended on this round. Believe in old Zhang, he won't let us down. Samsara, Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liaowan, Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Chapter 604. Zhang Jiala waved to the Samsara fans in the away zone, and then began to calm himself down. This was not Zhang Jiala's first time playing in the finals. This was his 4th trip to the finals. However, for Su Macheng, it was his first time to meet her in the finals. For Su Macheng, who joined the professional circle in the 4th season, Zhang Jiala in the 2nd season could be considered a senior. After all, Zhang Jiala in the 3rd season had just been stabbed hard by Excellent Era led by Yi Xiu. In the 4th season, Yi Xiu and Excellent Era won 3 consecutive championships, and were at their peak. At that time, most of the main players of Excellent Era chose to retire. Everyone was staring at this team to see how this dynasty team would fill these vacancies next. At this time, Su Macheng, such a beautiful girl, came into people's sight. In terms of preemptive impact, Excellent Era's marketing was very successful. The gimmick of a beautiful player alone can create a lot of attention and topics. Compared with Chu Yunxiu, who debuted with a queen style, a sweet girl like Su Mucheng can arouse the desire to protect glory players. However, for professional players, they are more concerned about the strength of this beautiful girl. After all, the person standing next to her is not someone else, but Yishio, the #1 player in glory. Just when everyone thought that Excellent Era might stumble this season in order to bring up the new with the old, they soon saw the amazing tacit understanding between Su Mucheng and Yishio. From then on, a golden pair was born in glory, and the combination of a man and a woman is much more lovable in the eyes of many people than the pairing of two otakus. After all, the partners at that time were all real men, such as Han Wenqing and Zhang Xinjie of Tyranny, Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaotian of Blue Rain, Wang Jieshi and Fang Shiqian of Tiny Herb, and Zhang Jiala and Sun Zhiping of 100 Blossoms. From the 4th season to the 6th season, they won the best combination of the regular season in 3 seasons. Until the 7th season, Zhou Yichen of Samsara came out of nowhere, and the double weak combination completely dominated the league. In the 10th season, the double weak combination also successfully surpassed the Yi Su combination to become the duo with the most best combination. They also became the undisputed first combination in the history of the league. The difference between the two team combinations is that the double weak combination has been fighting for 3 years. They not only helped Samsara win the first championship in team history, but also defended the kingdom they had built. On the other hand, the Yi Su combination failed to defend the status of the Excellent Era dynasty. Su Mucheng, who stood on the final stage for the first time in the 4th season, was obviously very immature. Except for Yishio, the Excellent Era side was almost all newcomers, which led to their complete crushing by Tyranny in terms of experience. And the team that defeated Excellent Era to win the championship this season was also a team that had rookie players as a supporter. Tyranny, which was eliminated by Excellent Era in the playoffs for 3 consecutive seasons, overthrew the Excellent Era under the protection of rookie Zhang Xinjie's priest. When you are famous, you will have a lot of gossip. Su Mucheng was gradually surrounded by controversy, and all kinds of weird and even vicious words popped up from time to time. Even now, many people still mocked her. In their opinion, girls are not suitable for playing professionally. Another person who was troubled by this was Zhang Jiala, who was often weirded by people because of his beautiful appearance. Some people even thought that Zhang Jiala entered the reincarnation because he was a swindler. Even in the 9th season, Zhang Jiala helped the team win the championship as an absolute main player, but this voice could not be eliminated. But now Zhang Jiala has let it go. He no longer has the heavy pressure he had in Baiwa. He can do whatever he wants because his teammates can help him. In the team newspaper about Samsara this year, Esports Home said that Zhang Jiala has reached another peak in his career. The happiest person is not Zhang Jiala, but his fans. They are afraid that Zhang Jiala will be labeled as a defector after his retirement and comeback. But now it seems that Zhang Jiala has integrated very well. As a result, Zhang Jiala's fans have also integrated into the Samsara group very smoothly. They did not reject Zhang Jiala, but were very happy that he joined. In the eyes of Samsara fans, they wish all the masters in the league would join Samsara, so that all the champions would belong to Samsara. Not only Zhang Jiala has changed, but Su Mucheng on the opposite side has also changed. In the past, Su Mucheng focused on tacit understanding and cooperation with Yishio. This kind of focus often makes her choices in the game more emotional than rational, which is particularly evident in the 4th season finals. After Yi Jiqiu was killed by Ji Ling's fatal blow, Su Mucheng simply stopped playing games. However, this defect was gradually improved in the year and a half that Yishio left. After losing Yishio, Su Mucheng began to adjust her playing style and positioning, and her focus began to shift from Yishio to the entire team. After joining the happy team and returning to Yishio's side, she is no longer the little girl hiding behind Yishio, but attacks with a new attitude. She is stronger. Throughout the season, Su Mucheng's performance is obvious to all. Whether facing Blue Rain or Tyranny in the playoffs, Su Mucheng's firepower support is indispensable. This match, which may affect the situation of the ring match, officially started amid the cheers of the whole audience. 99%, 100%. 100 flowers, loading completed. Map, Magma Arena, loading completed. You haven't beaten me yet. Zhang Jiala said a dirty word as soon as he came up, trying to influence Su Mucheng's mentality. It's enough to win this game. Su Mucheng responded. Hey, after staying with the shameless old Yi for a long time, even Su Mei has become a lot more sinister. Huang Xiaotian sighed. Chu Yunqiu smiled and said nothing. Seeing that trash talk was useless, Zhang Jiala manipulated the 100 flowers to play with the magazine of the automatic pistol in his hand, and immediately rushed out. Su Maicheng on the other side did not sit still and wait for death. Mu Yuqingfeng started quickly, and the two rushed to the center of the map together. Boom! The two characters appeared in each other's field of vision, and the first to launch the attack was naturally Mu Yuqingfeng. Although Bai Hua Liaowan had not yet entered Mu Yuqingfeng's effective range, Mu Yuqingfeng's gun muzzle had already been raised. The gunner and the ammunition expert are both long-range guns, but the gunner's range is unmatched by any profession, and only the sharpshooter's skilled Barrett sniper can compete with the gunner. Boom! Due to the long distance, Bai Hua Liaowan still has a large space to dodge. But Su Muqing's goal is naturally not to hit Bai Hua Liaowan, but to lay her firepower line. Dodge the gunner's attack at this distance. Under normal circumstances, it is not a big problem for professional players. However, when you want to further shorten the distance to launch your own offensive, you will clearly feel that with every step closer, the attack threat from the gunner will increase by 1 point. Because there was a heavy fire blockade set up by the gunners ahead, what Zhang Jiala had to do now was to penetrate the fire blockade set up by Su Maicheng. After Bai Hua Liaowan dodged Mu Yuqingfeng's attack, she flipped her hand and threw a grenade. Boom! Then, the second and third. The grenade explosions overlapped, the light and shadow intertwined, the fire, the smoke, and the line made Bai Hua Liaowan's figure blurry and flickering in the light and shadow. Bai Hua style. Baizi exclaimed. This was Zhang Jiala's most confident style. Seeing this, Mu Yuqingfeng took off the hand cannon on his shoulder, and then kept shooting into the smoke. Beep beep, green machine gun. Su Maicheng has obviously studied the Bai Hua style. Pan Lin said. It's normal, after all, Zhang Jiala has used the Bai Hua style for many years. Li Ju nodded. Unfortunately, this could not stop Bai Hua Liaowan's pace. Zhang Jiala continued to use the light and shadow to try to get close to Mu Yuqingfeng. Oh my god, my eyes are almost blinded by the light. Many viewers began to rub their eyes. Watching Zhang Jiala's game was still a bit eye-straining. Bang, 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 bullets shot at Mu Yuqingfeng through the light and shadow. The firing rate was very fast. In the gun profession, the firing rate of automatic pistols was actually higher than the revolvers commonly used by sharpshooters. It's just that sharpshooters all shoot with two guns, and ammunition experts are roughly divided into two types. One is to use automatic pistols to roam, and the other is to use automatic rifles to attack positions. Like sharpshooters, they can naturally hold two automatic pistols, but automatic pistols are magic weapons in the gun system, and sharpshooters are more likely to attack physical output. Ice bullet. Bai Hua Liaowan took advantage of the chaos to change the magazine. At this time, the ice bullet with ice damage flew out of the muzzle of the hunting gun. Bang bang bang. After the job transfer skill ammunition expansion is fully upgraded, special magazines, like ice bullets, can carry up to 20 rounds at a time. Generally, ammunition experts will choose to upgrade the skill to the full level. Seeing that the opponent is getting closer and closer to him, Su Maicheng did not hesitate at all. After a few clicks, Mu Yuqingfeng had already set up the heavy artillery. Mu Yuqingfeng stood behind him, holding his hand steadily. In his view, the scope had locked onto Bai Hua Liaowan, who was still running. Mu Yuqingfeng did not choose to retreat, but chose to open the stable gun mount on the spot. Li Bo was a little surprised. How come Su Maicheng also became tough? Could it be that Lu Buiyuan infected him? During the stable gun mount period, the gunner cannot perform any actions. However, the gunner's attack and defense power will be greatly improved, and the skills cannot be interrupted. When setting up the gunner is in a dominant state. Damn it! Looking at the strong airflow sprayed from the muzzle, Zhang Jiala quickly operated Bai Hua Liaowan to dodge. Gunner's level 75 ultimate move. Hurricane Cannon. Boom! The Hurricane Cannon swept out, making a sharp roar, and the ice bullets shot by Bai Hua Liaowan were completely blown away by the strong airflow. Dodge. Bai Hua Liaowan, who was moving straight forward, quickly dodged sideways, but the playing position was so small. As a gunner's ultimate move, how could the power of the Hurricane Cannon be completely avoided so easily? Although Bai Hua Liaowan avoided being hit directly, he was still scraped by the edge of the airflow, and his body immediately staggered and fell to the ground. Not good. Zhang Jiala got up quickly, but Su Maicheng was obviously not going to give Zhang Jiala any chance to breathe, and the bombs followed one after another. Zhang Jiala reacted quickly, rolling to avoid the shells fired by Su Maicheng, and then a flash bomb flew out. Before the flash bomb landed, Zhang Jiala fired a gun and blew it up in midair. The dazzling light bloomed instantly, quickly switched the perspective. The director shouted in the headset. Fortunately, the staff's hand speed was very fast, and they quickly switched to Su Muqing's main perspective. The audience at the scene hurriedly looked over. Although Su Muqing noticed it, Zhang Jiala's bomb was too fast. This caused Mu Yuqingfeng's perspective to be incompletely avoided. Although it was not completely blinding, it was still a little hazy in the perspective. The dazzling figure was completely unclear, and it kept flashing like a shadow. In this situation, another grenade bombed over. Su Muqing couldn't see what kind of grenade it was from her perspective, and she didn't care about it anymore, so she just continued to attack. Boom, after Mu Yuqingfeng blew it up, green smoke spread out from it. Poisonous gas grenade. When she switched her perspective to Baiwa Liaowan, she found that the distance between the two had shortened a lot. Under this attack, the health of both sides dropped sharply. Attack for attack, blood for blood. This was a bombardment in which no one was willing to give in, but Mu Yuqingfeng, who was under a stable gun mount, obviously suffered more damage than Baiwa Liaowan. After all, she couldn't dodge the bullets. Bang bang bang, boom boom boom. The firepower of the two even made the magma underground boil a lot, and this wave of attack was dazzling. Thunder. Seeing that Mu Yuqingfeng had no intention of retreating, Baiwa Liaowan threw all the grenades on his body. Boom boom boom. Oh my god, is this a world war? The whole place was silent. The scene was really spectacular. The two people's firepower even turned this small area into a scorched earth. It seems that it's not just Samsara, but Xingxin is also playing very tough, Panlin said. Seeing the roar of artillery fire constantly coming to his ears, people who didn't know the situation in the field thought that there was a war inside. In the end, as Baiwa Liaowan emptied his magazine, this game also came to an end. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhang Jiala for winning this ring match. This result was not surprising. After all, Mu Yuqingfeng's health value was originally behind Baiwa Liaowan. In this attack, both sides achieved the effect they wanted. Zhang Jiala's Baiwa Liaowan only had 22% of his health left in the end, but he actually scored a small point. Su Muqing also reduced Baiwa Liaowan's HP to below 30. She knew very well that if they fought normally, she would most likely not be able to consume so much HP. The gap between the two sides has narrowed, Han Wenqing said. From Samsara's perspective, Zhang Jiala came on the court to consolidate his advantage, but Su Muqing's toughness was beyond everyone's expectations. Xingxin, who will be on the court next? Chapter 605. The fourth player to play for Xingxin is Mo Fan. The next two players are not Tang Rou and Dirty Fong? Wu Yus was a little surprised. Fong Rui doesn't have a good performance in this picture, Li Xian said. The lava arena is not suitable for the dirty flow because there are not many obstacles. Compared to the Qigong Master, the ninja will perform better, because Jun Maxia's performance in the first game is still vivid in our memory. The ninja has many displacement skills, so he is not afraid of lava. Whether it is the shadow clone technique or the earth core beheading technique, even if he is hit into the lava by the opponent, he can easily escape. No one will be particularly surprised about Mo Fan's appearance, because he is now a very stable player in the ring match for Xingxin. His scavenging style is more suitable for the ring match. Come on. Su Muqing smiled and said to Mo Fan when they met on the way. Yeah. Mo Fan nodded. Known as the God Killer, he will face one of the Tridents of Samsara in the finals this time. Xingxin, Mo Fan, ID, Ruining, Occupation, Ninja. 99%, 100%. Ruining, loading completed. Map, Magma Arena, loading completed. At the beginning of the game, Ruining, who is full of HP, did not choose to go straight in, but went around the border of the map. However, there are not many points to hide in this map. After Zhang Jiala's 100 flowers did not find the opponent in the middle of the map, he moved horizontally and looked around, and soon saw Ruining moving at the other end of the magma in the distance. I feel that Mo Fan does not need to stick to the rules. After all, 100 flowers has only 22% of HP, wouldn't it be better to go straight in? Bebe analyzed. Well, yes, due to the lava cutting, there are actually very few routes to choose from in this map. There are only a few routes in the general direction, and this detour is really useless, Li Ba said. But this is Mo Fan's style, Li Ju continued. Huiren Wuyan was already exposed in Zhang Jiala's field of vision, but he kept hovering outside the opponent's attack range, not going over, and kept detouring along the edge. Seeing this, Baiwa Liaowan chose to go directly to the front to intercept Huiren Wuyan. This area is a very smart choice, Yuan Zhou, who was watching the game, said. When Huiren Wuyan was wandering around, You won. Joe basically knew Mo Fan's purpose. Although the opponent only had 22% of his health, Mo Fan played very cautiously. The area chosen by Mo Fan was a pile of limestone, which was the only area in this map with a little more cover obstacles. There were even several small protruding pieces in the lava, which were limestone. Zhang Jiala wants to attack head-on? The broadcast had already cut out a reduced bird's-eye view, simulating Zhang Jiala's intention to take a detour to kill him. Attacking head-on is of course very disadvantageous for Zhang Jiala, whose character only has 21% of life, but at this moment, this is the best way. Zhang Jiala manipulated Bai Hua Liaowan to move horizontally, so that he could open up the perspective to observe Huiran Bujuan's hand movements. Predicting the ninja's attack is the most effective means. In addition to special moves, the ninja's skills are almost all completed through hand seals. At this moment, Huiran Bujuan took action, but it was not a ninjutsu that required hand seals, but a ninja tool skill that could attack directly. Boom! The purple smoke spread quickly, instantly engulfing Huiran Bujuan's figure. Is he trying to kill Bai Hua Bujuan with one blow? Zhou Yichen guessed. Although Bai Hua Bujuan still had 22% of her health, she had taken a detour, so she was in a very bad position, only 2 or 3 steps away from the lava. Huiran Bujuan could use the smoke jade to cover him, and then knock him into the lava with a random blow, and then use the grounding beheading technique, and the game would be over. Mo Fan thought so too, and started moving as soon as the purple smoke began to spread. A little ninja trick, moving while the purple smoke spreads, so that your figure is not easily detected. Is Huiran Bujuan going to attack Bai Hua Bujuan with the cover of the purple smoke? Bai Hua Bujuan did not choose to move, and her eyes were fixed on the purple smoke that was spreading in front of her. Seeing the purple smoke spreading towards this side, Bai Hua Bujuan fired wildly into the smoke. Bang, bang, bang. From Huiran Bujuan's perspective, he could vaguely see the light and shadow. By listening to the sound, Mo Fan had already captured the position of Bai Hua Liaowan. Should he make a move now? Just when everyone was expecting, Huiran Bujuan stopped and continued to be shrouded in smoke, waiting for the opportunity like a patient prey. Equally seizing the opportunity, Huang Xiaoyan was like a falcon, agile, swift, and a sure hit. Zhou Yichen was like a poisonous snake. Once caught, he would entangle to death, and not give the enemy a chance to breathe. Although Mo Fan was not as good as Huang Xiaoyan and Zhou Yichen in these aspects, he was patient enough. He could watch the opportunity slip away without any ripples in his heart. This was the mentality developed by years of scavenging. If one failed, there was another. Why didn't you do it? A professional player asked. Many people felt it was a pity that the opportunity to push the opponent into the lava was lost with one strike. Many people felt that Mo Fan should have taken action just now, because Zhang Jiala's acting skills are not good enough. Huang Xiaoyan laughed. Those shots were deliberately fired by Zhang Jiala in order to expose his position. It was his bait to put Bai Hua Liaowan in such a dangerous place. He could have waited for Huiran Yanwu to rush up, pulled away instantly, and used the impact of the grenade to send him into the lava. However, the opponent actually gave up and didn't rush up. Damn, is it because I hit too obviously? Zhang Jiala self-examined. Seeing this, Zhang Jiala had to control Bai Hua Liaowan to leave the dangerous position. After a big battle, Bai Hua Liaowan's mana was not enough at this time. Bai Hua's style of play consumes a lot of mana. In the past, he and Sun Jiping, the two heroes of Bai Hua, sold mana and life respectively. In fact, the styles of both of them are not suitable for the round-robin competition of the ring match. In previous years, it was okay. Whether it was the regular season or the playoffs, it was always a 3-person competition. But now the 5-person ring match in the playoffs seems a bit awkward. After leaving the danger zone, Zhang Jiala stopped acting, and Bai Hua Liaowan immediately launched an offensive. Under the cover of Ziyan, Zhang Jiala did not know the real position of Huiran Yanwu, so he covered the whole area with a few points and bombarded indiscriminately. Under the interweaving of light and shadow, a figure flashed through, and Bai Hua Liaowan fired a gun, but the next second a figure immediately rushed out from the original position. Shadow clone technique. Zhang Jiala had expected this, and he controlled Bai Hua Liaowan to shoot horizontally. The ammunition flew out, and instantly shot Huiran Bujuan in front of him into a sieve. Not good, Zhang Jiala was shocked. He didn't expect that the one behind was fake, and Huiran Bujuan who rushed out at the first time was the real one. Oh my god, it's dark under the lamp, Li Xian said in surprise. This trick was played too well. Bold but careful, Zhang Xinjie commented. It was too late for Bai Hua Liaowan to turn back and fight back, because Huiran Bujuan had already rushed to his face. Fortunately, There was still a shrinking grenade hidden in his hand, and the powerful shock wave spread instantly, and Huiran Bujuan, who had finally approached, was blown away. Before Baiwa Liaowan regrouped and launched an attack, the smoke and dust dissipated, and several Huiran Bujuan figures appeared faintly. Ninja Level 70 Ultimate Move. Ninja Technique, Shadow Dance. This move is beautiful, exclaimed Li Hua, the chief ninja of glory. After the explosive grenade was used up, Zhang Jiala's 100 flowers dazzling could not blast away all the shadow clones with one blow. Several destroyers rushed out, in different directions, but with the same goal. Seeing this, Zhang Jiala simply blew himself up directly, and he used his skills wherever they were, and every operation was subconscious. In the end, with the swing of Destroyer's ninja sword, the game ended. Glory. The health was not good to begin with, and the 22% health value was far behind Destroyer's. This kind of play, and this health could not last for too long. The last is another offensive drama. It's so exciting, but it's a bit short. Pan Lin felt a little regretful. Yes. The three nodded. Mo Fan won, but Huiran Yenwu was still beaten by Zhang Jiala, who took away 35% of his health. The two sides of the ring match fought to a 3-3 tie, and Samsara was slightly ahead of Xingxin by 35% of its health. Who will be the fourth player of Samsara? It should be Jiang Buotou or Wu Qi. Wang Xiaoyan said. Aren't you talking nonsense? Who else can it be besides them? Li Xian was speechless. Maybe it will be Zhou Zikai. Yu Wanzhou laughed. No way. Li Xian shook his head. He didn't believe that the fourth player of Samsara would be Zhou Zikai. The lineup of Xingxin is basically out. If Mo Fan is in the fourth position, then I estimate that the fifth position will be either Fan Rui or Tang Rou. If Samsara wants to widen the gap, then it will be Zhou Zikai. This is the analysis from Zhang Xinjia. At this time, everyone's eyes quickly focused on the player seat of the losing side. A player stood up. Damn it! Whether it was the fans of Samsara, happy, or neutral fans, they were all shocked at this moment. Because the person who stood up was Zhou Zikai, Samsara, Zhou Zikai, ID, Ichiang Chuanyun, Gun King Occupation, Sharpshooter. Oh my god, Zhou Zikai. Happy felt overwhelmed. Even Mo Fan, who usually had a blank expression, frowned slightly at this moment. After losing to Zhou Yichen in the regular season, he watched a lot of videos of sharpshooters. Among them, Zhou Zikai was the one who made him feel the most pressure. I really don't know whether Mo Fan is lucky or not. Fan Rui sighed. This guy has never met a weak player since he came on the court. Every game was a strong game. Gun King Zhou Zikai. Gun King Zhou Zikai. Gun King Zhou Zikai. The away fans of Samsara naturally cheered enthusiastically when they saw their captain on stage. Come on! Zhang Jiala, who had returned, lightly bumped fists with Zhou Zikai. Yeah! Zhou Zikai nodded and walked towards the competition seat. I didn't expect that the fourth pick of Samsara would be Zhou Zikai. This is really... Pan Lin didn't know how to describe it. 99%, 100%. One gun through the clouds, Gun King loaded. Map, Magma Arena, loaded. At the beginning of the game, Zhou Zikai's one gun through the clouds chose to go straight to the middle, and Mo Fan's destroyer went around from the left as in the previous game. Due to the cutting of the magma, there are few route choices in this map, so in the end, the scene where the two players discovered each other's characters from the perspective was almost the same as in the previous game. But the difference is that Zhou Zikai did not choose to intercept Huiran Bujuan immediately, but used a gun to shoot through the clouds and set up a Barrett sniper on the spot. Fuck. Everyone was shocked by this scene. He used his ultimate right away, separated by a magma. Although the sharpshooter's attack distance was not enough, the Barrett was enough. Huh? Mo Fan obviously did not expect Zhou Zikai to do this. But at this time, he did not have Yenyu as a cover, so he had to use the Earth Core beheading technique to lurk on the ground. However, the seal was still a step too slow. Bang! This sniper shot directly on Huiran Bujuan's head. Headshot. It's over. The hearts of everyone on the happy side sank. The original health gap was maintained at around 30, and the gap was completely widened by this shot. Barrett's sniper headshot will trigger double damage. This shot directly knocked off 30% of Huiran Bujuan's maximum health. Oh my god, it's a critical hit. Captain, you are really a representative of ruthless people who don't talk much. Zhou Yichen sighed. Zhou Zikai completely widened the distance between the two with just one shot. Before everyone could react, Zhou Zikai made another move that surprised everyone. At this time, Ichiang Chuanyun jumped directly into the magma, and then used violent bullets to pour madly on the protruding limestone in the magma. Relying on the powerful recoil, each young Chuanyan directly crossed the magma, and was only 4 body lengths away from Huiran Bujuan. This flying gun is too cool. This scene was so cool that Huang Xiaoyan wanted to change his job to a sharpshooter. Swish, 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 Mo Fan reacted quickly. Seeing each young Chuanyan crossing the magma, 3 shurikens flew out of Huiran Bujuan's hand. Each young Chuanyan shot out quickly, and knocked away the flying shuriken, then slid to get close to Huiran Bujuan. Mo Fan tried to form a seal, but each young Chuanyan was too fast. Knee strike. This strike directly hit Huiran Bujuan's stomach, and then Huiran Bujuan was forced to float in the air. It's gone. Xiao Shurqin shook his head. There was no chance of turning this game up. Bang bang bang. Although both sides looked calm, the sweat flowing from Mo Fan proved that his heart was not calm at all. Glory. Ah? Pan Lin opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say for a moment. This game ended even faster than the last one. Shozakai, could it be said that he was a fast boy? Chapter 606. With the appearance of the word glory, the game ended. Everyone looked around in disbelief. It ended too quickly. This round was even faster than the last one, but in the last round, because Bai Liaowan only had 22% of his health, the last wave of attack did not last too long, and he fell under Huiran Wuyan's ninja sword. But in this round, Huiran Wuyan had 65% of his health at the beginning. Everything happened too quickly, and some people were even immersed in the scene of each young Chuanyan Barrett headshotting Huiran Wuyan. It's so cruel. Josakai's attack in this game made all the professional players' scalps numb. Fast, accurate, and cruel, not a single one was missed. Everyone thought that this game would not end so early, but now it seems that each young Chuanyan solved Huiran Wuyan and only consumed 10% of his health. It seems that the final outcome of the ring match is 5-3, Xiao Shurqin said. In his opinion, whether it was Fang Rui or Tang Rou, the defending general of Xingxin, they could not change the situation. The battle mage and the Qigong master were not at an advantage against the sharpshooter, and they were facing the sharpshooter who stood at the top of the pyramid. I will win. Tang Rou clenched her fists. Mo Fan, who returned to the player seat, said nothing and covered his face with a towel. He began to recall how he was killed by his opponent. Looking at Mo Fan's appearance, Qiao Yifan sat beside him and comforted him. Are you okay? Yeah. Mo Fan responded. As Tang Rou said that, she walked towards the competition seat. Xingxin's 5th pick did not choose Fang Rui, but Tang Rou. Happy, Tang Rou, ID, Han Yinrou, Occupation, Battle Mage. It's Tang Rou again, Bei said. In fact, before the camera showed Happy's player seat, they all guessed that Happy would send Tang Rou to play in the 5th place. First, Zhou Yichen had proved that battle mages were still very strong in some points of this map. Second, Fang Rui, who had a wretched style, had too little room to play on this map without any cover. 99%, 100%. Han Yinrou, loading completed. Map, Magma Arena, loading completed. Entering the game, Han Yinrou ran towards the center of the map without any hesitation, and each Yin Chuanyun on the other side did the same. The moment the two sides appeared in his perspective, each Yin Chuanyun raised his double guns and fired at them. Rapid fire. Han Yinrou rotated his spear to block the flying bullets, and each Yin Chuanyun fought and retreated at the same time. The two sides maintained a very subtle distance. You can't rush through like this. Li Xian shook his head and said. But this is the only way, Xiao Shurqin said. Just when several people were discussing how Han Yinrou should approach each Yin Chuanyun, they didn't expect Tang Rou's hand speed to suddenly speed up, and she controlled Han Yinrou to make an accelerated pole vault and directly jump over the magma between the two platforms. At this time, Han Yinrou suddenly appeared each Yin Chuanyun's back road. Oh, this girl is too fierce, Huang Xiaoyan shouted. Although it was just a pole vault, there were many operations hidden in it. Well, the operation was very solid. Wang Jieshi commented. I heard that you guys, Wei Chao, invited this girl, and the champion team was also rejected. Yang Song suddenly said. I don't care about that, Wang Jieshi said calmly. Bang, bang, bang. Although Han Yinrou was very close to each Yin Chuanyun slid out of the attack range of the war spear before his dragon tooth could make a move. Hiss. Tang Rou frowned. Zhou Zikai deliberately kept the distance between the characters at an ambiguous stage. Each Yin Chuanyun was clearly in front of her, but she just couldn't touch him. This game was going on in the distance, and Han Yinrou's health was constantly decreasing. In the end, Tang Rou had no choice but to force herself to get close to the opponent despite Yiqian Chuanyun's output. After finally completing the first step, Tang Rou found that even in close combat, Zhou Zikai was still not inferior to her. Zhou Zikai's three-gun physical technique is a pleasure to watch whenever you watch it, Li Ju explained with a smile. Zhou Zikai had a deep understanding of the sharpshooter. Even though Tang Rou used Fu Long Xiang Tian to dismantle it, Yiqian Chuanyun still avoided it by using random shooting as displacement. Yiqian Chuanyun took advantage of Han Yin Rou's Fu Long Xiang Tian's stiffness and stepped on her to the ground with a close-range shot. The suspense of this game was over. With Yiqian Chuanyun's critical hit that destroyed Han Yin Rou, the first ring match of the finals came to an end. Prepare for the team match. Yi Xiu called everyone to gather around. Bang bang bang, glory. Let's congratulate Samsara for winning the first ring match of the finals, 5-3, leading Xingxin by 2 points. Xingxin is in trouble. Xiao Shiqin in the VIP stand shook his head. As long as Samsara opened a 2-point gap in the ring match, it would be harder than climbing to the sky to win the team match. 2 kills are still very important. The fans of Samsara in the away team stands were full of joy, as if victory was already in their hands. The fans of Happy at home were naturally disappointed. Although not many of them thought they could beat the great devil Samsara before the game, they actually felt that there was not much difference between them. But today, after the captain Yi Xiu, who had won 37 consecutive games in the regular season, lost to the god of war Zhou Yiqian, the whole game fell into a passive position. But then, both Qiao Yifan and Su Maicheng performed well. Mo Fan, who played in the 4th place, showed his killer qualities and successfully defeated Zhang Jiala, one of the Tridents. Just when several people in Happy thought that they would lose at most 1 point in the ring match, Zhou Zikai killed the game. After strongly killing Mo Fan's destruction, he did not give Han Yinrou any chance to Tang Rou. He played in the 4th place and completed a 1-on-2 victory over Happy. Captain is awesome. Zhou Yiqian stepped forward and high-fived Zhou Zikai as he walked back. Even if we have a 2-point advantage, we can't let our guard down, Jiang Guotao said. Yeah. Everyone in Samsara nodded. Before they won the trophy, they would not be proud and complacent. After all, they knew that if they opened champagne in the first half, the consequences would be disastrous. Fans can open champagne, but players must not open it. Neither team returned to the preparation room. They just arranged the team competition to be held in their respective seats. As the home team, Happy naturally arranged it more clearly, while Samsara could only guess which map they might choose based on Happy's map pool this season. After a while, the referee came over to call the players from both sides to come out, and the team lineup that had been determined long ago was displayed on the electronic big screen. Samsara, Zhou Zikai, ID, Yiqian Chuanyun, Gun King Occupation, Sharpshooter. Jiang Guotao, ID, Wulong Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Zhou Yiqian, ID, Yu Xingchen, God of War Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liaowan Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Fang Minghua, ID, Shielde Ziruo Occupation, Priest. The 6th man, LV Buiyuan, ID, Yunshan Luan Occupation, Judoka. Xingxin, Yi Xiu, ID, Jun Mashu Occupation, Full-Time Sanren. Su Maicheng, ID, Muyu Chengfeng Occupation, Gunner. Fang Rui, ID, Hai Wuliang Occupation, Qigong Master. Qiao Yifan, ID, Yikanhui Occupation, Go Swordsman. And Winnie, ID, Little Hands Cold Occupation, Priest. The 6th player, Bao Rongxing, ID, Buzzy Invasion Occupation, Rogue. Xingxin's 6th player actually chose Bao Rongxing, who has the dual nature of God and Ghost. Li Bo was a little surprised when he saw Xingxin's team competition list. In their opinion, the 6th player should be either Qiao Yifan or Tang Rou, but neither of them was in the 6th position. Tang Rou, the best rookie of the season, didn't even play in the team competition. Tang Rou was not played, and the unpredictable Bao Rongxing was played. Is this Xingxin's killer move? A professional player discussed. What killer move? Is this going to make Samsara laugh to death? Huang Xiaoyan complained. Bao Rongxing? Zhang Jiala said that he had some impression of this person, but not very deep. In Samsara, the one who is remembered most clearly should be Lu Buiyuan. Okay, brothers, let's defeat them in one go, Zhou Yiqian encouraged. Samsara? Invincible. Soon, the 2 teams, 6 players each, lined up on the field and began to greet each other before the team game. Zhou Zikai still didn't talk much. The first greeting from Samsara was from the vice-captain Jiang Buotao. I hope to present a wonderful team game, Jiang Buotao said as he shook Yishio's hand. Don't worry, it will be wonderful. Yishio smiled. Don't worry, we will make you lose with dignity. Zhou Yichen joked. Heh. Oh, you're still here. Yishio was a little surprised to see Zhang Jiala, and Zhang Jiala wanted to punch him hard in the face. You're all here, how could I be absent? Oh, that's so corny. Yishio pretended to tremble. Zhang Jiala held back. Come on. After the two sides greeted each other, they walked towards the competition seats at the instruction of the referee. Damn it, I'm going to kill him. Zhang Jiala cursed while sitting on the gaming chair. Wah, the atmosphere on the scene was pushed to a climax. I've been looking forward to this team match for a long time. Panlin rubbed his palms and said, there is no need to trace back too much about the team match strength of Samsara. Since losing to Blue Rain in the first half of the 8th season, Samsara has never lost a team match again. And their team matches are well organized, and each team match is well organized. The layout and moves of each team match are like textbooks. The team match strength of Xingxin has also been recognized by most people at this time. Whether facing Baiwa, Blue Rain, Thunder, or Tyranny in the losers bracket finals in the playoffs, their team matches are remarkable. Come on! The players on both sides fist-bumped with their teammates, and then devoted themselves to the game. At 21-25, the referee announced that the first round of the Glory Professional League Season 10 finals had officially begun. The 12 players on the field all inserted their cards and entered the game. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen, God of War loaded. Yi Chong Chuan Yun, Gun King loaded. Xiao Guzi Ruo loaded. Miu Chung Feng loaded. Xiao Guzi Ruo loaded. Map, Zelka City Warehouse loaded. It's this map, Yu Wenzhou said in surprise. Obviously, Xingxin's choice of map was beyond his expectations. Zelka City Warehouse is a map of a town scene, but because the area of the warehouse is particularly large, this map has a huge indoor area. The various piles of goods inside the warehouse created a maze-like terrain. These goods were not just for display. Like the goods in the Perry Town Market, they could also provide help in battle. Therefore, if the team did not often use this map to fight, it might not be possible to fully grasp it clearly. Is this Xingxin's killer move? Li Ba guessed. Xingxin had never chosen this map before. This map is a real excerpt from the large warehouse scene of Zelka City, one of the main cities of the gods' domain. It is an asymmetric map. What do you think of this map? Xiao Shiqin looked at Yu Wenzhou. Well, it's a very complicated map. It seems that Xingxin chose this map because they have some new strategies. Everyone knows the advantages of Samsara. If they crush it head-on, Xingxin can only tear apart Samsara's formation to win, Yu Wenzhou analyzed. While the four commentators were introducing this map to the audience, who didn't know much about it, the characters of both teams had already been refreshed in the east and west of the map. After refreshing, Happy, who was playing at home, chose to go straight to the middle lane, while Samsara, who was playing away, set out towards the same goal after refreshing. They did not go straight, but advanced to the southwest. The two sides made different choices. Samsara's direction is, Samsara wants to seize the highest point, Li Xian said. No, they just don't want Happy to get this point, Zhang Xinjie said. On the top of the warehouse in the southwest, there is an extra chimney compared to other warehouses, and this chimney is the highest point on this map. However, this position is a bit awkward for Samsara, because this chimney is closer to Happy's refresh point. Are we going to grab that point? Su Mucheng asked in the team voice channel. Don't worry, Samsara is not a fool. As long as they have studied this map, they know this point. Yishio responded. This chimney is neither high nor low, but it can perfectly play the height of the gunner's range. Su Mucheng's Miachingfeng can fully use this chimney to better respond to the battle situation. This high point is closer to us, Fang Rui said. The high point is closer to them, so no matter what, Xingxin is likely to occupy this point first. If Samsara has not studied this point, then they can easily take this commanding height. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 607. Let's go and have a look. Yishio thought about it. There was no threat at this distance. Even if Samsara had studied this map and this point and laid bait, as long as Happy retreated quickly enough, there would be no problem. After Yishio gave the order, the rest of Happy rushed to the commanding heights without any hesitation. I think Happy's execution is worth learning from for many teams, Li Ba said. This high-intensity execution reminded Li Ba of Tiny Herb and Blue Rain. The team execution of these two teams is very exaggerated, and Wang Jieshi and Yu Wenzhou have the final say in the team. The whole team moved forward, but Jun Maxiu's speed was obviously much faster. He needed to act as a camera for Mu Yu Chengfeng first to observe the overall direction of Samsara. Seeing Yishio's actions, Happy's fans couldn't help but feel worried, because on the other side, Samsara's trident was rushing towards the chimney. The three formed a triangle, with Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen in the front, Zhou Zikai's Yichang Chuan Yun and Zhang Jiala's Bai Hua Liao Luan behind them. Jiang Buitao's Wu Lang huddled with Fang Minghua's Xiao Guzi Ruo as usual, but was left behind by the three. Although Xingxin chose the map by themselves, they did not rush to grab this obvious high point. The TV broadcast gave a bird's-eye view. The four light spots on the map moved quickly to this end. The direction was already quite clear, which was the chimney on the top of the warehouse. Reincarnation, this map has been studied, Yu Wenzhou said while looking at the bird's-eye view. Well, their intention is very clear. If reincarnation takes this high point, it will be very comfortable in the future. Of course, the most important thing is to block Mu Yu Chengfeng. Zhang Xinjie nodded and said. But in terms of speed, Yishio is still faster. Xiao Shiqin continued. Jun Maxiu used several low-level fast-moving skills continuously. Judging from the photoelectric movement speed of the bird's-eye view, Jun Maxiu was much faster than Samsara's trident. At this time, following Jun Maxiu's first-person perspective, the large warehouse was in sight. The large warehouse in Zelthus City is composed of many large and small warehouses, which are high, medium and low. The warehouse near the chimney is a low-rise, only 3 meters high, but it is also a height that a character cannot reach with one jump. But for Jun Maxiu, it's a piece of cake. Whether it's the mechanical rotor or the ninja sword mode of the 1,000 machine umbrella, he can easily cross it. Samsara is rushing here. Go to the warehouse on the left and intercept their formation. Mu Cheng, follow me, Yishio commanded in the team voice. When Yishio found the three people from Samsara, he was naturally noticed. Lord Grimm is rushing to the chimney, Zhou Yichen said. Don't worry, the chimney can be given to them, Jiang Buitao commanded in the team voice channel. There are warehouses on the side of the Zelthus City warehouse, and warehouses of different sizes and heights are scattered in this area. The low-rise warehouse with the chimney has a low-rise warehouse on the left, which is about 7 meters high. The one directly connected to the right is a roof that suddenly rises 2 meters, a total of 5 meters high. Although these roofs can shorten the distance to the high point of the chimney, except for Zhou Zikai's sharpshooter, even Zhang Jiala's 100 Flowers dazzling, the attack range is completely unable to reach the high point. The reason why Samsara can give up the chimney is because of Zhou Zikai's sharpshooter. He can use the large space on the roof to continuously shoot at the chimney. After all, the space on top of the chimney is extremely limited, and there is no shelter, so it is simply a live target. Of course, Mu Yu Chengfeng can also directly activate the stable gun mount. With this skill activated, the gunner can at least not worry about being knocked down by the impact of the shooting. However, while giving Xingxin stronger firepower support, of course, he also has to sacrifice some lives, and the gunner cannot move when the stable gun mount is activated, and it is very likely that Zhou Zikai's Barrett will sniper him in the head. After seeing the formation of Samsara, Yishio immediately understood that Samsara had made arrangements for this map. People who have not studied this map would not be able to think of seizing the high point of the chimney at the first time. So, knowing that Samsara has studied it, the deployment they will make for this high point is not just a situation that needs to be seen on the spot. Samsara's 3 consecutive championships were not won by luck and on-the-spot performance. The strength of their team competition lies in the tacit understanding between the players and their super execution. It can be said that there are techniques and tactics. In a blink of an eye, Jun Maxiu had already run to the bottom of the chimney. There was a ladder on the chimney. Yishio controlled Jun Maxiu to climb up and reach the top in a blink of an eye. Ma Cheng can come up now, Yishio said as he controlled Jun Maxiu to shrink his body and jump directly into the chimney. After sliding down for a while, he used the ninja sword and finally reached the bottom safely. There was a large incinerator in this warehouse connected to the chimney. This warehouse was full of various discarded debris. It looked like a place dedicated to burning garbage. Yishio did not hesitate at all and rushed to the east exit. This warehouse has only one exit. Jun Maxiu arrived at the door and did not choose to go out. Instead, he turned around and scanned the garbage piled up in the corner. Outside the exit was the Samsara trident. Mu Yu Chengfeng on the chimney had already launched an attack on Samsara. With a bang, Su Mucheng fired the first shot of the first round of the team competition in the finals. Mu Yu Chengfeng is on the chimney, so where is Jun Maxiu? Zhou Yichen asked. His eyes could not be wrong. After all, the red cloak fluttering in the wind was too conspicuous. Jun Maxiu, so sexy. It should be inside the warehouse, Zhang Jiala said. It's a garbage dump inside. I remember there is also an incinerator, Zhou Yichen said. Samsara had been studying this map a long time ago. The incinerator is not turned on. If it is not turned on, then Jun Maxia is likely to climb up along the chimney. Other characters may have some difficulties, but for Jun Maxia, it is not worth mentioning, Jiang Buotao said quickly. The incinerator can be turned on and off. Xingxing couldn't have chosen this map without knowing this. The efficiency of the incinerator is very high. Once the smoke starts to come out, the character will never be able to get out of the chimney because the temperature is too high and going in will cause continuous blood loss. Boom! At this moment, an explosion sounded in the warehouse. The incinerator was ignited, and the tracks began to move, continuously transporting the garbage into the furnace. Huh? The Samsara people didn't expect the incinerator to be turned on. It's a grenade. Zhang Jiala, a 9-year ammunition expert, is too sensitive to the sound of grenades. The grenade explosion triggered the switch of the incinerator, Zhang Jiala said immediately. While speaking, Yu Xingchen had already rushed into the warehouse and found that the incinerator was constantly working and the garbage was effectively moving through the tracks. Why do I feel like something is not right? In order to deal with Mu Yuqingfeng's bombing of the rear point, Yi Qian Chuanyun has climbed onto the roof of the higher warehouse on the right, and then started to shoot at it. As Mu Yuqingfeng said before, he directly turned on the stable gun mount, fired a shot at Yi Qian Chuanyun, and immediately changed the target of attack. It was Wu Lang and Xiao Guzi Ruo. We are intercepted, Jiang Buotao shouted. A few minutes ago, the two were rushing towards the chimney, and at this moment, a stream of air blasted out from the warehouse next to them. The air is so strong. Fang Rui's Hai Wuliang started with a level 50 intermediate skill. Fortunately, Jiang Buotao and Fang Minghua were very focused, so they avoided this fatal blow. Now the two are in an open space, and they are about to be bombarded by Mu Yuqingfeng at a higher point, and the nearest warehouse is also occupied by Xingxin. Wu Lang took a step forward, and the ghost formation under his feet rose. Plague array. The two of them immediately retreated. Once the character's speed was increased and slowed down, in Mu Yuqingfeng's eyes, the two of them were no different from targets. Seeing that they were blocked from behind, Yu Xingchen immediately turned around and rushed towards the exit. Old Zhang, remember to turn off the incinerator and rush to the chimney, Zhou Yichen said to Zhang Jiala as he left. Don't worry, it still takes someone to turn off the incinerator. A grenade can do it, right? Forget it, I go over and turn it off for him, Zhang Jiala said indifferently. How did the incinerator open? Zhang Jiala analyzed it all. It must have been triggered by the grenade thrown by Jun Maxiu after he climbed up the chimney. Zhang Jiala said that he had seen through Yishio's tricks, but when he was about to go over to turn off the incinerator, a pair of eyes stared at him in the garbage pile next to him. Damn, why do I feel a chill on my back? Zhang Jiala suddenly shuddered, and he felt someone behind him. Before Bai Liuwan's hand touched the incinerator, the garbage pile behind him suddenly exploded, and Zhang Jiala was startled. Jun Maxiu rushed out of it, and knocked him out with a punch. Fortunately, Bai Liuwan was quick-witted, and turned off the incinerator before the punch arrived. Damn, you are so shady. While dodging Jun Maxiu's attack, Zhang Jiala typed in the public channel to accuse Yishio. From Yu Xingchen's entry and exit to his entry and exit, Jun Maxiu saw it all clearly in the garbage pile. Zhang Jiala felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. Oh, you reacted to it, Yishio typed. Bai Liuwan wanted to distance herself, but the distance was blocked by Jun Maxiu. Draw the sword and slash. Jun Maxiu chopped Bai Liuwan out with a sword, and she fell on the track. Yishio was just about to control Lord Grimm to go up and finish him off, when a grenade exploded at his feet with a boom. Remote control grenade? I'm entangled by Lord Grimm, Zhang Jiala communicated in the team voice. I do it? Josukai asked. No, if he wants to hold me back, I can hold him back too, Zhang Jiala said. Xingxin is now in a very standard 4-in-1 formation. Strange, why didn't Yishio choose to stop Shachan, but Zhang Jiala? Huang Xiaotian was a little puzzled. In his opinion, Zhou Yichen's threat was much greater than Zhang Jiala's. Because no matter how strong Zhou Yichen is, he is also a battle mage who deals single target damage, but Zhang Jiala is different. With a chaotic thunder from Bai Liuwan, Xingxin's formation will be scattered, Yu Wenzhou explained. That's right, and Jun Maxiu might be able to force out the ultimate move of 100 Blossoms by himself, so Xingxin will gain from this. Zhang Xinjie continued. Although Zhuangzhou is definitely the biggest threat to Xingxin in terms of personal strength, Zhang Jiala's 100 Blossoms is definitely the biggest threat in team battles. You should know that Zhang Jiala's share of the team's output is not low, and there have been several times that it has even exceeded Zhuangzhou's output share. Can you kill the priest? Yi Xiu asked in the team voice. Yes. Fang Rui gave a positive answer. Because his Cloud Catch hand had successfully caught Fang Minghua's Xiao Guzi Ruo, Wu Lang sang the Frost Wave Array on the spot, but was interrupted by the holy fire of the little hand in the next second. This priest of Xingxin is a growth type, Yang Tsong said with emotion. A group of professional players nodded. They still remembered Winnie's delicious operation, but now on the stage of the finals, as a newcomer who made his debut, he was not timid at all. The more I look at Xingxin's Ghost Sword, the more I like it, Li Xian said with a smile. Qiao Yifan's Ghost Array blocked Jiang Butao and Fang Minghua's retreat and counterattack several times. Samsara is in a passive position. If the priest is eliminated first, then the situation of this team game will completely turn to Xingxin. Jiang Butao must save Xia de Ziruo and hold on until Yu Xingxin arrives. Li Ju quickly analyzed the situation on the field. Just when Fang Rui was ecstatic and thought he had succeeded, a shot Hai Wuliang in the head, and he fell to the ground. Barrett's sniper. It was Zhou Zikai, who shot through the clouds. He took advantage of the gap when Mu Yuqingfeng dispersed his attacks, and accurately hit Hai Wuliang, who was holding Xia de Ziruo with a Barrett sniper. Bebe explained excitedly. It's Zhou Zikai again. Zhou Zikai is so strong. Bai Yanfei said with emotion, and Qin Muyun on the side was also touched by this shot. Xiaoge landed without hesitation and activated the angel wings to stay in the air. Qiao Yifan wanted to finish off the opponent, but was interrupted by Wulong's swift light wave sword. Xia Shibingliang wanted to do something, but the next second, a figure rushed out from the back of the warehouse and stabbed him with a gun. And when he reacted, but his hand speed was too slow. Xia Shibingliang turned his head and tried to dodge, but the opponent was too fast, and the gun successfully stabbed Xia Shibingliang's arm. Dragon Fang. The dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit hit Xia Shibingliang's body. And when he pressed the direction keys frantically, but the character was already frozen in place. Not good. It's Yu Xingxin. Yu Xingxin is here, and he passed through the back door of the warehouse and successfully approached Xia Shibingliang. Bingbei's face was flushed with excitement. It's over. The professional players watching the game in the audience began to mourn for Winnie. Once caught by Zhou Yichen, it would be very difficult to break free. The priests of each team have a deep understanding of this. In their eyes, Zhou Yichen is no different from a demon. You had a good fight just now, right? Now it's my turn. Do you have any objections? Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Chapter 608. No. It's over. This is what Winnie thought when he saw Yu Xingxin coming. And Winnie's fear of Zhou Yichen far exceeded that of others. After all, he was killed by Zhou Yichen in both the first and second rounds of the regular season. And Winnie, who was praised for not panicking and not panicking at all, is now not only panicking in his mind, but also a little confused in his hands. And Winnie is panicking. Zhang Xinjie said. Which of you pastors is not panicking when seeing Zhou Yichen? Wang Xiaotian asked. Zhang Xinjie was silent. What he said made sense, and he couldn't refute it. Now it's Xingxin's turn to be uncomfortable, Chu Yunxiu said. Because Yu Xingxin was in the warehouse, Mu Yuqingfeng, who was at a high point, couldn't see Yu Xingxin's figure at all. He could only see a little gap through the window. Seeing that Yu Xingxin had been rescued, Zhou Zikai didn't hesitate, jumped off the roof, and rushed to the low house under the chimney. Is Zhou Zikai's position to cooperate with Bai Liaowan to kill Jun Maxiu? Panlin guessed. Coincidentally, someone among the professional players also asked this question, so Yu Wenzhou expressed his opinion. It should be to free Bai Liaowan. Without Zhang Jiala in the front, the output is still a bit lacking. Besides, there are too many debris in the incinerator. If Bai Liaowan and Yiqiang Chuanyan want to kill Jun Maxiao, the price they pay will not be small. Bang bang bang, Yiqiang Chuanyan fired bullets at Jun Maxiu. Jun Maxiu kicked Bai Liaowan away, opened the 1,000-machine umbrella, and turned into a shield to block the bullets shot by Yiqiang Chuanyan. Then Jun Maxiu stepped forward quickly, and Bai Liaowan's vision was completely blocked by the open 1,000-machine umbrella. I really am. If it wasn't for the public occasion, Zhang Jiala would have already started to rant. Shield strike. Bai Liaowan was forced back to the corner, and Jun Maxiu knocked Bai Liaowan out directly. Fortunately, a shot from behind arrived, and Jun Maxiu didn't dare to fight and immediately pulled away. While this side was fighting a righteous 2-on-1, the same thing was happening on the other side. Although Yu Xingchen was close to Xiaoshu Bingliang, Qiao Yifen's reaction was not slow. He turned around and released a dark array at Xiaoshu Bingliang's feet, trying to stop Yu Xingchen from moving forward. As a result, to Qiao Yifen's great surprise, Zhou Yichen actually directly controlled Yu Xingchen to break into the dark array. Damn, Zhou Yichen is so. A professional player complained. Every time they saw the Ghost Swordsman's dark array, they couldn't dodge it in time, but Zhou Yichen was good and just rushed in. At this time, the electronic screen also showed Zhou Yichen's first-person perspective. Except for the faint light, it was pitch black in front of him. Zhou Yichen, it feels a bit reckless. How can he get close to Xia Shubingliang? His best choice now should be. Li Ba was still analyzing, and the next second, he was amazed. Yu Xingchen's war spear stabbed towards Xia Shubingliang. Could it be that? Zhou Yichen is really cheating. The dark array summons the dark soul. All enemies in the array will only be blinded to a certain extent. This is not completely black. The blinding effect of the outer circle is the worst. Now Yu Xingchen uses the attack range of the war spear to force Xia Shubingliang out of the center of the ghost array. Li Xian, the first ghost of glory, explained. Generally speaking, we release the dark array to cooperate with other skills or to protect ourselves, just like Qiao Yifen's dark array, but the position of the little hand is too bad, so the dark array does not play a particularly big role. Wu Yu's continued. And there is another main reason, that is, Zhou Yichen's visual sensitivity is naturally different from that of ordinary people. The glimmer in the perspective is actually the light emitted by the little hand is cold. Li Xian said. Yes, as long as the little hand is cold, the staff will definitely emit a certain amount of light, which is very weak. Glory Chief Priest Zhang Xinjie added. We can't help you, Aiken. Jiang Buitao communicated in the team voice, while controlling Wulong to dodge the shells fired by Muya Chengfeng at the high point. Because Yiqiang Chuanyun went to rescue by Hua Liaowan, Muya Chengfeng, the firepower point, had no time to output Wulong and Xie Ziruo. Seeing that the two were restrained, Hai Wuliang decisively turned around and used flash 100 splits on Yu Xingchen. You can focus on Yu Xingchen, Fang Rui said. You can do it. If you can't, just pull away. Yi Xiu controlled Jun Maxiu to avoid Yi Qian Chuanyun's roundhouse kick. He didn't think that Hai Wuliang, Yi Siyuan Hui, and Xiaoshu Bingliang alone could kill Yu Xingchen. If Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen was so easy to kill, Samsara wouldn't be standing here. Why can Samsara always open up such a big gap on the side of the opponent? It's because they need to invest too much manpower on the front. Facing Zhou Yichen, one person is not enough, so you need two people. Sometimes two people are not enough, so three people come. If you get a hole in the side, you can fix it. But if Zhou Yichen tears a hole in the front, you will be completely penetrated. Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen is still a nightmare in the hearts of all the team healers. It should be possible. Fuck. Fang Rui hadn't finished speaking when he saw Yu Xingchen using a Z-shaped shake to dodge his airwave bullet, while avoiding Itsunhui's full moon slash. Then, before Itsunhui could get back to his right position, Yu Xingchen slapped out with a palm and successfully hit his arm. Boom, falling flower palm. The powerful impact force directly slapped Itsunhui away, and Hai Wuliang took up the position and slapped Yu Xingchen. Sky-splitting palm, Xiaoshu Bingliang took the opportunity to summon a holy halo from the sky, which then hit Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen's vision will be exposed for a period of time when bathed in the halo, and the damage received during this period will be increased by an additional 30%. Xingxin wants to focus on Yu Xingchen, but is Hai Wuliang's damage enough? Pan Lin asked his question. Not enough, but it can make Zhou Yichen restrain himself a little. Li Ba said. What do you mean? Pan Lin didn't understand what Li Ba meant by restraint. Fighters will. Baizi and Li Ju said in unison. Hey. Li Ba nodded. It seems that someone can still understand what he said. At this time, Pan Lin noticed that Yu Xingchen's fighters will had reached 38 combos without him noticing, and was about to enter the 4th level. A battle mage who activates the 4th level of fighters will gain 2% attack speed, 8% movement speed, and 90 points of strength bonus. The speed is completely stacked, Yu Wanzhou said. In fact, Zhou Yichen's combo can be traced. In the beginning, he would deliberately slow down the speed of the combo, and sometimes he would deliberately interrupt it when it was stacked, and the positive effect would disappear. Zhou Yichen used this method to cover up the combo in the early stage, and the second stage is after the 4th stage is opened, Zhou Yichen's speed will be greatly improved. The hand speed suddenly soared, forcibly raising the opponent's rhythm, so that the opponent has no time to pay attention to the combo in order to catch up with the rhythm, which is equivalent to diverting attention. It's going to soar. Han Wenqing said. Yu Wenzhou knew this, and he naturally knew it too. But the terrifying thing about Zhou Yichen is that you know he is going to speed up, but you can't slow down. It's coming. Fang Rui's heart was shocked. Speed up. 320, 346, 400. Zhou Yichen's hand speed is constantly increasing, and Fang Rui's hand speed on the other side is also forced to increase. He is catching up. Li Ju shouted. Hiss. Wei Chen's scalp numbed at this scene. On the electronic screen, the hand speeds of both parties kept soaring. 500. Zhou Yichen's hand speed peak exceeded the limit of 500. Fang Rui did not catch up. Hai Wuliang was a step slower, causing Yuxingchen's Halong Pejuan to attack and successfully penetrate Hai Wuliang's defense. Bang! Wasteful Fang, can you still catch up? Zhou Yichen is still soaring. The combo number has reached 56 combos, and is about to rush to the 6th level fighter's will. Wu Yus couldn't help but worry about the wretched Fang. Fang Rui is not slow, he is caught up. Wang Jieshi said. At this time, the professional players realized that Hai Wuliang had already opened up his steel bones. What a monster! Fang Rui complained. Although this was not his limit, it was almost there. Because his hands were obviously sore, Fang Rui was also effectively controlling his hand speed to keep it stable at this stage. But Zhou Yichen was still speeding up, as if he was risking his life. At this time, Zhou Yichen was not the only one whose hand speed was rising, but also Yi Xiao on the other side. In order to contain Yixiang Chuanyuan and prevent Bai Liaowan from leaving the warehouse, Yi Xiao used all his skills. From the hand speed statistics so far in the game, it can be seen that Yi Xiao's average hand speed in this game is currently 340. And the stage average, that is, from Jun Mashu's sneak attack on Bai Liaowan to Yixiang Chuanyuan coming to rescue, the statistics during the 1-on-2 period, the hand speed is as high as 510. 510. For too many professional players, this would be a peak, but now, this is Yi Xiao's average speed. There are already 3 people on the field with a peak of more than 500, Zhou Yichen, Yi Xiao and Fang Rui. The difference is that after Fang Rui's peak value exceeded 500, it immediately adjusted back to more than 400. Fang Rui is not a fool. If he continues to play like this, his hand may be broken. But Zhou Yichen and Yi Xiao were very exaggerated. Both of them wanted to contain multiple people. Yi Xiao's Jun Mashu was a little better, but Zhou Yichen was much more exaggerated. While he was entangled with Hai Wuliang, he also wanted to forcibly kill Xia Shubingliang. 600 hiss. The professional players sitting in the audience took a breath. Too much. Han Wenqing frowned. Yi Xiao's average of 510 and Zhou Yichen's peak of 600, in their view, were simply cruel, cruel to the opponent and cruel to themselves. Zhang Xinjia on the side carefully observed the curve under the hand speed data. Yi Xiao's hand speed curve was very messy, with many ups and downs. From this messy hand speed curve, it can be seen that Yi Xiao was really passive. After all, he was restraining the left and right halberds of the Samsara Trident, and Zhou Yichen's curve was even more exaggerated. Although 600 flashed by and slowly dropped to 540, it suddenly soared to 600. Finally caught you. Zhou Yichen smiled happily, not noticing that he was sweating profusely at this time. Yunxiu, don't worry about this. Xiao Shiqin looked at Chu Yunxiu, who was frowning on the side. I won't interfere with him. No matter what he chooses, I support him. Chu Yunxiu said, but his fists clenched unconsciously. I won't leave. I have a chance to kill him. Zhang Jiala shouted loudly. He originally planned to withdraw directly. After all, Mu Yuqingfeng's output on the chimney was too cool. Jiang Buitao's Wulong and Fang Minghua's Shida Ziruo had already hidden in another warehouse, separated from the warehouse where Yu Xingchen was by a road, and they could not help Zhou Yichen at all. They could only watch Yu Xingchen beat 3 people alone in the warehouse, and at this moment Jiang Buitao was immediately pulled back to the first round of the finals of the 8th season. It was just that at that time, there were 4 of them watching Zhou Yichen's performance, but now there are 2 people. The original purpose of the reincarnation was to let Yixiang Chuanyuan release Bai Liaowan and return to the front to put pressure, and then Wulong would find an opportunity to put pressure on Miyu Chengfeng. After all, no matter how strong Miyu Chengfeng was, he could not withstand the attack of several wave arrays of the magic swordsman. But now, Samsara's plan has changed. Because Jun Mashu only has 58% of his life left, and Zhou Zikai and Zhang Jiala can clearly feel that Yi Xiao's reaction and response are not as smooth as before. Therefore, after exchanging glances, the two decided to kill Jun Maxiu. Old Yi, this is almost at the limit, Huang Xiaoyan said with a serious look, and Yuan Zhou on the side did not speak. But Zhou Yichen seems very excited, Sun Xiang suddenly said. Although Zhou Yichen in the camera was sweating, he showed an excited smile, which inevitably made people wonder if this guy took stimulants. Damn it! Li Xian was stunned. On the electronic screen, Zhou Yichen's hand speed peak had already rushed to 700. Captain Chu, take care of it, Wu Yu said. He had never seen the scenery of 700 in his life, and today he was enlightened. Xu Yunxiu rolled his eyes and said nothing. It seems that Yi Xiu's hand speed limit is here, Sun Zhiping said. The Yizhan 5 were hesitant to speak. Why? Sun Zhiping saw that they seemed to have something to say. This should not be the limit of Yi Xiu, right? Lu Guaning said. What do you mean? Sun Zhiping didn't quite understand. We have seen Yi Xiu's hand speed, Lu Guaning said. I have seen it too. Sun Zhiping smiled. He had seen Yi Xiu's hand speed 9 years ago, okay? Yi Xiu was at his peak at that time. That's not what I meant. We have seen his hand speed in another way. Just tell me the highest. The highest is 900. 48 seconds, stable 900 APM. Lu Guaning's voice was a little trembling. Duo Xiao. Chapter 609. 900 APM, are you kidding me? Sun Zhiping shouted. Now Yi Xiu's average of 510 is already very exaggerated. Zhou Yichen's hand speed is nearly 700, and now the shadow of Yi Yuxingchen's war spear dance is almost invisible. Now you tell me 900, what does that mean? Jun Maxiu, he won't fly directly. It's true, Lu Guaning said, although it was a bit exaggerated, but it was true. At first they just thought that Yi Xiu played the song very fast and his hands were very fast, and they didn't have a clear concept of data. Until the end, when they calculated it using the method that Lu Guaning just said, their 5 eyes almost broke at that time. This guy. Is he still holding back now? What's the point? Sun Zhiping was puzzled. If it was really like what Lu Guaning and the others said, then why didn't Yi Xiu fight? Although he had restrained the 2 people from Samsara, the other side was almost stabbed to pieces by Yi Yuxingchen alone. You have to know that this is the finals, and even if you use 200% of your energy, it is not enough. Reserve? Don't be ridiculous. While they were talking, Yi Xiu's situation became more passive. Under the attack of Cloud Piercer and 100 flowers dazzling from the left and right, Jun Maxiu was finally forced into a corner, the corner of the entire scrap warehouse. Haha, you have come to this day. Zhang Jiala looked at Jun Maxiu's decreasing health value, and couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Getting rid of this bastard personally brought him endless pleasure. No! Zhou Zikai suddenly took a step back, and Jun Maxiu shot the lever, and the track began to work. Just when Baiwa Liaowan was about to throw a grenade at Jun Maxiu, the teleportation track hit him. Fuck! Baiwa Liaowan leaned forward, and Zhang Jiala felt bad. Although this position was a corner, there was not anything else next to it, but an incinerator. Due to the large amount of garbage on the track, the retreating Yiqiang Chuanyun actually lost Jun Maxiu's sight at the first moment. Waiting for you. Yi Xiu typed on the public channel. Jun Maxiu grabbed Baiwa Liaowan who was leaning forward, and then his body shook. Iron bones. Before Baiwa Liaowan could break free, Jun Maxiu quickly grabbed his throat and threw him into the incinerator. Then the 1,000 machine umbrella changed its form into a gun form. Boom! 3 anti-tank guns fired out, forming a triangle with the burning port of the incinerator to stick Baiwa Liaowan there. Fuck! Huang Xiaoyan shouted when he saw the scene. It was too fast. In an instant, the offensive and defensive situation changed. No matter how you look at it, Jun Maxiu is doomed to die, but Yi Xiu uses the terrain to turn the doomed situation around. Awesome. Xiao Shiqin sighed, admitting that he couldn't do what Yi Xiu did. Now it's Zhou Zikai's turn to make a decision. Yang Tsong said. Baiwa Liaowan's health was constantly decreasing. Zhou Zikai didn't hesitate at all. He used a gun to shoot through the clouds and shot several shots to knock out the garbage that entered the burning port, and then pulled Baiwa Liaowan out. When the two came to their senses, Jun Maxiu was gone. Excellent containment. Wang Jieshi sighed. One person contained 2 people, and in such a narrow terrain, he could still find a chance to escape. Jun Maxiu has escaped from the dark warehouse. His target is Shiga Ziruo. Pan Lin shouted. Hey, Zhou Yichen's containment on the other side. No, he's not containment, he's fighting. Li Ju shouted. Facing the siege of the 3 people from Happy, Yi Yuxingchen was not timid at all. He didn't fight and retreat like Jun Maxiu, but chased Xia Shubingliang and attacked fiercely. This caused Yakunhui and Hai Wuliang on both sides to defend and protect Xia Shubingliang. If Yu Xingchen was allowed to kill the priest alone, even if they focused their fire and killed Yu Xingchen in seconds, when the sixth-person Lu Buiyu and Zhen Shanluan entered the field, the front of Samsara could still resist. Next, they only needed to fight a positional battle around Xiaodaziruo. Thinking of this, Xiao Yifan and Fang Rui had to protect Winnie tightly. Too crazy, too handsome, Qiu Fei muttered, but his eyes were shining brightly. The battle mage he imagined must be like Yu Xingchen. Oh my god, Zhou Yichen is going to kill Little Hands Bingyan against the output of 2 people. Li Xian's scalp was numb. How could one person be so fierce? The best defense is to carry out the offense to the extreme, Han Wenqing said. The attacks of Yi Yunhui and Hai Wuliang were almost all defensive counterattacks, which showed that the 3 players of Happy were completely passive at this time. The one with the most pressure on the field was undoubtedly Winnie. He felt that Yu Xingchen in front of him was not only a beast, but also like a python tightly wrapped around him. And Winnie felt that his breathing became heavier, especially when Yu Xingchen stabbed him. He felt that he was about to suffocate. Little Hands Bingyang made more mistakes. Zhang Xinjie said, this is also a normal phenomenon. Zhang Xinjie added immediately. Playing in the finals for the first time is the first test of mentality for a newcomer. Now facing Zhou Yichen, who is one of the most aggressive players in the league, this is the second test of his mentality. Yu Wanzhou said. If he can calm down and survive, then Winnie will play better and better. If he can't survive, and gets discouraged then... Yu Wanzhou didn't finish, but everyone present understood. Zhang Xinjie can understand Winnie's mood at this time. After all, he faced Zhou Yichen in the finals of the 9th season, but now it seems that Zhou Yichen in this state seems to be more exaggerated than before. 70 combos, 1 against 3, it's okay not to lose, but the fighter's will was not interrupted, too brutal. Tianxin cursed. There is such a monster in the league, how can you play with him? 70 combos have entered the state of the 6th level fighter's will, and the 130 points of strength blessing make Xia Shubingliang suffer more damage. We have to interrupt his combo. Once he reaches the 7th level of fighter will, we will all be defeated. Fang Rui communicated in the team voice. Yes. Xiao Yifan and Winnie nodded. They were already sweating. The pressure is full, cut the pulse. Hai Wuliang did not hold back at all. He stabbed Yu Xingchen with his fingers and concentrated his breath. Yi Yunhui did the same. He inserted his sword into the ground and began to chant. Many summon ghosts gathered together, and then these ghosts suddenly exploded. Feast of Ghosts and Gods. The 2 consecutive big moves were to find an opportunity to interrupt Yu Xingchen's fighter will and seize the initiative of the attack. Even if Zhou Yichen controlled Yu Xingchen to stop attacking, he interrupted the combo of fighter will himself, which would slow down the speed of his combo. Fang Rui was not stupid. If he continued to defend like this, he would only allow Yu Xingchen to stack up his combos. When he opened the 7th stage of the fighter's will, it would be too late to counterattack. Xiao Yifan and Winnie were also very clear about this, so they kept bombarding Yu Xingchen with skills. However, with the blessing of the 6th stage of the fighter's will, the 12% movement speed bonus made Yu Xingchen no longer cumbersome. While stepping back to avoid Hai Wuliang's pulse cutting, he also avoided the strong shock wave generated by the ghost explosion. Oh my god, with such a fast hand speed, the operation can still be so stable. A group of professional players were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Shibya, can you do it? Su Bin elbowed Lu Shibya. If I could do it, I wouldn't be sitting here. Lu Shibya smiled. Zhou Yichen's hand speed can naturally be achieved, and Lu Shibya can proudly say that he can do it very easily, but he can't do it so stably. In Lu Shibya's opinion, with this average, the hand speed will definitely be unbalanced and bring about the side effect of operation deformation, but Zhou Yichen has stabilized. Too strong. Fang Shuasai sighed. Puff, Yu Xingchen took advantage of the backswing of Yakunhui's chanting of the ultimate move and thrust out the spear. Boom, angry dragon piercing the heart. Hai Wuliang opened the steel bones and filled the position of Yakunhui, then swung his body horizontally and used both hands to drive the breath to run through the whole body. When his breath was finished, his body shook slightly, and a strong airflow rushed towards Yu Xingchen. Qiguan Changhong. Can this move hit? No. Yu Xingchen's speed is too fast. This is Z-shaped shaking. Too awesome. This scene directly made the guest Li Bao burst into swearing. The airflow only hit the phantom created by Yu Xingchen's high speed. Yu Xingchen turned around and stabbed Hai Wuliang with a gun. Then a powerful force was poured into him, and Hai Wuliang was forcibly stabbed to the ground. The domineering body was broken, round dance stick, at this time, whether it was Yu Xingchen, Xingxin's inch of gray, Hai Wuliang and Xia Shubingliang, the four of them were in a state of great disability. Hai Wuliang had already been hit by a Barrett sniper shot from Chuanyan's headshot. Xia Shubingliang had been moving around to avoid Yu Xingchen's attack, and had no time to chant the healing spell. As for Inch of Gray, he had previously called a wave of blood volume with Wulong, and now it was blocked by Yu Xingchen and his blood volume dropped a lot. "This is the three heroes fighting Lu Bu," said Gai Saijia of the Void team. "Three heroes fighting Lu Bu. Isn't it Lu Bu who is at a disadvantage? This fight against three, the advantage is mine," a professional player retorted. Upward strike, sky strike. Yu Xingchen floated Hai Wuliang in the air, but did not continue to attack him, but began to accumulate power on the spot. "Oh no, it's Fulong Xiangtian." Fong Rui felt something was wrong. "Quickly retreat." And Winnie's heart sank, and he quickly controlled Xiaoshu Bingyang and Xiao Yifen's Yikunhui to retreat. But the next second, Fulong Xiangtian attacked. While Haolong grabbed Hai Wuliang, he rushed towards Xiaoshu Bingyang and Yikunhui. In the shock of the two, Haolong swung his tail, and smashed the two through the window. Boom! The second stage of magic fighting spirit exploded, and after the smoke and dust, people found that there were only two characters on the ground. Yu Xingchen killed Hai Wuliang, out. "Ah!" Fong Rui stared at the screen with wide eyes, ignoring the cold sweat dripping down his head. Full-level Fulong Xiangtian, with a critical hit. Wang Jieshi said. TSK, wretched Fong, so miserable." Wu Yu smacked his lips. Fulong Xiangtian hit all the way. Fong Rui's Hai Wuliang was taken away directly, becoming the first character to be eliminated in this game. Xingxin's overall situation is not good, Li Ju explained passionately. However, Jun Maxia on the other side did not return to the front, but stole the home, said Baizi. After getting rid of the joint siege of the two, Jun Maxia rolled and disappeared in front of everyone. When he appeared again, he was already on Shiogaziru's face. The warehouse where Wulong and Shiogaziru stayed has a basement that can be entered from the outside, Yu Wenzhou explained. At this time, the mood of Xingxin fans was like riding a roller coaster. Seeing Fong Rui's Hai Wuliang being taken away, their mood dropped to the bottom. But when they saw Captain Yishio's Jun Maxia attack Shiogaziru, they sat up again. Sit-ups. "We can hold on." Killed Xia Shubingliang. Jiang Buotao calmly assessed the situation. Jun Maxia's HP was already low. Even though he used healing magic to heal himself on the way here, he still had to think twice before killing Xia Jiziru in front of Wulong. On the other hand, Xia Shubingliang's HP had dropped to red after being hit by Fulong Xiangtian. What Samsara had to do now was to send Xia Shubingliang out before Xingxin's six-man Bazi invasion arrived. Samsara's goal was to kill, and Xingxin's goal was naturally to protect. Yikunhui released a ghost array at the feet of the two. The silent array, because he had already seen Bai Hua Liaowan rushing over, Muyu Chunfeng, who was at a higher point, saw Bai Hua Liaowan appear, and then turned his gun around, preparing to bombard it. But the next second, Su Mucheng sensed something and turned around and found that Ichiang Chuanyan had rushed to his side. Impact grenade, Ichiang Chuanyan grenade was launched, and after Muyu Chunfeng blew it up, he turned around and jumped down the chimney. The duration of stabilizing the gun mount had already ended. "It's okay," Josakai said. "Got it." Seeing that Xingxin's high point was solved, Yu Xingchen broke through the window and rushed out, stabbing at Xia Shubingliang with a shot. He ignored the silent array released by Yikunhui. Seeing that he rushed up like he didn't care about his life, Xiao Yifen had to chant the ghost array again, but the next second, he was interrupted by the ice bombs of Bai Hua Liaowan. "Force kill," Zhou Yichen said. Yu Xingchen rushed into the ghost array, and his skills were immediately banned, but Zhou Yichen used the spear in his hand to pick up Yikunhui, and stabbed at Xia Shubingliang. Muyu Chunfeng used the recoil brought by the general attack to land steadily, and rushed to the front battlefield. Su Mucheng didn't choose to help Yishio. Seeing this scene, Li Xian was still a little surprised. After all, when they were in excellent era, Su Mucheng's Muyu Chengfeng and Yishio's One Autumn Leaf had always suppressed their Void Twin Ghosts, and won the best combination of the regular season, because they were together almost all the time in the team competition. The first to support One Autumn Leaf must be Muyu Chengfeng's artillery fire, but now, Su Mucheng did not choose Yishio, who was fighting two people alone, but the front that was about to collapse. She is also getting stronger. Chapter 610. Su Mucheng's changes are obvious to all. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said, "She is more mature now. She may have been just Yishio's partner before, but now she is a good partner for the entire Happy team. What Happy needs to solve most now is the frontal problem. Hai Wuliang is not here, and Bozi invasion has not arrived. At this time, Happy's front is the weakest. Yu Wenzhou analyzed. Yes, if the front is defeated by Yi Yuxingchen and by Wang Liaowan, then this game will be completely over. Xiao Shiqin said. The facts also prove this point. Xia Shubingliang was still caught by Yi Yuxingchen. Kid, welcome to the finals. This is what Yi Yuxingchen said to him in the public channel before killing Xia Shubingliang. Welcome to the finals. The Samsara fans in the away area raised their arms and roared wildly. Yi Yuxingchen killed Xia Shubingliang, out. Ye Kunhui tried to escape the scene with ghost steps, but was blown down by a grenade the next second. Boom, explosive grenade? The front was breached, ah. Yu Wenzhou's Sai had sentenced Xingxin to death. When Miya Qingfeng arrived at the front, Ye Kunhui's health was almost at the bottom. Fortunately, Baozi invasion successfully arrived at the front and cooperated with Miya Qingfeng to send Yi Yuxingchen away. But Zhou Yichen's reputation as the K-Head King is well deserved. Before the 100 Flowers explosion flame bomb was fired, Yi Yuxingchen Failong Zai took action and successfully killed Xiao Yifen's Ye Kunhui first. Then she was also hit by Miya Qingfeng's satellite beam and taken away. Yi Yuxingchen killed Ye Kunhui, out. Miya Qingfeng kills Yuxingchen, out. The first player to be eliminated from the Samsara team has appeared, and that is Zhou Yichen, who shines brilliantly. However, before he died, he got a triple kill and took away 3 characters from Happy, including the healer. It can be said that if Samsara wins this game, the overall MVP is already a foregone conclusion. Li Ju said. 1 for 3, Zhou Yichen did everything he could. In order to deal with Yuxingchen, Happy paid the price of the health of 3 characters, and even more exaggeratedly, they also lost the life of the healer. Zhang Xinjie said. Baozi forcefully kills Bai Liaowan, the one holding a gun in front of you. Su Mucheng shouted. Okay. Baozi threw a brick at Bai Liaowan. Miya Qingfeng found a higher point, and then began to bombard Bai Liaowan. Jun Maxiao on the other end also realized that Xiaga Zirua could not handle this point after seeing Yiqiang Chuanyan come back. We can't fight anymore, Yu Wenzhou said. Samsara now has 8 points with 3 kills, while Happy only has 4 points. The situation on the field is now 3 versus 4, and the low-health Jun Maxiao has no way to replace Xiaga Zirua. The result of this game was determined the moment Yi Yuxingchen killed Xia Shubingliang. Zhou Yichen, who was eliminated, lay on the gaming chair and kept wiping his hands with wet tissues. Huh, it's so cool. Bai Liaowan used smoke bombs as cover to successfully escape Baozi invasion and Miya Qingfeng's siege. As Lu Buiyuan's Yun Shanluan rushed to the front battlefield, Samsara officially formed a group. Relying on Xiaga Zirua, Samsara successfully wore down Happy. Too stable. Yu Wenzhou shook his head and said, with such a big difference in numbers, Samsara actually became more and more stable. It was even a little scary. This stability was torture for Happy, because they couldn't find a breakthrough. In the end, Samsara successfully took Happy away with a 2 for 3 exchange. Glory. Let us congratulate Samsara for winning this team match, winning 11-6 away from Happy. Pan Lin stood up and announced the result of the match with a fist, his voice a little excited. This match was so exciting. Everyone was playing well. Although Happy was a new team that had just entered the league, it was also the first time for them to stand on the stage of the finals. But they were not timid at all. Even though they lost 3-5 in the ring match, the performance of young players Qiao Yifan and in winning in the team match was still very good. Fong Rui's counterattack was also very good. Needless to say, Su Mucheng's firepower supply was naturally not much to say. Although Baozi was a little nervous, at least it worked. Of course, the best player must be Yishio. Facing the siege of Zhouzikai and Zhang Jiala, he was at a disadvantage, but did not collapse. His hand speed soared to an average speed of 500. The counterattack of Kufang against Bai Liaowan made the audience excited. Happy's players also performed well, especially Yishio. This veteran is still strong, Li Ju said. Yes, but the strength of Samsara is also obvious to all, especially Zhou Yichen. It's too exaggerated. He is definitely the best player in today's round of competition, Li Ba said. Blue Rain Song Xiao has always been called the key man in the playoffs, and Zhou Yichen is called the killer of the playoffs because he starts killing as soon as the playoffs arrive. So far, his total kill count has surpassed Wang Jieshi, who was a god killer in the 3rd season, and ranked 3rd. You should know that Wang Jieshi debuted 4 seasons earlier than Zhou Yichen. The first and second place are naturally the two only seedlings in the first season, Yi Xiao and Han Wenqing. In the first match of today's finals, Zhou Yichen became more and more courageous. He defeated his idol in the ring match and broke Jun Maxiu's undefeated myth. In the team match, he fought 3 people alone and was not inferior at all. His hand speed exceeded 700, which stunned everyone. The famous scene of Fu Long Xiangtian holding 3 in his mouth has already become a hot search before the game is over. MVP! 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 The fans of the away team have already shouted MVP. Many fans of Xingxin were defeated by Zhou Yichen, and a sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously. As fans, they naturally knew that their team had played very well today, but Zhou Yichen, he killed Xingxin alone. Too exaggerated? Can I really do what he did? Sun Xiang didn't dare to think that a battle mage could do this. He had begun to doubt whether Zhou Yichen was a human being. You can do it. Xiao Shiqin encouraged. In the competition seat, are you okay, Aiken? The moment the game ended, everyone gathered around. Jiang Buitao directly pulled Zhou Yichen's hands and turned them inside out. Except for a slight redness and soreness, Zhou Yichen didn't think it was a big deal. Don't participate in training these days. Jiang Buitao's face was very serious. Actually. Zhou Yichen wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhou Zikai's eyes, he shut up. Don't worry, I won't let you miss it, Fang Minghua said after observing Zhou Yichen's bones. On the court, the players from both sides, who had finished the game, had already walked out of the competition stage. I've learned a lesson, Captain Yi, Jiang Buitao said while shaking hands with Yi Xiao. Didn't you win? Yi Xiao smiled. Today, Xingxin performed very well, Jiang Buitao said. Thank you. Check your hand after you go back. Yi Xiao held Zhou Yichen's outstretched hand and then squeezed it. Oh, okay. You're going to be the runner-up, Zhang Jiala said. Haha, that's not necessarily the case. I look forward to seeing such a wonderful performance in the next game. At this time, the electronic screen was still playing the scene of Yu Xingchen fighting 3 in the warehouse. This person is too exaggerated. Fang Rui pouted. Yes, there is a feeling of being unable to breathe. And when he said, I feel the same way, Xiao Yifan expressed his empathy. The professional players in the spectator seats also left the field one after another, each returning to their own homes. But Chu Yunxiu followed Samsara back to Shanghai. In the hospital, Chu Yunxiu accompanied Zhou Yichen to check his hand, and of course, there were Samsara people beside him. It's okay, there's no dislocation or anything, just pay a little attention in the next few days. After hearing what the doctor said, the stone in the hearts of several people was completely put down. While Chu Yunxiu accompanied Zhou Yichen, Samsara people also sat together. In this team game, we actually didn't play as well as Xingxin, Fang Minghua said. Well, my command was exploded by Yishin. We have studied this map, but the chimney still caused us a lot of trouble, Jiang Buitao said. Xingxin's tactics were actually very successful today. Jun Maxiu pinned down 2 players, and Mu Yuqingfeng's high point also made Jiang Buitao and Xie Deziru very uncomfortable. In this way, the overall formation was completely divided. At that moment, the scene was so similar to the first round of the 8th season finals. Fortunately, Zhou Yichen was stunned. If he hadn't been, but was killed by the 3 people of Xingxin, then the front of Samsara would have been completely blown up. Me too, the warehouse position too slow, careless at the last moment. Zhang Jiala stood up and said. He admitted that when he saw Jun Maxiu being forced into a corner, he relaxed, was happy, and was careless. The second game is our Samsara home court. We must not lose, Jiang Buitao said with a fist. Yeah. After returning, Xingxin also started the replay activity without stopping. They were actually a little disappointed after losing the home game. After breakfast, Yi Xiao organized the team to review the game. Let's watch the ring match first. The first match is between me and Zhou Yichen. Yi Xiao did not skip this match because he lost to Zhou Yichen. In his opinion, this match is very worth learning for newcomers. This match is called the peak match by the outside world. In my opinion, it is indeed so. Xiao Tang, you can observe Yu Xingchen's position selection and movement, including the control of the timing of the attack. Yeah. Tang Rou nodded. At the beginning, because of the advantage of the scattered people, Yu Xingchen was actually a little passive, but you see his position selection. Yi Xiao paused, and then enlarged the picture of Yu Xingchen. Determined, Fang Rui said. Right. Yi Xiao nodded. Zhou Yichen is very determined, even at the cost of blood to get close. This style of play is a bit like when Han Wenqing played against you before. Wei Chen said. Yes. After getting close, you can see that Yu Xingchen's position makes me very uncomfortable, because there is magma behind me. Yi Xiao continued to analyze. While Xingqin was reviewing, Samsara also started the review operation. Let's go straight to the team match. Jiang Butu chose to skip the ring match. If I were to summarize this team match, I think Xingqin lost to a large extent due to accidents, and their tactics actually worked. Jiang Butu said. Xingqin's tactical division was very well done, but it's a pity that they chose the wrong target. Jiang Butu glanced at Zhou Yichen. Aiken, one person stopped the siege of 3 people from Xingqin, disrupted their plan, and even killed them. What can we say? Jiang Butu said with a smile. Brother Chen is awesome. Wu Qi applauded. Brother Chen, you are my god. Zhou Yichen was not embarrassed at all, but stood up and pressed his hands down. Too immature. Zhang Jiala couldn't stand it anymore. While Samsara was teasing, Happy was already frowning. Because they also started to review the team game. In fact, Samsara knew from the beginning that we wanted to grab the high ground. Yi Xiao divided the Samsara starting team into 2 teams on the screen. Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen, Zhou Zikai's Yi Chang piercing the clouds, and Zhang Jiala's by Hua Liaoluan Trident went first. Wu Lang in the back protected Xiao Guzi Ruo, which was also the 3-2 formation that Samsara liked to use the most. I won't go into details about the changes afterwards, and why they changed the formation like this. Yi Xiao said calmly. Mu Cheng's firepower coverage was perfect afterwards. So far, our plan was actually implemented perfectly. We have studied the offensive cooperation of these 2 people many times. Although Zhang Jiala only joined Samsara in the 9th season, his chemistry with Samsara and Zhou Zikai is very good. Not only Happy, any team in the league that aims to win the championship will study the cooperation between the Samsara team very thoroughly. So far, I think our winning rate is higher than Samsara. Yi Xiao said. What if the captain attacks Yu Xingchen? Xiao Yifan raised his hand and asked. Then I might be the first to be eliminated. Yi Xiao smiled. Although Zhang Jiala's offensive play was also very good, the threat was definitely not as high as Zhou Yichen. Seeing that the others were silent, Yi Xiao continued to review the game. In fact, overall, we didn't lose too much to Samsara in this team match, so don't worry about it. Yi Xiao said, turning off the projector. Yes, can Zhou Yichen die? Fang Rui laughed angrily. He didn't understand why there was such a strong monster. It can be said that Xingqin's team match was defeated by Zhou Yichen alone. Okay, everyone go out and relax. Smoke if you need to, drink water if you need to, and go to the toilet if you need to. Yi Xiao waved his hand, signaling the meeting to end. There were only 2 days left before the second game, and they had to fly to S City in the evening. It's really difficult. Chapter 611. Seeing the other people walk out of the conference room, Yi Xiao continued to sort out the information. He was used to clicking on each piece of information to confirm it first, and then saving it to the location where it should be saved. But after clicking on the next video recording, he did not immediately close it, and save it in the same way as before. The video continued to play, and Yi Xiao just stared blankly. In the picture, Yu Xingchen and Yi Qian Chuanyan fought side by side. This was a professional game in the regular season, and the opponent was just messed up by the 2. These scenes did not appear in this finals, because in the first game of the finals, the best combination of Shuang Zhou did not fight side by side for the first time. Zhou Yichen, amazing talent, excellent skills, keen control of timing, and Zhou Zikai are the same. This pair won the best combination of the regular season in the 7th season, and has won this honor for 4 consecutive times. Many people think that they will be the rulers of the next era of glory. Now, they are making this happen. Hey! Looking at the battle mage and sharpshooter on the screen, Yi Xiao recalled something. Are you thinking about your brother? Su Mucheng stood beside him at some point. Actually, I haven't really played glory with my brother. Su Mucheng said. Yeah. Yi Xiao nodded. At that time, he and Su Muchio spent the whole day in front of the computer, playing games, but Su Mucheng was sent out by Su Muchio to go to school. Can you and your brother beat them? Su Mucheng asked. Then we must be better. Yi Xiao smiled. The first day of the rest day passed like this. On the second day, because it was the home game, Samsara arranged free activities. Several people who were originally reluctant to go to the gym actually showed up at the gym together. Fang Minghua turned into a coach to guide them. This day passed in a flash. On the third day, the second round of the finals of the 10th season of the Glory Professional League was held in the evening. Samsara's home court was also a life and death battle for Xingqin. If they win, they will have another chance to fight. If they lose, then this season will be completely over. Samsara achieved an unprecedented 4 consecutive championships, and became the first team to dominate the history of Glory. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the competition venue was already full, and even the professional players, who came to watch entered the venue in advance, patiently waiting for the time to come. The second game still opened the win-loss prediction channel. This time the gap between the two sides was even more exaggerated than before the first game. Samsara, 96.4%. Xingxin, 3.6%. Except for Xingxin's fans, almost no one is optimistic about them. Before the finals, many people may have had some expectations for Happy, but after the first game, they all chose to turn against them. In the first game, many people saw that Happy had done very well, but Samsara was too strong. It was so strong that it was suffocating, and Zhou Yichen's performance at the level of a sealed account made many people feel powerless. I hope Happy can hold on for a little longer. The second round of the Glory League Season 10 finals, Samsara's match point game, Happy's life and death game, was about to start under the eye-catching lights and the noisy noise. Hey, by the way, did I see a few unfamiliar faces just now? Li Xian suddenly said. What strange faces? Yang Song asked. That's right, how should I put it? Although they are wearing different clothes, they are obviously together. Li Xian said. Isn't that normal? Chu Yunxiu asked back. No, Li Xian shook his head. They are obviously the same kind of people as us. I saw it. They should be professional players from other regions who came to watch the game. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said. It seems that we are not unknown abroad. Yu Wenzhou smiled. Currently, the most popular honor video on the foreign internet is the first round of our domestic 8th season finals. Xiao Shiqin smiled and looked at Yu Wenzhou. Yu Wenzhou, Reincarnation, invincible. Reincarnation, invincible. Reincarnation, invincible. Such shouts echoed throughout the stadium. For consecutive championships. For consecutive championships. For consecutive championships. Although Xingxin supporters were unwilling to be outdone, it was indeed difficult to gain the upper hand in such momentum, especially after losing the first round. The main reason why the Samsara home court is called the Devil's home court is that the Samsara fans are huge, and the overwhelming momentum will overwhelm every team that comes to challenge. Come on! In the match point of Samsara, under the arrangement of the Alliance, the championship trophy, which symbolizes supreme glory, was unveiled in advance before the game. The lights of the whole venue shone on the glorious championship trophy. At this moment, the world focused on it. The two teams hid in the darkness, and the players, the audience, and everyone's eyes were attracted at this moment. The game was about to officially begin. Samsara returned to the player seats under the leadership of Captain Zhou Zikai, and Happy was led down by Su Maicheng, and Yi Xiu stayed on the stage alone. Let me do it. If I can win once, I can win the second time. Zhou Yichen stood up, but was pulled back by Zhou Zikai the next second. I do it. Zhou Zikai's eyes revealed determination. Actually, my hand is really healed. Zhou Yichen wanted to explain, but Zhou Zikai shook his head. I know. I'm the captain. Zhou Zikai said. Come on, captain. Zhou Yichen stretched out his hand, and Zhou Zikai understood. Come on. The rest of the Samsara team also cheered for Zhou Zikai. This was destined to be a difficult duel. Oh! Although the map has not been announced yet, Zhou Zikai has already walked onto the stage. Gun King! Gun King! Gun King! Seeing the Captain Zhou Zikai start the game, the Samsara fans shouted passionately. They were extremely confident that they had won the first game. Xingxin could play the captain first, so they could do it too. This game is also good, Tianxin said. Before the game started, they discussed that Yi Xiu and Zhou Yichen would have another match. After all, Zhou Yichen won the last match, but it was a close win. Why didn't Zhou Yichen play? Is his hand really injured? Li Xian looked at Chu Yunxiu in confusion. Don't think about it. My Achin is fine. Chu Yunxiu rolled her eyes and said, Then why not Zhou Yichen? Someone asked in confusion. In their minds, Zhou Yichen has become a representative of being invincible. Because Zhou Zikai is the captain. Han Wenqing said firmly. Yi Xiu started not only because he is strong, but also because he wants to put pressure on his opponent with his captain status. Yes, whether they win or lose, Zhou Zikai and Yi Xiu must have a fight. Yu Wenzhou said. As the electronic sound of the scene sounded, the second round of the Arena of the Glory Professional League Finals officially started. Samsara, Zhou Zikai, ID, one shot through the clouds, Gun King occupation, sharpshooter. Happy. Yishio, ID, Lord Grimm occupation, full-time Sanrin. Map, arena. Samsara chose the simple and rough arena, which is in line with their style. Li Bo, who was also a guest and commentator, smiled. Yes, this is also the arena map with the highest win rate and the most matches. Li Ju on the side smiled. Be gentle with the old man, Yishio said to Josukai with a smile. Yeah. Josukai nodded. 99%, 100%. Lord Grimm, loading completed. One shot through the clouds, Gun King, loading completed. Map, arena, loading completed. The simple map shows Samsara's strong self-confidence. 3, 2, 1, fight! As the countdown ended, the game officially began. Both sides rushed out of the refresh area, with Ichiang Chuanyun refreshing in the south and Jun Mashi refreshing in the north. There was no intrigue or cover-up in this map. Everything was purely based on the player's personal operations. Jun Mashi used his small skill Ichiang Chuanyun to step onto the ring first, then switched the 1000 machine umbrella to a gun form, and fired 3 anti-tank cannons at another entrance. When Ichiang Chuanyun stepped onto the ring, the anti-tank cannons just happened to come. Fortunately, Josukai's reaction was very fast, and he perfectly avoided the triangular shells with a slide. Yishio's control of time is too accurate, a professional player said in surprise. Josukai's reaction is also very fast. This was destined to be a contest between top players. Ichiang Chuanyun aimed at Jun Mo Xiao, and 2 revolvers spewed out evil flames. Jun Mo Xiao opened the myriad chance umbrella, changing from a gun to a shield to block the bullets shot by Ichiang Chuanyun. Jun Mo Xiao then approached, and Ichiang Chuanyun did not retreat, but fired at Jun Mo Xiao's feet. Just as Ichiang Chuanyun was about to retreat, Jun Mo Xiao suddenly retracted the myriad chance umbrella, and the distance was shortened. Ichiang Chuanyun jumped up, and the gunfire from both guns was still spraying. Flying gun, Ichiang Chuanyun wanted to distance himself, but the next second, the first attack skill of the myriad chance umbrella was used. Instant stab. 3 steps away, in an instant stab. The last time he played against Tyranny, Yishio chose the assassin skill flash stab on the myriad chance umbrella, which was impressive. Unfortunately, this is not instant movement after all, unlike the teleportation skills of the elemental mage. Jun Mashi is fast, but Josukai is faster. When the instant body stab came, the black muzzle of the gun was already on Jun Mashi's forehead. The sharpshooter's level 70 ultimate move. Barrett Sniper. Bang! This shot was deafening. It was too fast, so fast that no one could react. Puff! In just a moment, Jun Mashi's head exploded into a ball of blood mist. This shot pierced through the stars. Originally, Ichiang Chuanyun was a sharpshooter who focused on attack power. Sniper headshots doubled the damage. This sniper took nearly 1/3 of Jun Mashi's life. Just when the fans of Samsara thought they had won, Jun Mashi was not like the others who were headshot. He was knocked down by the impact of the powerful shooting. Jun Mashi's right foot took a step back at this moment, supporting his body strongly. Thin, too thin. Huang Xiaotian applauded. Jun Mashi stepped forward quickly, shot through the clouds, put away his spear, and switched to a revolver. The character also needs to move, and this movement is the opportunity for Yishio to attack. Kaka. A light sound, clear and crisp. Barrett Sniper, the bullet is loaded? Dual control. Yuwonjo said calmly. The sharpshooter awakening skill can make a skill that is still cooling down immediately complete the cooling. If it is other skills, the sharpshooter will emit white light, but if it is Barrett Sniper, it will be shown as loading the bullet. Bang! The gun fired again, but no blood mist was generated. The 1000 machine umbrella stopped in front of Jun Mashi's chest, and the blade drawn from the umbrella pole was still shaking in Jun Mashi's hand. Sword form, block. Is this possible? Many people looked at Huang Xiaotian. Of course I can. Huang Xiaotian straightened his body and said. Then can Huang Xiao do it? Nonsense, of course I can. Apart from anything else, am I weaker than Yishio as a swordsman? Huang Xiaotian complained. The distance has been shortened. Zhou Yichen said. Bang! Before Ichiang Chuanyun could retract the Barrett, Jun Mashi changed his umbrella form, and the bullet shot straight at Ichiang Chuanyun. Accurate shooting at close range, stiff bullet. Ichiang Chuanyun twisted his body and retracted the gun in one go, jumped to avoid the stiff bullet, and then started rapid shooting. However, this time the 1000 machine umbrella opened again. Josukai frowned slightly, and his vision was completely blocked by the umbrella. This trick again, too disgusting. A fan of Samsara cursed. Yi Chong Chuanyan retreated, but the murderous intent hidden behind the umbrella was revealed. After pushing Yi Chong Chuanyan away, Jun Mashu jumped up and slashed at Yi Chong Chuanyan with a knife. Collapse Mountain Strike. Yi Chong Chuanyan continued to attack Jun Mashu, who jumped in the air. Seeing this, Yi Xiao simply cancelled the Collapse Mountain Strike and turned 180 degrees in the air to slash. Silver Light Falling Blade. Yi Chong Chuanyan was blown away by the shock wave of Silver Light Falling Blade, and Jun Mashu landed and stabbed out with a gun. Dragon Fang. Zhou Zikai rolled backwards and shot at Jun Mashu. At this time, Yi Chong Chuanyan and Jun Mashu were already in the distance of hand-to-hand combat. Zhou Zikai has broken through the concept of gun and body skills. His shooting skills are actually a kind of physical skills. Li Ba said excitedly. Zhou Zikai's gun and body skills are completely different from Zhou Yichen's gun and body skills. Zhou Zikai's gun and body skills are actually the most professional and standardized, mainly based on shooting skills. Zhou Yichen was more influenced by Yu Xingchen's style of play, so his gun skills were mainly physical skills, and he hardly used guns. Too strong. Pan Lin sighed. With this pair of twin stars, he had no idea how Xingchen could defeat the big devil Samsara. The whole audience was boiling, and countless people stood up excitedly, screaming and shouting, but the faces of two teams were not like this. The faces of Xingchen were solemn. They didn't know whether Yi Xiao could win. 2 consecutive losses in the finals were too big a blow. The Samsara players also didn't open the champagne. Whether it was Zhang Jiala or Zhou Yichen, they knew how strong Yi Xiao's ability to seize opportunities was. Although the scattered players didn't have high damage skills, as long as they were caught, they would have a chance to be hit to death. Don't fight back? Zhang Jiala and Zhou Yichen looked at each other. Now! Jun Mashu's body shook, and his bones were as strong as steel.